The man fell in a pool of blood. The pain of the bullet piercing his heart had not yet dissipated, but the world in front of him suddenly distorted. When the man opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar dormitory, unopened instant noodles, and a mobile phone on the bedside table. He had returned to 30 days before the end of the world. In his previous life, he treated his girlfriend and brother with all his heart, but in return he was betrayed by his girlfriend Lin Murong and shot by his brother Wang Hao. In the dusty wooden box under the bed, the space cube was still flickering. In his previous life, he relied on this ancestral treasure to live a prosperous life in the apocalypse, but it was also one of the reasons why he was killed by his closest people. In this life, he will not make the same mistake again. At this moment, a mechanical female voice sounded in my mind. Ding. The host strong will for revenge is detected, and the Doomsday system is activated. Ding. The host has successfully bound to the system, and the pre-apocalyptic mode of stockpiling supplies has been activated. The binding reward is $20 million. If it is spent within 3 days, the next reward can be triggered. Chen laughed, and laughed crazily. This time, he wanted to build a doomsday fortress that even missiles could not blow open, and stockpile enough supplies to last for 100 years. When the cold wave came and humans devoured their own kind in desperation, he would sit by the heated swimming pool and admire the miserable appearance of those who betrayed him crawling in the snow. Chen said, I need 24 million in supplies. And Xian's first reaction was disbelief. The young man in front of her looked ordinary, and it seemed impossible for him to come up with so much money. Chen was well aware of an Xian's suspicion and immediately showed his account balance. Can you collect all the supplies for food, drink, entertainment, food, clothing, housing, and transportation within 1 day? Chen asked. There are only 30 days left before the end of the world, and he can't waste a moment. Of course, dear sir. But you need to pay first, and we can provide the delivery fee. After all, the transportation of so many materials will cost a lot of money. And Xian responded with a smile. Although she was still somewhat shocked, and Xian quickly regained her composure with her more than 10 years of professional experience. She had never encountered such a generous client before. Okay, I'll send you the account information. Chen nodded in response. Money is only valuable when civilization and order are still there. When the end of the world comes, money will be meaningless. So Chen used the money without hesitation. Moreover, the money was not his own but provided by the system, so he did not feel bad about it. 5 minutes later, Chen's transfer was successful. And Xian quickly gathered hundreds of staff members and began to collect supplies according to Chen's requirements. The focus is on food and clothing, especially high-tech cold-proof clothing. Chen specifically reminded. Okay, sir. Excuse me, may I ask what you need these supplies for? And Xian asked cautiously. It's better not to ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Chen replied coldly. And Xian was not discouraged and continued. Sir, can we add each other on WeChat? If you need anything in the future, you can contact me at any time. Okay. Chen nodded in agreement. This was only the first batch of supplies he purchased, which was far from enough. There would definitely be more places where an Xian would need his help. After everything was arranged, Chen returned to the honor villa of South China College. Not long after he lay down, Lin Murong sent a message. Chen, where have you been? Didn't you see my message? I'm starving. What time is it now? Chen raised a cold smile and replied a message. Sorry, I was in a car accident, so you may need to pick up the express and buy things by yourself. Although Chen hated Lin Murong, he did not intend to quarrel with her directly. The most effective way to torture a person is to make her completely lose hope and despair. The end of the world has not yet come, and his means of revenge have not been used. Dormitory Area A is a mixed-gender dormitory. It is not a dormitory building in the traditional sense, but more like a residential building in a community. At this moment, Lin Murong was sitting in his dormitory, angrily smashing his cell phone onto the bed. I'm so angry. He can't even do a simple thing, and yet he dares to talk about a car accident. Why didn't you hit him to death? Lin Murong cursed angrily. What's wrong? Why is our school beauty so angry? A tall girl walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel, revealing a large area of fair skin, enough to attract the boys next to her to stare. It's none other than my number one Fiang Yang. He never made mistakes in the past, but how come he got into a car accident today? I might as well just kill him. Now I have no food to eat. Lin Murong said angrily. Is Chen so ungrateful? He had to have a car accident right now. Lin Murong, don't be angry. I have an appointment with young Master Zhu. Do you want to go to a Western restaurant for dinner together? Lu Xia said proudly. Young Master Zhu? Which young Master Zhu? The young master of the Zhu group. The one who runs the catering business. Lu Xia explained. So it's him. Great. A man like him is worthy of having dinner with me. Earlier, that Chen wanted to invite me to the cafeteria for dinner. He really didn't know how to appreciate it. Lin Murong smiled, and belittled Lu Chen while praising young Master Zhu. Then she and Lu Xia changed their clothes and went out together. In the honor villa, Lu Chen spent 20 million US dollars in one day, but the system still did not respond. Doesn't the advance payment count? Lu Chen muttered to himself, then entered a number and called the manager of Yufeng Hotel. The banquet must be delivered within 2 days. What? Not enough time? It has to be enough, otherwise I will cancel the order. After saying that, Lu Chen hung up the phone directly. Money is God. Lu Chen believed that Xinfeng Hotel could do this. Nothing happened that night. At noon the next day, a convoy of more than 50 high-standard trucks set out from the gate of South China University and drove to the honor villa. Lu Chen had already informed the school in advance, so the Walmart convoy entered the college unimpeded, attracting the attention of a large number of students. How come there is such a large Walmart convoy in our school? Why do I think they are heading towards the honor villa? Does it have anything to do with Lu Chen? A group of college students began to discuss. Lu Chen was considered a semi-celebrity in the school. When his famous father was alive, Lu Chen was quite powerful in South China College. But his father suddenly disappeared and even had his household registration canceled. Lu Chen did not inherit any inheritance and became a laughingstock in the school. It was even more ironic that he still lived in the honor villa. The students in the school had never seen such a scene before, and they gathered around to see what was going on. As expected, the Walmart convoy stopped near the honor villa. Mr. Lu, all the supplies you requested have arrived. An Xian said. Okay, start moving in. Lu Chen responded calmly. Although this villa is very big, it seems that it can't hold so many supplies, right? An Xian was a little confused. The basement is very large, enough. Lu Chen replied briefly. Of course, he would not tell an Xian that he had the space cube. Okay, then hurry up and unload the goods. An Xian began to direct the workers to move the supplies into the villa box by box. The students watching could not hear their conversation, and one boy immediately sneered. It seems that the principal doesn't like Lu Chen very much. After all, he made him live there for 2 years for nothing, and now he is piling up the school's supplies in the honor villa. Haha, if I were Lu Chen, I would have moved out long ago. A person who has nothing actually lives in such a big villa. He really has no self-awareness. Such laughter continued one after another, and the students subconsciously believed that these supplies were purchased by the school because only the school had such ability. They envied Lu Chen and were jealous that he could live in such a luxurious villa while they could only live in an ordinary dormitory, so they mocked him behind his back. Lu Chen didn't care about it at all. In the early days of the apocalypse, more than half of the people in this school would die. So in his eyes, these people would be nothing more than dead bodies sooner or later, and were not worth paying attention to at all. Lu Chen, is there anything I can help you with? I can help you. Suddenly, a young man came over. He was wearing a washed-out t-shirt, all cheap goods, and he looked shy and ordinary. Zhenghua, why are you here? Lu Chen was a little surprised. I saw so many people moving things over here, and thought I might be able to help. I only have a little strength left. Zhenghua scratched his head shyly. A trace of kindness appeared on Lu Chen's face, and he nodded. Okay, then you come and help too. Zhenghua was a poor student in the same class as Lu Chen. When Lu Chen first entered South China University, he felt sorry for Zhenghua and helped him a lot. In the previous life, at the beginning of the apocalypse, Zhenghua also lent a helping hand when Lu Chen needed help. Okay, brother. Zhenghua smiled somewhat proudly, as if being able to help Lu Chen was something worth celebrating. Lu Chen took Zhenghua to the corner of the villa, where supplies were piled up like a mountain, blocking the view of the surroundings. He then took out the space cube and moved it slightly. All the materials in front of him seemed to enter the space of the cube after being swept by his eyes. This process was very convenient, but Lu Chen did not make any conspicuous movements for fear of exposing the existence of the space cube. The transportation started at noon, and by the evening, all the materials were finally moved. Everyone was exhausted. 50 trucks of materials had been stored in the villa. Brother, your basement is really big. It can hold so many supplies. An uncle exclaimed while wiping his sweat. This was built by the school. It is indeed big enough. Lu Chen replied with a smile, then took out a pack of cigarettes and distributed it to everyone. Mr. Lu, the mission is accomplished. An Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Completing such a big order would definitely add a lot of glory to her career, and it would also make it easier to get promoted in the future. Sisterin, I have a private request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Lu Chen said in a low voice. Private request? An Xian's face suddenly turned red, and her posture became a little awkward, obviously finding it difficult to speak. Lu Chen was a little stunned, and continued, Sisterin, you have come into contact with all kinds of people. Can you help me find a company that can transform safe houses and build fortresses? Ah, this is your request. An Xian was stunned for a moment, then realized her misunderstanding and her face turned even redder. Don't worry, I will contact friends from all walks of life and try my best to help you find it. And Xian comforted. Okay, thank you. Lu Chen responded with a smile. Brother Lu, now that I'm done, I should go back to study. Zhang Hua wiped the sweat off his face and said, Why don't you take a rest when you're so tired? Why are you going to study again? Lu Chen asked with concern. How dare I stop studying? Brother Lu, you know how fierce the competition for scholarships is. Zhang Hua sighed and left. Who could have thought that the civilized order would collapse in a month? Lu Chen shrugged lightly. He didn't know that Lu Chen's actions had quickly spread throughout the school. Everyone joked that the school definitely didn't want Lu Chen to continue living in the honor villa. So he was assigned the role of a warehouse manager. Living with so many supplies, how could he not be a warehouse manager? Someone immediately sent a message in the class group, and several boys who were dissatisfied with Lu Chen began to sneer and ridicule him. Lu Chen took a look and threw the phone onto the bed without a care. A bunch of idiots. The next day at noon, Yufeng Hotel finally worked overtime to deliver the hot meals, all packaged in fresh-keeping boxes. Since the Walmart convoy yesterday had already caused a sensation, this time it did not stir up much waves again, but only pushed Lu Chen's name to the top of the campus hot discussion list once again. Hello, Mr. Lu, my name is Su Xing, and I'm the owner of Yufeng Hotel. I'm very honored to receive your big order this time. Here is my business card. A middle-aged man in a suit and with shiny hair handed over his business card with a smile. Okay, I'll come back to you if I need anything in the future. Lu Chen took the business card and nodded. After Su Xing and the people from Yufeng Hotel left, Lu Chen closed the door and windows of the villa and drew the bed curtains. All the materials were transferred to the Rubik's Cube space in one go, and then the balance was paid. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task within 3 days and receiving the reward of $1 billion. You must spend all of it before the end of the world, otherwise the end of the world mode cannot be activated. The system's crisp reminder sounded. $1 billion, enough for me to build a safe house and store supplies. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. I will take back what you owe me. This time, I won't be as weak as in my last life. Lu Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment, the phone rang. Lu Chen opened it and saw that it was a message from Lucia. What message did she send? Lu Chen's heart tightened, knowing that Lucia was Lin Murong's best friend. Lu Chen, come to Yufeng Hotel quickly. Lin Murong is drunk. Come and pick her up. Chapter 5. 2 women and 1 man. A drama. Lu Chen sneered and thought to himself. Lin Murong is just an insignificant woman. How can she let him pick her up? Lucia's message was very direct. If you don't come, Lin Murong will be dead. Lu Chen frowned and suddenly had a different idea. If Lin Murong died in this situation, wouldn't it be a bargain for her? His original plan was to let Lin Murong suffer torture and pain in the end of the world, and then die. I'm here. Lu Chen replied with a text message, feeling a little disdainful. How much alcohol did he have to drink to die like this? Lucia immediately sent a location, which was the Yufeng Hotel. Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter, what a coincidence. He took out a bicycle from his space and prepared to go to the hotel. On the 18th floor of the Yufeng Hotel, the luxurious box 666 was filled with laughter. Mr. Zhu, do you think Lu Chen will come? Lucia asked with a smile, her cheeks slightly red, after taking a sip of red wine. Ha ha ha, that's hard to say. You have to ask Lin Murong. Young Master Zhu smiled and put his hand on Lin Murong's shoulder, his movements a little restless. Lin Murong lowered her head shyly, but leaned towards him. I can guarantee that Lu Chen will come. Lin Murong said confidently. Wow, Lin Murong, you really understand Lu Chen. When he heard that you were dying, he came here immediately. Lucia said with a smile. Mr. Zhu, look, I told Lu Chen to go east, and he definitely didn't dare to go west. Lin Murong said proudly. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Here you go, Lin Murong said with a smile. Lucia hurried to open the door and saw Lu Chen standing at the door, frowning slightly. Lucia, where is Lin Murong? You said she is going to die? Ha ha, I'm just lying to you. Lucia laughed provocatively. Lying to me? Lu Chen asked coldly. We were playing truth or dare, and you arrived first. Zhu Yi looked funny with obvious mockery. Boring. Lu Chen snorted coldly and turned to leave. Wait a minute, my shoulders are a little sore. Help me massage them. Lin Murong said coldly. She believed that Lu Chen would definitely agree to such a request. Usually, if she just touched Lu Chen casually, he would be so happy that he almost fainted. But this time, Lu Chen's reaction seemed different. Zhu Yi looked at Lu Chen with a playful look, as if expecting his response. Lu Chen suppressed his anger and said coldly, Go get treatment if you are sick. After that, he left without looking back. Wait, who told you to leave? Zhu Yi suddenly stood up and said angrily. Who do you think you are? Why don't you let me go? Lu Chen responded coldly. Just because I'm the eldest son of the Zhu catering group and have a higher status, if you dare to leave, I will pay to make you disappear. Zhu Yi said viciously. You know, there are a lot of desperate criminals in this world. As long as you give them money, they will dare to do anything. Zhu Yi said proudly. $1. Lu Chen cursed and left without looking back. Zhu Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that even though his identity was exposed, Lu Chen still had the courage to leave. Forget it, Mr. Zhu. Don't be angry. Lu Chen just said that she was sick and needed treatment. We can't delay her. She also mentioned that she had a car accident yesterday. Lin Murong snuggled in Zhu Ye's arms and said in a low voice. Seeing this scene, Lu Xia couldn't help but feel moved. She moved closer to Zhu Ye's other side, feeling his warm body. Both of them felt warm in their hearts, and all their unhappiness was thrown aside. You two have been very comfortable with me tonight. I will buy you whatever you want. Zhu Yi said generously. Great. The two girls responded happily and continued to drink with him. On the other side, Lu Chun walked to the first floor of the hotel with a cold look on his face. He could tolerate Lin Morong, but he absolutely could not tolerate this so-called young Master Zhu. Lu Chen picked up Su Xing's business card and dialed the number. Hello, is this Boss Su? I'm on the first floor of the hotel now. I need to talk to you about something. Su Xing, who was in a meeting on the top floor of the hotel, suddenly stood up and his face changed. He thought, Lu Chun came to see him. Is there a big deal to cooperate with? You guys continue. I have something to do. Su Xing said to his colleagues in the conference room and hurried downstairs to Lu Chun. Mr. Lu, is there anything I can help you with? Su Xing asked. Do you know Zhu's catering group? Lu Chen asked calmly. Su Xing nodded. Yes, Zhu's group is also quite famous in Tianhai City. It has a large 5-star hotel, for 4-star hotels, and many 3-star hotels. Very good, Lu Chen said. I want to order 10,000 tables of the best banquets at Zhu's hotel. This order, calculated at market prices, would cost at least over 100 million yuan and would require a huge amount of manpower and materials. Su Xing hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, why don't you come to us? We have cooperated before. Yufeng Hotel, can you prepare 10,000 banquet tables at one time? Lu Chen asked back. Su Xing was speechless for a moment. Lu Chen's previous order was already their limit. 10,000 tables was really beyond their capabilities. It's okay. You can be the intermediary and help me contact the Zhu group. I will give you 10 million yuan. Lu Chen patted Su Xing on the shoulder. Really? Su Xing asked in surprise. Do you think I'm lying to you? Lu Chen opened his mobile phone account and showed it to Su Xing. Su Xing's eyes almost popped out. 7 billion Chinese yuan. Lu Chen was very satisfied with Su Xing's reaction. I have the ability. Go and contact them quickly. Okay. Give me a day. No. Give me a night. And I will give you an answer before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Su Xing said excitedly. Su Xing just happened to know the personal contact information of the chairman of Zhu Group, and he was able to make 10 million yuan by the way, which was really a great bargain. Chapter 6. Fortress. Okay. Lu Chen agreed, and then he waited all night. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Su Xing called as promised. Mr. Lu, the chairman of Zhu Group, is Zhu Yan. I have communicated with him, and he is very willing to take your order. The price is set at 200 million Chinese yuan, and it will take 5 days. Su Xing said on the other end of the phone. Okay, let them get started. Lu Chen responded calmly. However, he said he needs half of the deposit. Su Xing added. Chairman Zhu, do you not trust me? Mr. Su, it seems that you are not doing a good job in this area. With so many 10,000 Chinese yuan in my hand, is it possible that an order of 200 million will be lost? Lu Chen's tone turned cold. Mr. Lu, don't be angry. I'll go and persuade him again. Su Xing said quickly, and then hung up the phone. Su Xing was still very concerned about the 10 million private agency fee. Young Master Zhu, I will make your group bankrupt within 5 days. Lu Chen sneered. At this time, an Xian's phone also came in. Mr. Lu, regarding the request you made yesterday, I have found a suitable company called Jianglong Technology Company, Limited. They are capable and have customized bulletproof fortresses worth $1 billion for foreign tycoons before. An Xian said straight to the point. Really? Can I ask someone from Jianglong Company to come to my place? Lu Chen asked. Of course, Jianglong Company is also willing to cooperate with you. I will convey the message to them immediately. An Xian said and hung up the phone. There are still 27 days until the apocalypse breaks out, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Lu Chen plays with the space cube, recalling the tragic experiences of his previous life. If after rebirth, I still can't thrive in the apocalypse, then what's the point of my rebirth? Lu Chen said to himself. At noon, The Jianglong Company's people finally arrived. He was a middle-aged man with a crew cut, wearing black sunglasses and a black suit, exuding a strong sense of mystery. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Liu?" the man asked as he walked in. "It's me." Lu Chen stood up. "Hello, my name is Sima Kong, and I'm the external sales manager of Jianglong Company. I heard that you are interested in building a safe house." Sima Kong went straight to the point. "That's right, but it's not a safe house, it's a fortress. You know that kind of fortress, right? The invincible fortress in the movies, the kind that no one can break into." Lu Chen said excitedly. "Of course, our Jianglong Company is fully capable of this. May I ask what your budget is?" Sima Kong pushed up his sunglasses and asked. 10 small goals. Lu Chen replied. "It is indeed difficult to build a movie-level fortress with 10 small goals. However, we can build a 4-layer bulletproof structure underground and use the latest alloy technology for the ground part. It can defend against most missile attacks and is invulnerable to swords and guns. What do you think?" Sima Kong put forward a preliminary plan very professionally. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, looked at Sima Kong sharply, and said, "I don't mind you making more money. Just do as you say. But there is one requirement. The environment in the house must be comfortable." Of course, this is necessary. Even though there was a missile bombing outside, the house remained intact. "We will install the latest air purification system, oxygen production system, antitoxic system, and system to decompose excess carbon dioxide. All waste can be perfectly decomposed," Sima Kong said confidently. After listening to this, Lu Chen felt somewhat satisfied and continued to ask, "So, what is the energy consumption of these systems?" "Don't worry, modern technology is very advanced. Although we don't have controlled nuclear fusion technology yet, the existing technology is sufficient to produce the greatest effect with the least energy," Sima Kong assured. "Sir, look, these are the fortresses we customized for foreign wealthy people, and there are also some testimonials from the wealthy people about their use." Sima Kong took out a tablet and showed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked through it carefully, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. "When will it be completed? Can it transform my current villa?" Lu Chen asked. "Since you are our largest customer in the country, we will treat you specially. All employees of Jianglong Company will be mobilized to complete it within 20 days," Sima Kong said with a smile. "Okay, we must keep it confidential." Lu Chen added, "I don't want to make a big fuss. How can I keep a low profile then?" "Don't worry, we just need to build a metal frame to surround the construction site," Sima Kong assured. "Okay, send me the account information and I will transfer 1 billion right away." Lu Chen smiled. "Haha, sir, you are so straightforward. We will do our best." Sima Kong agreed happily. This pleasant cooperation was thus finalized. In the next 20 days, the construction of the villa would begin, and Lu Chen could only temporarily move to the hotel. In the evening, Lu Chen received a call from Su Xing. "Mr. Liu, under my persuasion," the Zhu group agreed. Su Xing's tone sounded a little tired, and it was obvious that he had been negotiating for a long time. "Very good, let them start right away. As for your 10 million, send it to me from your private account," Lu Chen said in the presidential suite of the hotel. "Okay, I'll send it to you right away." The private agency fee of 10 million is enough for Su Xing to enjoy himself for a while. "I will pay the money after you complete 10,000 banquets." What can the Zhu group do? Lu Chen sneered. But he knew that this was far from enough. The lessons of his previous life had awakened his character of revenge. Zhu Yi dared to treat him like this, and this kind of revenge was far from enough. At night, Lu Chen called Sima Kong. "Hello, I need to buy some military firearms and supplies. Do you have any channels?" "Firearms. China has strict controls in this area, so it might be a little difficult," Sima Kong said softly on the other end of the line. "Don't worry, with 100 million worth of supplies, I guarantee you'll make a profit," Lu Chen said calmly. "Haha, Mr. Liu is so straightforward. No problem, I can get it done for you within 10 days. From RPK to bazooka, Desert Eagle, Gatling, all kinds of conventional firearms are available," Sima Kong answered readily. Lu Chen hung up the phone with a smile and transferred another 100 million yuan. Chapter 7. Investment Failure. As it was getting late, Lu Chen decided not to disturb an Xian and prepared to have a good rest. Not long after he closed his eyes, ding-dong messages began to ring in the WeChat group on his phone. "Classmates, I now have a way to make money. You should know Zhu Yi, the young master of the Zhu group. Now the Zhu group has a big order for 10,000 banquet tables and needs some people to invest. It will be effective quickly, and the income can be received in 5 or 6 days. Classmates, does anyone want to invest with me?" When Lu Chen saw the news, he was stunned. Zhu's group was so smart that they knew that there were risks in doing business without a deposit, so they called people to invest together so that the risk could be shared. But the question is, how much money can these students raise? Lin Morong then sent a message. Please think about it. I personally invested 30,000 yuan and attached a screenshot of his investment. Then, someone in the group responded, okay, since Lin Morong has invested, I will invest too. Although I don't know what the Zhu group is, it feels awesome. I'll invest 2,000. I'll invest 1,000. I'll invest 500. The students were so enthusiastic that they put together a total of 100,000 yuan. Lin Morong smiled proudly and said, don't worry, I'll invest the most, and everyone will definitely not lose money. Chen had no interest in this and was about to continue resting when he suddenly received a private message from Lin Morong. Chen, are you feeling better? I was busy investing these past 2 days and didn't come to see you. Chen sneered. He almost fell for this kind of talk last time. It's okay. I guess I need to rest for a month. He sent a message back. Look in the group. I have an investment project. Do you want to invest in it? I will strive for the maximum return. Lin Morong continued to send messages. No, I don't have much money to begin with, and this hospital stay cost me a lot. Chen replied and turned off his phone, not noticing that Lin Morong sent another message. You can borrow money from a loan shark. I guarantee you'll get your money back. 10 minutes later, in the dormitory of Area, Lin Morong looked at Chen without any response and could not help but curse angrily. I am so angry. My poor classmates can only collect less than 100,000 yuan. I wanted Chen to borrow a loan shark, but he ignored me. Lu Xia smiled and leaned over and said, don't you have a male best friend? Yes. Lin Morong's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened Shiyu's chat box, cleared his throat, and said in a tender tone, Shiyu, I have an investment project here, and I'm still short of 200,000. Can you help me? I'll treat you to a meal, and we can also hold hands and watch a movie. As soon as the voice message was sent, Shiyu immediately replied, okay, I'll go get the loan right away and give it to you tomorrow. The two of them looked at the message and couldn't help laughing. The next day, Chen started a crazy shopping mode and contacted an XIN, domestic e-commerce platforms, and cross-border e-commerce platforms. There were all kinds of snacks, mountaineering-grade cold-proof clothing, energy materials, and even power storage equipment and oil. The 300 million Chinese yuan in his hand were almost all squandered in just 5 days. Looking at the space cube filled with various supplies, Chen felt satisfied. Even if it was just one person, it could last for 100 lifetimes. 5 days passed, and there were about 20 days left until the end of the world. Except for the delivery of the fortress and the preparation of guns, almost everything was in place. At this time, Su Xing called and said, Mr. Liu, the Zhu Group's 10,000 banquet tables have been prepared. When do you think they will be delivered? Delivery? When was it delivered? Do I have any contact with Zhu Group? Chen sneered. On the other end of the phone, Su Xing was obviously silent. After a while, he asked cautiously, do you have a grudge against the Zhu Group? Smart, don't worry about anything. I have never had any contact with the Zhu Group. You don't have any evidence, so you can't blame the Zhu Group. Chen said lightly. Okay, I didn't do anything and didn't say anything. Su Xing hung up the phone immediately. In the days to come, the Zhu Group will definitely be in a state of panic because they cannot contact Chen at all. Even if they called the police, it would be useless because Chen had never contacted them, and this was not a scam at all. Those 10,000 tables of banquets would soon go bad. Chen was in a good mood and laughed loudly. Another day passed, and someone in the VX group began to urge Lin Morong. Lin Morong, the time has come. Where is our investment money? Yes, it can't be a scam. That's my living expenses for several months. A group of people frantically at Lin Morong, but she did not respond. At this time, in the dormitory of Area A, Lin Morong and Lu Xia were pale, listening to the voice message sent by Zhu Yi. Their hands were shaking. Damn it, our Zhu Group has been cheated. The owner of the 10,000 table banquet disappeared, and we can't collect the money. Don't fucking ask me for money. Investment is risky. Since you are willing to invest, the Zhu Group is in chaos now. No one can do anything. Stop bothering me and get out of here. Hearing young Master Zhu's cold words, Lin Morong and Lu Xia were struck by lightning and froze for a moment. Soon, the police came to the dormitory and took Lin Morong and Lu Xia away. After investigation, it was confirmed that their investment failed, but it did not constitute fraud in the end, so the police released them. However, the two looked extremely haggard. After hearing this, Shiryu was so angry that he rushed to the dormitory to find Lin Morong and prepared to question her. However, when he saw Lin Morong's eyes were red from crying, his anger disappeared instantly. Brother Shiryu, I'm sorry, my investment failed. I'm really useless. Lin Morong cried with tears in her eyes, so beautiful. Shiryu's protective instinct was instantly aroused, and he said firmly, "It's okay. Isn't it just a loan shark of 200,000 yuan? I would rather sell my kidney than let you starve." "Really? Brother Shiyu, you are so nice." Lin Murong wiped away her tears and smiled shyly. Shiyu's heart beat faster, thinking that since he had spent so much money, it should be okay to hold hands. Just as he reached out his hand, Lin Murong suddenly turned around and said, "Thank you, Brother Shiryu. I'll go back to sleep now. Remember to buy me dinner tomorrow. I want food from a 3-star hotel." Chapter 8. The cold end of the world. The scandal of Zhu Group quickly fermented, and the whole city was discussing it. The chairman angrily denounced Lu Chun on TV, but since there was no substantial evidence, Lu Chun was still safe and sound. Lu Chun turned off the TV, lay comfortably on the big bed, and enjoyed a moment of peace. The next task was to wait for Sima Kong to deliver the guns, supplies, and fortress. Lu Chun returned to the school and found that the renovation work was in full swing. Since the students were isolated, no one knew what was going on. As a result, Lu Chen's name became a hot topic on campus again. Shocked, the school is extremely dissatisfied with Lu Chun and has decided to demolish the honor villa. From now on, Lu Chun will be living on the streets. The group was filled with students' ridicule and mockery of Lu Chun. Lu Chun didn't care about these. He smiled and continued to do his own thing. There were still 10 days before the end of the world. Finally, Lu Chun received an expected call that the guns and supplies had arrived. Sima Kong not only got an assault rifle like the AK-47, but also a huge amount of supplies worth 100 million Chinese yuan, and so many bullets that he could not use them all. Lu Chun put all these supplies into the space cube. He did not sit idle in the remaining days. He signed up for a gun club and began to practice shooting seriously to prepare for the end of the world. During this period, the weather was extremely hot, with temperatures often exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. It seemed as if the sun had sensed its own end and was madly emitting its last light and heat. Lin Murong contacted Lu Chun more than once, because Shiryu, the #1 bootlicker, finally had no way to squeeze more money out of him. So Lin Murong once again turned his attention to Lu Chun. Lu Chun still perfunctorily responded. Finally, the last day before the apocalypse arrived, and Lu Chun returned to South China University. Jianglong Company also completed the delivery of the fortress on time. "Dear Mr. Lu, come and see our Jianglong Company's greatest work in China," Sima Kong said loudly and excitedly. Lu Chun looked at the building that looked the same as before and asked in confusion, "Why is the appearance exactly the same as before?" "In China's environment, we are not allowed to be too conspicuous, so we made some low-key designs. Mr. Lu, please follow me." Sima Kong smiled and led Lu Chun into the fortress. He pushed open the door, revealing a long passage. "I know that what you care about most is security. This passage is the only entrance, and no one can break through. Moreover, the security system of the fortress has been recorded according to your language, and it can be activated just by speaking. Activate the security system." Lu Chun tried it curiously. Suddenly, the whole passage was lit up with dazzling lasers, and the laser nets around began to float, one wave after another, and even formed a large net. Lu Chun couldn't help but think of the Resident Evil movie he had seen before. This is a laser channel. Any carbon-based creature that comes in will be cut into 108 pieces. Sima Kong took a piece of pork from somewhere and threw it in. The moment the piece of meat touched the laser net, it was cut neatly, with smoke coming out of the cut and emitting the aroma of barbecue. "Great, really great." Lu Chun couldn't help but applaud. "This is an open passage, and the only place accessible to the outside world. Your appearance and DNA have been completely recorded. Even if the laser hits you, it will not cause any harm to you. Of course, I know you won't try it," Sima Kong said with a smile. "Okay, take me to learn about it." Lu Chun nodded. For the next hour, Sima Kong explained the various systems of the fortress in detail. The interior of the Honor Villa has been transformed, and the style can be switched between a medieval villa and a futuristic high-tech style, or even switched to a more interesting mode. There are various styles here, and you can also set the fun mode according to your needs. Sima Kong winked and said mischievously. Lu Chun smiled bitterly, and then visited the 4th underground floor. The original intention of the design of the 4th underground floor was for absolute defense. Although the appearance was not so good, the security was very strong. There are 10 secret escape passages on the 4th underground floor, which are interconnected. Even if someone breaks in from outside, you can evacuate safely. Sima Kong introduced confidently. Of course, the possibility of an outside attack is almost zero. Sima Kong added. "Very good, I understand. I am very satisfied with Jianglong Company." Lu Chun patted Sima Kong on the shoulder. "Your satisfaction is our greatest motivation. If there are similar projects in the future, you can contact us at any time." Sima Kong left with his people. Finally, Chen was left alone, standing quietly in the fortress. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has built a Doomsday fortress, activating the system's hidden reward and obtaining the flying fortress system. A female system prompt sounded, and Chen was stunned. Flying fortress? Yes, the flight mode has been activated. As long as the host thinks about it, the fortress can fly to any place it wants to go. The system explained. This is great. Chen laughed, returned to the ground excitedly, and entered his room. He lay on the big bed, looking at the bustling college students outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The night outside the window gradually deepened. The special mirror designed by Jianglong Company makes the outside scene undetectable. Chen, in a good mood, took out a bottle of Romanicani from the Rubik's Cube space, paired it with the medium-rare beef, and began to savor it carefully. Although the end of the world was approaching, Chen slept very comfortably that night. The next day, according to the memory of the previous life, today was the day when the end of the world would come. At 8 o'clock in the morning, college students walked into the teaching building listlessly, while Chen stood quietly in front of the French window, staring at the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed across the sky. The blazing white light quickly enveloped the entire world, and everyone could see this scene. In the distance, it seemed that a large star was colliding with the sun at a very fast speed. Bang! The deafening sound spread throughout the world, and the sun dimmed instantly, no longer emitting the scorching heat of the past, as if it was about to go out. The sky quickly turned gloomy and gray, and everyone felt this drastic change. At this moment, students on campus stopped what they were doing and excitedly picked up their phones to record this rare sight. Students in the Department of Astronomy looked solemn and worried. It's snowing. It's summer now, and it's snowing, damn. This cold wind is colder than the air conditioner. People were talking about it, but they did not realize that the threat of death had quietly arrived. A global apocalypse is destined to wipe out more than 95% of life on Earth. The prelude to destruction has begun. Chapter 9. Go stock up on supplies. The wind and snow came extremely quickly. Within just 1 hour, heavy snow fell like goose feathers. The temperature dropped suddenly and reached 0 degrees. Even though the college students were stupid, they began to realize that something was wrong. It is amazing to see snow in the hot summer, but it is even more incredible that the temperature has dropped to 0 degrees. The school immediately announced a holiday, but also restricted students from going out. The heavy snow fell for only an hour before the outside of the school was covered with thick snow, leading to several traffic accidents. For safety reasons, South China University urgently closed the campus and warned students to stay in the dormitories as much as possible. The dormitory conditions are similar to those of ordinary residential buildings, and the school is large enough to temporarily guarantee the students' basic living needs. Chen sat quietly in the fortress, looking at the snow scene outside the window, with a smile on his lips. Sure enough, the trajectory of this life is exactly the same as the previous life. He whispered to himself. The temperature outside had dropped to 0 degrees, but inside the fortress where he was, it was as warm as spring, stabilizing at 27 degrees, the most comfortable temperature for the human body. On the first day of the cold wave, Chen started playing games leisurely. The fortress had its own independent network system, so as long as he wanted, he could play all the games in the world. In the outside world, college students still seem excited and overwhelmed. Although the cold temperature makes them at a loss, some people are still playing snowball fights on the playground, and it is as lively as a festival. Even though Chen was in the fortress, he could hear their laughter. What a bunch of silly kids. Chen shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was a message from Zhanghua. Brother Lu, what do you think about today's abnormal temperature? I have an uneasy feeling. Zhanghua's news seemed particularly heavy. Chen looked at Zhanghua's message and almost forgot that Zhanghua was a top student in the Department of Astronomy. It was no wonder that Zhanghua felt this way. After all, this was a sensitive topic in his professional field. If you believe me, take out all your money and go to the supermarket to stock up on supplies now. Chen issued a warning. Zhanghua immediately responded, I believe you. In fact, I have a bad feeling too. After the message ended, Zhanghua did not send any more messages. Chen knew that on the first day of the apocalypse, people still didn't seem to be very alert. He opened the short video app, and the videos were all about the news about the heavy snow and the sudden drop in temperature all over the world. However, most people did not realize that this was a precursor to a disaster. Instead, they were full of curiosity and excitement, especially about the sudden abnormal weather. Everyone thought it was just an astronomical wonder. Soon, time passed quickly. The next morning, the sky became even darker. The heavy snow still did not stop, and the temperature suddenly dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. Chen had just woken up when his WeChat group on his phone was already buzzing with messages from his classmates. What's wrong with this weather? We're in the south, but when I woke up the temperature was already -20 degrees. Who knows? I was woken up by the cold last night. I felt a little better after turning on the air conditioner. The air conditioner can't be turned off for a moment in this horrible weather. The electricity bill is going to go through the roof. My hands and feet are numb. It would be great if we were in the north, but air conditioning is not as effective as floor heating. Everyone's excitement and novelty have long passed, and all that remains are complaints and helplessness about the cold weather. At this time, a message from counselor Jean appeared in the group. Dear students, please be patient. The school has decided that due to the abnormal temperature, the electricity cost of all students' air conditioners in the next few days will be borne by the school. As soon as they heard that the air conditioning electricity bill was waived, everyone immediately forgot their previous dissatisfaction and started discussing gossip and food in the group, and the atmosphere became optimistic again. Chen remembered Jean, who had just graduated from graduate school and came to South China University as a counselor. She was a very capable and hands-on woman. In her previous life, Jean performed quite well in the apocalypse, and it seemed that she was a very smart person. However, Jean was sitting in her office at this moment, brows furrowed, her eyes looking through the flying snow outside the window, a look of slight worry on her face. As a counselor, she always receives school notifications earlier than students and is exposed to more social information. The sudden cold wave before him was obviously abnormal, and it also carried a strange aura. Jean couldn't help feeling a little uneasy about the future. She stood up, walked to her room, and opened the door. It was filled with various supplies. She had always maintained the habit of hoarding supplies. Seeing these supplies, Jean breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little comforted. Chen took out the top-grade A5 Wagyu beef from the Space Cube, paired it with a bottle of 1982 Lafite, and enjoyed a leisurely lunch. After eating, he stretched himself, walked to the French window, and looked at the world outside. Snow had covered the entire campus, and the thick snow made the whole world look as white as a fairy tale. He looked at the temperature display, and it had reached -40 degrees. Chen couldn't help but sigh. The temperature is dropping so fast. Feeling a little hot, he turned down the air conditioner by 1 degree. Starting from noon, the class group became relatively quiet. The students' hands and feet were cold, and they even had difficulty typing. Suddenly, Zhang Hua called, and the voice on the other end of the phone was unusually serious. Brother Lu, you know I'm a student in the Department of Astronomy. I've been doing research yesterday and today. I feel like something is wrong with the sun. When Chen heard this, he immediately responded, Zhang Hua, there is indeed something wrong with the sun. How are the supplies I asked you to stockpile yesterday? I believe you, Brother Lu. I went to the supermarket this morning and stocked up on a lot of supplies, enough to sustain myself for a while. Zhang Hua replied, Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Chen said. At this moment, a message came from the class group from Counselor Jean. Students, hurry up and stock up on supplies now. Buy as much as you can. When Chen saw this message, he couldn't help but look at Jean with new eyes. As a counselor, she was indeed sharp-sighted. It was only the second day after the apocalypse, and she was keenly aware of the importance of supplies. Students in the class group began to discuss, stockpile supplies? Why do we need to stockpile supplies? Isn't this only done when a real disaster strikes? A girl asked in confusion. Chen knew that the answer to this question was actually not important. The prelude to the end of the world had quietly begun, but most people still could not realize that the real disaster had quietly arrived. Chapter 10. Move in. Yeah, the last time a Category 17 typhoon came inland, the authorities notified us to stock up on supplies. Could it be that this cold wave is even more severe than a Category 17 typhoon? Teacher, why aren't you talking? You've made us all a little panicked. The students' voices intertwined, but Jean still did not respond. In fact, she was helpless. The school's task was to ask counselors to comfort students and try to speak in a positive way. But Jean knew with her unique vision that this cold snap was definitely not simple, so she risked dereliction of duty and told the students. Do you want me to say it a second time? She whispered to herself, a heavy sigh spilling from her mouth. Ding-ling-ling. Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Lin Murong calling. Looking at the name on the screen, Chen couldn't help but sneer and answered the call. Hey, Chen, did you see what the instructor said in the group just now? She said she was going to stock up on supplies, but when I went to the supermarket, I found that everything was sold out. Lin Murong's delicate voice was so pitiful that people couldn't help but feel pity for her. However, Chen couldn't help but want to vomit. Everything in the supermarket was sold out. It seems that some smart people in the school were well prepared. Really? Then why did you call me? Lu Chen asked. Lu Chen, we haven't seen each other for so many days. Don't you miss me? Lin Morong asked in a coquettish tone. This made Lu Chen's mind immediately emerge with a picture. Lin Morong biting her lip, holding up the phone with tears in her eyes. I don't want to. Lu Chen replied indifferently. She gritted her teeth and heard the sound of her teeth on the other end of the line. I remember that Xiantian school had a lot of supplies stored at your place. Can you give me some of them? Lin Morong revealed her purpose. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he understood and couldn't help laughing. It turned out that he was misunderstood. This misunderstanding couldn't be better. I'm afraid that won't work. I'm a good student. Since it's school supplies, how could I steal it? Lu Chen responded coldly. Oh, don't be so rigid. If it was Shiryu, he would definitely give me something. Lin Morong continued. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Lu Chen hung up the phone without hesitation. You want my supplies? I won't give you any benefits, and you dare to ask me that. In the dormitory of Area A, Lin Morong slammed her phone on the bed and was furious. I am so angry. This Lu Chen is so ungrateful. I asked him for supplies, but he refused to give them to me, she said through gritted teeth. I feel like Lu Chen's attitude towards me has become worse over the past month. After calming down, Lin Morong touched his chin, thoughtfully. At this time, Lu Xia came over and joked. How can it not be bad? He has been pursuing you for 2 full years, and you can count the number of times he had physical contact with you, right? Lu Xia said with a smile. She had just gotten a lot of supplies from her loser boyfriend Fei Yangyang, and she was in a good mood. Yeah, is it because I didn't know how to handle the situation well? Lin Morong said to himself. It seems that I have to make some concessions next time. Okay, don't think too much. Come and eat the self-heating hot pot. There are all kinds of flavors. Lu Xia said easily. Coming. Lin Morong responded excitedly. In the evening, almost all the students went to the supermarket. Some students with good channels got a small amount of supplies, but most of them went too late and had nothing left. At Jinin, teacher, there are no supplies in the supermarket, and my refrigerator will be empty soon. Jinin, the cafeteria is still open. Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner. At Jinin, teacher, do you know something? I don't feel safe if I can't stock up on supplies. Yes, teacher, please think of a solution. On the second day of the apocalypse, a slight panic had already begun to spread in the group. Jinin replied for a long time before sending a message. Please rest assured, students. I just received official news from the school. Starting tomorrow morning, the school will distribute emergency supply packages to everyone. Students who didn't get any supplies can rest assured. As soon as the sentence was uttered, the people in the group immediately quieted down, and everyone's panic was slightly relieved. What are we having for dinner? Lu Chen sat in the fortress, looking around the dazzling space. For the first time, he found it so difficult to make a choice. After eating delicacies from land and sea for a month, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and decided to eat a bucket of Mr. Kang's instant noodles and take a photo as a souvenir. In the photo, Lu Chen was eating instant noodles with relish, and there was a European-style stove on the wall behind him, with a blazing flame. Lu Chen looked at the photo, smiled with satisfaction, and thought to himself that the most interesting thing was the work that was done unintentionally. It had been a month since his rebirth, but his hatred and murderous intent towards Lin Morong had not diminished at all, but had become even more serious. With a sneer, Lu Chen sent the photo to Lin Morong. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Morong and Lu Xia slept in the same bed, curled up together. The air conditioner was turned on at full power, but they still felt cold. This damn air conditioner is on full power, and yet it's still so cold. Lin Morong cursed. He felt a little warmer when he felt Lu Xia's body temperature. Lu Chen sent me a message. Could it be that he has figured it out and wants to continue licking me? Lin Morong immediately showed joy. Lu Xia came over and asked, Tisk, it's a photo. You even sent it to me to show off, even though you're eating instant noodles. We're having a beef hot pot buffet tonight. Lin Morong's eyes suddenly condensed, and his body trembled slightly. No, instant noodles are not the point. Look at Lu Chen. He is wearing pajamas, and there is a stove on the wall behind him, with a strong flame. He must be very warm there. Yes, are the conditions in the honor villa so good? We are almost freezing to death, even though we have turned the air conditioner to the maximum. Why don't you talk to Lu Chen and let the two of us move in as well? The school will definitely not care in this kind of weather anyway. Lu Xia suggested with shining eyes. Isn't it just a matter of words to move in? When Lu Chen knew that I was going to live under the same roof with him, he would be so excited that he would faint. Lin Morong said proudly. She began to type quickly, her fingers trembling as she typed. Lu Chen, I see you have a stove in your room. Is it warm? It's freezing here, and the air conditioner doesn't work. Please help me clean up a room, and I'll move in with my bestie. Chapter 11. People are dying. Lu Chen felt that he had underestimated Lin Morong's shamelessness. He didn't expect her to be so thick-skinned. At this time, Lin Morong sent another message. This is my reward for you. My best friend and I are both beauties. You can enjoy having two beauties living under the same roof with you. Lu Chen looked at his phone, speechless. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. There are actually people who are so shameless. However, Lu Chen quickly thought of a way to fight back. He deliberately turned up the indoor temperature, took a photo of himself sweating profusely, and sent it over. Sorry, it's really too hot here. You may not be used to it when you move in. After sending the message, Lu Chen turned off his phone directly. On the other side, Lin Morong and Lu Xia in the dormitory of Area A were stunned when they saw the photo sent by Lu Chen. Oh my god, why does it feel like the Honor Villa is in two completely different worlds from where we are? We are shivering with cold, but Lu Chen is sweating profusely. A hint of heat flashed in Lu Xia's eyes, and she quickly said to Lin Morong, "What are you waiting for? Pack your bags quickly." No, Lu Chen said he was afraid that we would be too hot. He didn't say he agreed. Lin Morong was dumbfounded. Damn, Lu Chen is just a tenant, and he doesn't charge any money. This honor villa obviously belongs to the school. What right does he have to stop us from moving in? Let's pack our bags and move in. Lu Xia seemed very anxious. But we don't have down jackets. All our summer clothes have been sent back home. Now we are wearing thin coats. If we go out, we will freeze to death. Lin Morong said worriedly. Yeah, then let's wait one more night. I just sent a private message to teacher Jean Yin, and she said that there are Northeast Army coats and a lot of cold-proof clothes in tomorrow's emergency kit. We'll go then. Lu Xia said. Okay. Lin Morong nodded. The two curled up in bed again. The temperature dropped sharply again at night, and the air conditioner was no longer very effective. They hugged each other tightly, and their breath kept each other warm. At that moment, it did look a little pitiful. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Lu Chen woke up refreshed in a warm environment. At this moment, he didn't need to stay in bed at all. He wore pajamas, went into the bathroom, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and even had time to do a facial care. After all, there were all kinds of supplies in the space cube, so there was no need to worry. Then, Lu Chen sat at the dining table, drinking hot soy milk and fried dough sticks, enjoying a leisurely breakfast. Looking at the temperature outside has dropped to -60 degrees. This is a very terrifying low temperature. Lu Chen knows in his heart that this is not the limit of the cold wave apocalypse. According to the trajectory of the previous life, many people have started to die today. Lu Chen held the handkerchief and wiped his lips elegantly. Lin Morong, you must not die so early. At this time, the counselor Jean Yin sent a message in the mobile group. Students, early this morning, the school distributed emergency supply packages to everyone. They are all placed at the door of your suite. It's time to pick them up. This sentence immediately exploded the emotions of many students, and everyone rushed to the door. Emotions were high. Teacher, this is not right. How can there be only one Northeast Army coat, 5 buckets of instant noodles, 3 chocolates, and a box of frozen water? How can we eat this? Yes, we pay so much tuition to the school every year. Why are the supplies so few? God damn it. I want to call and complain to the school. How can this be? The students began to get angry and accused the school and the group. Jean Yin was exhausted. How could a school distribute supplies to meet the needs of thousands of students? It was obviously beyond her ability. She tried to comfort him in a calm tone. Okay, I know. I will report it to the school leaders immediately. However, before her anger subsided, another urgent message came from the group. Teacher, my roommate suddenly started to convulse. Do you have any medicine? Jean Yin frowned. Sick and convulsing? How could this happen? She was instantly nervous, because in such extreme weather, a small illness could lead to life-threatening. Teacher, can you send him to the hospital? I can't get through to 120. The line is always busy. The male student was obviously very anxious. Lu Chen sneered in his heart. 120 couldn't get through at all. The hospital was already full, and in such weather, the first to be affected would be the elderly, the weak, the sick, and even infants. Jean Yin anxiously continued to ask in the group. Who has medicine for convulsions? But no classmates responded. How could spoiled college students hoard medicines by themselves? At this time, Jean Yin sent a private message to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I heard that the school has left a lot of supplies with you. Can you help me find some medicine for convulsions? Lu Chen casually said. Teacher, those are school supplies. I dare not touch them. He thought to himself. Anyway, I have a lot of these medicines, but I won't give them to you easily. The message came again in the group. Teacher, classmate Gu Feng. Died. He died. Lu Chen showed a hideous smile on his face, thinking to himself. It started. People have started dying. Gufeng is not the first, but he will definitely not be the last. The real cruelty has just begun. Ah. Lu Chen could even hear screams coming from the dormitory in Area A. College students were originally spoiled, and death has always been a distant concept to them. But when people around them die, fear really comes. Dead. Jin Yin's voice was filled with obvious fear. Although she was more mature than the students, she was a woman after all. Facing this sudden death, it was inevitable that she collapsed. Teacher, please, I want to go home. I don't want to live with a dead person. I want to go home. Teacher, I have contacted my family. Please let the school lift the blockade as soon as possible. I want to go home. I'm so scared. Woo, so scary, will I die too? The panic of the students spread instantly, and an atmosphere of restlessness spread. Jeannie knew that she had to take strong measures to suppress the panic. She sent a message. Students, the school has expressly prohibited private departures. Please trust the school, and the school will handle everything. If anyone wants to leave privately, moral education points will be deducted and additional punishment will be imposed. Although these words were a bit harsh, they quickly suppressed the panic atmosphere. Chapter 12. Male and female are exempted. If panic is allowed to spread, something bad will happen, even if nothing happens. But what could she do in the face of so many requests from students? She was just a counselor, not a school leader, and couldn't do anything. On the third day after the apocalypse began, the first person had already died. The key point was that no one came to collect the body. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying thing. No matter how dumb the college students were, they all understood the seriousness of the matter, and they cried and shouted in the group that they wanted to go home. Some people actually took action. They wore military coats and wrapped themselves tightly, but as soon as they walked out of the dormitory building, they were driven back by the howling snow wind. The wind was so strong that the temperature was already 60 degrees below zero, but it was still dropping sharply. Among them were Lin Murong and Lucia. They went out shivering with their luggage, wanting to stay at Lu Chen's place, but were blown back by the snowy wind. They had no doubt that if the snow wind blew for just 1 minute, they would be blown into popsicles. Brother Lu Chen, please come and pick us up. The wind is too strong and it's difficult for us to get over. Lin Murong picked up his phone and sent a message. When Lu Chen received this news, he even began to doubt himself. When did he agree to let Lin Murong and the others move in? Somehow Lu Chen agreed to it. The wind is too strong. Just stay here and don't go anywhere. Lu Chen replied. Lin Murong had no choice but to return to his dormitory. Lu Chen turned on the TV. 3 consecutive days of extremely low temperatures had made some TV stations unable to operate, but the official TV station was still operating. According to the weather station, this unprecedented cold front and heavy snow will last for a long time. Please stock up on supplies, stay at home, and wait for official rescue. It was this piece of news that made many people feel relieved. Lu Chen scoffed at this. In his previous life, he never received any official assistance until his death. Where was this so-called official assistance? The force on the third day was still not strong enough. Only one person has died in the class so far. Lu Chen touched his chin, very dissatisfied with the result. At this time, the phone rang again, but this time it was not the class group, but the dormitory group in Area A. The person who sent the message was a middle-aged man, who was also the dormitory manager of Building 6 in Area A. His name was Wang Zaimin. In Lu Chen's impression, this was a rather wretched man who liked to sit at the gate and look at the long white legs of pretty female college students when he had nothing to do. Wang Zaimin. Students, you all watched the official TV broadcast just now. The authorities said that this cold wave and snowstorm will not end easily. The heavy snow will last for a long time. At this rate, the first floor will be submerged soon. What should I do then? Damn it. I only live on the first floor, which will be flooded soon. Are you trying to bury me alive? Will the school take care of it? Why hasn't the school issued the notice yet? There were also many students in the 6 dormitory buildings, and they were all speaking in the group, looking very anxious. Classmates, we must do something. The snow outside the dormitory is already 30 centimeters thick. I will organize the snow clearing activity now. Wang Zaimin said in the group. Sweeping the snow? Even if we have Northeast Army coats, they are not enough. How can we sweep the snow? That's right. We don't have enough clothes to keep warm. The students said. I still have a pile of winter clothes in my warehouse. Whoever comes to sweep the snow can get one. Now I suggest that all the boys go out to sweep the snow, and the girls stay in the dormitory. How do you think? Wang Zaimin's message was sent to the group, which immediately aroused the indignation of countless male compatriots. What kind of thing was this? Modern society emphasizes gender equality, so how can such a thing still happen? Girls are spoiled and are the warm and caring little cotton-padded jackets of their parents. We boys should step forward and shoulder some responsibilities in such urgent times, Wang Zimin continued. At this moment, he felt like he was going to faint because of his tall and handsome image. These girls would definitely be completely fascinated by him. The male compatriots were even more angry and vomited blood. What's the matter? The girls are the little cotton-padded jackets of their parents, and they, the boys, are just born out of cracks in the rocks. Although the boys were extremely angry, no one was willing to jump out and refute, because the group is about to explode. A large number of girls spoke. Brother Wang is so handsome. There's nothing wrong with what you said. At times like this, we girls should take a good rest. Brother Wang, I want to give birth to a baby for you. You are my idol. Seeing these news, Wang Zimin's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. A few boys also objected, but they were quickly drowned out by the girls spitting. There's no way you're letting us be taken advantage of. One boy turned off his phone on the spot. Since he couldn't win the argument, he just ignored her. Basically, all boys act like this, especially those who live on high floors. It's a joke that they eat instant noodles for 3 meals a day and are asked to work for the girls. Are you dreaming? Slowly, Wang Zimin, who was immersed in the land of tenderness, came to his senses. Seeing that no boy agreed with him, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Chen, you are the son of an honorary alumnus, and the honor villa is also within the dormitory area of Area A. You can go to a building in Area A and lead the way for everyone. Wang Zimin chuckled and sent the message out. As long as Chen took the lead, he didn't believe that other boys would not come down. As long as someone takes the lead, there will always be people who follow him. And Chen is an excellent candidate to take the lead. Chen, please come quickly. Brother Wang has already mentioned my name. Chen, I live on the 1st floor. Please help me clear the snow near my dormitory. The windows will be sealed in a day. Hurry up, the temperature is highest in the afternoon, which is the best time for you to work. A group of fairies kept Chen and kept talking. Chen looked at his phone, his face expressionless, and he did not seem angry. He had expected this kind of thing to happen. After all, in his previous life, his father's disappearance had made him very weak, and anyone could say anything about it. But this life is different. Chen's fingers were moving rapidly on the phone screen. Dormitory manager Wang Zimin, FKU, what qualifications do you have to let me go? Stop blackmailing me. We boys can come and sweep the snow, but why should we help the girls as well? Are we their fathers? And you, Wang Zimin, if you want to please girls, I don't care about you, but you must not pay attention to me. I respect you and call you Brother Wang. If I don't respect you, you are nothing. If you have the ability, you can sweep the snow that girls should sweep by yourself. Chapter 13. I'll go to the kitchen and get you something to eat. Chen's sudden attack was unexpected. After all, in the eyes of his classmates, Chen had always been timid and submissive without a father, and he would never be as aggressive and abusive as he is now. Could it be that Chen was possessed by another spirit? The male compatriots laughed heartily. Chen was really their internet mouthpiece, saying everything they wanted to say. Wang Zimin's face was twisted with anger, and his fingers were shaking as he typed. As a college student, how can you have no manners at all? Is it wrong to ask you to take the lead in sweeping the snow? I am a dormitory manager, and I cannot order you around. Get out of here now. I suggest you lick the feet of those women first, and then take the lead in sweeping the snow. We boys will sweep our own, and you will sweep the girls' feet. Chen didn't hesitate and replied directly. Wang Zimin was very angry and was about to continue typing when he didn't expect Chen to send another message. Don't make me slap you. Just one sentence shocked Wang Zimin. As a middle-aged man, he was no match for the young and strong Chen. I'm so angry, Wang Zimin yelled, and then stopped talking to Chen. I will start calling out names one by one now. Anyone who refuses to go will have all their dormitory scores deducted. I will report this to the college and directly deduct their moral education points. You will lose your scholarship and will definitely fail the final exam. This sentence is still quite intimidating, especially when many male students failed the final exam. They had bitter faces and felt helpless. Chen ignored it. He had already said what he wanted to say. It was up to the boys to do hard labor or not. It was freezing cold outside, with temperatures below -60 degrees Celsius. Sweeping the snow would cost you half your life, not to mention that supplies were becoming scarce. Some boys only ate a bucket of instant noodles before going to work sweeping snow. It's useless. In the previous life, the snow had piled up as high as half a building. Chen awakened the flying fortress system and was not panicked at all. Chen stood by the French window, watching the boys from the 6 dormitory buildings coming down, each holding a shovel. Although they were wearing military coats, the cold wind still made their faces pale and their scalps numb. The instigator, Wang Zimin, was in the air-conditioned room watching the boys hard at work sweeping the snow, and he didn't even have the heart to go out and help. Boys, don't be so sullen. Don't be like Chen, who has no manners at all. It's your blessing to be able to help us girls. In the VX group, a girl named Ma Ting typed and said. Chen remembered her. She was the league secretary of the next class. She was extremely ugly but possessed mysterious self-confidence. She often bullied her classmates by relying on her status as league secretary. Seeing Ma Ting mention him in this way, Chen's eyebrows flickered with a hint of anger. Question mark. Chen asked a question mark. What the hell are you doing here? Asking you to sweep the snow is like asking your life, and you even talk back to your teacher. Do you think you are a good person? Do you have any objection to using you as a negative example? Ma Ting typed. Do you want something to eat? I'll go to the kitchen and get you something. Chen suddenly typed. What? Are you trying to bribe me now? I'm in a high position and I'm honest and upright. Put away your little tricks. Ma Ting typed. Seeing this, Chen burst into laughter. Incorruptible. In the previous life, Ma Ting was the first person to starve to death. She definitely wasn't hoarding supplies now. Chen didn't believe that food couldn't tempt her. Sure enough, Chen suddenly received a friend request on WeChat. When he clicked on the avatar, it was indeed Ma Ting. Chen also readily agreed to the application. Chen, you just said you would give me food, right? Come over now. If you give me a box of instant noodles, I won't diss you anymore. You also know that Wang Ximin has too much power, and I, the league secretary, can just cross out the points you deducted. Okay, come over here. Chen typed in response. Immediately afterwards, the space cube vibrated slightly, a white light flashed, and a compound crossbow appeared in Chen's hand. The crossbow emitted a sharp, cold light from top to bottom, especially when the arrow returned to its position. A cold, murderous intent arose spontaneously. Okay, I'll reward you with something to eat. Chen grinned. At this time, Lin Morong sent a private message, asking, Chen, you can give Ma Ting food. Can you also give me some food? I almost forgot about you, my goddess. It's only the third day after the apocalypse, and you're already wanting to eat? Ma Ting has rights. What do you have? Chen asked in typing. Lin Morong fell silent all of a sudden. It seemed that she still had some food to eat, and the cafeteria had not yet suspended business, so she didn't feel any sense of crisis. The reason why Ma Ting came here might be because she felt a sense of crisis and wanted to stock up on food. After a while, a woman wrapped in a military coat that was bigger than her came to the gate of the Villa of Honor, shivering in the wind and snow. Knock, knock, knock. Ma Ting knocked on the door with a strange look on her face. It was obviously a wooden door, but why did it feel like metal when she knocked on it? After staring at him for a few minutes, Chen did not open the door. Chen, you are not kidding me. Do you know the consequences of offending me? I will make sure that you will never be rated as excellent in your entire life. As long as I say a few words about you in the Youth League Committee, you will have a hard time in the entire school. Ma Ting said angrily that she came here in the strong wind and heavy snow, but Chen didn't open the door for her. Sometimes, living in a dream is a very painful thing. Chen's voice suddenly came from inside the house. Then, a small hole suddenly appeared in the door, and a cold arrow stretched out, aiming at Ma Ting's calf, and shot out with a swoosh. Even though she was wearing a thick military coat, the power of the compound crossbow was still enough to pierce through it. The entire arrowhead was embedded in her flesh, and her entire calf was covered in blood. This arrow could have easily taken Ma Ting's life, but Chen did not do that, because if he had taken Ma Ting's life with this arrow, it would have been too kind. After all, it's the end of the world. Chen does not consider himself a kind person. He is vindictive. Except for Lin Morong, he will never delay if he can take revenge immediately. Shooting through Ma Ting's calf is enough to cause Ma Ting to die tragically in the end times. Ma Ting fell to the ground and screamed miserably. She was terrified and anxious. She didn't expect Chen had a weapon. She was afraid that Chen would kill her. She dragged her calf that was shot through and crawled away from here like a madman, leaving a trail of blood in the snow. You can say that Chen was cruel, but you definitely cannot say that Chen was unsatisfying. After shooting the arrow, Chen felt refreshed all over, and even his mood improved. Ma Ting dragged her crippled leg to a dormitory building in Area A, where many boys were helplessly clearing the snow. Help me, I'm injured, please call 120 for me. Ma Ting screamed miserably, her face turning pale due to excessive blood loss. Chapter 14. Hot bath is so comfortable. Ma Ting was a celebrity in their school, and almost everyone knew her, but the boys all looked indifferent. Ma Ting was going to die. What did it have to do with them? Couldn't the ambulance call them themselves? It was her leg that was shot through, not her hand. 120 is out of service now. You'd better take care of yourself. A boy said calmly. Ma Ting's face was pale, and the ambulance had stopped operating. What should she do? Was she really going to die here from excessive blood loss? A large amount of blood flowed out, and cold currents continued to invade. Ma Ting became more and more frightened, and her body began to tremble. Forget it, come to my dormitory. I have a bundle of gauze there. A boy couldn't bear it, and pulled Ma Ting upstairs. After arriving at his dormitory, the boy looked unhappy. He was shocked when he saw Ma Ting's wound. He didn't expect that Ma Ting's wound was so deep. Save me. You must save me. Ma Ting was extremely scared. She hugged the boy's thighs and cried bitterly. She doesn't want to die. She still has plenty of time left in her life, and her life has just begun. How can she die here? I have to pull the arrow out of your calf first, the boy said with trembling lips. He had never seen such a scene before, but he was still rational and knew what to do first. Help me quickly, said Ma Ting. The boy frowned, a little unhappy with Ma Ting's tone, but thinking that human life was at stake, he grabbed the arrow and pulled it out in one breath. Blood was splattering, and bloody flesh was hanging on the arrowhead, which was extremely terrifying. Oh! Ma Ting screamed in pain and almost fainted. Can you save people? Why is it so painful? Have you never saved anyone in your life? If I die from the pain, you will be held responsible. Ma Ting grabbed the boy tightly, her eyes full of malice. The boy was so furious. He came with good intentions to save Ma Ting, but Ma Ting said this to him. However, due to his good character, he suppressed his nausea and sprinkled hemostatic powder on Ma Ting's wound. During this time, there were screams of pain and Ma Ting's vicious curses. Afterwards, the boy bandaged Ma Ting's calf with gauze and only breathed a sigh of relief when the blood stopped flowing. Okay, hurry up and go to the hospital. The boy wiped the sweat off his face and said, this is not only a torture for Ma Ting, but also a torture for the boy psychologically. Go to the hospital. Take me to the hospital. Be a good person and send the Buddha to heaven. Do you understand? Your teacher didn't teach you. Do you still need me to teach you? Ma Ting said in a hoarse voice. No. How can I take you to the hospital? I don't have a car. The snow outside is so thick that it requires a professional snowmobile, the boy said speechlessly. I don't care. I'm injured now and need someone to take care of me. If you take care of me, I will give you extra moral education points, and I will also handle the stamping of your graduation internship report. If you can't take good care of me, I will make it difficult for you to survive in South China University. Ma Ting said heavily. The boy was stunned. He had never seen such a shameless person. He was obviously well-intentioned. So why did Ma Ting still stick to him and refuse to leave? The boy was kind after all, so he nodded and agreed, thinking that he would only take care of the child for one day at most, and someone from the school should be able to deal with the matter tomorrow. For Chen, this incident was just a small episode in an otherwise beautiful day. He was wearing pajamas, found a game that he particularly liked to play, and started playing. In the evening, the group was in an uproar again. Someone died in the second dormitory building in Area A. It was a girl. She had poor physical fitness and underlying diseases. She froze to death in the -60-degree weather. A series of complications arose, and she died on the spot. This incident caused a big uproar. The dormitory manager Wang Ximin's phone was flooded with calls from students. Wang Ximin had to keep contacting the school's top management, but received no reply at all. Building 1 was occupied by Lu Chen's classmates, and Building 2 was where Ma Ting's class lived. The counselor was a woman in her 40s. Keep quiet. Move the body to the first floor first, and someone from the school will come to deal with it tomorrow, said the counselor of Class 2. A few brave boys carried the girl's body down. Even though the counselors of the 6 classes continued to comfort the students in their respective classes, it was difficult to hide the spread of panic. First, people from the first group died, and then people from the second group died. In such a harsh environment, Tianhai City is not in the north, and it is also in the middle of summer, so it is normal for people to die. But what really makes students panic is the school's inaction and the never-ending snow. A person died early in the morning and was said to be still in the dormitory at night. None of the school's senior leaders came out to deal with the matter. 2 people from one of their majors have already died, so what about people from other majors and other colleges? It's impossible that no one died. And then radiate to Tianhai City, and even the whole country and the world? How many people will die in this disaster? No one could sleep that night. Everyone was nervous and shivering from the cold. The air conditioners seemed to be useless. In stark contrast to their miserable lives, Lu Chen took a comfortable hot bath in the fortress. He has a large amount of energy, and with the fortress's advanced system, Lu Chen can never consume it all. It's so nice to take a hot bath. Lu Chen took a selfie and posted it on his moments, blocking everyone except Lin Murong. It can be imagined that on this freezing night, the shivering Lin Murong must have gnashed his back teeth when he saw Lu Chen happily taking a hot bath. As expected, Lin Murong, who was unable to sleep due to the cold, picked up his phone and started checking his moments. Everyone in the entire circle of friends was complaining about the sudden cold wave, except Chen, the outlier. He posted a photo of himself just after taking a hot shower. His whole body was wet, and he looked like he was enjoying it very much. With a click, Lin Morong's cell phone fell on the bed. "What's wrong, dear?" Lucia asked puzzledly. Chen can still take a hot bath now. Lin Morong's eyes turned red. As a woman who loves beauty, she maintains the frequency of taking a bath once a day, even in the cold winter. But now it was minus 60 degrees Celsius. How was Lin Morong going to take a shower? Even if the bathroom heater was turned up to maximum, it wouldn't work. She might freeze to death while taking a shower. Damn it. The interior conditions of this honor villa are so good. It's such a bargain for this damn Chen. Lucia said bitterly. Why don't we go stay at Chen's place? Seeing how comfortable Chen was living, Lin Morong didn't want to stay here for a moment. My dear, you have to be reserved. You have already spoken first. If you take the initiative again, how can you control Chen? Lucia said. Chapter 15 Accidents occur frequently. Yeah, but I really want to live with Chen. It would be so cold if we sleep next to each other. Lin Morong said with a hint of sadness. Are you stupid? Don't you have another Shiryu? Why don't you ask him to take down the air conditioner in his dormitory? Shiryu has a suite to himself. Lucia said. Lin Morong's eyes lit up. Yes, I'll send him a voice message. Brother Shiryu, I'm so cold. One air conditioner is not enough. Can you take down the air conditioner in your room and install it here? The air conditioner outdoor unit and other things are ready. Brother Shiryu, you are a grown man, so you should be able to install it. Once you're done, you can sleep here with us. 2 voice messages were sent like this. There is no doubt that when Shiryu heard that he could sleep under the same roof with Lin Morong, he couldn't help but have wild thoughts, and his blood was boiling even in the temperature of minus 60 degrees. Right there. An hour later, Shiryu installed the air conditioner, panting. Morong, you and Lucia sleep together, then I'll sleep in your room. Shiryu asked expectantly. Although they didn't sleep in the same bed, Shiryu was satisfied as long as they were in the same room and could smell Lin Morong's body fragrance. This isn't a good idea, brother Shiryu. You know I'm a very traditional woman who takes reputation very seriously. How about you sleep next to me? There are thick blankets there. Lin Morong lied with his eyes open. Okay. Shiryu accepted it gladly. It was a good thing that Lin Morong was so traditional. This way, when Lin Morong married him in the future, it would still be clean. Shiryu went next door with a smile on his face. That night, Lin Morong and Lucia's rooms had 2 air conditioners, so they slept soundly. Shiryu was alone in the next room, shivering and almost curled up like a snail. Villa of Honor. Chen waited for a long time, but received no message from Lin Morong, and couldn't help but touch his chin. I underestimated that woman's methods. With so many bootlickers, I'm afraid she won't reach the end of her rope so soon. But if 1 day is not enough, what about 2 days, 3 days, or 5 days? This cold wave of the end of the world is getting worse day by day. What Chen is waiting for is the day when Lin Morong comes to him for help. At that time, Chen will let Lin Morong know what true cruelty is. Regular sleep is good for the body. What kind of surprises will be waiting for me tomorrow? Chen washed up, lay down on the big bed, and fell into a comfortable dream. The whole school was quiet, without any noisy sounds. Outside, the wind was howling and snow was falling heavily. The temperature was already minus 60 degrees and was still dropping. At 8 o'clock the next day, Chen got up on time, washed up, and started to eat breakfast. If you're tired of fried dough sticks and buns, try a bowl of hot wontons. After Chen finished speaking, he took out a bowl of hot wontons from the Rubik's Cube space, took a photo, and posted it on his moments, which was still only visible to Lin Morong, and then he began to devour it. During this time, Chen turned on the TV and was shocked to find that most of the radio stations had stopped operating. Only a few official TV stations are still operating and broadcasting. The host was wearing 3 layers of thick down jacket, and his whole body was wrapped up like a big dumpling. According to the weather station, today's temperature has dropped to an alarming minus 80 degrees Celsius. We urge all citizens not to go out unless necessary. The extreme cold has paralyzed the power supply system. Workers have been urgently called in to start repairs. For this reason, the power supply time for every household in Tianhai City has been shortened by half a day, from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. The rest of the time, there will be no power. The 2 pieces of news are a huge blow to people today. The VX group was in an uproar again. There's no electricity. How can we live without electricity in this weather? Yeah, the air conditioner is already uncomfortable, and there's no electricity. Do you want us to freeze to death? What the hell is going on? It's still snowing heavily, and the snow is already half a person high. The classmates were all complaining. If anyone had sharp eyes, they would have noticed that those who danced most happily yesterday were not talking today. Everyone, students, please be patient. The school management just sent a notice that the school has a backup power supply and will provide an additional 2 hours of power from 12 to 2 o'clock every day. Jeanine, a counselor of Class 1, said everyone in the group. Many people said it was good. This phenomenon is also very typical. If the electricity is available all day long, but is reduced to only half a day or 2 hours, the students will definitely be extremely dissatisfied. But if students have already accepted only half a day of electricity, then if they choose to have electricity for 2 more hours, they will be ecstatic. Jeanine, teacher, Lu Nung is dead. Jeanine, I woke up and found that one of my roommates had stopped breathing. He was frozen to death. Jeanine, teacher, what happened? Chen Min also froze to death. Suddenly, all the bad news came to Jeanine. Jeanine took a look. His eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. In one night, 4 students in Class 1 fell into a deep sleep, and all of them were boys. Including the one who died yesterday, 4 people in Class 1 have died on the 4th day of the apocalypse. Looking at the messages in the group, Lu Chun was not surprised. The temperature dropped sharply again last night, reaching minus 80 degrees Celsius. With the extremely short temperature of minus 80 degrees, every sleep is a gamble, especially since the group of boys did the hard work of clearing snow yesterday, which further increased the burden on their bodies. Do you have an emergency rescue kit at your door? Someone actually asked in the group. No, neither do you. God damn it, I have none left either. Didn't the school say they would give us some every day to ensure our safety? I finished all 5 buckets of instant noodles yesterday, and I only have a little chocolate left. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat. I went to the cafeteria this morning, and all 8 cafeterias at South China College were closed. Is the school going to leave us to fend for ourselves? I'm so scared. I want to go home to my mom. The students are frantically jinyin, hoping that the counselor can come forward and give them an explanation. After all, the highest school official position they could get in touch with was Counselor Jeanine. Jeanyin's head was about to explode. Why did bad news keep coming one after another? In fact, Jeanine had asked the school leaders earlier why they didn't send out emergency rescue kits. As a result, the school leaders read it but did not reply. This attitude shows that they totally don't want to take care of the students. With the sudden appearance of 4 more corpses, Jeanine felt overwhelmed and was completely unable to handle it. I didn't reply to my classmates' messages, and the panic that had been suppressed before came back with a vengeance, intensifying at a speed that was out of control. Chapter 16, Self-Inflicted Trouble. It's not that Jeanine didn't want to reply to the message, but he really didn't know what to say. Seeing the students in the class group start to riot, coupled with the shadow of 4 people's deaths, Jeanine stood up in the house and opened the door full of supplies. Sometimes Jeanine couldn't understand why she had the habit of hoarding supplies. Every time she bought a box of supplies and put them in this room, she would always feel happy. Perhaps it is for this reason that an entire room is stockpiled of supplies. After struggling with his thoughts for a long time, Jeanine decided to take out half of the supplies and distribute them to his classmates. She is a counselor and is responsible for the life and death of her students. Of course, Jeanine is not a fool, and it is impossible for her to take out all the supplies. She must ensure her own life. Everyone, I still have food supplies here. Each dormitory should send 1 person to 2,503 to collect them. Jeanine sent this message. There are 25 floors in a building, and Jeanine lives on the top floor. As soon as this message was sent out, there was an instant silence in the group, and people from every dormitory went to room 2503 to collect supplies. To be honest, Lu Chun was also a little surprised. In his previous life, the reason why he was able to live a comfortable life after discovering the space cube was because he accepted the supplies from Jeanine in the beginning. At that time, Lu Chun still thought that Jeanyin's supplies came from the school. In this life, Lu Chun's mind is clearer. Now is the 5th day of the apocalypse. The school should have known the truth about the cold wave long ago, and it is impossible for them to help the students. In other words, all the materials donated by Jeanine belong to Jeanine personally. What a good teacher who loves his students. Lu Chun sneered. In the end times, the kinder people are, the faster they die. Only those who are extremely selfish and evil-hearted can live a comfortable life. Obviously, Jeanine is not such a person. For the sake of our friendship in the last life, I will help you a little when you are having trouble making it. Lu Chun murmured to himself. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in room 803 of Building A, a boy returned to the dormitory tiredly with a box of supplies. He opened it and saw a lot of snacks inside, but the only things that could be eaten as meals were instant noodles and self-heating rice. There are 4 buckets of instant noodles and only 2 buckets of self-heating rice. Seeing these supplies, the boy's heart skipped a beat. There were also some cold-proof clothes, and the boy put them all on quickly. There is no electricity most of the time during the day, so having one more piece of clothing means having more protection. Did you bring the supplies back? I'm starving to death. Ma Ting's loud shouting came from inside the house. She was injured and bleeding, and although she was weak, her voice was still loud. There are only 4 buckets of instant noodles and 2 buckets of self-heating rice. Let's eat them sparingly. 2 people can share 1 can of self-heating rice. No one knows how long this cold wave will last. I went to the supermarket and it had been looted a long time ago. The boy sighed and said, "Please, I'm a wounded soldier. What's wrong with a grown man like you eating less? I need to eat to replenish my energy. I want a bucket of instant noodles and self-heating rice." Ma Ting said heavily while lying on the bed. "If you finish it in a short time like this, what will we eat later?" The boy was a little angry. "Let's talk about the future later. Will the school ignore us? Even if it ignores you, it will not ignore me as the league secretary." Ma Ting said disdainfully. "No, the supplies are mine. You are not from our class. I am taking care of you and sharing some food with you. I have already done my best." The boy was tough for once. "I see you don't want a diploma, right? I'm the league secretary. I have more power than you think. I will deduct all your regular scores and moral education scores, and you will definitely fail the final exam. Even if you have to make up the exam, I have a way to make sure you fail. You want to graduate after failing the exam?" Ma Ting kept sneering. She had the boy under her thumb and didn't believe that he wouldn't do what she said. "Are you sick? To put it bluntly, these supplies are our life now. You can finish them in one day. How are we going to survive in the future?" The boy was also a little angry. "I don't care. Just bring the things here quickly, or I'll report it to the hospital," Ma Ting said. The boy's brows were furrowed into a Chen shape. He had kindly saved Ma Ting yesterday, but he didn't expect to save an ungrateful person. Not only was she not grateful to him, but she was also arrogant everywhere and would threaten him if he didn't get his way. He and Jean had a good relationship in private. When he went to get the supplies just now, Jean had whispered to him to use them sparingly, as he might not be able to rely on the school anymore. Under such circumstances, Ma Ting is still so arrogant and wants to eat a lot of food. How could boys agree? "You've been standing there for 10 minutes. How long are you going to stand there? Why don't you bring the food over?" Ma Ting pointed at the boy and said. The boy looked at Ma Ting's body, wearing a Northeast Army coat, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Now that 4 people from the first class have died, one more death wouldn't be too much, right? Besides, Ma Ting wasn't from the first class either. Thinking of this, the boy walked over slowly as if possessed by a ghost. "Who told you to come here empty-handed? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Ma Ting was furious and pointed at the boy and yelled. "I give you food and take care of you, and you give me your clothes to wear. Is this exchange reasonable?" The boy panted and approached Ma Ting. Bang! Ma Ting raised her hand and slapped the boy. "Asshole, you wear my clothes. Then what should I wear? Do you want me to freeze to death? You dare to hit me?" The boy lost his mind, and a raging rage surged in his heart. "I saved you, gave you food and drink, and gave you thick blankets, and instead you come and hit me? Why?" The boy also raised his hand and hit him hard. Ma Ting was already very weak, and she had low blood sugar due to not having eaten breakfast, and the boy was also very angry, so he knocked Ma Ting unconscious with one palm. After all, boys are kind, and the reason they beat her was because Ma Ting pushed her too hard. At this moment, he was breathing heavily and his heart was pounding. In addition to fear, a crazy thought also came to my mind. The price of saving your life yesterday is your clothes. Whether you can survive or not depends entirely on you. The boy moved quickly, taking off all of Ma Ting's warm clothes and putting them on himself, feeling much more comfortable immediately. "You should blame yourself. You keep talking nonsense. If you don't die, who will?" The boy had already opened the door to the devil. Since it was the early days of the apocalypse, there was still fear of the secular order. The boy carried Ma Ting to the bathroom, turned on the water that had been heated yesterday and was still stored in the water heater, and poured it directly on Ma Ting. Chapter 17 Black Technology Attack System. "You accidentally fell while taking a shower and froze to death. It's none of my business," the boy whispered. His name is Dongfeng. He was named a 3-good student last semester. He has been very kind since he was young and is a good child in the eyes of his parents, relatives, and friends. But now he has killed someone, and from the initial adrenaline rush and trembling all over, he has calmed down now. Dongfeng felt that he was really happy, extremely happy. The most obvious thing was that he felt much warmer because of Ma Ting's clothes. "I originally left half a bucket of instant noodles for you, but since you froze to death while taking a shower, I have to eat the whole bucket of instant noodles by myself," Dongfeng murmured to himself. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking air outside the window. Dongfeng turned around suddenly, and found that a naked body was thrown down from a high building and fell heavily on the first floor. A message was sent in the group. I've had enough. I don't want to live with a dead person. If no one comes to deal with it, I will deal with it myself. Yeah, I've had enough. Immediately afterwards, 3 more bodies were thrown out of the window. They all had one thing in common. They were naked. The clothes were taken away by the living people and worn by themselves, which can be regarded as recycling. Chen looked at the snowflakes splashed by the falling corpses outside and felt quite satisfied. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the cafeteria was closed, there was no food in the supermarket, the school management did nothing, there was no official news, most TV stations began to shut down, most mobile phone apps began to fail to open, the signal became worse, and power was only available for a short period of time. The order of civilization began to officially collapse. Lin Morong hasn't sent me a message yet. He's really patient. Now that there's no air conditioning, you should be even colder. Chen murmured softly, and took several photos of the warm and comfortable interior of the house, and posted them on his moments. The post also reads, "This cold world is so lonely. I wish someone could come and keep me company." Looking at this circle of friends, Chen became more and more satisfied, and then clicked send. Lin Morong will see it sooner or later, but no one knows when he will take the bait. In a dormitory group in Area A, Wang Zimin started sending messages again. Boys, it's time to come down and clear the snow. The snow on the first floor is half a person high. If you don't clear the snow, the first floor will be uninhabitable. No one paid any attention to him. The boys were hungry, cold and overworked from clearing snow yesterday. 3 of them did not wake up after a night. How could the remaining male students possibly clean up the snow? Wang Zimin felt that his authority had been under attack and began to call out names in the group one by one. Liang Hui, you take the lead today and bring the boys down to sweep the snow together. Liang Hui, why don't you ask Chen to go sweep the snow? Why don't you take the lead to sweep the snow yourself? Chen was stunned. He said nothing. He was shot even when he was lying down. What nonsense are you talking about? I told you to come down and sweep the snow, so just do it. Wang Zimin was angry. Fuck you. I live on the 24th floor. Why should I sweep the snow? If you have the guts, tell Chen to ask us to do it. Liang Hui was not lenient at all, and this attitude pleased Chen deeply. Liang Hui is a rich second generation in the class. His academic performance is average. He often drives a luxury car to hang out outside. He has a group of bad friends and is strong. How could he be afraid of Wang Zimin? This was a great insult to Wang Zimin. Although the girls did not say anything, he could imagine the girls looking down on him. He was refuted by Chen yesterday and by Liang Hui today. As a dormitory manager, Wang Zimin has no dignity at all. Especially now that Liang Hui has pointed out his identity. If he doesn't take any action, he will probably lose face. Chen, you must come to sweep the snow today, otherwise don't force me to deduct points mercilessly. Wang Zimin sent this message angrily. Go away. Chen responded indifferently. For a moment, all the boys in the group laughed out loud. They really couldn't hold it in anymore. Isn't Wang Zimin asking for trouble? The ridicule from the boys only made Wang Zimin angry, but the ridicule from the girls mixed and directly broke Wang Zimin's defense. Okay, very good. I want to see what you Chen are busy with. Wang Zimin wore 3 layers of cold-proof clothing and held a mop in his hand. His extreme anger made him not afraid of even the wind and snow. He walked towards the honor villa in the strong wind and snow. At this moment, Chen had just finished scolding Wang Zimin and was in a good mood, so he took out a treadmill from the Rubik's Cube space and started sweating profusely. He didn't expect that he forgot to turn off the one-way switch on his 2-way floor-to-ceiling window. Moreover, running is done with your back to the ground. Wang Zimin originally wanted to knock on the door and ask Chen why he didn't go. He didn't know if it was fate, but for some reason, Wang Zimin didn't knock on the door. Instead, he came to the floor-to-ceiling window, wanting to see what Chen was doing. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Chen was wearing a black sleeveless shirt and was actually running on the treadmill. This scene was like a bomb, which went off with a bang, frying Wang Zimin to a crisp on the outside and leaving him tender on the inside. They were freezing to death in a dormitory in Area A, and Chen was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt in the honor villa. How warm was it in there? Besides, where would Chen get the electricity? It's not even noon yet, and the whole school is out of power. Where would Chen get the electricity? No wonder Chen refused to go sweep the snow despite being asked to do so. If he had such living conditions, he would not go either. Wang Zimin felt like he had discovered Chen's secret, his heart pounding. He took out his low-battery cell phone, took a few photos of Chen, then walked away calmly. Wang Zimin is not stupid. He knows that sometimes 2 photos like this can play a big role. It was warm as spring in the Villa of Honor, and there was electricity, so there was definitely no shortage of supplies. In fact, when Wang Zimin couldn't contact the school's top management, he panicked, fearing that he would starve, so he planned to keep the 2 photos and use them for blackmail. After returning home, Wang Zimin no longer had the heart to sweep the snow and immediately sent a message in the dormitory group. Everyone take a good rest today and don't clear the snow. This caused everyone to laugh again. Inside the Villa of Honor, Chen did not pay attention to the outside world, nor did he notice that he was being secretly photographed. After exercising for a while, Chen turned off the treadmill and returned to the Rubik's Cube space. Hey, I forgot to switch the 2-way mirror to a 1-way mirror. Chen adjusted it easily, then took out his phone and took a selfie of himself sweating profusely and drinking iced cola, and posted it on his moments. As always, only Lin Murong was visible. Let's see how long you can hold on. Chen sneered. Ding dong. It's the 5th day since the apocalypse. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Doomsday mission. Kill 10 people with bad intentions, and you will get the high-tech attack system of the Fortress of Annihilation. The system that hadn't been used for several days was suddenly triggered. Chapter 18-803 There is still room. Chen raised his eyebrows, very interested in this black technology attack system. You must know that although the Doomsday Fortress now has an attack system built by the Dragon Subduing Company, it is built on reasonable physics after all, and it does not have that shocking feeling. But the system is different. The system is completely abnormal, even Bastion can fly. It has been 5 days since the end of the cold wave. The snow outside is half a person's height. Chen's mind moved, and the entire fortress, including the 4 underground floors, rose half a person's height. What does it mean to have evil intentions? Anyway, anyone who wants to kill me definitely has evil intentions. Chen murmured softly. I'm so excited. Why is time going so slowly? Go faster. There are 3 suites on the 1st floor of a building in Area A, where 6 people live, 4 men and 2 women. At the moment, they are gathered together to discuss something. Half an hour later, they finished their discussion, and one by one, they took their luggage and started sending messages in the group. The snow never stops and no one is clearing the snow. We can no longer live on the 1st floor. Is there any dormitory with extra rooms that we can move in? A boy asked in the group. No one replied. Other people are not fools. Resources are limited nowadays, such as air conditioning. If there is one more person, the air conditioner will be a little less warm, which is fatal. Who would let someone move in for no reason? Seeing no one responded, the expressions of the 6 people on the 1st floor changed, becoming extremely cruel. No one is answering, right? Let's go room by room. If we don't move today, the heavy snow might flood the 1st floor tomorrow. We don't want to die, so we come up and look at each room one by one, and we'll move in if there's any vacant one. Their attitude was quite tough. They had to move out today. If they didn't, they might be buried in the snow tomorrow. 201 is full, don't come to 201. Our room 503 is full, so don't come. If you dare, I will get angry with you. 2101 is full too, don't get involved. As soon as the group heard that people on the 1st floor wanted to come in one by one, they all started to speak up, regardless of whether the room was full or not. It was obvious from their attitude that they didn't want them to come in. No matter how well you get along or how close your relationship is, in such an environment, everyone wants to protect themselves and not take any risks. The 6 people on the 1st floor had grim faces and really felt helpless. Liang Hui, why don't you go to Chen's honor villa? The honor villa is so big and has 3 floors. It should be more than enough to accommodate the 6 of you, right? Upon seeing this news, the 6 people on the 1st floor were delighted, and they really thought it was true. Chen was originally watching the show, but he didn't expect that the show would directly affect him. I remember that you are a rich 2nd generation. You donated money to the school when it first started and got an independent suite. It is said that there are 4 more rooms. 4 rooms are more than enough for 6 people, right? Chen immediately replied in the group. I donated money to the school and I live alone in an independent suite. Do you have any objection? Liang Hui asked in the group. My father is an honorary alumnus. Do you have any objection to me living alone in the honorary villa? Chen did not indulge him and directly retorted. Liang Hui was speechless and couldn't say a word. He also hated Chen in his heart. He sent a message directly to the 6 people on the 1st floor. If the 6 of you dare to come to 2403, I will chop you to death. The murderous words frightened the 6 students on the 1st floor so much that their faces turned pale. Liang Hui often hangs out and usually has a hint of murderous aura about him. They really don't dare to anger Liang Hui for fear of angering him. Chen also had a gloomy face. He had never had any grudges against Liang Hui, but Liang Hui mentioned him again and again. Did he think he had no temper? With Chen's vengeful character, he has already started thinking about ways to kill Liang Hui. At this time, a voice in the group said, Dong Feng, there is room in 803, But there is only one room available, and it is only for girls. One of you can stay here. The 4 boys on the first floor smiled bitterly. It seemed that they really had to search floor by floor. The 2 girls looked at each other. The tall girl said, I'll go. I have a good relationship with Dongfeng privately. Good relationship? I think there is some dirty deal. How can you go? I'm shorter than you, so I should go. The short girl said disdainfully. Bitch, who did you say had a dirty deal with Dongfeng? Say it again. The tall girl got furious. You are just you. You usually dress up and come back drunk late at night. I've had enough of you. I'm giving you face by saying you're a prostitute. In the blink of an eye, the 2 girls who claimed to be good friends started fighting, pulling each other's hair and slapping each other. No one wants to lose this 100 chance of living in a high-rise building. If they don't have this opportunity, they have to look for it floor by floor, and there will always be some uncertainty. What if I can't find it? I got an erection the next day after sleeping in the corridor. Well, let's go find him. If there is really no other way, we can just use force to solve it, said the boy. Good. The 4 boys went upstairs with their luggage without paying any attention to the 2 girls who were fighting. Are you kidding? You can't even get enough to eat, and you're wasting your energy fighting when it's not necessary. They're all stupid women. Half an hour later, at the door of 803, a tall girl knocked on the door. Dongfeng opened the door, glanced up and down at the tall girl without leaving a trace, and then spoke enthusiastically. You live on the first floor, right? Come quickly, I have prepared your room. Thank you, Dongfeng, you are such a kind person. The tall girl was very happy and entered room 803. Eh? The doors of these 2 rooms are closed. Is your roommate in there? Asked the tall girl. Yes, the weather is too cold, and they are all staying in bed. Dongfeng said with a laugh. Roommate? My roommate passed away long ago. When a person kills someone with malicious intent, the demon deep within him is fully unleashed. Dongfeng originally didn't want to kill the 2 roommates. After all, they had been classmates for 2 years, and it would be a lie to say that they had no feelings for each other. But they should never be too curious. Dongfeng brought Ma Ting back yesterday to take care of her. The 2 roommates knew about it. When they heard Ma Ting's voice was gone today, they asked Dongfeng out of curiosity. It would have been fine if he had just asked once, but he asked again and again, trying to get to the bottom of the matter. Dongfeng still has some fear of civilized order. He was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so he decided to have sex with those 2 roommates. Now I am lying in a locked room with Ma Ting. Starting from chapter 19, some people are out of food. At this time, the tall girl had already walked into the room with the open door. Hey, why is there blood on the bed? The tall girl asked in confusion. Well, the last time someone stayed here, it was also a girl. As you know, girls always feel uncomfortable for a few days a month. But this bed has been disinfected. Dongfeng said with a smile. Oh, why is there ice everywhere in the bathroom? The tall girl continued to ask. The weather is so cold, of course it will freeze after taking a shower, said Dongfeng. Then, he rubbed his hands and asked with a smile, did you bring any supplies? Of course I brought some. I like to eat snacks, so I have quite a few snacks. Don't worry, if you let me live with you, I will share the snacks with you. The tall girl said with a smile. She lived on the 8th floor, so the snow should not be able to cover her. Okay, then you take a rest first. I'll go out first. Dongfeng smiled even more. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, generally speaking, apart from the death of 3 more people, no one else died, and the temperature seemed to have stabilized at minus 80 degrees Celsius. The 5th day of the apocalypse passed like this. For Chen, the night passed in a flash, but for the college students, it was a very painful night. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Jeanine asked in the class group early whether there were any dead classmates. As a result, 3 more people were frozen to death. The 3 people who died now, including the 4 who died before, all had one thing in common. They lacked exercise, were afraid of cold, had anemia, and were weak and sickly. It is impossible for someone with this kind of physique to survive in the cold apocalyptic environment. Jeanine, teacher, do you have any supplies? I finished all the food yesterday. And me, I have nothing to eat either. Teacher, please give us some more food. We can skip showers in this horrible weather, but we absolutely cannot skip meals. Without meals, we will soon starve to death. More than a dozen students in the group said that they had no food to eat. Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile with relief. It started. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, some students have run out of food. So fast? Didn't I tell you to eat sparingly yesterday? How come you finished it in one day? Jeanine sent a message, very confused. Teacher, we only have 1 box of supplies for 1 dormitory. There are 2 people at a smaller size and 4 people at a larger size. We eat for a whole day, and it's already very little. We can't live without food. We don't have much to eat to begin with. If we don't eat any more, we'll be in dire straits. A dozen students were wailing in the group. Chen watched this scene quietly. He was also a little curious about what Counselor Jean would choose at this time. To be fair, Jean had helped him in his previous life, and he didn't want Jean to drain himself to save these people who were bound to die. In 2703, dormitory building in Area A, Jean was wearing warm clothes and sitting on the sofa with a frown on his face. He typed and deleted a line of words, then deleted and typed again. Finally, she made up her mind and said in the group, "I distributed supplies to every dormitory of my classmates yesterday, and I don't have any extra supplies." Jean, teacher, what do you mean by this? There are no extra supplies. Does that mean you still have food for yourself? You are a teacher. Can you bear to see us starve to death? Yes, teacher. I don't ask for much, just 3 buckets of instant noodles, please. Teacher, I'm starving. Please give me something to eat. A group of people in the group haven't given up yet. What do you mean? Although I am a teacher, I have done what I should do and have done my best for you. Do you still want to take my personal supplies? Jean became a little angry and sent a message. The group suddenly fell silent, as if they felt that this was not a good idea. Classmates, who of you has food? I want to buy instant noodles from you. A bucket of instant noodles costs 500 yuan. Li Hong typed in the group. He comes from a good family. Although he is not as rich as Liang Hui, he has some money in his pocket. A bucket of instant noodles costs 500 yuan. Before the end of the world, it couldn't be sold so expensive even in tourist attractions. Hey, I still have instant noodles here. Come to the 18th floor and I'll trade with you. A female classmate said immediately. Lu Chen was immediately amused. Did these stupid students still think that the world would return to the past? Did they still think that money was the most important thing? In the end times, with the collapse of social civilization and order, money will become just a pile of waste paper. Even if you throw handfuls of banknotes on the ground, no one will even look at them twice. The group became lively again. I don't have money to buy instant noodles. Can I owe you money first? Asked a boy who had no food. Okay, then you owe me the instant noodles first. Are you kidding me? You were the one who made the joke first. Fuck you, you bastard. You took me to invest, but ended up losing all my money. If I starve to death, I will turn into a ghost and go find you first. Lin Murong was lying on the bed in the dormitory. With the care of the number 1 hot sheep Shiryu, her life was a little difficult, but still bearable. Are you crazy? Investing is risky. I didn't lose more than you did. I don't care. You have to give me a bucket of instant noodles, otherwise I won't play with you. Yes, you still owe me money. Pay it back with food. And me, I've lost 1,000. You have to give me 2 buckets of instant noodles. Faced with the attacks from everyone, Lin Murong trembled with anger. Sure you. If you dare to cause trouble to Lin Murong again, I will be the first to disagree. If anyone dares to talk nonsense again, I will come to your house and chop you to death with a knife. In the eyes of his classmates, Shiryu is also a gangster, although not as high-ranking as Liang Hui. Now that he said this, everyone seemed to have calmed down. Gradually, there was no sound in Class 1's class group, and everyone started to make trouble in the dormitory group. They cried and screamed, cursing the school, the government, and God. There are also people who are praying madly. All these confusing words reveal one theme, which is that there is nothing to eat. As many as 11 or 12 people were left with no food on the 6th day after the end of the world. Wang Ximin had been peeking at the screen. His heart was pounding at the moment. Many people had nothing to eat, but Lu Chen did. The environment inside the honor villa is so nice. Is there nothing to eat? Wang Ximin also saw the Walmart fleet at that time. He looked delighted. Wasn't now the best time to take revenge on Lu Chen? Although Liang Hui had also criticized him, Wang Ximin hated Lu Chen even more deeply. Because Lu Chen repeatedly confronted and scolded him in the group, Wang Ximin's tall image in the girls' minds collapsed. Chapter 20 Wang Ximin's Revenge. So Wang Ximin was so hateful. The last time I secretly took a photo of Lu Chen, I was thinking that I could trick Lu Chen at the critical moment. Even if something happened to Lu Chen, it was not his fault and had nothing to do with him. The law could do nothing to him. Thinking of this, Wang Ximin immediately became excited. Wang Ximin became extremely excited when he thought of Lu Chen getting into trouble and perhaps even getting beaten up. He immediately sent a message in the group. All staff, please be quiet. Some of you have run out of food. I know this very well. I have a solution that can solve your food and clothing problems. Do you want to listen to it? As soon as this sentence came out, the group went crazy. Even Lu Chen was a little surprised. How come Wang Ximin didn't look like the kind of person that Jean was? Could he be so kind? Hurry up and tell me how to solve it. Do you have supplies? Are you going to give us supplies? Dorm manager, please speak quickly. The dozen or so people who had no food were very anxious and were frantically. Wang Ximin felt that everyone's emotions were similar, so he sent out a message. Have you forgotten one thing? Before the cold wave hit, didn't our school see a fleet of Volvo trucks? There were 50 large trucks. Where did the school put all those supplies? Someone sent a message immediately. In the honor villa. At Lu Chen's place. Fuck, why didn't I think of this? Damn it. There are so many supplies that are enough for us to eat for a long, long time, and I didn't even think of this. This damn Chen, he monopolized so many supplies by himself and didn't even say a word in the group. He deserves death. Message after message was sent out, all blaming Chen. Wang Ximin laughed loudly. He was satisfied, very satisfied, and then he released the final trump card. There were 2 pictures, taken from different angles, of the interior of the honor villa. Chen was sweating profusely, wearing a sleeveless t-shirt, and running on an exercise machine. The impact these 2 pictures brought to everyone is unimaginable. It was minus 80 degrees and they were shivering in the cold. Even turning on the air conditioner didn't provide much relief. Every time I go to the toilet, I am afraid that my butt will be frozen, and I have to wait for electricity to come on to boil the water before drinking it. And what about Chen? Chen was actually wearing a sleeveless t-shirt and sweating profusely. How refreshing. Why are they freezing to death while Chen is living so comfortably? Everyone who saw this scene had tears in their eyes. Chen, how come you live so comfortably? The honor villa is so big. Don't you let your classmates come in and live with you? Chen, why are you so selfish? Are you still a human being? Hurry up and open the door. We will move in today and prepare the food. Chen, that's right. Don't use the excuse that the honor villa and the supplies belong to the school. We pay so much tuition every year, and everything that belongs to the school belongs to us. But you haven't paid tuition, so you shouldn't be living there. Chen, get out of the honor villa right now and let us move in. The students all had grim looks on their faces, especially the dozen or so who had run out of food. They were so emotional that they wanted to curse Chen to death. They blamed all the suffering they had endured in the past few days on Chen. If Chen had said it earlier, if Chen had done it earlier, would they still have to endure this suffering? In the Villa of Honor, when Chen saw this scene, the evil spirit on his body became heavier and heavier. He didn't know when his photo was taken by Wang Ximin. However, since his rebirth, Chen knew that when the end of the world came, this scene would happen sooner or later, but it was just a few days earlier. Stop scolding me. Chen probably didn't do it on purpose. He must have forgotten. Lin Murong, who had disappeared for a long time, actually spoke up for Chen. But Chen didn't feel grateful at all. He knew Lin Murong too well. She was an extremely selfish woman. In her heart, as long as she was alive and well, it didn't matter even if all the people in the world died. So is Lin Murong helping Chen? Lin Murong's heart must be bleeding at this moment. From looking at her friend's circle, she always knew that Chen was living a comfortable life. Lin Murong naturally regarded the honor villa as a retreat, thinking that the honor villa belonged to her. Now that it was exposed by Wang Ximin and known to the public, could she still enjoy it alone? Lin Murong hated Wang Ximin so much. I don't care. I'll go over now. Chen must open the door. That's right. If Chen doesn't open the door, we'll say that Chen killed us and call the police to have him arrested. Damn it. There are such selfish people in this world, and they are our classmates. It's really a shame for us. A group of people were still cursing Chen indignantly. Inside the Villa of Honor, Chen looked at his phone with an indifferent expression. He thought about it and took out the best A5 steak from the Rubik's Cube space. The magic cube space preserves food to the utmost in freshness. After so many days, the steak still looks as if it was freshly cooked, with hot oil sizzling on it. Chen raised his phone and posted a video of himself eating steak in a dormitory group. I don't have much supplies. I can only eat imported steaks. You better not come. In the dormitory, almost everyone was shocked. It was the 6th day of the apocalypse, and they had been eating instant noodles for several days, but now Chen could still eat steak in such a warm environment? That's heaven. Then Chen took a photo of himself drinking iced cola and sent it to the group. Although the steak tastes average, when your mouth is full of grease, having a bottle of ice-cold Coca-Cola is simply a real treat. Picture after picture was sent out from Chen's phone. Wang Ximin's saliva flowed to the ground, and his heart was moved. He no longer just wanted to kill Chen, he also wanted to move in and share these delicious foods. Classmates, what are you waiting for? Gather together and go to Chen to get food. Wang Ximin was too lazy to type and just sent a voice message directly. Go, go, go. Come on, let's go together. There are so many supplies that Chen can't use them all by himself. Yes, we are going to get our supplies for the sake of steak. They were very fast and reached the 2nd floor while talking in the group. The snow outside was already very high, and the first layer was completely submerged. Under the leadership of Wang Ximin, more than 20 people gathered. Most of these 20 or so people have no food left, and a small number of them have very little food left, which will soon be used up. In order to get supplies, 1/5 of the people in the building came. Maybe you will say that it is strange to have more than 100 students in a class, but in the era of 3000, with the improvement of technology in all aspects, schools are no longer the same as before. It is very normal to have more than 100 students in a class, and some even have more than 200 students. Chapter 21 Start Grabbing. Each of them was wearing a thick northeastern coat, but even so, it still felt not enough, so they put on whatever they could with plastic bags. Let's go. For our bright future, let's move into the honor villa. Wang Ximin shouted excitedly. Go, go, go. 20 or so students were also very excited. They went straight to Lu Chen's honor villa in the heavy snow and severe cold. At this moment, inside the Villa of Honor, Lu Chen received a message from Lin Muro. Brother Lu Chen, run quickly. There are more than 20 people heading towards the honor villa. They want to live in the honor villa and they want to kick you out. Bitch. Lu Chen sneered. He certainly wasn't naive enough to think that Lin Muro was doing this for her own good. Lin Muro had already regarded the honor villa as his private property, so he reminded Lu Chen like this, fearing that the honor villa would be snatched away by others. Lu Chen was not afraid at all, and was even a little excited. The system had just issued the task, and now these people came to us on their own initiative. Isn't this God helping me? Building A in area is not far from the honor villa, and it can even be said to be next door. Otherwise, Wang Ximin would not have asked Lu Chen to sweep the snow again and again. A group of people came to the gate of the Villa of Honor in a mighty procession. Hey, did you notice that this honor villa doesn't seem to be buried in the snow? Is this true? Why do I feel like the honor villa has gotten taller? Several students expressed their doubts. They often saw the honor villa when entering and leaving the dormitory, but they had never paid special attention to it, so they were just confused at the moment. Don't worry about it. Let's go see what Lu Chen is doing now. After Wang Ximin finished speaking, he led the students to the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Chen changed the floor-to-ceiling windows from one-way to two-way early on, otherwise it would have been meaningless. Everyone saw Lu Chen sitting at the dining table. The big thermometer showed 27 degrees. The table was full of delicious food, including Boston lobster, king crab, rosy pork elbow, beef, chicken, duck, lamb, fish, and so on. All of them were emitting steam. In order to stimulate them, Lu Chen took out all the delicious food he had ordered from the hotel. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, students can all feel the delicious aroma of these foods. Warm, fresh food. No one can resist such temptation in the cold end of the world. Someone started a riot immediately. It was a boy with a lot of saliva flowing out of his mouth. He lay in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and banged on the window frantically. Lu Chen, give me food, give me food. I haven't eaten for a long time. I'm starving to death. If I starve to death, you are the only one who will ask. How can you be so ashamed? Your classmates are suffering in the freezing cold, and you are enjoying yourself here alone. Are you still a human being? Open the door quickly and let us in. There were more than 20 people, all lying on the French windows, including Wang Ximin, who could not resist the temptation. Each of them looked crazy, just like the zombies in movies and TV shows, very scary. It's working well. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then changed the double-way floor-to-ceiling window to a one-way one. Without vision, the group ran to the gate of the Villa of Honor. Open the door. We are from the same hometown. Lu Chen, open the door for me. If you don't, I'll beat you to death. Open the door. Open the door. You have so much food, and such a warm environment. Let us live and eat. What's wrong? As the saying goes, human hearts are treacherous. Of course, he has the right to decide Lu Chen's things. When did he share them with them as a friend? I'm not your parents, so I have no obligation to share any food with you. Lu Chen's voice was transmitted to the outside through a special loudspeaker. He had to ignite the emotions of these people even more. Otherwise, he didn't know whether he could satisfy the task given by the system by killing them. Lu Chen, do you take yourself too seriously? How did the school's honorary villa, the school's land, and the school's supplies become yours? Do you still have any shame? If you don't have any shame, I'll give you some. Hurry up and open the door. A group of people were yelling and shouting, very anxious. Really? Then take a look at this. The door was opened a crack and 2 contracts were thrown out. Wang Ximin was quick to take it and look at it. His eyes almost popped out. How is that possible, Lu Chen? You and the school bought the honor villa and the land. Where did you get the money? Wang Ximin said in surprise, and the classmates around him didn't believe it. They passed the 2 contracts to each other and were all dumbfounded. Why do you care where I got the money? The honor villa is mine. Whoever I want to live in it can live in it. Do you have any objections? Lu Chen's annoying voice came again. Where are the supplies? Give them to us quickly. We need food. A classmate shouted. I'm sorry, the supplies are not from the school. I bought them privately. A few printed proofs of purchase came out from the crack in the door. A group of people were petrified on the spot. You are so good, Lu Chen. You have always been so rich. You are pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, right? How did you come up with the idea of stockpiling supplies? Did you know that this day would come a long time ago, so you stockpiled supplies? Lu Chen, I usually treat you as a brother, but you knew the cold wave was coming and didn't even warn me. You are such a good person. I don't care. You have to share the supplies with me. Otherwise, I will starve to death at your doorstep. The crowd shouted loudly. You mean, you want to rob? Lu Chen's cold voice came. Rob? Can Lu Chen use all the supplies by himself? Let's open the door and then all the supplies will be ours. Wang Ximin shouted. Be smart and open the door and let us in. Otherwise, it will be none of our business what happens to your honor villa in the end. About 20 students looked sinister, rubbing their hands together, and spoke in a cold voice. The school doesn't care, the government doesn't care, so just forget about it. I just want to eat. I just want to survive. I don't care whether you sink or not. Just kill and rob. Ding dong, 21 people with ill intentions are detected in front of the fortress. Kill 10 of them, and you will get the Black Technology attack system. A crisp voice of the system sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Go, let's smash it together, Wang Ximin shouted. They picked up stones from the nearby snow and began to smash the door of the Villa of Honor frantically. Ordinary doors cannot withstand such smashing, but the gate integrated into the villa is no ordinary door. It is made of a special alloy that can prevent most missile attacks. Wang Ximin smashed the hardest. He was so greedy that he just took a stone and smashed it hard. As a result, his knuckles were cracked, and only a scratch on the paint appeared on the door. Chapter 22 Kill someone and you'll get a steak. The attacks of others didn't even leave any trace. How could that be? Why do I feel like this door has a metallic texture? Is it a metal door? Someone asked puzzledly. Yes, wasn't the Honor Villa surrounded by iron sheets in the past? And there are frequent noises coming out of it. It must be undergoing renovations. This door must have been converted into a metal gate. A girl said heavily with a vicious look on her face. This damn Lu Chen has gone to such an extent to eat alone. He is absolutely heartless. Since the door doesn't work, we will go and smash the French windows. Wang Ximin shouted loudly. He couldn't wait to enjoy the warm environment and delicious food. A group of people rushed towards the floor-to-ceiling window with stones in their hands, howling. Lu Chen sat on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand. He shook it gently, then took a sip, looking very enjoyable. Go ahead and smash it. If you can do something fancy, I will just dig a snow pit and bury myself alive, Lu Chen said with a chuckle. The floor-to-ceiling windows are also specially modified. They are the latest Black Technology in 3000 and can prevent most of the missiles in the world. This is definitely not an exaggeration. Bang, bang, bang. A group of people went crazy and smashed it with all their might, but this time not even a scratch was left. This made the 20 or so people completely despair. They risked their lives to come here, mobilizing a large army to hold Lu Chen accountable, but what was the result? As a result, I couldn't even enter the Honor Villa. The most painful thing in this world is that heaven is right in front of you. You can see and touch it, but in the end you can't even get in and can't escape from hell. Is there anything more painful than this? Someone broke down on the spot, knocking on the floor-to-ceiling windows and shouting loudly. Lu Chen, please, give me something to eat. I'm starving. You can't be so selfish. I want to eat, and I want to eat. 2 buckets of instant noodles will do. No, just 1 bucket. 1 bucket of instant noodles is enough. Lu Chen turned the one-way mirror into a double-way mirror. They could see Lu Chen's elegant appearance, but it felt like ants were scratching them in their hearts. It was so painful. Why bother? As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. It would be better if you didn't come. Wouldn't you feel relieved if you couldn't see how comfortable I was living? Lu Chen's voice was heard. Such a asking for a beating look made many people feel so angry that they vomited blood. Just now Lu Chen was thinking in his heart that the system required him to kill a dozen people who had ill intentions towards him. If he acted rashly, he could only kill 4 or 5 people at most, and the others would definitely run away. Now we have come up with a good solution. Would you like some steak? Like a magic trick, Lu Chen took out a fresh steak from the Rubik's Cube space and placed it on the floor-to-ceiling window. The 20 or so people outside the window stared with their eyes wide open, and some even stretched out their trembling tongues to lick the steak through the floor-to-ceiling window. I want to eat. Give me some. Just give it to me. I'm a girl, and girls have a leisurely time. Fuck you. You're a girl. You're useless as a beast. A group of people actually started a quarrel among themselves like this. The closer we get to the end of the world, the more we can see human nature. A person is always selfish, of course. This does not exclude a few true saints, not saintly bitches. Very good. It seems that you have a strong desire to eat it. How about this? Whoever kills Wang Ximin first and cuts off Wang Ximin's head, I will give it to him or her to eat. How about it? Lu Chen's joking voice spread out. Wang Ximin's face changed instantly, turning red and blue, and he subconsciously took several steps back. Lu Chen, you are so vicious. What hatred or grudge do we have? Yet you actually want to kill me. Wang Ximin roared angrily. In the end of the cold wave, cutting off someone's food supply is like killing their parents. Old dog Wang, why do you think I should kill you? Lu Chen showed an extremely ferocious smile. I have said it long ago, except for Lin Murong and Wang Hao, Lu Chen will give them the most painful torture, which they can tolerate a little for now. As for other people, he will always take revenge, and Lu Chen will not be at peace if it lasts more than a day. Bullshit. It was obviously you who did this unfairly. You have so much food, why didn't you share it with us? You have no moral conscience at all. Wang Zimin shouted angrily. His voice was very loud, as if only in this way could he hypnotize himself and make himself feel at ease. Little did he know that the eyes of the students around him when they looked at Wang Zimin had changed. I'll say it only once. Whoever kills Wang Zimin and cuts off his head will get this steak. Lu Chen's tone sounded a little impatient. Lu Chen, this is not a good idea. Killing is against the law, and you must pay with your life. A boy said, frowning. They are all people who have the desire to steal but not the courage to do so. Even on the 6th day after the end of the world, they have not lost their respect for the law. It's ironic to say, who was the one who just shouted loudly to kill Lu Chen and take away everything from Lu Chen? What a joke. It's the end of the cold wave. If the law is useful, would it let you starve? In the end of the cold wave, the only one you can rely on is yourself. Lu Chen rarely spoke some profound truths. The purpose is very simple, which is to cause them to fight among themselves. Lu Chen, killing people is not allowed. How about I break Wang Zimin's leg and you give me steak? Said a boy. I'll break his 3rd leg, and you'll give me a piece too. I'll break his hand. Everyone talked at once, with heated expressions. Wang Zimin was extremely frightened. He began to retreat, wanting to leave, but his retreat had already been blocked by others. Let's start, Lu Chen said lightly. Soon, a group of people overwhelmed Wang Zimin. Wang Zimin was a middle-aged man after all. He grabbed a few male classmates and beat them up until they were bruised and swollen, but a random punch can kill a master. After a while, Wang Zimin's screams were heard, accompanied by the sound of punches hitting flesh. Wang Zimin's miserable screams continued to be heard, and in the end only painful wails were left. Within a few minutes, everyone dispersed and Wang Zimin, lying on the snow, was covered in blood, his limbs limp, and he was lying on the ground. Hurry up and save me. My limbs are broken. Send me to the hospital. I will die. Lu Chen, hurry up and save me. If you don't save me, I will report you to the school and expel you. Even when death was imminent, Wang Zimin still did not forget his high and mighty position. Lu Chen felt extremely happy. Wang Zimin looked like a human pig at this moment, except that his hands and feet were still intact. Lu Chen, I broke his leg. Can you give me the steak? I broke his leg too. Then I broke his hand. There was a crowd of people, and everyone said that they had broken Wang Zimin's legs and feet, which was very funny. Did I tell you? What I said at the beginning was that whoever kills Wang Zimin will get the steak. Don't you understand? Lu Chen tilted his head and asked back. Chapter 23, Flame Festival. You can't do this. You just asked us to take action. One girl couldn't help it and pointed at Lu Chen and started cursing. I declare that you have no more steak to eat. Lu Chen smiled coldly. The girl went even crazier and pounded on the floor-to-ceiling window frantically. Her hands were swollen, but the window didn't move at all. The first one to take action will be rewarded with 2 steaks. Lu Chen took out another brand new steak from the Rubik's Cube space. I also deliberately opened a little ventilation to let the aroma of the steak out. For a moment, everyone's mouth felt sore, a lot of saliva was secreted, and their stomachs were howling with hunger. I can't stand it anymore. I want to eat steak. I want to eat steak. A boy with red eyes rushed forward and hit Wang Zimin's neck with a stone. I want 2 pieces. And me. A group of people surrounded him, and Wang Zimin screamed a few times, and then there was no movement. The blood dyed the snow red. Their physical desire for food overcame their fear of the law. Poor Wang Zimin was beaten to death, and a group of people were frantically scrambling for Wang Zimin's head, looking just like the zombies in the movie. After a long time, a strong boy held up Wang Zimin's head, whose eyes were still open in death, and spoke loudly. It's me, give me 2 steaks. Looking at Wang Zimin's head with wide eyes, Lu Chen felt refreshed all over. He was somewhat fascinated by this feeling of fighting without bloodshed. Very good, I am very satisfied with your behavior. Now I will open the door, and you can come in and get the steak. Lu Chen said with a smile. Open the door? Everyone looked at each other obscurely, and then nodded hurriedly. Lu Chen operated the fortress system, and the alloy door opened at this moment. A warm breath filled their faces, and everyone felt like they were in heaven. There is an unimaginable madness and desire in everyone's eyes. The door was opened, and a long dark passage came into view. Lu Chen took out 10 steaks and threw them on the ground, as if he was feeding a dog. Come in and take it, and get out of here after you take it. Lu Chen said lightly, standing at the end of the passage. Everyone rubbed their hands together and rushed in at once, frantically grabbing the steaks on the ground. They stuffed them into their mouths as soon as they got them, not caring at all whether the steaks were contaminated by dust. During the scramble, an internal fight broke out and one girl, because of her weak body, was trampled into a meat patty. More than 10 minutes later, everyone finally finished eating, and almost everyone grabbed a bite. 10 steaks were not enough to feed more than 20 people, so they could only taste a little bit of the flavor. Just this little taste made them even more crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they stared at Lu Chen intently. "Why are you looking at me? Get out of here right now." Lu Chen frowned and scolded. "It's easier to invite a god than to send him away. It's so warm here, how can we bear to leave?" The boy who chopped off Wang Ximin's head grinned. His teeth were covered in blood, as he had bitten more than one person during the looting. "It's so warm here. Lu Chen, please let us live here. We will remember your kindness and carve a stone tablet for you." A girl said softly. "Yes, you can take out all the supplies. We are all very kind and allow you to take a box of instant noodles away." Everyone revealed their true colors. They were extremely excited to meet Lu Chen face to face. "What do you mean? Do you mean to go back on your word?" Lu Chen subconsciously took a step back. In their opinion, Lu Chen's step back meant that he was beginning to be afraid of them. "So, I gave you steak with good intentions, but you still want to harm me?" Lu Chen asked back. "Good intentions? Do you have any shame? Didn't we help you kill people? As the saying goes, the law cannot hold everyone responsible. We all participated in the murder. Since the murder has already been committed, one more or one less won't make much difference." The strong boy said sinisterly. "Hey, do you like warmth?" Lu Chen tilted his head and asked. "Nonsense, it's freezing cold. Who doesn't like warmth?" the strong boy said, swearing. "In that case, let you live forever in warmth." Lu Chen closed his eyes and said softly, "What's the meaning? We're not going to scare you crazy, are we?" "What a fool." Everyone sneered and approached Lu Chen. "Pa." Lu Chen snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a number of high-pressure flame spray guns extended from the walls on all sides of the passage. The black muzzle of the gun flashed the light of death. Wow. In an instant, a large amount of blue high-temperature flames sprayed towards the group of people. In just 1 or 2 seconds, a group of people became firemen. Screams, curses, and wails continued to be heard, like a group of demons dancing wildly, weird and terrifying. "Haha, you want to kill me? Take my supplies. Are you worthy? A bunch of bastards." Lu Chen laughed. "Let me go. I'm your classmate." "Turn it off quickly. I'm going to be burned to death." "Lu Chen, I was wrong. I'll help. Someone is killing me." Hearing these screams, Lu Chen had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes darkened. He raised his hands, feeling the temperature of the flames, and spoke softly. "But it's really warm." Lu Chen did not close the door. This fire festival was not closed. The last few people fled from Lu Chen's fortress while screaming, rolling wildly in the snow. After extinguishing the flames, they ran to the dormitory wailing. There were only 5 or 6 such people. The rest were reduced to ashes in extreme pain under the extreme high-pressure flame spray gun. "Clean it up and get rid of this stench," Lu Chen said lightly. Letting those people go was not a sign of mercy on Lu Chen's part. Being burned on all sides in the cold wave apocalypse would only make living more painful than death. "Yes." A mechanical voice came from inside the passage. Lu Chen also returned to the warm hall. He did not feel the slightest guilt for killing more than a dozen people. Lu Chen traveled back from the cruel apocalypse and is no longer the timid Lu Chen of the past. Besides, these people deserve to die. Lu Chen was just resisting passively. Even a god could not find any fault with Lu Chen. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the fortress's high-tech attack system. You can master it in a moment. Congratulations to the host for having a living fortress eye in the sky. It can observe everything within a 20-meter radius of the fortress, and the range can be increased later. Congratulations to the host for opening the killing intention perception. Anyone who has killing intentions towards the host near the fortress can sense it. Congratulations to the host for activating the 100-hit system. Any weapon with a range that is aimed at anyone who intends to kill the host will hit the target with 100 accuracy. You can point and shoot with your eyes closed. The hit rate for those who have no intention of killing the host is as high as 99. Congratulations to the host for opening the upgrade system of the World Destruction Fortress. It cannot be upgraded at the moment and can wait for the subsequent task arrangement. The series of congratulations made Lu Chen feel so relaxed both physically and mentally that he almost moaned. Chapter 24 Risk Assessment. It really is black technology. Now, as long as Lu Chen thinks about it, he can understand all the scenes around the fortress clearly. Of course, the most important thing is the perception of murderous intent, which is difficult to achieve in ordinary times. Lu Chun was also very interested in the upgrade system of the world-destroying fortress, but there was no way to upgrade it now. It's the 6th day of the cold wave apocalypse, and the evil of human nature has not yet truly erupted. Lu Chun shook the red wine glass and murmured softly. The remaining 4 or 5 people returned to a building in Area A with burns all over their bodies, which immediately caused a sensation. When the others found out that it was Lu Chun who did it, they were even more shocked. Besides being shocked, there was also some fear. No one could have imagined that the timid Lu Chun before would become so cruel and ruthless. At this time, Lu Chun's phone received a call notification. When he opened it, he saw that it was from his counselor Jean. Hello? Hello, teacher, I'm Lu Chun. Lu Chun said. Student Lu, you are making too much noise. Jean said in a deep voice. Teacher, are you calling me to advise me? Lu Chun asked calmly. They're your classmates after all. How could you be so cruel? If the police come, this matter will never be concealed, and I can't protect you. Jean sighed and said. This sentence seemed to be a reproach, but Lu Chun did not hear much reproach in it. Teacher, let me ask you, when the end of the world comes, the most important thing is not supplies. They came to my villa and wanted to kill me and steal my supplies. Why shouldn't I resist? Lu Chun asked back. I know this truth. Everything has its cause and effect. They were indeed at fault first, but have you ever thought about how you're going to explain this to the police? If the police arrest you, you'll be shot. Jean Yin's tone sounded somewhat disappointed. A relaxed smile appeared on Lu Chun's lips. Jean Yin was Jean Yin, with her unique charm. She can be a little saintly, not a derogatory term, or she can be very rational, and even be able to perfectly distinguish between right and wrong. Jean Yin would not blame Lu Chun just because he killed more than a dozen classmates. He knew very well that Lu Chun was indeed counterattacking passively, but the sin of killing he caused was still too great. Teacher, I think you should know, will this cold wave end? Lu Chun asked with a more relaxed tone. He had always had a good impression of Jean Yin, on the one hand because Jean Yin had helped him in his previous life. On the other hand, Jean Yin was indeed beautiful, and although she was already in her 30s, she exuded the charm of a mature woman to the fullest. Lu Chun knew that before the end of the world, Jean Yin had always been the object of fantasy for the boys in the class. Jean Yin fell silent on the other end of the phone. She is a counselor and a mature woman. In the past few days, she has sent messages to senior leaders, but they have not been read or replied. In addition, no one has come to South China University for rescue, and some infrastructure has been damaged. Jean Yin has some vague guesses in her heart. I just don't want to face it. Lu Chun, do you know something? Jean Yin asked tentatively. Teacher, please take good care of your supplies. Also, don't let your skills become rusty. It's very important. Lu Chun said seriously. Skills? How do you know I have skills? Jean Yin was obviously stunned. Wouldn't it be a waste if a mature woman like the teacher had such poor skills? Lu Chun laughed evilly. Jean Yin understood instantly and was filled with shame and indignation. She whispered, Lu Chun, are you too bold to even tease the teacher? Teacher, I'm just kidding. I know you are a PhD in risk assessment, otherwise you wouldn't have stockpiled so many supplies, right? Lu Chun said lightly. Risk assessment is a new profession that emerged in 3000. It has a sparse staff and a very low employment rate. Unless you have a doctorate like Jean Yin, you can work as a risk consultant in some large companies. However, Jean Yin still liked the university atmosphere, so he became a counselor. How do you know? Jean Yin took a breath. Teacher, don't worry about how I know this. You just need to know that this cold wave will never pass. You can call it the end of the world. Review your professional knowledge. It will be very useful in the future. After Lu Chun finished speaking, he hung up the phone. To be honest, Lu Chun was quite jealous of Jean Yin, but the time was not right yet. With the arrival of the cold wave, the days were gloomy and dark, and by the evening, it was completely dark. Occasionally, screams could be heard from a dormitory building in Area A. Those with severe burns might not survive the night and die in the cold and pain. There was no sound in either the class group or the dormitory group. Everyone seemed to have realized how cruel Lu Chun was. Some students who had not attacked Lu Chun at the time were even more grateful. 8 o'clock at night. A boy walked out of dormitory 803. His name was Dong Feng. He came to 903 with some simple medicines in his hand. Bang bang. Dong Feng knocked on the door. Who? A weak voice came from inside the house. I'm Dong Feng. I heard that you were burned. I have medicine. Dong Feng said loudly. What? You have medicine? The voice in the house was obviously much happier. Then there was a rustling sound, and then the door was opened. This is a girl who was severely burned. She was emitting a foul smell, and her wounds were inflamed and ulcerated. You're so injured, yet you still come to open the door. Where's your roommate? Dong Feng asked with a gleam in his eyes. They both couldn't stand the stench I was giving off, so they went to other dormitories, the girl said. Alas, this damn Lu Chun has no sense of unity and friendship at all, Dong Feng said angrily. When talking about Lu Chun, the girl's whole body began to tremble, and she was extremely scared. In her heart, Lu Chun had become a devil from hell. Oh, forget it. Don't be afraid. How about this? There's no one in my dormitory. You can move your things to my dormitory. On the one hand, I have medicine in my dormitory, and on the other hand, I can take care of you, Dong Feng said with a warm smile. Is it really possible? Others will not be able to leave me when they see me like this. The girl was very touched. Of course it's true. You should know my reputation, Dong Feng. Dong Feng said firmly. I know. Please help me pack it up. I have some food and snacks in my dorm. Take them with you. The girl had no doubts. Dong Feng has always been a good guy, and considering her current appearance, she thought Dong Feng wouldn't have any filthy thoughts, so she naturally believed him. Okay, I'll help you. Dong Feng smiled brightly. Chapter 25, Is There a Murderer? On the 7th day of the Cold Wave Apocalypse, for people who were severely burned by Lu Chun died in the dormitory and could not survive the night. The panic spread further. In the WeChat group, Jean Yin sent a message, All staff, those who are still alive and well, please give me one. I will click on the number of people. One. After counting, Jean Yin found that there were only 60 people left. She felt something was wrong. At the beginning, 4 or 5 people died when the cold wave came, and more than 20 people were killed by Lu Chun. There are 100 students in a class. Logically, there should be about 70 people left. How come there are only 60 people left now? Where did the rest of the people go? Did they all leave? However, going out in this kind of weather is simply seeking death. The snow is so thick that you can't walk for long. Once you lose your strength outside, you will die miserably. Students should understand this principle. Where did the missing person go? Teacher, when I returned to the dormitory today, I found that Yuan was missing. A girl suddenly said. Yuan? What's wrong with her? Jean Yin asked. Yuan was severely burned yesterday and smelled terrible, so I moved to another dormitory. Today I went back to see Yuan, but she disappeared. Even her body was not in the dormitory. I didn't find it either, said the girl. Jean Yin's face turned ugly. It was normal for someone with severe burns to not survive more than one night, but it was indeed abnormal that even the body disappeared. Teacher, Songdu has also disappeared for several days. Teacher, Linlin has disappeared too. She didn't even reply to my WeChat messages. A series of WeChat messages were sent to the group. It would have been fine if Jean Yin hadn't counted them, but when he did, he was shocked. As many as 7 or 8 people disappeared, and they were all girls. Even the body could not be found. Haha, interesting. It seems that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Building 1 of Area A. Liang Hui sent out a message. What do you mean? Jean Yin frowned and sent a message. Teacher, you are not naive enough to think that these missing girls are still alive. What does it mean if they disappear in this weather? There must be a murderer in one of our dormitory. Liang Hui said. As soon as these words were spoken, many girls screamed. When a cold wave comes, you can barely survive as long as you have food. But it's different for the murderer. No matter how much food you have, you will die if he cuts your neck with a knife. Liang Hui, don't talk nonsense. Jean Yin said. Teacher, don't you have the answer in your heart? Liang Hui continued. Stop talking, it's so scary. A girl sent a message. Liang Hui didn't say anything else. Lu Chen looked at the WeChat group and couldn't help but touch his chin. Although he was very unhappy with Liang Hui, he had to admit that what Liang Hui said made sense. The missing girl must have been killed. But who is this person? In his previous life, Lu Chun had never heard of a murderer. It seems that my rebirth in this life is like the butterfly effect, and the fate of some people has changed. It's the 7th day of the cold wave apocalypse. How long can you hold on? Lu Chun murmured to himself. Looking at the WeChat group through his phone, Lu Chun could feel the spreading panic. Yesterday, some people ran out of ammunition and food. What about today? What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Ding dong. Suddenly, the cell phone made a sound. Lu Chun opened it and saw that it was from Lu Xia. It was not sent by Lin Morong, but by Lu Xia, which is quite intriguing. Brother Lu Chun, what are you doing? After seeing this message, Lu Chun almost vomited. I just took a hot shower, and now I'm lying on the sofa in my pajamas playing games. Lu Chun replied. Lu Xia was stunned for a moment, and then another message came. Brother Lu Chun, I'm so hungry. The food is almost finished. Can I stay at your place? I have a curvy figure. But you are not as pretty as Lin Morong. Lu Chun replied. Lu Xia. Lin Morong is a bitch, brother Lu Chun. I'm not saying that you don't have to hang yourself on a tree. I'm not bad either. I'm not bad looking either. I have a better figure than Lin Morong, and I'm more considerate than Lin Morong. The key is, I like you, brother Lu Chun. After seeing this message, Lu Chun rushed into the toilet and vomited all his breakfast. Only then did he feel better. But you are not as pretty as Lin Murong. Lu Chun said the same thing. He wanted to torture Lin Murong to death, but if he provoked someone like Lu Xia, he would just kill her. Lu Xia was going crazy in the dormitory. Lin Murong is beautiful, but can beauty be eaten? I have such a good figure, but I can't live in that paradise. Lu Xia, what's wrong? Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? Lin Murong asked in confusion. I'm hungry. Lu Xia smiled bitterly. Don't you have a lot of bootlickers? Ask them for food. Lin Murong said as a matter of course. Lu Xia was cursing in her heart. Do you think everyone is like you? There's Shi Yu, a brainless Fei Yang, and Lu Chun, the #1 bootlicker, who made an unwavering choice. Aren't we good friends? Please help me think of a solution. I'm going to lose my figure if I eat so little every day. Lu Xia had a bitter look on her face and touched her breasts and buttocks. She really felt that the figure she was so proud of was going to shrink. Okay. Lin Murong nodded, then picked up a bell and started ringing it. After a while, the door of the room was opened and a thin figure walked in. Murong, is there anything you want to tell me? Shi Yu said with a silly smile. Brother Shi Yu, we don't have much to eat anymore. Can you get us something to eat? Lin Murong pretended to look pitiful and spoke softly. Shi Yu just felt like he was floating in the air, and Lin Murong's tone was like a feather, teasing his heart. Even though he had given all his food to Lin Murong these days and only ate some leftovers, he still chose Lin Murong unwaveringly. In Shi Yu's heart, Lin Murong also loves him. Otherwise, why would she give him leftovers? Isn't this a manifestation of love? Murong, you know that I have given all my food to you. Shi Yu said. Oh, brother Shi Yu is such a powerful person. Can't he get food? Brother Shi Yu, you are the best. Lin Murong pulled Shi Yu's skinny hand and shook it. It was about to shake Shi Yu up to the sky. Okay, then you wait a moment. I'll go get you some food. Shi Yu went out with a smile. Lin Murong, I really envy you for having such a bootlicker. Lu Xia said softly. That's not the case. After all, my charm is here. When I shake the bell, Shi Yu will come over to me. Huh, Lin Murong said happily. Chapter 26, Shi Yu's Conspiracy. Lu Xia had nothing but envy. In order to have a better life, she secretly seduced Lu Chun, but in the end, even Lu Chun chose Lin Murong unwaveringly. I don't know what kind of luck Lin Murong has. If she knew Lu Chun's true thoughts, she would probably be scared to death. Shi Yu temporarily left Lin Murong's dormitory and returned to room 301 on the 13th floor. This was his original dormitory, where 3 people lived. Because he moved out, there were 2 people left. Hey, Shi Yu, why are you back? A boy asked puzzledly. Fuck, were you drained of energy when you went to Lin Murong's dormitory? Why are you so skinny? Another boy widened his eyes. Shi Yu enjoyed their shocked feeling because it made him feel as if he really had a relationship with Lin Murong. To be honest, I have run out of food. I came back this time to borrow some from you. Shi Yu said. Oh, so we ran out of food. You know, it's already the 7th day since the cold wave hit, and we've been tightening our belts every day. We have to eat a bucket of instant noodles in 3 times, and no one has come to rescue us. We really have nothing to eat. The boy said leisurely. The other person's caliber was almost the same, as if the 2 people had exchanged calibers, just to prevent the present. Shi Yu's expression turned ugly, and he said, Luo Ding, Li Mao, don't forget that I lent you 200 yuan. Now I ask you for some food, and you are not going to give it to me. Shi Yu was very angry. He had already made a promise to Lin Murong. If he couldn't get the food, how would he explain to Lin Murong? Seeing Shi Yu's bad attitude, the 2 men couldn't help but look gloomy. Damn it, who the hell are you talking to like that? When you dismantled the air conditioner here and gave it to Lin Murong, did we ever say anything to you? I've already repaid you the $200. That's right. Since you've moved in with Lin Murong, don't come back. In this kind of weather, food is life. We must be crazy to give you food. That's right. If the food is given to you, you will probably give it to Lin Murong. Licking a woman to this extent is something that only a few people can do. The 2 boys were sneering and mocking towards Shi Yu, and it seemed that they had been unhappy with him for a long time. Who are you calling a dog licker? Shi Yu glared, bared his teeth and claws, and pounced on him. You can call him anything you want, except calling him a bootlicker. This is his bottom line. He has always believed that he is very loyal and affectionate. This is a compliment, and is by no means an ugly term for a bootlicker. But how could Shi Yu, who was so skinny and hungry, be a match for the 2 of them? He was beaten up and then kicked out. While covering his wound, Shi Yu began to think about where to get food. He must not disappoint Lin Murong, or he would look down on him. If even my roommate doesn't give me food, let alone others. Suddenly, Sure you had an idea and thought of the photo of Lu Chun that Wang Zimin posted in the group yesterday. Yes, doesn't Lu Chun have a lot of food? And Lu Chun has been pursuing Lin Murong for a long time. All he needs to do is take it in Lin Murong's name, and then manipulate it to take the credit for himself. Sure you muttered to himself, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. He immediately took out his almost dead cell phone and sent a message to Lu Chun. Lu Chun, Lin Murong is running out of food. Bring some food over. I want single, double portions, enough for 10 days. Sure you changed the single portion into a double portion because he was also hungry, and then clicked send. In the Villa of Honor, Lu Chun was still playing games out of boredom when he suddenly found that Shiryu had sent him a message. Huh? Why did Shiryu send a message? Lu Chun was confused. In his impression, Shiryu was Lin Murong's #1 bootlicker. Even in his previous life, he was no match for Shiryu. After reading the message sent by Shiryu, Lu Chun sneered. Is Lin Murong going to give up? She wants to ask Shiryu to get food from Lu Chun. But I can't let go of my pride, so it looks like I can hold on for a while. Get out. Lu Chun just said the word get out. On the other end of the phone, Shiryu's face was twisted with anger. He said so much, but he still didn't give him food. Did he see that he was asking for food in Lin Murong's name? If he could see it, then everything would make sense. After all, he and Lu Chun could be considered mortal enemies. Shiryu's expression changed unpredictably and finally turned gloomy. Lu Chun, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. He must complete the task given to him by Lin Murong. Only in this way will Lin Murong need him more and more. Otherwise, how can he stand out among Lin Murong's many suitors? Shiryu had the answer in his heart and went straight to the 24th floor. The 25th floor is where Counselor Jeanine lives, and Shiryu definitely doesn't dare to go up there. The 24th floor is where Liang Hui lives, and Shiryu knocked on the door. Who? Liang Hui's voice came from inside the house. I'm Shiryu. The door opened. Liang Hui stood at the door, looking at Shiryu with some confusion. What are you doing here? Shiryu took a quick glance and saw 8 or 9 people in Liang Hui's room. They all looked ferocious and had tattoos all over their bodies. Their strong aura made Shiryu tremble inwardly. Do you have any food? Shiryu asked. He thought that if Liang Hui and the others ran out of food, they could unite and force Lu Chun to release the supplies. Who would have thought that Liang Hui had misunderstood? He kicked Shiryu in the abdomen, sending him flying. Get lost. You are planning to target me. I wonder if you are tired of living. Liang Hui said, and closed the door without waiting for Shiryu to explain. Fuck. Shiryu covered his stomach and burst the door. The door was opened again. Liang Hui had a ferocious look on his face, and his eyes were emitting cold light. Shiryu was extremely scared. Why did he feel that Liang Hui's eyes were full of murderous intent? Could he be the murderer mentioned in the group? What did you say? Liang Hui asked. Nothing, just a meow. Shiryu said hurriedly. He was afraid that he would be killed by Liang Hui. Don't shout for no reason. It's creepy. Liang Hui closed the door. Shiryu covered his mouth and broke out in a cold sweat. It's so scary. I will never come to the 24th floor again. Next, Shiryu came to the 23rd floor, where there were 2 dormitories, both for girls. This time, Shiryu learned his lesson and spoke straight to the point after knocking on the door. Do you have any food? The girl who opened the door looked pale, thinking that Shiryu was here to borrow food, and said hurriedly, There's not much left. I'm going to starve soon. Chapter 27. You are so kind. Shiryu showed a happy expression and said quickly, I am also out of food and ammunition. After the cold wave came, the school took care of us for the first few days, but the school officials disappeared in the next 3 or 4 days. If this continues, our food will be completely consumed in 2 or 3 days. Have you ever thought about getting some food? Get food? Where can we get food? It's freezing outside. How can we get it? It's snowing heavily, and we can't even leave the school. The girl looked embarrassed. Go to Lu Chen's place? Doesn't he have a lot of food? Wang Zimin sent out pictures yesterday. Shiryu said. Lu Chun. When Lu Chun was mentioned, the girl's expression became even uglier, and then she said, Who doesn't know that Lu Chun has a lot of food? Previously, Wang Zimin organized more than 20 people to go to Lu Chun to ask for food, but what happened? They were all killed by Lu Chun. He is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Are we going to give him our heads? Don't worry, I have a way. According to the intelligence, Lu Chun's door has been modified into metal, and the glass windows are also bulletproof glass, but the wall must not have been modified. I happen to have tools in my hand, and I can definitely break the wall. Shiryu smiled slightly. He appeared very confident and determined to win. What tool? The girl was also a little tempted. It would be a lie to say that she was not greedy for Lu Chun's food. In this situation, who doesn't have to worry about food and drink? I'm afraid Lu Chun is the only one. The latest wall-breaking impact drill. Shiryu said heavily. Shiryu is a mechanical fan and bought a wall-breaking impact drill a long time ago. Its power and performance are enough to completely destroy walls. Naturally, the girl had heard of the reputation of the wall-breaking impact drill, and her expression eased a lot. Shiryu took advantage of the situation and said, "The power supply will be turned on at noon. We can just get a few more power strips and connect them all the way. Then we can use the wall-breaking impact drill to destroy the wall of the Honor Villa. Then all the supplies in the Honor Villa will be ours. I am looking forward to it just thinking about it." "I need to think about this," said the girl. Although she was very moved, in her heart, Chen was a murderous devil. "Okay." Shiryu nodded. He didn't believe that the girls wouldn't come. It was the 7th day since the cold wave came. Who could resist the temptation of food? You must have already vomited instant noodles and snacks, and who doesn't want to have a delicious meal? Chen's place is just enough to satisfy that need. Shiryu left. He asked questions one by one and got to know some of the situations. "Some of my classmates who usually stay at home have the habit of stockpiling high-calorie food and fat house happy water on weekdays, so they can still maintain a basic life now. But most of them were relatively normal people, and food was already in short supply." After hearing about Shiryu's plan, no one agreed immediately and said they needed to think it over carefully. Shiryu felt relieved and agreed to everything. At noon, Shiryu was so hungry that he came to room 803 on the 8th floor. When Shiryu saw Dong Feng open the door, he subconsciously shuddered. There was a chilly feeling coming from room 803. It was not the physical coldness, but the kind of chill that could freeze the soul. The feeling Dong Feng gave him also changed drastically. While others in the last days looked more and more haggard as they grew older, Dong Feng, on the contrary, looked more and more energetic. He did not look skinny at all, especially his eyes, which were bright and awe-inspiring. Shiryu actually felt a sense of fear instinctively. But he didn't think too much about it, and told Dong Feng about his plan. Dong Feng was quite interested. He took out a shikima from the house and handed it to Shiryu. "Brother Shir, I am very sure about your plan, but I am timid and I definitely cannot go. If someone gets hurt when you go there, send them to me and I will take care of them," Dong Feng said sincerely, showing great kindness. Shiryu held the shikima, tears streaming down his face. He was so hungry. Shikima, a high-calorie food that could make him feel full and was high in calories, was simply his dream food. "Well, you can still be so kind at this time. Good job. I will do as you say when the time comes." Shiryu was very touched and gave Dong Feng a big hug. He finished the shikima in just a few bites, but choked because he ate too fast. "Don't worry." Dong Feng immediately took out a bottle of thawed and warm iced black tea from the house and handed it to Shiryu. Shiryu's eyes almost popped out, as if an old man who hadn't touched a woman in his life had seen an international supermodel without clothes. Cuckoo. Shiryu drank half a bottle in one breath and felt his energy and spirit returned. In normal times, iced tea is not very healthy because it contains too much sugar, but in the end times, it is simply the source of life. "Thank you. You are really a good person. I will definitely do as you say." Shiryu was very grateful and put away the iced black tea like a treasure. Lin Morong must be very happy, and she can reward herself by holding hands again. Shiryu went to the 7th floor. Dong Feng watched Shiryu leave. He opened his mouth wide and laughed silently and twistedly. From the 24th floor to the 2nd floor, Shiryu spent a whole day explaining his plan. Shiryu was very satisfied and estimated that he would have unexpected gains tomorrow. In the evening, Shiryu returned to Lin Morong's dormitory. "Morong, look what I brought back." Shiryu excitedly took out half a bottle of iced black tea. He kept it close to his body so it didn't freeze. Iced black tea. Lin Morong's face showed joy and his mouth was watering. He hurriedly grabbed it without asking Shiryu where he got it from. He just gulped it down. When Shiryu saw Lin Morong kissing him on the mouth, he felt so happy that he almost fainted. "Is this an indirect kiss? I want one too. I want one too." Lu Xiao was anxious. Lin Morong then reluctantly handed half a bottle of iced black tea to Lu Xia. "Okay, brother Shiyu, you did a great job. I'll ring the bell to call you if I need you," Lin Morong said with a smile. "Okay." Shiryu walked out of the room happily and came to his own cold and hard room. He was still in a state of happiness, and the cold was nothing to him. It seemed that tonight would be a wonderful night. There was heavy snow outside, and South China University was silent. Only the Honor Villa was brightly lit, like a beacon in the darkness. "Are you still not asleep?" Jean Yin sent a message. "I can't sleep." Lu Chen responded. "You, be careful tomorrow." Jean Yin sent a voice message. Her voice sounded very mature and domineering. Lu Chen smiled. "Tomorrow is the 8th day of the apocalypse. Someone must be short of food again. Since there is a lack of food, the first person that they would think of must be himself. Maybe they were already planning something, and Genie knew it. So he sent a message to remind himself. Chapter 28. The army gathers. But what's the use of that? The world cannot imagine how powerful Chen is. As long as anyone dares to come tomorrow, there will be a huge surprise waiting for them. Chen was in a good mood, so he started to tease. Teacher, you are not worried about me or afraid that something might happen to me, right? I'm worried about my students. Is there any problem? Jean sent a message. Then aren't you worried about the classmates who come to cause trouble for me? Chen clicked send. I've said before that everything has cause and effect. I'll remind them tomorrow. If they refuse to change their ways, then whatever consequences they face will have nothing to do with me. Jean replied. There was admiration in Chen's eyes. He appreciated this point of Jean, that he could see things clearly. Teacher, if I can't make it anymore, can I come to you? Chen said. I don't think you can't make it. From my current impression of you, you seem like a different person. You have so many supplies, but you can remain calm. It's obvious that you are confident. Jean said. Teacher, you have a very good eye. I also have something to say to you. If you can't make it, you can come to me. Chen grinned. Come on, what nonsense are you thinking about all day? Don't you know I'm a risk doctor? From my professional point of view, you should avoid conflicts if you can. Otherwise, it won't do you any good if things get out of hand. Jean's message came, followed by another one. If the news that you have so much supplies gets out widely, it will do you no good, but only harm. Chen nodded. From a conventional perspective, this was indeed the case. But can land subsidence be measured from a conventional perspective? The system itself is already at the level of idealism, which is simply unimaginable to the world. Okay, the teacher is going to sleep first. You should be careful. From the perspective of a counselor, I sincerely do not recommend that you have any more conflicts. In such a bad environment, you should live well. After sending this message, Jean turned off his phone. Yes, that's the truth, but I can't stop someone from seeking death. Chen looked at the dark sky through the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. After his rebirth, from beginning to end, the only people he wanted to torture to death were Lin Murong and Wang Hao, and Wang Hao has not appeared yet. Have a good sleep. I hope the system will give me a surprise tomorrow. It was freezing cold outside, so Chen took a nice hot bath, rolled up in a duck-down quilt, and turned on a purified water humidifier. A good life, that's all. No words were spoken that night. On the 8th day after the apocalypse, heavy snow was still falling. Just after dawn, students on the second floor of a dormitory in area A moved urgently to other floors. Because there was an example on the first floor, the students on the second floor communicated with the students on other floors early on. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the snow had already reached the second floor. From a macro perspective, South China University looks like it is 2 stories shorter. Ding-ling-ling. Lin Murong rang the bell, and Shi Yu, who was still dreaming, seemed to feel the guidance of a mysterious force. He woke up immediately and ran into the room happily. Brother Shi Yu, I'm hungry and want to have a delicious breakfast, Lin Murong said in a coquettish voice. Shi Yu shuddered and woke up instantly. Having replenished his energy with food yesterday, Shi Yu looked in good spirits today. Murong, don't worry, I will go find food for you right away. It won't take too long. Shi Yu patted his chest and said heavily. Shi Yu, help me find some. I'm hungry too. Lucia said weakly. Okay. Shi Yu was also nice to Lucia. He loved Lucia because she was Lin Murong's best friend. Shi Yu walked out of the dormitory. After a night of charging, his phone was fully charged. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, there is still electricity at night. It seems that China's infrastructure is quite good. Shi Yu did not continue to search layer by layer, but opened VX and asked one by one. No one answered, and Shi Yu didn't care. Instead, he waited quietly in the corridor. He didn't believe that anyone could resist the temptation of food. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, many people should have run out of food and ammunition. In the past 2 days, Liang Hui has been clamoring in the group to buy food at high prices. Everyone seems to know that this disaster will not be over for a while, so there is no response. 10 minutes later, a tall boy came to Shi Yu's floor, with a determined look as if he was ready to take action. Shi Yu grinned. Another half an hour passed, and many boys and girls came one after another. Including Shi Yu himself, there were a total of 25 people. The last time Jean counted in the group, there were only 60 people who responded in Building A. This time, more than 1/3 of them came. Shi Yu really couldn't imagine how Chen would survive. There is no doubt that a large part of the 24 people who came here have run out of ammunition and food. In such bad weather, it would be very dangerous if you don't eat for a long time. So here they come, ready to give it a try. Do you have any resentment towards Chen? Shi Yu asked. I asked him to give me some food last night, and he told me to get as far away from him as possible. A girl said, gritting her teeth. We have asked, As long as Lu Chun gives us food, we will not think of attacking him or robbing him, but he doesn't know how to appreciate it. How can one person take up so much food? No, billion. Everyone was talking at once, their eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. Shiryu was very satisfied. Only in this state could his combat power be maximized. As long as it doesn't involve Lin Morong, he is still quite smart. Wait, gather your energy now, make a plan, and when noon comes, rush to the Villa of Honor with the tools. Shiryu said heavily. Time passed slowly, and it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Jin came to the floor where Shiryu was. When the students saw Jin, they stood up reflexively. After all, Jin was their counselor, and the psychological trauma could not be removed in a short time. What are you going to do? Jin asked in a deep voice. Teacher, this is none of your business, right? Shiryu said with a gloomy look. Why don't you want me to take care of it? You did something illegal in the heat of the moment, and you will regret it for the rest of your life. Jin advised earnestly. Law? Ha ha ha. Teacher, stop joking. If the law is still useful at this time, why would we be hungry? No matter whether it is against the law or not, we must fill our stomachs first. Shiryu said heavily. He expressed the thoughts of the students present. There was something strange in the way they looked at Jin. If you were to ask who had the most food in the building, it would undoubtedly be Jin. Jin was speechless. She found that she had no reason to persuade them. From Jin perspective, in the end times, they killed and robbed Lu Chun for food, and from their point of view, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Chapter 29 Impossible. This is what makes Jin feel the most painful. Now, she also noticed the dangerous looks in these students' eyes and felt that she was also in great danger. Out of her duty as a counselor, she gave a kind reminder. It's best not to go. There is always hope when one is alive. When one dies, everything ends. After Jin finished speaking, she left the floor. She had done everything she could. If these students still don't listen to her, Jin will be helpless. What a nagging woman. She didn't even bring any food over. Shiryu cursed viciously, forgetting about Jin's selfless contribution of supplies. The other students also nodded in agreement, expressing their deep approval. And just like that, time came to 12 o'clock. Shiryu took out a wall-breaking impact drill and a large number of power strips and took them over bit by bit from their floor. Brothers, charge! For the delicious food! Shiryu shouted loudly, arousing everyone's emotions. A large number of power strips were actually connected to the vicinity of the Villa of Honor. At this moment, Lu Chun was dozing with his eyes closed, and he knew everything that happened outside the Honor Villa. 25 people. This Shiryu is really good. He can even get a wall-breaking impact drill. Lu Chun whispered softly. At this moment, there was a heavy knock on the door. Lu Chun, you are surrounded by us. If you know what's good for you, hand over the supplies. Shiryu shouted at the door. That's right. Hand over the food, and we'll spare your life. Hurry up, or you'll regret it when we take action. A group of people shouted loudly, and they all looked a little excited. After all, a warm, heavenly environment with delicious food is right in front of you. There is only a wall between us and heaven. Lu Chun changed the one-way realm into a two-way realm, allowing them to see him. Lu Chun was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts and slippers, holding a big lobster in his hand. Seeing Lu Chun's appearance, Shiryu and others' eyes turned red, and their stomachs growled one after another. Hasn't your lesson been learned from what happened to Wang Ximin and the others last time? Lu Chun asked coldly. Don't talk nonsense. We have already understood the situation. As long as we don't enter your gate, what can you use to fight us? Shiryu pointed at Lu Chun and cursed him, with jealousy and personal feelings mixed in. Are you sure that what you saw was real? Lu Chun continued to ask. Lu Chun, please give us something to eat. We are all starving and have no other choice but to come here. A thin girl said, looking pitiful. No, Lu Chun said concisely. You dog Guanan, you really have inferior genes, damn it. A bunch of vicious words came out of the girl's mouth. Lu Chun, are you really not afraid of death? Now we can still talk to you properly through the wall. But when they break in, don't cry for your parents. Shiryu smiled grimly. He plugged in the wall-breaking blaster, then raised it high and started it. Boom. There were bursts of high-pitched operating sounds, emitting a dangerous glow. Lu Chun still had no expression on his face. Aren't you afraid? Shiryu frowned. Why should you be afraid? Lu Chun asked back. I have the latest wall-breaking impact drill in my hand. It's high-tech. It has a resonance effect. It can break the wall of the Honor Villa in a few seconds and pull you out of the safe house. Are you afraid? Shiryu pointed at Lu Chun and scolded him loudly, wanting to put psychological pressure on Lu Chun, and saw Lu Chun's embarrassing look. But Lu Chun still had no expression on his face. I'm not afraid, and I don't believe you have such great ability. Lu Chun said lightly. Sure, he was going crazy inside. Lu Chen's expressionless face made him feel like he was punching cotton and he couldn't exert any strength. In fact, Lu Chen was even more crazy. He could feel that these 25 people had murderous intentions towards him. Lu Chen asked the system if there would be any reward for killing them, but the system replied lightly. What reward do you want for killing a few little karami? With just one sentence, Lu Chen was speechless. Yes, with his current fortress, firearms and attack supplies, and the 100 accuracy granted by the system, he is completely invincible to ordinary people. It is normal that the system does not give rewards. So Lu Chen lost his patience. Come here, you have big arms, destroy this wall for me. Sure, you shouted loudly. Suddenly, a tall and strong boy came out. He was very dark, like a chimpanzee, and the wall-breaking assault gun was like a mini toy in his hand. Boom! The wall-breaking impact gun was activated, and the chimpanzee man grinned, aimed at the wall to the right of the door and to the left of the floor-to-ceiling window, and drilled through. Walls also have thickness. Logically, this wall is the weakest. Drilling through this wall should be able to solve the problem in one go. The rest of the people all showed expectant smiles. They were already prepared. As soon as the wall was destroyed, they would rush over, kill Lu Chen, steal supplies, and occupy the magpie's nest. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The moment the wall-breaking impact drill touched the wall, a harsh friction sound was heard. The drill bit is made of metal, and the sound of metal rubbing against metal gave everyone present goosebumps and a chill in their hearts. This sound is from alloy, and the wall is also alloy. A sharp-eyed girl screamed. She saw that the paint was peeling off where the wall and the drill bit touched, emitting a metallic luster. How is it possible? Shiryu's face turned pale. According to the intelligence, wasn't it only the gate that was made of alloy? How come the walls were made of alloy as well? I don't believe it. Let's go somewhere else. Shiryu shouted. The crowd changed directions 4 or 5 times before coming to a painful decision. The entire honor villa is made of alloy and is indestructible. By the way, aren't the floor-to-ceiling windows made of bulletproof glass? The wall-breaking impact gun can break bulletproof glass. Shiryu shouted excitedly. From beginning to end, Lu Chen stayed quietly behind the French window, watching their clownish behavior. The wall-breaking impact drill hit the floor-to-ceiling window, leaving only slight scratches, which could not even be considered damage. Only Lu Chen knew that even bulletproof glass could not cover this floor-to-ceiling window. After all, it could protect against most missiles. No, don't do this, don't do this. Shiryu's face was pale, and he shook his head frantically. The gap between reality and expectations was so huge that he couldn't accept it. The other 24 people were also stunned. How could this be possible? How could the Villa of Honor be so indestructible? It's so abnormal, so abnormal. Have you had enough of the trouble? Lu Chen asked indifferently. Shiryu finally came back to his senses, looked at Lu Chen fiercely, and said, Don't get carried away. Even if your house is made of alloy on all sides, the underground can't be made of alloy too, right? We have a wall-breaking impact drill, and you will die sooner or later. Shiryu's voice was cold, even colder than the wind. Chapter 30. Defeat Shiryu. Shiryu's words were very domineering. In his subconscious, it was understandable and expected for a person to build a safe house and make all sides of the house into alloy. But there shouldn't be alloys underground, right? Shiryu raised the wall-breaking impact drill in his hand high up, looking very impressive. Click. A crisp sound was heard, and Shiryu and other classmates looked at the impact drill. It was discovered that the drill bit actually broke into pieces and exploded. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and their eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? This is a wall-breaking impact drill. How could it crack? It's impossible. This is impossible. Shiryu screamed, unable to believe the result. The wall-breaking impact drill is his greatest guarantee against Lu Chen. Without the wall-breaking impact drill, how can he break into Lu Chen's villa? It seems that the quality of your wall-breaking impact drill is not very good. Lu Chen said with a smile. What kind of alloy is that? It's so hard. Shiryu immediately found the problem and questioned Lu Chen. I'm too lazy to answer you. After Lu Chen finished speaking, a hole appeared at the gate, and an alloy composite crossbow appeared, aiming at Shiryu and his group. Run! Lu Chen is going to kill someone. No one knew who shouted, and everyone fled frantically. They had some psychological trauma towards Lu Chen. After learning that they could not break into Lu Chen's honor villa, they didn't want to stay here for a moment. Lu Chen closed his eyes, and he could sense everything within a 20-meter radius of the honor villa clearly. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and an alloy arrow shot straight into the back of a boy's head. Red and white fluid flowed all over the floor. He fell to the ground and twitched continuously. After a few seconds, he was silent. This scene made them feel even more heartbroken. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Chen fired continuously crazily. Because of the ability given to him by the system, he didn't need to aim at all. He just had to draw the bow and shoot. At such a close distance, its power is no less than that of some small-caliber pistols. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air was like the whisper of a devil, and it continued to erupt. In just 2 minutes, the snow outside the villa was filled with corpses. Only Shiryu was sitting on the ground. He was so scared that he lost control of his bowels and bladder, and his expression was dazed. Go away, Lu Chen said lightly. You won't kill me? Shiryu was stunned. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Lu Chen showed a ferocious look. Shiryu immediately got so scared that he pissed himself and crawled back. Lu Chen didn't kill Shiryu not because he was kind-hearted, but simply because it was useful to keep Shiryu because he had a close relationship with Lin Morong. You can tell Lin Morong what happened here. It can also allow Lin Morong to make a comparison. What about Shiryu and what about Lu Chen? The contrast will come up immediately, and it can also make Lin Morong want to live in the Honor Villa even more. Once this thought arises, Lu Chen's plan will not be far away. However, the death penalty could be avoided, but the punishment of living punishment could not be escaped. Lu Chen shot an arrow at Shiryu's thigh. This arrow will not kill Shiryu immediately. If Shiryu is well taken care of, he might survive. At this time, Jeanine sent a message saying that she had always been paying attention to this place. Are they all dead? Jeanine asked. That's right. I can't stop them from dying. Lu Chen responded. Oh, I get it. Jeanine sighed. On the other side, Shiryu crawled back to a building in Area A. Many classmates were frightened when they saw Shiryu's miserable appearance. They all more or less knew that Shiryu was going to cause trouble for Lu Chen, but they didn't expect Lu Chen to be so ferocious. Lu Chen's image in their minds became even more devilish. Shiryu staggered back to Lin Morong's dormitory. Lin Morong was shocked when he saw Shiryu's miserable appearance. What's wrong with you? Lin Morong asked subconsciously. Morong, I went to look for food for you, but I didn't expect Lu Chen to be so cruel. Shiryu cried and exaggerated what had just happened as he told Lin Morong, causing Lin Morong and Lu Xia to exclaim in surprise. Lu Chen's place is so safe. Lin Morong's eyes lit up. Yesterday Liang Hui said in the group that a murderer had appeared in a building in Area. Lin Morong was so scared that she couldn't sleep well the whole night. Shiryu was dumbfounded. Shouldn't Lin Morong help him scold Lu Chen? After all, he was helping Lin Morong to beg for food. Unexpectedly, Lin Morong was amazed that Lu Chen was safe. So, you didn't find any food? Lin Morong frowned slightly and asked. No, Lu Chen is too cruel. He took so much food by himself and killed us when we asked for it. Shiryu lowered his head in shame. Lin Morong stopped talking. She had actually wanted to go to Lu Chen's place for a long time, but she was afraid that if she took the initiative, Lu Chen would see through her. Morong, I'm so hungry and I'm injured. Can you give me something to eat? Shiryu said weakly with a pale face. The alloy bow and arrow was still stuck in his thigh, and blood was constantly oozing out. What do you mean? Shiryu, you're a grown man and I asked you to find something to eat but you couldn't find it, and you still dare to ask me for food. Lin Morong was furious. He was already annoyed because he didn't eat much. The contrast between his current living environment and Lu Chen's made him even more annoyed. I didn't expect Shiryu would dare to ask me for food. I'm sorry, Morong. I don't want to eat anymore. Can you take care of me? I'm injured and I'm going to die if no one takes care of me. Shiryu said fearfully with a trembling voice. There was a sharp pain in my legs, and the cold weather seemed to have amplified the pain nerves. Shiryu, you should move out and live in the corridor. Lin Morong sat high up on the bed with a blank expression on his face. In her eyes, Shiryu had lost his value. She had brought him the air conditioner and the food, and his thigh injury was so serious. Lin Morong still thought that he was relatively kind and did not say anything more cruel. Shiryu was stunned for a moment, and a feeling of sadness arose in his heart. I tried so hard to please Lin Morong and take care of her, but I ended up getting hurt for her, and Lin Morong even wanted to drive me away. Suddenly, an idea came into Shiryu's mind, and he felt a lot better. Yes, how could Morong not care about herself? The corridor is colder, which can better inhibit the development of the virus and reduce the festering of wounds. Morong is thinking about herself. Shiryu really wanted to slap himself in the face for judging others by his own mean standards, even though Lin Morong cared about him so much. Morong, I'll move to the corridor then. If you need anything, just ring the bell. Shiryu smiled slightly, then limped out. After Shiryu left, Lu Xia asked, Isn't this too cruel? Chapter 31, The Self-Asking Murderer. Why be so cruel? I'm not going to kill him. If he's no longer useful to me, why should I keep him? Lin Morong said as a matter of course, and then continued. But, Lu Xia, when is the best time for us to stay at Lu Chen's place? In the corridor, Shiryu was shivering with cold. After he figured it out, he would no longer blame Lin Muro. He was just feeling really cold and had lost too much blood. He also knew very well that if he continued like this, he would not even make it through today. Suddenly, Shiyu thought of Dongfeng. Dongfeng said yesterday that if anyone was injured, they could go to him and let him take care of themselves. Besides, he probably has a lot of food there. Shiryu's eyes lit up, and he dragged his crippled leg step by step to 803. It seemed like a year had passed since he walked through these floors. By the time he reached the door of room 803, Shiryu almost fainted. The blood from his wounds had turned into frozen blood. Shiryu used up his last bit of strength and knocked on the door. Dongfeng opened the door and saw Shiryu's miserable appearance. His eyes lit up. "Brother Shi, what's wrong with you?" Dongfeng asked. Shiryu didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Dongfeng was looking at him like prey. But he didn't have the energy to think about it, and hurriedly said, "Dongfeng, Lu Chen is a devil. You must not provoke him. What you said yesterday still counts. I'm injured. Can you take care of me?" After Shiryu finished speaking, he looked at Dongfeng nervously. "Of course. Come in quickly. There is still electricity. I'll turn on the air conditioner for you. I also have medicine here. Don't worry." Dongfeng hurriedly helped Shiryu into the house. Shiryu was so moved that he almost cried. With Dongfeng's support, he lay down on the bed. "Eh? Why are there a few long hairs here?" Shiryu looked at the pillow and said puzzledly, "You know, I grew my hair long for a while, planning to learn from those wandering singers in the United States." Dongfeng touched the back of his head and gave a shy smile. Shiryu really didn't know, but who would pay attention to Dongfeng? He didn't think much about it and lay down heavily. Feeling the warm wind from the air conditioner, Shiryu twisted his mouth and was about to cry. "I'll go get you some shakima to help you replenish your body," Dongfeng said and walked out of the room. There are still many good people in the world. Shiryu looked at the ceiling and sighed. Feeling Dongfeng's enthusiasm, Shiryu suddenly felt that he could survive again. Suddenly, for some reason, Shiryu felt the urge to urinate. He struggled to get up, got out of bed, and wanted to go to the bathroom. When he walked to the door, he didn't expect that ice would form in the gap of the tightly closed bathroom door, and he almost fell down. Shiryu didn't care. If there was no water on the floor of the bathroom, could it still be called a bathroom? Click. Shiryu turned the handle, but to his surprise the door didn't move at all. "This ice is so solid," Shiryu exclaimed, then banged the door hard with his shoulder. Ice fragments were flying everywhere on the ground, and the bathroom door was opened, letting out gusts of cold air that seemed to be able to freeze the soul. "It's so cold," Shiryu complained, then opened the door wider and wanted to go into the bathroom. The door seemed to have hit something and could only be opened halfway. Shiryu didn't believe it and continued to push hard. This time, the door finally opened. An icicle appeared in Shiryu's sight. A big icicle. That's weird. Shiryu didn't react at first. He took a step forward, then realized what was happening and stepped back. Shiryu's heart was beating so wildly that it almost jumped out of his chest. This is not an icicle, it's a leg covered with a thick layer of ice. There is also a spade tattoo on the calf. "Lin Lin!" Shiryu screamed, then quickly covered his mouth. "Isn't this spade tattoo on Lin Lin's leg?" His expression gradually became terrified, and he remembered the murderer Liang who he mentioned yesterday. Shiryu probably knew who the murderer was, and he actually took the initiative to enter the murderer's lair. At this time, a cold hand covered Shiryu's shoulder, and a faint voice was heard. "Brother Shi, what did you see?" Shiryu's soul was about to disappear, and he felt that the 3 sun lamps on his shoulders were about to go out. That moment seemed as long as an era. Shiryu was quick-witted and immediately made his eyes unfocused, while his hands were still groping in the air. "Dongfeng, I'm malnourished, and I seem to have snow blindness." "Snow blindness?" Dongfeng frowned. "Yes, I often run around outside. It's freezing cold outside, and there's snow everywhere. I have snow blindness." Shiryu continued to shout, looking very panicked. "Oh, you were so reckless. Come on, I will help you back to bed." Dongfeng supported Shiryu and continued. "Eh? Why are you so stiff?" I'm hurt." Shiryu was about to cry. "Okay, take a moment. Eat this shakima to replenish your strength." Dongfeng handed Shiryu a shakima. Shiryu ate it up in big mouthfuls. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die with a full stomach. "Brother Shi, where is your dormitory? I'll go get your supplies so that I can take care of you more conveniently." Dongfeng expressed his true feelings and said seriously. If Shiryu hadn't seen that leg, he would have been so excited that he would burst into tears of gratitude. I have nothing left." All the supplies were given to Lin Muro. Shiryu's voice was filled with tears. "What? You don't have any supplies?" Dongfeng's voice rose several degrees, carrying a cold, murderous aura. After killing someone, the murderous intent on his body is visible and tangible. There is no doubt about it. "I can go find it. I can go find it." Shiryu shouted hurriedly. Dongfeng looked at the wound on Shiryu's thigh and couldn't help but frown. "Okay, wait a minute. I'll go to the kitchen and get you something to eat so you can have some rest. Dongfeng said in a low voice, especially the 3 words, buy it, which were even lower, like the whisper of a devil. Afterwards, Dongfeng went out again. Shiryu felt that he was in great danger. His adrenaline surged and he wanted to open the window, jump onto the air conditioner unit, and then climb down the water pipe. But he didn't expect that there was thick ice outside the window, not to mention Shiryu, who was extremely weak now. Even if Shiryu was in his prime, he would not be able to open this window. With a wow sound, Shiryu burst into tears on the spot. He was scared and cried. No, we can't do that. We must find a place to hide. Shiryu looked towards the bathroom and quickly hid inside, using his body to hold the dark bathroom door in the hope of delaying time. Then he tremblingly opened his cell phone, wanting to ask the counselor for help. The bright light from the phone screen illuminated the bathroom. There were 5 or 6 frozen naked bodies lying in a mess inside. Chapter 32 begins. At this moment, Shiryu was about to suffocate, but at this moment, he actually had a bizarre idea. Yesterday, Counselor Jean counted that at least a dozen students had disappeared, but there were only 5 or 6 bodies here. Seeing his classmates turned into popsicles, Shiryu felt a sense of grief. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. Shiryu was frightened and held the door tightly with his body. But the door was still kicked open. How could the weak Shiryu get the strength to open it? Dongfeng stood at the gate, with light shining from behind him. The front was completely dark except for a pair of eyes that were bright and scary. You are quite good at finding a place for yourself, Dongfeng said coldly. You, don't do anything rash. Killing is against the law. Shiryu was a little incoherent. If killing is against the law, then Lu Chen should die before me. It's worth it to have someone accompany me before I die. Dongfeng grinned. No, you shouldn't be like this. You are a kind person. How could you become like this? Shiryu screamed. Why did I become like this? Dongfeng murmured to himself. Is it because of Ma Ting? Probably not. Ma Ting was just a fuse. From childhood to adulthood, Dongfeng has always been seen by the world as a good boy, a kind person, who is gentle and considerate. But what is the reality? These are just shackles imposed on him by the secular world. If Dongfeng's behavior deviates from this character, he will be subject to unwarranted accusations. He will be tired too. I don't know since when, Dongfeng started to say one thing and do another. Killing stray cats is commonplace. The end of the world is coming, and because of Ma Ting's provocation, Dongfeng directly turns into a devil. He felt so refreshed. The feeling of releasing the evil in his heart without restraint was so refreshing. Dongfeng raised the kitchen knife in his hand, which was stained with dried dark brown blood. Relax, it's normal to feel dizzy. It was snowing heavily. It was the 8th day of the apocalypse and the sky outside was still gray. If someone was paying attention and observing every day, they would find that the snow had become a little lighter. But that is only relative. The snow is still very heavy. The lowest temperature remains at -60 degrees Celsius, and it may be slightly hotter at noon, reaching -50 degrees Celsius. Those who are still alive today have basically adapted to this harsh environment. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, another piece of shocking bad news came. There were power outages at night, and the infrastructure that delivered electricity finally collapsed on the 9th day of the apocalypse. Even the official television stations ceased operations. Lu Chen looked at the TV with no channels and fell into deep thought. Compared with the previous life, the progress in this life is actually much faster. Could it be that all this is a chain reaction caused by my rebirth? Even the fate of many people is changed. But so what? Lu Chen has a system, a Rubik's Cube space, and a flying black-tech Doomsday fortress. Even if the world collapses, it will not affect Lu Chen at all. Looking at the silent WeChat group, Lu Chen's fingers tapped on the desktop involuntarily. It's the 9th day of the apocalypse, and it's time for it to break out. Lu Chen sent a message to Jean. Teacher, just a friendly reminder, from today on, you'd better not go out. Jean replied immediately, and it was obvious that she was also very anxious because of the power outage. Why? It's the 9th day of the apocalypse. Everyone's food has been basically consumed. You are the only one who still has food and supplies. Do you think they will let you go? Lu Chen sent a message. Can you please not think too badly of people? These people are your classmates. Jean said. Whether it is bad or not, you should know it clearly in your heart, teacher. Lu Chen smiled. Jean fell silent, and after a long while, she sent a message. Okay, thank you for your kindness. I will protect myself well. Not long after this message came out, a message came from the long-lost class group. He is a boy nicknamed Pig Brother. He is usually honest and likes to play Yuanshin. He is a classic otaku. Does anyone have food? I can buy it with money, or I can exchange it with the General Raiden figurine. In one sentence, the prelude to food shortage was opened. Many people were blown away and were all asking others if they had any food. They wanted to exchange it for money or other things. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, even the otakus who liked to stock up on food were out of food, let alone other people. They were almost starving, and the only things left were some things like iced tea and Fat House Happy Water. And they dared not drink too much to ensure their source of sugar. However, drinking only beverages without eating is not good either, and you will die as a result. I'll pay 10,000 to buy one person's food for one day. Liang Hui shouted loudly in the group. No one paid any attention to him. The person who had sold the food to Liang Hui for money was now regretting it very much. It's the 9th day of the cold wave, and it's still freezing outside. Is there still hope of returning to the weather before the cold wave? Obviously, everyone knows the answer in their hearts. There is no way. Money is just an external thing. Whoever can give me food will sleep with me for one night. Suddenly, a beautiful girl sent a message in the group. Before the end of the world, this girl was second only to Lin Murong in beauty, and many boys were interested in her. But now, everyone in the group sneered. It's already so late, and the weather is so cold. The power supply at night is gone, and there is only 2 hours of power supply at noon. I can't even lift anything, let alone do anything else. Girls must protect themselves. Jeanine couldn't stand it anymore and said in the group, Protection? Teacher, it's that easy for you to say. I'm almost starving to death. How can I protect myself? But the teacher is living a comfortable life. The girl sent a voice message and said softly in the group. As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence in the group again. But anyone with a discerning eye could sense that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Yes, teacher, you gave us so many supplies last time. You must still have a lot of supplies in your room, right? Teacher, please give us some. Teacher, can you bear to watch us starve to death? We are your students. If we starve to death, you, as the counselor, will be directly responsible. A group of people began to target Jeannie. Lu Chen looked at the WeChat group and frowned slightly. It seemed that Jeanine was not having an easy time in building a. Who knew what these crazy people who were about to starve to death would do? Jeannine's hands were also shaking on the top floor. She understood Lu Chen's situation. There was nothing wrong with her hoarding supplies. She had distributed half of the supplies before, which could be said to be a clear conscience. But now this group of students wanted to kidnap me in the guise of a student teacher and ask me to give them food. Chapter 33 Attracting Hatred. Jeanine thought she was very kind. She gave half of the supplies to her classmates, and the remaining supplies were the basis for her survival in the apocalypse. She is kind, but not stupid. How could she share these life-saving supplies with others? That's enough. The teacher paid out of his own pocket to distribute supplies to us. He has done his best. If anyone dares to take supplies from the teacher again, I will beat you to death. Liang Hui spoke in a domineering manner in the group. He is a rich second generation, and it is quite scary for rich second generations to get involved in society, and his image in the eyes of his classmates is also rather cold. Suddenly no one dared to say anything. This was a conflict of neither big nor small. Lu Chen leaned on the sofa in the honor villa, stroking his chin quietly. He had also thought about some things carefully in the past 2 days, and Jin Yin's expertise was very helpful to him. Although the word risk is abstract, it is very important in the Doomsday, and can effectively help Lu Chen avoid some dangers. Although he is very powerful, he often walks near water, so how can he not get his feet wet? He could kill everyone in the building except Jin Yin. After Wang Hao appeared in the previous life, the entire apocalypse experienced some deviations and moved in a bizarre direction, so Lu Chen had to be prepared for danger in times of peace. At this time, Lu Chen took out a table from the Rubik's Cube space, and then put out a table of stored hotel food. There were a total of 20 dishes, all of which were delicious and emitting piping hot steam. Lu Chen quickly took a few pictures from the best angles and sent them to the group. These 2 photos are like throwing big rocks into a calm lake, creating ripples in everyone's hearts. Lu Chen, please give me something to eat. I can use my body as a trade. Lu Chen, can you bear to see us starve to death? Please, give me something to eat. I can trade it. I can be your slave. You are such a lunatic. You stored so much food in advance. Did you know that the cold wave was coming? If you knew that the cold wave was coming, why didn't you tell us earlier? You are so selfish. You are simply a beast. Just a few pictures reveal all kinds of life. Some made requests to Lu Chen. Some wanted to exchange with Lu Chen, but most of them were scolding Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen had a blank expression on his face. He had already expected this ending. He tapped his fingers quickly on the screen and typed a line of words. Wanna eat? Sure. Come to my honor villa, and I'll treat you to a feast. This one sentence left everyone speechless again. Everyone knows about what happened between Wang Zaimin and Shiryu. They were jealous of Lu Chen's food, so they each brought 20 people and wanted to break into Lu Chen's villa to rob him. But what was the result? Wang Zaimin died, Shiryu disappeared, and the other 40 or so classmates became corpses. Their bodies are still piled outside Lu Chen's villa, and no one dares to clean them up. There were more than 100 students in the dormitory of Area A, and Lu Chen killed half of them by himself, which was enough to show how terrifying Lu Chen was. They really don't dare to cause trouble for Lu Chen. As a result, Lu Chen attracted even more hatred from others, and they all wanted to skin Lu Chen alive and drink his blood. Because the contrast was too obvious, they were on the verge of starvation in the cold weather, but what was the result? Lu Chen's life was like a fairyland. Everyone is jealous. Over the next period of time, Lu Chen would send 2 pictures of himself to the group every 2 hours. There is delicious food, a bathroom with hot water, a space with normal temperature, a private network, and various game discs. It really caused a huge wave of hatred. Lu Chen's life is better than theirs before the cold wave apocalypse, which is really enviable. In the evening, Jin Yin sent a message to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, thank you. Thank me for what? Lu Chen asked. Help me attract their hatred. You didn't have to do this. This way, you will become the object of their hatred and divert their attention away from me. Jin Yin said. There was a gleam of admiration in Lu Chen's eyes. He admired Jin Yin more and more. He was smart enough, a little kind, but not stupid, and he could see through the illusory risks. What's the point of saying thank you verbally? Why don't you repay me with your body? Lu Chen smiled faintly and clicked send. Bah, a dog can't spit out ivory. How old are you? You think about these dirty things all day long. You really live too comfortably. Don't post photos in the group. You might be in danger. Jin Yin said. Dangerous? Teacher, you should know my fighting ability. So why do you think I am dangerous? Lu Chen asked with some confusion. You have to remember one thing. Every person has his or her own face. Although they are all students, they are all adults, and they have very different personalities. They all come from all over the world, said Jin Yin. Teacher, did you see something? Lu Chen asked with a frown. No. Have you forgotten my expertise? My vision has always been very accurate. I won't tell you anything more. I need to have a good rest at night. After saying that, Jin Yin went offline. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, thinking all the time. This building in Area A is truly full of hidden talents, which allowed Jin Yin to make this judgment. Now everyone must know that Lu Chen's honor villa is made entirely of alloy. But why did Jin Yin make this judgment? Is there anything that could threaten you? Lu Chen couldn't think of it for a while. He had a good quality, which was that he was willing to listen to advice. Although I don't know what means they will use, it is better to be prepared than not. The 9th day of the apocalypse, 10 o'clock in the evening. Since there was no electricity and the sky was dark, the building was completely dark. On the 24th floor, the door of a room opened and a figure slowly walked out, followed by a dozen people. If there was light, one could see that each of these 10 or so men looked ferocious and had tattoos all over their bodies. One could tell at a glance that they were thugs, and the kind who were extremely bold and would chop people at will. Boss Liang, this is our first robbery tonight. Who are we robbing? Boss Liang, I think we should go upstairs and rob that teacher. She should have a lot of supplies. A gangster said. Shut up. Liang Hui turned around and scolded. Boss Liang, I saw you speaking for that teacher in the group. You don't really like her, do you? The gangster continued to ask. Like? I like lowly, not mature women. You don't think I'm really that kind. Liang Hui smiled evilly, outlining an outline in the darkness. That is. The gangster was completely puzzled and bewildered. Stupid, that's our backup granary. We have to have something to look forward to in life. There are 11 of us. Even if we rob Jin Yin's granary, we will only have enough to eat in a few days. And who knows how long this cold wave will last. Chapter 34 Robbery. How much can Jin Yin eat by herself? We can use that place as a backup granary. This way, we will have a way out and hope for life. Liang Hui said calmly with a dark light flashing in his eyes. Boss Liang is really wise. But now I see that everyone in your group says there is no food. Where can we find it? The dull-witted younger brother continued to ask. Why are you so stupid? They said there is no food, so there is no food? We are going to rob now, do you understand? Liang Hui said viciously. Got it, boss. Several people came to the 23rd floor. There is still a dormitory on the 23rd floor, and there is only one girl living there. Bang, bang, bang. Liang Hui knocked on the door impatiently. A few minutes later, a weak female voice was heard from inside. Who? I, Liang Hui. Open the door and bring warmth. Liang Hui said carelessly. Liang Hui, what are you doing here? The girl's voice became alert. Liang Hui has always had a very bad reputation, and he has always been known to beat and scold people. What nonsense are you talking about? I told you to open the door, so you opened it. I told you to bring you warmth, so you brought me warmth. How could I possibly harm you? Liang Hui's voice became even more impatient. The girl fell silent all of a sudden. It was the 9th day of the apocalypse, and even a pig would be wary of others, let alone Liang Hui, who had always had a bad reputation. Stop pretending to be dead, bitch. If you don't open the door, we will take action. Liang Hui became even more impatient. Stop messing around. I'm going to call the police. The girl's voice was trembling. Call the police? Ha ha ha. Do you need me to help you call the police? What's the number? 011. Hello? Uncle Hat, I've been robbed. I'm so scared. There seem to be so many people there. Uncle Hat, come and help me. Woo woo woo. Liang Hui said a lot of sarcastic words, and starting to rob seemed to release the demons in his heart, and he seemed extremely excited. Go ahead, smash the door for me. Liang Hui ordered viciously. Okay, boss Liang. Two little karamis with dragon tattoos over their shoulders came over from the back, each of them holding a thickened alloy steel pipe. This is the weapon they use to eat and beat people. It is stronger than an ordinary steel pipe. Bang! Two loud noises erupted, causing the lock of the door to sink in, but the two gangsters also felt numb in their palms. This South China University is worthy of being a private school. Even the dormitory doors are so sturdy. Liang Hui sneered. I beg you, don't break down the door. I have nothing for you to rob. I ran out of food yesterday. The girl's voice inside was tearful. Really, after being hungry for a whole day, your voice is still so strong. It doesn't seem real. Keep smashing it. Liang Hui said coldly. The two thugs took turns hitting each other, and the banging sounds continued. The whole floor was buzzing and shaking, and the echoes continued to be heard. After a few minutes, the keyhole was smashed. Liang Hui kicked the shattered door open, but he didn't expect that the girl was holding a kitchen knife and sticking to the wall. Seeing Liang Hui coming in, she bent her legs, her hands trembled, closed her eyes, and shouted before slashing towards Liang Hui. Liang Hui stepped back to avoid the knife, then kicked the girl into a corner. Fuck you. You're so bold. You dare to attack me. Don't you know I'm a gangster? Liang Hui took out a pitch-black object and pressed it against the girl's forehead. Seeing Liang Hui take out this thing, the younger brothers behind him tensed up, not daring to breathe, their eyes full of awe for Liang Hui. The girl's pupils suddenly shrank, her body swayed, a foul smell hit her, and she became incontinent on the spot. Hand. Pistol. Where did you get the pistol? The girl was scared and cried. My family is so rich. Isn't it normal for me to have a pistol? Liang Hui asked back, then turned around and looked at the group of younger brothers. Go and search. Take out all the food. Yes. A group of younger brothers immediately searched room by room. The girl collapsed. She had never collapsed like this even when facing a gun. At this moment, she had already put the threat of the gun behind her and hugged Liang Hui's thighs tightly. Please, don't rob me. I only have a little food left. That's my life. I beg you not to rob me. The girl cried. Liang Hui lowered his head and saw the girl rubbed her excrement on his legs, and he couldn't help but frown. Give me the knife. Liang Hui stretched out his hand. A thoughtful younger brother immediately took out a machete. These 10 younger brothers were not students of South China University. They were idle people in society and lived in Liang Hui's house. Liang Hui's house is big enough for everyone to live in. Because of the special nature of his identity, the school turned a blind eye. There are knives, guns, sticks, and everything else. Do you know that you are disgusting? You could still be alive, but there is no need now. Liang Hui's face showed a fierce look. He raised the machete high and chopped it down. A muffled groan was heard, and warm blood splashed onto Liang Hui's face. With one cut after another, the ground was covered with blood, and the girl was no longer recognizable as a human. Due to the low temperature, the blood immediately turned into ice chips. Sending you to heaven can be considered as my merit. After all, you will die in more pain without food. Liang Hui said lightly. Boss Liang, we found it. This woman hid it very well. There are also 5 packs of instant noodles, a bucket of self-heating rice, a can of self-heating hot pot, a box of chocolates, and 3 bottles of funeral cola. Came the younger brother's surprised voice. Liang Hui showed a happy expression. Not bad. No wonder you still have the strength. Let's go to the 22nd floor. Liang Hui kicked the corpse away and led his men to the 22nd floor. Lu Chen had killed half of the people in the building, and some floors were left with only one person living there. There was only one boy living on the 22nd floor, and Liang Hui had inquired about it in advance. Boss Liang, there's no sound inside. The younger brother knocked on the door and said, They must have heard our movements. Break down the doors of all the houses on this floor and search every room. Liang Hui said viciously. There was blood on his body, which made him look even more murderous and extremely scary. Okay. 10 minutes later, Liang Hui found the boy in the locker under the bathroom sink. The boy was smart enough to take the few available foods with him. Seeing that Liang Hui had found him, the boy looked sad and handed over the food tremblingly. There was no room for him to resist. Otherwise, the fate of the girl on the 23rd floor would be his future. Have some sense and stop looking at me with such a frightened look. I'm not a murderer. I just want food. Chapter 35. Crazy begins. Liang Hui didn't kill the boy, not because he was kind-hearted. He had been a bad person from the beginning to the end, but he was even more evil now. The reason why he didn't kill the boy was that he felt that there were fewer and fewer people in the building, and it would become more and more deserted to live in. That's all. Liang Hui came to the 21st floor and the 20th floor again. There is a girl on the 21st floor and 2 boys working out on the 20th floor. The 2 boys, relying on their large stature and weapons, wanted to confront Liang Hui head-on. In response, they heard 2 gunshots that shattered the night sky. Then the world went quiet. The people on the 19th floor were trembling with fear. They took their food with them and went to lower floors. Liang Hui did not go down further, but returned to the 24th floor. These guys are really good at hiding. They all say they are starving to death, but they still have a lot of food. Liang Hui spat and sneered. Ha ha, boss, this is enough for the 10 of us to eat for a day. The gangsters were very excited. One day? Do you think the cold wave hasn't come? Eat for 3 days. Liang Hui said coldly. All right. If you eat sparingly and maintain basic vital signs, there should be no problem for 3 days. That night, only Liang Hui and the gangsters slept peacefully, while the rest of the people spent the night shivering. Even Jean Yin was tossing and turning in bed. She had wanted to go down and stop Liang Hui's evil deeds before, but Jean Yin was a woman after all, and she would also be afraid. She did not go down. Although she was not hurt, her conscience was condemned in a vague way. It made her sleep poorly all night. One night passed, and it was the 10th day of the cold wave apocalypse. Chen got up early in the morning, washed up, and had a delicious breakfast. There were French bread and imported milk. I enjoyed the meal very much and took 2 pictures and sent them to the group. Although Jean Yin told him not to send it to the group, Chen still insisted on sending it. Jean Yin was doing this for his own good, and Chen was also doing this for Jean Yin's good. By posting this, he could at least divert the attention of his classmates in a building in Area A. Putting the hatred on himself, Chen would not lose anything anyway. In the face of absolute effort, nothing would work. After the post, there was another series of accusations and requests for food. Chen ignored everyone else. The more others did this, the more comfortable he felt. Chen came to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the heavy snow outside, stretched himself lazily, and his eyes involuntarily looked towards a dormitory building in Area A. On the rooftop of a building, there was a figure standing on the edge. She was wearing thin clothes. Then she jumped down, forming a beautiful parabola in the air, and fell heavily into the snow. Although the snow is soft, when it fell from the 25th floor, it was no different from falling on concrete. There was no intact body. A person jumped off a building, causing such a big noise, but not even one person came out to check. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, order completely collapsed, and people began to go crazy. Chen watched this scene quietly, shaking the soy milk in his hand and smiling slightly. It has begun. It is about to go completely crazy. All the demons and monsters will surface. I will sit back and watch the clouds rise and fall. This kind of end of the world is really exciting. Chen was a little neurotic. He felt that the previous days seemed a little too boring. Since the fortress can fly, let's fly to the side of the building next to it. Chen said calmly. The system received the command, and an incredible scene appeared. If someone was watching, they would definitely be shocked. The entire honor villa, including the 4 underground floors, actually flew up and landed next to a building. The 4th underground floor was buried in snow. The earth shook, but Chen did not shake at all inside the fortress. Despite all the commotion, no one in the building came to check. At this time, a message came in the WeChat group. My food was taken away. Can anyone give me something to eat? This boy is the one who was robbed while hiding last night. He really has no food at all now. No one paid any attention to him. Then don't blame me. I'm willing to do anything to survive, Lin Morong. You cheated me out of money last time, and if you don't give me food this time, I'll kill you. The boy named Lin Morong in the group and asked her to give him food. Lin Morong was so scared that he hurriedly explained in the group that he had no food. Stop talking nonsense. Wait until I come down and tell me in person whether there is any food. The boy sent a hysterical voice in the group. His voice was sharp and terrifying. Lin Morong and Lu Xia lived on the 4th floor. They were particularly horrified when they heard what the boy said. At this time, another boy said in the group, calm down, it's not Lin Morong's fault that you don't have food. Get lost. I don't even have food, so what do I care about? If Lin Morong doesn't give me any, I will kill Lin Morong. The boy was very furious. He didn't dare to cause trouble to Liang Hui who robbed him, but chose to attack a girl. 4th floor. What should I do, Lucia? He said he was going to kill me. Lin Morong was terrified. She subconsciously rang the bell, but Shiryu did not appear. Where the hell is Shiryu? He doesn't even come at this time. Lin Morong's face became even paler. Lucia complained in her heart. It's already this time. Shiryu's body must have frozen. How can he continue to serve you? You should go find Lu Chen. Lu Chen is capable. Lucia suddenly said. But if I find Lu Chen first, wouldn't I have to bow my head first? Lin Morong said. You are stupid. It's already this time. Your life is in danger, and you still care about these things. Lucia was also a little anxious. She lived with Lin Morong. If that boy came to kill her, could she survive? 2. Lin Morong immediately picked up the phone and sent a message to Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, have you checked the WeChat group? I'm so scared now. Come and help me. I'll hold your hand. When Lu Chen saw this message, he got goosebumps and wanted to kill Lin Morong right away. But this would be too easy for her. The real show has just begun, and every minute and every second in such an environment is a torture. How can Lin Morong be freed so quickly? Therefore, Lu Chen couldn't let Lin Morong die now, so he directly tagged the crazy boy in the group. You are a grown man. Liang Hui robbed you, but you didn't go to Liang Hui to get it back. What kind of ability do you have to attack a woman? In a word, Lin Morong and Lucia were about to go to heaven. Lucia squeezed her legs together, her eyes sparkling. Your brother Lu Chen is so domineering. Lin Morong also felt a lot more at ease and was very proud inside. As expected, Lu Chen was still the same Lu Chen and still her loyal dog. Lu Chen is a big shot in the group. After all, he killed half the people in the building by himself. The boy immediately stopped going downstairs and was very afraid of Lu Chen. Chapter 36 Good Brothers. But he would never dare to deal with Liang Hui. Lu Chen, are you looking for death? Liang Hui, who rarely spoke in the group, suddenly spoke, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. You call my name first. It's normal for me to call your name. Lu Chen responded indifferently. Others are afraid of Liang Hui, but he is not afraid of Liang Hui. Very good. I guarantee that you will die miserably. Liang Hui sent a voice message with a sinister voice, and then continued to speak in the group. I know you all know that I raided the 23rd, 22nd, and 21st floors yesterday. I have people and knives on the 20th floor. I'm going to confront you. If you bring up 11 servings of food every day, I'll spare your lives. Liang Hui's statement was shocking. I wonder how many people would tremble in fear after hearing such shocking words. Although Liang Hui committed robbery last night, he did it secretly and did not dare to show it in public. Who knew that today Liang Hui would be provoked by Lu Chen and directly put the matter out in the open? Liang Hui, don't go too far. We are classmates after all. Don't you intend to leave us a chance to survive? You killed several people yesterday, and we didn't intend to pursue the matter with you. Su Dong typed in the group. Lu Chen had a deep impression of Su Dong. He exercised regularly and had a strong sense of justice, but his brain was not very good. In the current situation, he should have been cautious and protected himself, but he dared to jump out and go against Liang Hui. Isn't this courting death? Very good. Su Dong, you are very good. You are the bravest person I have ever met. You are very good. I remember you live on the 13th floor, right? Wait for me. Liang Hui also added a gloomy expression. Brothers, take your weapons and go kill people. Liang Hui shouted loudly. Okay, Boss Liang. 10 hooligans followed Liang Hui downstairs. The whole building was very quiet. Liang Hui led 10 people and walked without slowing down. The noisy sound became amplified and could be heard clearly from far away. Everyone was trembling in fear. Was Liang Hui going to kill someone again? Liang Hui soon arrived at the 13th floor. The doors of the 2 dormitories on the 13th floor were smashed open by Liang Hui, but he did not expect that Su Dong was not there. Liang Hui grinned grimly and said coldly in the group, Su Dong, you are really good at hiding it. What about the courage to disobey me just now? Don't hide it. Liang Hui, you can't find me in such a big building. Others dare not blame you, but I will blame you in the group every day from now on. Su Dong was also tough and felt that he had hidden well, so he showed off in the group. Liang Hui's face was twisted with anger. This Su Dong was completely challenging his authority. Very good, all staff. Where is Su Dong hiding among you? Liang Hui asked. No one responded. I'll say it again. If anyone is hiding Su Dong in the dormitory, tell me in private. If you don't tell me and I find out, I'll kill you too. Even Lu Chen applauded at this statement. Liang Hui was not only fierce, but also smart. There was no more sound in the group. Liang Hui sat on the bed on the 13th floor and waited slowly. Boss, is there really someone who can tell? It's tiring for us to search every room on so many floors one by one, said a younger brother. Let me ask you, as long as Su Dong doesn't leave the dormitory, can we find him? Liang Hui asked. Of course. There are 11 of us, and we can't find Su Dong, the gangster said affirmatively. If that's the case, Su Dong will definitely not be able to hide it, and the others must know about it. Are they willing to sacrifice their lives to accompany Su Dong? Do they have the courage to do so? Liang Hui said viciously. This principle is actually very simple and can be understood if you think about it a little more deeply, but this group of guys just can't understand it. So they are the younger brothers. Ding dong. The phone rang. Liang Hui opened it and saw it was a private message. Very good, let's go to work. Liang Hui stood up and grinned. 901. Su Dong was sitting on the bed in a room with a boy. Good brother, just because you dare to take me in, our good brotherhood for so many years has not been in vain. Don't worry, I have a box of snacks and I will share them with you when the time comes. Su Dong patted the boy next to him on the shoulder, looking very happy. He hid here, and Su Dong would definitely not be able to find him because there was a secret door in the dormitory, which Su Dong and his good brother had made together out of boredom before the cold wave. As long as he hides here, even if Liang Hui finds this place, he will definitely not be able to find the secret door he hid. The boy's face looked a little unhappy, and he couldn't make a sound, and he seemed to be very conflicted. What's the matter? You used to love eating those snacks the most, but now you don't want to eat them. Su Dong patted the boy's shoulder carelessly. I don't want to die, the boy suddenly said. Who wants to die? In these troubled times, we too must join forces. We still have some food left, and we can last for 2 more days. By then, there might be a turning point. Su Dong said. Su Dong, that's not what I meant. I don't want to die. I'm afraid of Liang Hui. I'm afraid he will chop me with a knife. The boy looked ugly and his face was trembling slightly. What are we afraid of? As long as we don't provoke them, everything will be fine. Su Dong didn't care at all. Because there is a secret hole here, he can hide there. As long as the boy doesn't speak, Liang Hui will never find him. But you provoked Liang Hui, the boy said heavily. I think you are too timid, aren't you? There is a secret cave here. If you don't tell me, Liang Hui won't be able to find it even if he finds it. Su Dong said. The boy closed his eyes in pain. Su Dong thought he was just scared, so he didn't say much and just quietly thought about what to do next. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door. Su Dong stood up suddenly and said, It's bad. Liang Hui must be here. I'll hide in the secret passage first, and you just say you know nothing. Su Dong moved the wardrobe away. There was a mechanism on the wall behind the wardrobe. He touched it gently, and there was a click sound. A square tile under his feet rose up. Su Dong opened it and immediately hid inside. Help me move the cabinet. After saying this, Su Dong fell silent. The boy stood up. He was in great pain. His feet felt like they were supported by jacks and were shaking constantly. Instead of putting the cabinet back in place, he slowly walked to the door. At first his feet were shaking, then his whole body began to tremble, and even 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. The door opened, and it turned out to be Liang Hui and his group. Liang Hui held a bloody machete in his left hand, patted the boy on the shoulder with his right hand, and said, You are very good. I will keep you and steal your food at the end. Chapter 37. Surface Best Friend. The boy trembled for a moment, then said, Don't torture him. He is my best brother. Don't worry, killing is not a crime. I won't torture him. Now lead the way. Liang Hui said lightly. Afterwards, the boy took Liang Hui to the dark cave and opened the door of the cave himself. What? Have Liang Hui and the others left? Su Dong poked his head out and asked. But the moment he leaned out, he saw Liang Hui and the 10 thugs behind him. Su Dong, you are a talented kid, and you are quite good at hiding. Liang Hui grabbed Su Dong's hair, grinned, and said. Su Dong was stunned. Then he reacted and looked at the boy with shock. You betrayed me. We've been good brothers for so many years, and you betrayed me. The boy closed his eyes, feeling somewhat painful. I told you, I am afraid of death. I don't want to die. If that's the case, then you will be the only one to die. Drag him away, drag him to the corridor. I'll do it myself, Liang Hui said heavily. A group of hooligans pulled Su Dong's hair with a grim smile and walked towards the corridor. You will not die well. You betrayed your closest brother. You will not die well. You will definitely go to the 18th level of hell. Su Dong's roar gradually faded away, and at the end a wailing sound was heard, and then there was no sound. Not long after, Liang Hui posted a picture in the WeChat group. When everyone saw it, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. It was actually a photo of Su Dong's head. Su Dong's head was chopped off, his eyes were bloodshot, and he died with his eyes open. It was extremely horrifying. This is the consequence of openly disobeying me. Let's see who dares to do it again. I told you to bring food up today. If not, I will kill you one by one, Liang Hui said in the group. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Liang Hui's methods were quite cruel. In the end times, only ruthless people like Liang Hui had a chance of survival. Kind and brainless people will only die miserably. At this time, Lu Chen's phone dinged, and he found that he was pulled into a new group. Except Liang Hui, everyone else is in this group. What do you think? There's such a bully in Building A. Our lives are not safe at all, someone said. If he wants food, we just give it to him. There are so many of us, and if everyone gives a little, won't it be enough for him, said a girl. She is particularly afraid of Liang Hui and is very timid. Can you control him for 1 day, or 10 days? There are 10 gangsters behind Liang Hui. Are we going to feed them all? In a few days, we will all be left with nothing. So what do you want to do? He has 10 men with guns in their hands. Can we defeat him? There are 30 or 40 of us here. Even if we stand here and let him kill us, he won't be able to kill us all by himself, right? I think as long as we are united enough and go together to take down Liang Hui, we won't have to worry about anything. As soon as these words came out, there was no sound in the group again. The person who said this was the class monitor, a girl who was a fan of CFBOYS. She had some prestige among her classmates because of her good workability. But it is obvious that this prestige cannot continue into the end of the world. What the squad leader said makes sense. You take the lead, and we will follow you. That's right. As long as the squad leader takes the lead, there is nothing that cannot be taken. What does a mere Liang Hui count for? Squad leader, take the lead and eliminate harm for the people. The students in the group were filled with righteous indignation and said they wanted to get rid of Liang Hui, but none of them were willing to take the lead. You want me, a girl, to take the lead? What? Are all the boys in the class dead? The class monitor scolded in the group. This sentence made the boys very uncomfortable, and Lu Chen also felt deeply disgusted with it. When they attacked Lu Chen before, it was the class monitor who shouted the loudest. What do you mean? You came up with this idea, but you let us boys take the lead in beating Liang Hui. Then we boys are the ones who get hurt, but you are safe and sound. One boy was very angry and immediately spoke in the group. Shouldn't boys be more generous? What kind of ability is it to only be petty with women? Is this your quality? The squad leader was also blunt and directly retorted. Usually they say ladies are given priority. Why are they not given priority now? In a war, they say that the elderly, children, and women should go first. What do you say? There was a huge quarrel in the group, and no one had figured out how to deal with Liang Hui yet, and instead an internal conflict broke out. What a mob. At this time, Lu Chen's private message rang. It was from Lucia. Brother Lu, Liang Hui is killing people indiscriminately in a building in Area A. I'm so scared. Lu Chen was stunned. It was fine for Lin Murong to say that. After all, he had licked her before. Who do you think you are, Lucia, to dare to say that? What does it have to do with me? Lu Chen responded coldly. Can I live in your honor villa? You come to protect me, and I won't eat for free. The honor villa is so big, and you have so many supplies. I'm sure I can't take care of it. I'll be your maid. After Lucia typed this message, she sent it out, then confidently took a few cool photos of herself without clothes, turned on the beauty filter and smoothed the skin to the maximum, and then sent them to Lu Chen. This was a big move that Lucia had thought of a long time ago. She didn't believe that she couldn't seduce a man with her beauty. In the class, even Lin Murong can't compare to her in terms of figure. When Lu Chen clicked on the photo, he was stunned. Every part of the body was there. The old saying really comes true. Beauty filter 13 makes the photo flawless. But you know what? It looks pretty nice, a bit like a website. But, if you come, what will happen to Lin Murong? Lu Chen smiled evilly and said this deliberately. Lin Murong? Lin Murong is nothing. Is her figure as good as mine? She keeps you hanging. She is not as considerate as me. Lu Xia began to slander Lin Murong without hesitation. There are superficial brothers, and there are superficial best friends. It really opened Lu Chen's eyes. Okay, I'll think about it. After Lu Chen sent the message, he saved the screenshot of the chat and sent it privately to Lin Murong. He knew that Lin Murong was very afraid of Liang Hui. If that was the case, he would give her another drastic measure. On the 4th floor, Lin Murong was lying on the bed, wrapped in several layers of quilts, but he still couldn't stop shaking. Lu Xia, what did you send to Lu Chen? Lin Murong asked quietly. No. Lu Xia lied with her eyes open. You damn bitch, you said you didn't have it. What is this? Lin Murong was furious. He quickly got out of bed and handed the phone to Lu Xia. Lu Xia's face turned green and red, and she wanted to explain. Murong, listen to my explanation. It's not like that. I don't listen to shit. I treat you as my best friend, but you treat me as an idiot. Chapter 38. The Perfect Method of Tortured. Lin Murong was so angry that she rushed over and fought with Lu Xia like a shrew. In the end, they calmed down. After discussing for a long time in Scylla's WeChat group, They couldn't come up with a good way to deal with Liang Hui. However, a group of them united together. More than 30 people lived on the 4th to 12th floors and huddled together for warmth, attempting to achieve their goal of fighting against Liang Hui in this way. The 10th day of the apocalypse passed like this, and on the 11th day, some people starved to death. The man who was robbed by Liang Hui before starved to death. Logically speaking, you won't starve to death if you don't eat for a day. However, this boy had been frugal before and had eaten the least, so his body had always been on the verge of collapse. Then, he was without food for one day, so he starved to death. Early in the morning, Chen saw a man sneaking out of a building. Because she was wearing a loose military coat, Chen couldn't see her face clearly. I could only tell it was a girl. When the girl came out and saw the 2 honor villas next door, she was shocked and rubbed her eyes many times before she was sure. After a brief shock, the girl braved the wind and snow and walked towards the original location of the honor villa. Chen looked quietly at the floor-to-ceiling window, not knowing what this girl wanted to do. After a while, the girl actually carried a corpse back. In the direction of the old address of the Villa of Honor, the corpses have never been dealt with by Chen, and they have been well preserved in such extreme weather. It's the 11th day of the apocalypse. Have you already started eating this? Chen frowned. If someone runs out of food and starts eating this, Jin will be in great danger. In addition, Jin lives on the 25th floor, and Liang Hui and other gangsters live on the 24th floor, which makes it even more dangerous. After thinking about it, Chen felt that he should do something. He sent Lin Murong a private message. Want to live with me? Lin Murong immediately answered. Think about it, brother Chen, have you figured it out? Lin Murong was so surprised that his hands were shaking. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, even she was out of ammunition and food. Lin Murong had received help from Shiryu, but even she was beginning to run out of ammunition and food, let alone others. Of the nearly 40 people left in a building in Area A, most of them are probably out of food. Their lives are in danger, and the more this is the case, the crazier they become. Help me kill Liang Hui, and I'll let you live with me. How about that? Chen asked. Lin Murong's face froze. She was asked to kill Liang Hui? Was this a joke? How could a woman like her kill Liang Hui? At this time, Liang Hui spoke in the original class group. Where's the food? Did you ignore what I told you yesterday? If you don't deliver it within an hour, I'll randomly pick 3 people and kill them. A person's reputation is like a tree shadow. Compared to Chen, the students are now more afraid of Liang Hui. After all, Chen killed those who took the initiative to attack the Villa of Honor. So far, Chen has never taken the initiative to kill anyone. The squad leader took the lead and went door to door to beg for food, trying to gather all the food and send it to Liang Hui. But she was surprised to find that everyone said they had no food. Moreover, many of them looked quite sincere, and it was obvious that they had really run out of ammunition and food. Even if some people still have some food left, they will not give out a single bit. This is their lifeblood. If they give any of it away, they will die sooner. How dare they give it away? The squad leader was scared because the food was not enough. If he didn't give it to Liang Hui would kill people randomly and he would be the first one to kill him. After all, I am the class monitor and have a special status. The squad leader became more and more frightened the more he thought about it, and his body was shaking constantly. With Liang Hui's personality, he would definitely be the first person to be killed. Jin, teacher, please save us and give us some food. We are really starving to death. The squad leader trembled and called Jin, wanting to ask Jin for food. Liang Hui, class monitor, don't bother the teacher. If you can't get enough food, I'll use you as a sacrifice first. Liang Hui sees Jin as a way out, so how could he allow others to get involved? The squad leader was so scared that he almost cried, and he couldn't help but feel angry inside, but not towards Liang Hui, but towards Chen. Chen, are you satisfied? Is this the result you want? Will you be satisfied if we all starve to death? Chen, stop pretending. You are the most disgusting person. Why are you pretending? We have so many supplies. If you just share a little bit, it will help us survive. But you don't give us anything. I have never seen anyone as selfish as you. The squad leader became more and more angry and started to accuse Chen crazily. Led by the squad leader, others also began to make accusations and use moral blackmail in the group, trying to get Chen to hand over the food willingly. You are a bunch of fools. You want food? Sure. Come to the honor villa to get it. If you have the guts, why should I give you food? Chen's simple words silenced everyone. They only dare to talk on the internet. If they are asked to attack the Villa of Honor, they will never dare to do so. There are still many corpses in the snow. On the 24th floor, the gangster saw the message in the group and couldn't help saying, Boss Liang, why don't we go rob Chen? Chen has no worries about food and clothing now. He is a hot commodity. Chen has armed forces. Although I really wanted to die, I have to admit that Chen is indeed a character. We will go and cause trouble for him when our armed forces are stronger in the future, Liang Hui said lightly. In the WeChat group, Lu Chen saw that no one was moving, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He thought of a perfect way to torture Lin Murong. Have you finished the food I gave you last time? Don't worry, I will never let you starve to death. I have put a box of supplies at the gate of a building in Area A. When there is no one around, come and get it. Such a message was sent in the WeChat group. Lu Chen sent another message. Oh shit, I sent it to the wrong person. I sent it to the group. When Lin Murong saw the news for the first time, she was so happy that she almost fainted. Lu Chen is finally going to give her supplies. A box of food, should it be enough for her to survive for a few days? As for Lu Chen's intention, she was completely unaware of it. Lucia, let's go get the supplies. I'll share some food with you, Lin Murong said with a smile. Lucia is a little smarter, but not much smarter. She keenly sensed something was wrong, but it was soon covered up by the rumbling sound of her stomach. The two went out, only to find that the doors of other dormitories in the corridor were open. On the other side, Lu Chen had just finished sending the message when he began to look at a one-story building from the French window. The third floor buried by snow can be said to be the underground floor. Sure enough, within a minute after he sent the message, a door suddenly opened and the first person to rush out was the squad leader. Chapter 39 Venison. The squad leader looked around but didn't see a box of supplies. Others also rushed out at this time, trying to find the box of supplies that Lu Chen had placed at the door, but they didn't see it. No, how could there be no supplies? Someone shouted. Impossible. Lu Chen has so many supplies, he would never lie. And have you forgotten? Lu Chen chased Lin Murong for a long time before. Isn't it easy to understand why he gave Lin Murong supplies? Where did the supplies go? Damn it, Liang Hui is going to kill us without food. Where's the food? Do you think there is a possibility that the food has been taken away by Lin Murong? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Yes, that's right. It must have been taken away by that bitch Lin Murong. Damn it, let's go find Lin Murong to get food. The 1 hour Liang Hui gave us is almost up, the squad leader yelled. A group of people rushed back. At this moment, Lin Murong and Lu Xia had already arrived near the gate. Seeing a group of people coming towards them with great momentum, Lu Xia subconsciously took a few steps back and kept a safe distance from Lin Murong. Lin Murong, where's the food? The squad leader came over and asked. I'm just about to get it. Don't you have any food? That's right, Lu Chen only cares about me. Lin Murong obviously hasn't figured out what's going on. He's still showing off at this critical moment. Damn it, she must have hidden the food. One boy shouted angrily. Hide? What do you mean hide? I haven't even gone to get it. Lin Murong was confused. Stop lying. You, Lin Murong, live on the 4th floor, and the main entrance is right outside. You are the only one who can run so fast. A girl accused Lin Murong. I say, can you please have some shame? First of all, the food was given to me by Lu Chen. It's none of your business. If you have the guts, go ask Lu Chen for it yourself. Secondly, I'm not as fast as you. You must have stolen my supplies and are trying to find an excuse, right? Lin Murong was also angry and said loudly. Bitch, you dare to lie. They already had a lot of complaints about Lin Murong. Why were they struggling to survive while Lin Murong was able to get special treatment and be supported by Lu Chen? Their ideas are preconceived, and even the arrival of gods cannot change their views of Lin Murong. Lu Xia can testify. Lin Murong looked to the side and said, Where's Lu Xia? Lu Xia knew something was wrong and had already gone into hiding. Let's go. The food must be hidden in Lin Murong's dormitory. Let's go find it. A group of people went to Lin Murong's dormitory. Lin Murong was anxious. How could she, a beauty in class, just enter her dormitory? So she started pushing and trying to stop them. It would have been fine if I hadn't stopped them, but once I did, big problems arose. In the apocalypse, who cares whether you're the class beauty or not? A group of people pushed each other, and the scene became even more chaotic. Don't step on me. Ah, you stepped on my head. Help, I'm going to die if you step on me again. Lin Murong's screams were heard, and after a group of people entered Lin Murong's dormitory, Lin Murong collapsed on the ground, with footprints all over his body. At this time Lu Xia came hurriedly, holding a knife in her hand, and asked anxiously, How are you? I saw something was wrong just now, so I hurried to find a kitchen knife. Lin Murong stood up painfully, his eyes full of malice, and said, I will kill them, a bunch of shits. Once my brother Lu Chen takes action, I guarantee they will be wiped out. A group of people led by the class monitor quickly came out of Lin Murong's dormitory. They really didn't find any food. However, it was absolutely impossible to ask them to apologize, so the group of people dispersed directly. Lin Murong didn't believe it, so she came to the gate and found that there was no food, so she couldn't help but ask Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, I didn't see the food you gave me. Impossible, I put it there myself. But why did you come out so late? The food might have been taken away by that group of people. Chen sneered and sent a message back. Ah, they are all a bunch of demons. Brother Chen, you see I'm so hungry. Can you give me some more? I'll squat at the door this time. Lin Murong sent another message. Lin Murong, my supplies are also limited. How about this? I will give you another box of food tomorrow. After Chen sent the message, he did not reply no matter what Lin Murong said. Lin Murong was very angry, but not at Chen. Instead, he was angry at that group of people, and the first to be hit was the squad leader. At this moment, the monitor returned to the dormitory with a nervous heart. It's almost time to call at the time Liang Hui designated, but I have no food. What should I do? Suddenly, the monitor had an idea and pushed open the door of his own room. What caught the eye were huge posters one after another. Each poster featured 3 young men, each more handsome than the other. Their reputations, whether bad or good, were almost known to everyone. The squad leader looked at these fears, and his eyes revealed a fanatical infatuation. Boys bless me. The monitor came to the center of the room, and what was strange was that there was an altar in the center of the room. A strange evil god is enshrined on it, and below the evil god there is half a cigarette but of Furong Wang. Evil god, please bless me to win Wang Yuan's heart, bless me with success, and bless me to survive in the end times. The squad leader said piously. If what happens here gets out, the squad leader will definitely be ruined. She was obsessed with boys to a certain extent. Luo Daiwa bought half a Furong Wang cigarette, but that had been smoked by Wang Yuan on a second-hand platform at a high price. She used it as a medium to worship the evil god, hoping that the evil god could use his evil power to bind Wang Yuan's heart to her own. Immediately afterwards, the squad leader dug out several cold bodies from under the bed. The evil god must be worshipped with corpses, only then can he show his power. The squad leader grinned. If Jinin was here, he would definitely be shocked. Aren't these bodies some of the people who disappeared? It turned into a corpse. Master Evil God, I have a hurdle that I cannot overcome right now. I will borrow your tribute for a while, and I will repay you tenfold next time. After saying that, the squad leader raised the kitchen knife he had prepared and chopped at the corpse again and again. The corpse was hard, but the squad leader still cut it up. He then picked out the largest pieces of meat, filled a plastic bag with them, took a deep breath and went out. Her heart was trembling all the way. In her heart, Liang Hui was more terrifying than the evil god. With a nervous heart, the squad leader knocked on Liang Hui's door. Liang Hui came over and asked, "Is the food ready?" "It's ready, Siberian frozen venison." The squad leader picked up the bag and handed it to Liang Hui. Liang Hui took a look at it and couldn't help but feel hungry. It had been a long time since he had seen this kind of meat. "I heard that venison is sour?" Liang Hui asked. "A little bit, but after cooking, it's very delicious," said the squad leader. "Very good, you did a great job. I will ask you for food from now on. If anyone dares to disobey you, just tell me. Do you understand?" Liang Hui asked. He gave the squad leader certain rights, which made it easier to ask for food and facilitate management. Liang Hui's dream has always been to become a gang boss, and now in the end times, he has a chance to realize it. Okay. The squad leader nodded, feeling relieved in his heart. It seemed that this hurdle was about to be passed. Chapter 40 Price. Come on, do your best. I will definitely not kill you. What does other people's life and death have to do with you? Liang Hui patted the squad leader on the shoulder and said with a smile. The squad leader unexpectedly felt flattered and nodded quickly, with a smile on his face all the way back. The evil god must have taken effect, and the offering of flesh and blood was effective. There was a gleam of light in the squad leader's eyes, with a hint of murderous intent. "Classmates, I have already appeased Liang Hui, and everything will be fine today," the squad leader said in the newly created group. "The squad leader is awesome. I think my foresight was spot on. Only the squad leader has the ability to deal with Liang Hui. Squad leader, you must keep Liang Hui in check. You must not let Liang Hui come down and act tyrannically." The classmates were all very happy, talking to each other. "I'll help you deal with Liang Hui. What price do you want to give me?" Suddenly, the squad leader asked in the group. "The price? What price? We have no food left." "Yes, you are the class monitor. Isn't it your job to be in a high position? As the squad leader, you should serve us. What price do you want us to pay?" When the price was mentioned, the faces of the group of people changed instantly. They were not willing to pay anything at all. After all, in the end times, anything could become the key to survival. Haha, you like to use moral kidnapping. It may be useful for others, but it doesn't work for me because I don't give morals. To be honest, Liang Hui has already given me the power. If you don't pay the price I want, then tomorrow I will go to Liang Hui and tell him that so-and-so is unwilling to pay. Do you think Liang Hui will kill you? The squad leader said sinisterly in the group. "Captain, we have no food. What do you want us to get?" "Yeah, I'm going to go find some food. What else can I give you?" The students were anxious. Half of them didn't want to give, and the other half really had nothing left. "Who said the price is food?" The squad leader suddenly said in the group. What is that? Hong Xiaojun, come and keep me company today. I have already dealt with Liang Hui today. Just keep me company, and that will be the price you pay. The squad leader said in the group. Hong Xiaojun was absolutely unwilling to do that. He already had no food, so how could he accompany the ugly squad leader? Hong Xiaojun, did you hear that? Accompany the squad leader well and make him happy. That's right. Don't even think about running away, or we'll kill you. Hong Xiaojun, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go upstairs to the squad leader's dormitory. The classmates all Hong Xiaojun. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to die with your friends. Anyway, it is not them, but Hong Xiaojun. So what's wrong with Hong Xiaojun going to accompany him for a while? If the same thing happened to them, they would probably have some new feelings. Even if Hong Xiaojun was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to go upstairs with a bitter face and come to the monitor's dormitory. There were 2 other girls living in the dormitory, but they were hiding in their rooms and didn't come out. Hong Xiaojun knocked on the squad leader's room. Sergeant, it's me, Hong Xiaojun, said Hong Xiaojun. He has accepted his fate. Even though the squad leader is a little ugly, it doesn't matter if he's a little ugly. It makes no difference when the lights are turned off. It also allows him to vent a little, so it's not a big loss. The squad leader opened the door and looked Hong Xiaojun up and down. Before the end of the world, Hong Xiaojun was a very thin boy. It took him 5 minutes to run 1,000 meters in the physical test. After running, he would vomit and have diarrhea and have to get in 4 drip. He often went to the school infirmary. In short, he was a sickly person. In addition, the end of the world was approaching with a cold wave, and people were missing meals, suffering from severe malnutrition, and could be blown down by the wind. Come in, said the squad leader. Hong Xiaojun walked in, and after arriving at the room, he felt eager to try. He is a novice, can he learn it today? The room was filled with posters of CFBYS, and Hong Xiaojun didn't recognize them. He asked, who are these sissies? The squad leader's brows trembled violently, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. She ignored him and started tinkering with the altar. Because the squad leader was as broad as a bear and blocked the evil god's altar, Hong Xiaojun had not yet discovered the evil god. What a sissy. He's even wearing makeup. He must not be as strong as me. Hong Xiaojun kept complaining. Every time he complained, the monitor's body trembled slightly. In the end, Hong Xiaojun sat on the bed and began to feel shy. He slowly took off his coat and said, Sergeant, please be gentle. I don't understand anything. Hong Xiaojun said, and smiled shyly. Don't even mention that scene. It was as disgusting as it could be. You can try to imagine a withered bamboo pole acting coquettishly. The squad leader was so angry that she almost vomited bile. She was ugly, but she had high standards. The squad leader turned around, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and said coldly, Okay, I will be gentle. You may be gentle, but why are you holding a kitchen knife? Hong Xiaojun didn't react yet. He didn't have time to react before the squad leader raised the kitchen knife and slashed at his neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Hong Xiaojun wanted to wail, but the squad leader covered his mouth tightly. He struggled for a long time before he stopped moving. The squad leader began to deal with Hong Xiaojun's body, and then moved to the front of the evil god's altar, clasped his hands together, looked pious, and said, Master Evil God, this is a fresh sacrifice. Please enjoy it. After saying that, the squad leader knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Little did he know that the evil god's eyes seemed to flash a few times. After the worship, the squad leader stood up and continued. Lord Evil God, I don't want to be connected with my Wang Yuan anymore. I want delicious food. If Lord Evil God has a spirit, please put the delicious food at my door. The squad leader said piously. After a while, the monitor walked out of his room with a nervous heart. She tiptoed until she opened the dormitory door. After the incident with Liang Hui, the squad leader trusted the evil god even more, believing that the evil god was the only true god in this world, and that only by believing in the evil god could one survive in this damn doomsday. The monitor opened the door nervously, and sure enough, he saw a plastic bag at the door with small black balls inside. This is a reward from the evil god. The squad leader looked excited and took out a small black ball, which exuded an enticing fragrance that whetted people's appetite. The squad leader was already extremely hungry, so he immediately put a bite into his mouth. The delicious taste that melted in his mouth was simply invincible, and it felt like he was in heaven. Chapter 41, Solar Mutation. The monitor had never eaten such delicious food before, and she could guarantee that it was definitely not, because she was almost starving to death. Even before the end of the world, the squad leader had never eaten such delicious food. It is simply a gift from God to her. However, the quantity was a little small. Even after the squad leader ate all of it, he was only half full, and the food would soon be gone. Maybe the sacrifice Hong Xiaojun is weak and sickly, so he is not qualified. If we use a perfect sacrifice, will we get more? Half an hour ago, in the honor villa, Chen was standing in front of the French window, eating ice watermelon, playing with the space cube, and thinking about something. Suddenly, Chen looked up at the sky. The gray sky gradually became transparent, and the long-lost sun appeared. However, the sun that appeared this time was completely different from the previous sun. The sun was very dim, with various gray spots on it, and the gray light shone indiscriminately on the blue planet. Chen was also swept away. The space cube in his hand emitted an intense white light. Chen closed his eyes because of the brightness. When he opened his eyes and came to his senses, he found that the space cube had disappeared. This scared Chen. The Rubik's Cube space was something he was proud of in the apocalypse, as it allowed him to live a comfortable life in the apocalypse. What would he do if he disappeared? While I was anxious, the long-lost system voice rang out. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has merged with a certain spatial holy object. The space system of the World Destruction Fortress is activated. The host needs to complete the task to unlock it. In one sentence, Chen's CPU was stunned. The information content is really too much. First of all, he integrated the space relic into himself. The space relic should refer to the space cube. In other words, I have merged with the space cube? Chen closed his eyes, and just like before, with a thought, he entered the boundless space. Chen couldn't help but show a look of joy. Before, if he wanted to get supplies, he had to hold the space cube in his hand. Although this was not inconvenient, it increased the risk of being exposed. In his previous life, Chen was betrayed because he was seen by Wang Hao and Lin Murong when he opened the space with the space cube. This time, that risk was completely avoided. Not only that, Chen also felt that some special changes had taken place in his body. Chen stretched out his right hand and gently touched the floor-to-ceiling window. The place where it touched was slightly twisted, and a small hole about 1 centimeter deep appeared in the floor-to-ceiling window. Chen hurriedly pulled his hand back, but before he could even react with shock, he felt dizzy and fell on the bed. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Is this some kind of space attack method? Chen murmured to himself. Just when his fingers touched the floor-to-ceiling window, he could feel some kind of spatial distortion caused by his fingers, leaving a pit about 1 centimeter deep. What would happen if I pressed my finger on someone's throat? Chen's heart was beating very fast. It seemed that different changes in the apocalypse had already appeared on the 11th day. Could it be related to the dim sun that had just appeared? Chen calmed himself down and then asked the system. System, do you know what happened to me? This system knows, but it won't tell you because it doesn't have the authority to do so. A cold voice sounded. Chen. What about the space system of the world-destroying fortress? Chen continued to ask. Currently, the Doomsday Fortress has been equipped with a black technology attack system, not unlocked, and a space system, not unlocked. The host needs to complete the designated tasks before it can be unlocked. The system replied. What specific function does it have? Chen continued to ask. Since the host's imagination is too poor now, I will not tell you. However, I can give you a brief reminder that the black technology attack system has an attack power that can change the colors of gods and ghosts, and the space system can even make space jumps instantly. This is already the limit of the host's imagination. I will not say more, said the system. Quite arrogant, Chen said dissatisfiedly. However, he also began to look forward to it. He had to complete the task to unlock it. There was no point asking. When the time came, the system would tell him. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was Zhang Hua calling. Hello? I'm Chen. Chen said. That's great, Brother Lu, you're still alive. Zhang Hua said in a happy tone. Chen also showed a sincere smile. The relationship between him and Zhang Hua was very pure. It's already the 11th day of the cold wave, and you look full of energy and seem to be doing well. Chen said jokingly. It's because you reminded me in advance, Brother Lu, that I bought a lot of food. Although I can't live a comfortable life, I can still sustain myself for a while. Zhang Hua said with a smile. Chen could imagine that this kid was scratching his head. Let's get down to business. Do you need your brother's help when the phone call comes in? Chen asked. Zhang Hua is a good person and has helped him move supplies. If necessary, he will lend a helping hand. No, Brother Lu. Did you see the sun just now? Zhang Hua's voice became serious. I saw it, what's wrong? Brother Lu, you know I'm from the Department of Astronomy, and I've been doing research on this. First of all, this cold wave is totally abnormal. Even in the ancient ice age, it wasn't this cold and snowed so hard. I conducted an in-depth study with an old professor of astronomy and found that the sun has been emitting some mysterious energy since the impact that day. The primary reason for the cold wave is that the temperature of the sun is not that high anymore. The reason why the temperature is not that high is because of this mysterious energy. Just now, this mysterious energy reached its peak. There may be some kind of abnormal change on Blue Planet. Brother Liu, you have to be careful. Zhang Hua said seriously. I understand. You've worked hard. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. He didn't know whether there were any changes on Blue Star, but Lu Chen himself had changed. Not only did the space cube merge with himself, it also produced incredible means of attack. Okay, Brother Liu, I'm just reminding you to be careful. The sun is still changing, and the space in some places has begun to collapse. Zhang Hua continued. Okay, if you need any help, you can contact me anytime. Lu Chen nodded. Just based on the information Zhang Hua told him, it was enough for Lu Chen to help him again. Zhang Hua hung up the phone, and Lu Chen looked towards a building in Area A. Some kind of change has occurred to me, but what about others? What's going on in this building now? In the evening, many people walked out of a building in Area A and carried back all the people killed by Lu Chen. No doubt some of the desperate people, out of ammunition and food, turned their attention to the corpses. But this is understandable. The will to survive is terrifying. Chapter 42, Price Increase. Every day after that, there will be surprises. Lu Chen sighed, and then began to practice his abilities. In the middle of the night, in a building in Area A, when everyone had fallen asleep, the doors of 2 dormitories on different floors were opened. 2 people walked out at the same time, and their faces could not be seen clearly in the darkness. Perhaps it was God's arrangement that both of them came to the 5th floor. One figure was as broad as a bear, and the other was very slender. The 2 men had completely different figures. The only thing in common was that they both had a gleam in their eyes. When they met, they were stunned for 2 seconds, then stopped looking at each other and looked towards a dormitory on the 5th floor. Bang, bang, bang. The slender black shadow knocked on the door, but no one responded. The slender black shadow took a few steps back, and the broad figure stepped forward, picked up the tools in his hand, and smashed it hard at the door. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, until the gate could not bear the weight and was smashed to pieces. The 2 walked into the dormitory together, and taking advantage of the little light, they saw 2 girls in the dormitory, each holding a kitchen knife, hiding in the kitchen and shivering. The 2 girls saw 2 black shadows, shook their heads frantically, tears streaming down their faces, their bodies trembling, like 2 mice at the mercy of others. The night was dark, and the bright full moon was shrouded in gray clouds, not allowing any light to shine through. After the accident with the sun, people haven't seen the sun for a long time. On the 12th day of the apocalypse, someone in the group said, Lily and Hua Hua on the 5th floor disappeared, and there was blood in their dormitory. The person who spoke was a boy named Qi Gang. He usually had a good relationship with the 2 girls, and they depended on each other even in the end times. When he went to see it this morning, he discovered such a tragedy. It's more likely to be bad than good. Will he be killed by Liang Hui? The classmates asked with concern. Impossible. Does Liang Hui need to be sneaky to kill people? Do you remember that many people disappeared before? In addition to Liang Hui, there is also a murderer hidden among us. A boy said heavily. Stop talking. I'm so scared. I don't want to live in this building anymore. A girl was so scared that she started crying on the spot. Where can you go if you don't live here? Qi Gang asked. What should we do? Liang Hui is eyeing us covetously, and there's a killer hiding in the dark. I just want to survive. Is it that difficult? The girl cried. She sent a voice message, and her voice was tearful and very infectious. Qi Gang grabbed his hair tightly. The disappearance of the 2 girls made him very angry. There are many groups in a class. Qi Gang usually acts as a brother to those 2 girls. Those 2 girls also provide Qi Gang with positive emotional feedback. Now that they are missing, Qi Gang feels that he is somewhat responsible. Many people had already run out of food and ammunition and had started eating corpses. Now this incident had happened, and the panic was getting worse. Squad leader, I have already appeased Liang Hui today. Hong Xiaojun accompanied me yesterday, so he is not necessary today. However, you still need to pay me a price tomorrow, so you can prepare early. Squad leader, did you know there is a murderer in the building? We will pay you. Can you find the murderer? Qi Gang, the squad leader in the group, and asked. I know there is a murderer, but is it appropriate for you to ask me, a squad leader, to find the murderer? The squad leader asked back. Qi Gang was speechless. Lu Chen has been reading the messages in the group. It turns out that this building is full of talented people. Not only is there a gangster like Liang Hui who kills people without blinking an eye, but there is also a murderer hiding here. It's really scary. Lin Morong, the supplies I gave you today have been delivered to the gate. Lu Chen sent a message in the group. This time he actually put a box of food at the door. He wanted to torture Lin Morong, and he couldn't do it without putting some food out. The group fell silent. Lin Morong's heart skipped a beat, and she started to complain. Why did Lu Chen insist on saying it in the group? However, after what happened yesterday, Lin Morong learned his lesson and immediately set off with Lu Xia. Because they lived on the 4th floor, they arrived first. When Lin Morong saw this box of supplies, she was so moved that she cried. Lu Chen is so serious, it makes me cry to death. Stop crying. Take it away quickly. Lu Xia shouted. She looked at the box of supplies with deep greed in her eyes. The two hugged each other and hurried back. They were the first ones to come out, but were blocked when they went back. When the others saw the supply box in Lin Morong's hand, their eyes became red as if they had conjunctivitis. Without saying a word, they rushed over. On the 12th day of the apocalypse, some people had already eaten corpses for a day or two, and their desire for fresh food was something that ordinary people could hardly imagine. No, you bunch of bandits. This is the food my brother Lu Chen gave me, no. Lin Morong screamed. She was pushed to the ground in an instant and kicked again and again by others. Lu Xia was beaten as well. When the supply box was robbed, Lin Morong cried very sadly, and her body was covered with footprints. She was robbed again and had nothing to eat today. Oh. Lin Morong wailed and cried miserably. Stop screaming, eh? Lu Xia sat up with disheveled hair, covering her head and roaring. My food, my food. Lin Morong was still crying. I told you to stop screaming. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten. Lu Xia was about to collapse. Blame me? This is the food that brother Lu Chen gave me. Did I ask you to take it? Do you want to eat it or not? Why are you barking like a dog? Lin Morong also had some resentment in his heart, which completely burst out at this moment. You keep calling me brother Lu Chen. Why don't you let your brother Lu Chen take you to the honor villa to enjoy yourself? Lu Xia shouted. Yes, he must be testing me now. Otherwise, why would he give me supplies? Lin Morong said crazily with disheveled hair. Lu Xia really believed it. She couldn't understand why Lu Chen gave supplies to Lin Morong if it wasn't for this reason. She was envious and jealous. Why did she not have it while Lin Morong did? Lu Xia stood up and limped back to the dormitory, sending messages to Lu Chen nonstop on her cell phone. They are all messages asking for help from Lu Chen. Lu Chen was annoyed and started to curse. Lu Xia was also angry and started to insult Lu Chen as well. She was not satisfied with just insulting him in private messages, so she insulted him publicly in the group. Lu Chen's expression turned completely gloomy. He clicked on Lin Morong's private message box and sent a message. Want to stay in the honor villa? Think, think, think. Lin Morong said the word think 5 times in a row. She really wanted to think about it so much. Lu Xia scolded me in the group. Did you see it? Lu Chen asked. Yes. Okay, kill her and bring her head to see me. Lu Chen said. But she is my best friend. Lin Morong said. What do you mean? You don't want to live in the honor villa? Lu Chen frowned. No. I mean, you have to pay more. Chapter 43, A Corner of the Future. Increase the price? Don't even mention how weird Lu Chen's expression was. Then he started laughing, very loudly. Okay, raise the price if you want. If you kill Lu Xia, I'll give you a table of the freshest meal. When Lin Morong saw this sentence, his saliva began to flow. After thinking about it for a while, he felt so happy that he almost fainted. It's time to think about how to kill that bitch without getting hurt. Lin Morong's expression became more and more distorted. On the other side, Qi Gang returned to his dormitory. He couldn't resist the temptation of food, and with his strong body, he grabbed some food. Subconsciously, I wanted to give it to those 2 girls, but suddenly I realized that they were gone, and my heart ached. In Qi Gang's heart, he had already treated those 2 girls as his own sisters. Qi Gang's parents both died when he was a child. People who have had this experience are very lacking in love and generally yearn for love from others. But Qi Gang longs to love others. Those 2 girls were his spiritual sustenance. But now, bang, Qi Gang slammed the bedboard hard, swallowing the snatched food mouthful by mouthful, filtering through his mind all the people who had just snatched the food. Others might not be so clear, but Qi Gang knew that the squad leader did not come. This made him feel a little confused. Yesterday, it was Lu Chen who sent a message in the group, and the squad leader was the first one to rush to the gate. But she didn't come today, which is a little unusual. Based on this, Qi Gang had enough to start suspecting the squad leader. It's not that he is sure that the squad leader is the murderer, it's just that there is really no one to suspect, and the squad leader just happens to be a little suspicious. Qi Gang began to think about countermeasures. In the honor villa, Lu Chen had just finished instructing Lin Morong when he received a long-awaited message from Jean on his phone. Lu Chen, I slept for a whole day. Jean said. Are you sick? Lu Chen frowned. In the end of the cold wave, being sick is not a good thing. It shouldn't be. Jean sent a message. What should it mean? Lu Chen was even more confused. I don't know either. I suddenly lost consciousness yesterday afternoon and only woke up not long ago. Jean Yin sent a message. Yesterday afternoon? Isn't that when something strange happened to the sun? Lu Chen's heart was beating fast, and he quickly typed, "Do you feel any changes in your body?" "Yes, after I woke up, I saw some very strange pictures." Jean Yin said, "What did you see?" "I saw a river of blood in a building in Area A, and my classmates were killing each other. I saw myself being torn apart by 5 horses." This time, Jean Yin did not send a message, but a voice message. You could tell her voice was trembling, especially when she talked about being torn into pieces by 5 horses. It is impossible for anyone to remain indifferent after seeing the scene of his own tragic death. The fact that Jean Yin could remain so clear-headed was considered a sign of his calmness in the face of danger. "It's a bit overwhelming. Let me take a break." Lu Chen pondered. From what Jean Yin said, it seemed that she had awakened the ability to see a glimpse of the future. It is very likely that this ability is closely related to Jean Yin's major, and may even have undergone a transformation. A building full of students killing each other, with blood flowing like a river, was within Lu Chen's expectations. Human nature would be distorted in the last days, and there was no doubt that something like this would happen soon. As for Jean Yin's tragic death, it is not impossible, and the possibility is very high, because Jean Yin still has sufficient supplies. Originally, Lu Chen thought that helping Jean Yin was a kind act, a way to repay his past life, and a form of appreciation. Now he had a reason to save Jean Yin, because Jean Yin's ability was to see a corner of the future, and this ability was so useful and so needed by Lu Chen. "Teacher, have you seen the picture about me?" Lu Chen asked. "Yes, the picture I saw was very strange and blurry. It seemed like you were in some kind of danger, shouting something like Wang something, Lin something, betrayal something, and you will not die well." Jean Yin said. Lu Chen almost spit out a mouthful of salty soda. Jean Yin actually saw the scene in his previous life, where he was betrayed by Wang Hao and Lin Murong and died tragically. Is this ability so incredible? The more against the will of heaven, the hotter Lu Chen's heart became. "Okay, teacher, I understand. Take good care of yourself." Lu Chen said. "I won't go out, so take care of yourself." After saying this, Jean Yin went offline. Lu Chen smiled happily. Jean Yin's awakening ability was of great help to him. Lu Chen, who was in a good mood, immediately prepared a table full of delicious food, took dozens of photos, and sent them all to the group in one breath. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll have a nice meal. Alas, I'm tired of big meals. It's boring. I also want to experience the feeling of eating one meal and going hungry for 3 meals. Classmates, I really envy you. You can always do what you want to do, unlike me, who can only stay in a villa with a temperature of 27 degrees, the most comfortable for the human body, all day long. I can play the most comprehensive computer games. When I get tired, I can take a hot bath with a big bathtub and a little yellow duck. When I get sleepy, I can only sleep on the most comfortable big soft bed in the universe, covered with a duvet." Word after word was like a knife, ruthlessly stabbing into the students' hearts. Zhao! A startled roar was heard from the 24th floor. Boil! Blanket! Blanche! The whole building was filled with the beautiful sounds of traditional Chinese music. Lin Murong held the phone in his hands, drooling all over the floor. He almost licked the screen. She really couldn't wait to enjoy such a paradise environment. Now, Lin Murong regards Lu Xia as a stumbling block on her way to heaven. She was restless and didn't want to delay any longer. Lin Murong secretly glanced at Lu Xia and found that Lu Xia was sitting on the bed with lifeless eyes. In her own words, "This can reduce physical exertion and help you live longer." They have already gotten used to the cold wave. What they lack now is food, delicious food. Lin Murong's heart was beating violently. He walked to the kitchen calmly and picked up the frozen kitchen knife. Although the kitchen knife is covered with ice, it still does not affect its sharpness. "Lu Xia, come here for a moment. I found 2 fat frozen mice in the kitchen. We have meat to eat." Lin Murong shouted, showing off his superb acting skills, and he really looked very surprised. "Really?" There was an immediate rustling sound in the room. It was the sound of Lu Xia starting to get out of bed. Lin Murong held the kitchen knife in both hands, and his whole body began to tremble due to the surge of adrenaline. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of my heartbeat filled my mind, and it seemed as if the only thing left in the whole world was the sound of my heartbeat. Chapter 44 Killed. Where's the dead mouse? I'm starving. I still have some breadcrumbs and half a pot of oil. I'll supply electricity for 2 hours at noon. I'll coat the dead mouse with breadcrumbs and fry it. Lu Chen next door is crying with greed. Lu Xia said excitedly. When she came in, she found nothing. Lin Murong was holding a kitchen knife, and staring at her. Lu Xia turned around and ran without saying a word. After being just best friends for 2 years, I can tell what Lin Morong is thinking with just one look. Lin Morong grabbed Lu Xia's long hair, raised the kitchen knife, and chopped it down. Lu Xia bent down to avoid it, threw Lin Morong to the ground, and screamed, "Bitch, you want to kill me? Did Lu Chen do you some favor?" Lu Xia roared and began to scratch Lin Morong's face with her long nails. Lin Morong was horrified. She couldn't bear to have her face, which she was so proud of, scratched, so she put down the kitchen knife and grabbed Lu Xia's hands. "You also have ulterior motives, otherwise why would you be on guard against me?" Lin Morong yelled. If Lu Xia was not on guard against Lin Morong, why did Lu Xia turn around and run away? "Bitch!" Lu Xia was furious and entangled with Lin Morong. "If you grab my face, I will grab your buttocks." Neither of them would give in. But it was of no use. They had no strength left, had been hungry for so long, and were malnourished, so it didn't hurt even when they hit or grabbed people. In a panic, Lu Xia turned over and put Lin Morong under her, then picked up the kitchen knife that fell on the ground. Lin Morong panicked and shouted hurriedly, "We are best friends, don't kill me. If you kill me, I won't be able to enjoy the happiness in the honor villa." Lin Morong was extremely scared. She had finally gotten the exact answer from Lu Chen, so how could she be willing to die? "You bitch, we've been best friends for 2 years, and you actually want to abandon me to enjoy your life." Lu Xia roared in anger and murderous intent. She grabbed the kitchen knife and raised it high, wanting to kill Lin Morong. But problems suddenly arose. The kitchen knife was very cold. Lu Xia was weak and her hands were suddenly so cold that she couldn't help but loosen her grip on the knife. The kitchen knife fell straight onto Lu Xia's head. In an instant, Lu Xia's eyes widened. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and warm blood gushed out, spilling all over Lin Morong's body. She probably never dreamed that she had gained an absolute upper hand, but would die in such a dramatic way. It's so unfair. "Ah!" Lin Morong screamed wildly. Seeing Lu Xia die tragically in front of her, she screamed loudly, and while screaming, she started laughing shrilly. Ha! Half an hour later, Lin Morong, covered in blood, placed Lu Xia's head on the chopping block. Chopping someone takes a lot of energy, and she was even hungrier now. She looked at the headless corpse, then checked the time and saw that it was already 12 o'clock. The power had been on for 2 hours, and she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. She was hungry, really very hungry. Although she would be able to move into the honor villa soon, she might starve to death now. Gurgle. Lin Morong swallowed hard, raised the kitchen knife, and chopped at Lu Xia's body. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Morong, feeling very satisfied, took a photo of Lu Xia's head and sent it to Lu Chen. "Brother Lu Chen, I have killed Lu Xia as you ordered. When will you come to pick me up?" When Lu Chen saw the news, he was quite shocked. He didn't expect Lin Morong to be so fast. "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." Lu Chen sent a message. You don't need to look at Lin Morong to know how excited she was when she saw the news. Be excited. The more excited you are, the better. When is the biggest blow to a person? It is when he or she is emotionally at its highest and learns a result that is completely different from what he or she imagined. For example, you were admitted to Tsinghua University, and you told your friends and family and even held a celebration party. Then you were told that the system had made a mistake and that you were not admitted and that you were only admitted to a junior college. Such a contrast would cause a heart attack even if one did not have one. Lin Morong, Lin Morong, the time is almost right. It's time to send you on your way. A graceful curve appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. For the next period of time, nothing happened. Liang Hui did not cause any trouble to his classmates today because he was comforted by the class monitor. Venison is delicious. Liang Hui and his younger brothers love it very much. In the evening, Qi Gang finally couldn't bear it anymore. He hit a wooden stick on his back and went to the squad leader's dormitory. The squad leader opened the door and saw the tall and strong Qi Gang, and couldn't help feeling a little confused. What are you doing here? Qi Gang keenly noticed that something was wrong. Although the current squad leader looked the same as the previous one, his temperament had changed. The current squad leader has an extremely cold temperament, and any words he says can make people feel chilled to the bone. Class monitor, can I come and chat with you? Qi Gang smiled. Because he had eaten in the morning, he was in pretty good spirits. Of course, the squad leader said suspiciously. Are you not welcome to come in and sit down? Qi Gang asked. You, a grown man, go into the girls' dormitory and sit there? Are you kidding? Of course the monitor disagreed. It's already late, so just throw away your old opinions. I can also help you clean up. Besides, the two girls who live in the same dormitory with you haven't spoken to each other for a long time. Are they starving to death? Qi Gang asked with a smile. The squad leader looked at Qi Gang deeply. then stepped back and opened the door. I don't know if they starved to death or not. I don't get along with them, but they have been in their rooms for several days and haven't come out. I think they are in danger. Chi Gang walked into the dormitory and sat down on the sofa in the lobby. He moved his nose and keenly smelled a hint of blood. Although it was very faint, it was indeed there. What do you want to talk about? I don't have anything to offer you, the squad leader said unhappily. Alas, I'm very sad because Lily and Hua have disappeared and are in grave danger. I want to talk to you, squad leader, Chi Gang said sadly, but his eyes were fixed on the squad leader. You two have a pretty good relationship. I remember that Lily and Hua both treated you as a brother. Their disappearance must be a blow to you, the squad leader said lightly. Yes, I was deeply shocked, so I wanted to find the murderer and avenge Lily and Hua. What do you think, squad leader? Chi Gang stared at the squad leader and asked. It's a good idea, but what's the point of telling me? Shouldn't you find the murderer first? The squad leader asked back. Chapter 45. Watching the drama. Aren't you worried about not being able to find him? So I plan to work with the squad leader to catch the murderer and get rid of this harm to the people, Chi Gang said with a smile. A barely perceptible look of anger flashed across the monitor's face, and then he spoke. Since you've come to me, tell me what you think. Class monitor, do you have hot water here? I want to drink tea. When I came here, my classmates all said that the class monitor likes to drink tea. Now I can have hot water, Chi Gang said. The squad leader looked at Chi Gang deeply, then said, Wait, I'll pour it for you. Don't underestimate Chi Gang's words. They are very meaningful. On the one hand, she wants to get the squad leader away for a certain period of time. On the other hand, she wants to remind the squad leader that many people know that she is here, so she wants the squad leader not to poison anyone inside. Unless the squad leader is willing to explode like Liang Hui and kill people without restraint. Obviously, this is not the style of a murderer. Many people have gone missing. If the murderer was going to be exposed, he would have done so long ago. As soon as the squad leader left, Chi Gang stood up and walked to a room. It should take the squad leader several minutes to go back and forth, so Chi Gang has time to check it out. There are 3 rooms in the dormitory. Chi Gang didn't know which room the monitor lived in, so he could only choose the one at the edge. He pushed the door of the room hard, but was surprised to find that the door had been treated with water sprinkled inside, and was completely frozen and could not be opened at all. Chi Gang became even more suspicious of the squad leader. At first, no one suspected him except the squad leader. After arriving at the squad leader's dormitory, he smelled a faint smell of blood, which deepened Chi Gang's suspicion of the squad leader. Finally, there is this door that has been treated so that no one can open it. Chi Gang has become deeply suspicious of the squad leader. He went to the next room and found that he still couldn't push it open, so he came to the door of the last room. I turned the handle, and with a click, the door opened. Chi Gang's heart beat faster, and he wanted to open it to take a look, but the squad leader came behind him. Chi Gang, has anyone ever told you that there is a penalty for breaking into a girl's bedroom without permission? The squad leader said quietly behind him. Chi Gang was startled and turned around in a hurry, lying with his eyes open. I'm just curious. The monitor is vigorous and efficient, and he holds a high position. He is a rare talent. I'm curious about the monitor's room so I can go back and study. Okay, your hot tea. The squad leader handed it to Chi Gang. The hot tea just poured out from the thermos had a temperature of nearly 100 degrees, but dropped to only 40 degrees on the way here, and was dropping rapidly. Chi Gang was quick to drink up the drink in one gulp. He was assured that his squad leader would definitely not have poisoned the drink. After drinking the hot water, Chi Gang felt much better. Squad leader, have you thought about what I said? Chi Gang asked. Of course. It's embarrassing to say that as the squad leader, there is a murderer in the building under my leadership. I have the obligation to assist you. You are very good. The squad leader patted Chi Gang's shoulder and continued. Tell me your plan, and I'll see how I can support you. Okay, listen to me. I have a good relationship with another girl. I will let her say in the group that she will be praying alone in the corridor on the 11th floor at 12 o'clock tonight, exposing her whereabouts. How could a murderer give up such a good opportunity? Chi Gang said heavily. Only the 3 of us know about this. The killer doesn't know. Once the killer has the intention to kill, I will take the lead and you will assist and subdue the killer. Of course, you can be absolutely assured. I have practiced before, and I am very strong in street fighting. Chi Gang showed off his muscles intentionally or unintentionally. I have to say that Chi Gang is quite capable. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, his strong muscles have not degenerated much. What if the girl you are talking about is a hidden murderer? Wouldn't that alert the enemy? Asked the squad leader. Squad leader, you are kidding, right? I know her very well. How can a skinny girl who is only 1.55 meters tall have the ability to kill so many people? Some of them are boys. I guarantee with my life that she is not a murderer. Chi Gang said this heavily, very affirmatively. Well, tonight at 12 o'clock, I will work with you to subdue the murderer, the squad leader said with a smile. The two discussed the details, and then Chi Gang left. The monitor locked the dormitory door and leaned against the wall, his hands covered in cold sweat. Why? Why does Chi Gang have to do so much? Given his strength, neither the murderer nor Liang Hui would easily attack him. But why did he insist on facing the challenge? Moreover, Chi Gang seemed to be doubting himself. I have to say that Chi Gang's countermeasure is a good one. If the murderer was someone else, he might really take the bait. I can't keep you here. Although you are one of the few real men, you are standing in my way and you must die. The squad leader had a grim look on his face, with a dark green light flashing in his eyes. He took out the pitch-black balls and swallowed them mouthful by mouthful. Not long after, a girl named Jingjing spoke in the class group. She is a typical Jiangnan girl. Although she is not very good-looking, she has a gentle and elegant personality and extraordinary manners, which makes people want to protect her. It's the 11th day since the cold wave arrived. I'm really scared. There's a huge French window on the 11th floor, and I can clearly see the sky. I want to pray solemnly to the sky at 12 o'clock tonight. Is there anyone who will join me? This statement caused a response from many people. Jingjing, please don't go there. There is a murderer in the building. That's right. The killer specifically targets weak women like you who are alone. You'd better not let it get to you. In the end, even Jin Ying couldn't help it. Jingjing, asking Jingjing to think carefully and not do anything stupid. My thoughts come out as soon as they are spoken, and nothing can stop me. I hope the god can feel my sincerity and make the cold current disappear, Jingjing said solemnly. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, everyone stopped trying to persuade him and tried to save the battery of their cell phones. The power supply was cut off at night and was only available at noon. Chen looked at the message sent by Jingjing and couldn't help feeling a little strange. He looked up and could clearly see the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 11th floor and everything inside. Forget it. I'll go to bed a little later today and see what you guys are up to, Chen said softly. Lin Moron was a little excited. Chen kept emphasizing that he would let Lin Moron live in the villa tomorrow. Lin Moron was very happy and stopped talking. No one in the group was complaining about lack of food anymore. Some had starved to death, while others had started eating the corpses of the terrifying apes, which allowed them to survive for a while. After all, there are quite a lot of these things. Everyone's personalities have been twisted almost enough. Now it's time to watch the show. Chapter 46. I really don't want it to be you. It was already night, and Building A, an area, which originally had few people, seemed even more desolate. In addition, many people had died in this building, and resentment was everywhere, making it unusually cold and gloomy. Tonight, there is another bleak atmosphere in the air. The students tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and they didn't know why. 11th floor. At the corner of the stairs, Chi Gang and the squad leader were already waiting. Compared to noon, Chi Gang changed his clothes. He was wearing a thick military coat with some warm clothes underneath, and 4 or 5 short-sleeved shirts underneath. He looked like a long dumpling, which was funny, yet incredibly warm. It's so cold. I really hope the killer can come out, the squad leader said faintly, looking almost frozen into a fool. Liang Hui killed people to ensure his position on the first floor, so that everyone would listen to him and supply him with food. What about the murderer? His motives are not difficult to guess. He is a pure pervert who can feel pleasure by killing people. I've investigated. The disappearances were not frequent at first, but later on they became more and more frequent. Almost one disappeared every day. Yesterday, 2 disappeared at once. What does this mean? Chi Gang spoke to himself. What does it mean? The squad leader also became interested and asked. That means killing can be addictive. I've read many autobiographies of murderers, both ancient and modern, and they all mentioned addiction. Since he's addicted, the killer won't give up such a golden opportunity. After all, students now live together in groups. Some dormitories even have 4 or 5 people living together. Even a murderer would be afraid of them, Chi Gang said confidently. The squad leader shuddered and had to admit that what Chi Gang said made sense. It really made sense. At this time, Chi Gang took out his mobile phone and saw that it was already 12 o'clock. A new day has begun, and it is already the 12th day since the cold wave arrived. The corridor on the 11th floor was empty except for the 2 of them, and there was not even a gust of wind. They could hear each other's breathing. Alas, the murderer didn't come. Chi Gang sighed heavily, with disappointment, a little surprise, and even a little imperceptible surprise in his eyes. Yeah, it's a wasted trip. Let's go back, said the squad leader. In the darkness, her eyes gradually began to emit a green light. Chi Gang nodded, then turned around and walked downstairs. I don't know when a blood-stained kitchen knife appeared in the squad leader's hand, and it was even a little rusty. The dark green light in her eyes was very strong and extremely evil. She raised the kitchen knife in her hand and chopped at Qi Gang's back. The squad leader was not a fool. She knew that Qi Gang had already begun to suspect her. Qi Gang is not a weakling and is not easy to bully. If you are targeted by him, something bad might happen. Therefore, he had to take advantage of Qi Gang's most careless moment and kill him with one blow, so that no one would know what he had done. In the eyes of his classmates, he is still a good class monitor who can deal with the big devil Liang Hui. He has more opportunities to get fresh sacrifices to worship the evil god. The knife was so heavy that it even made a sound of breaking through the air. It was so powerful and struck Qi Gang's back directly. Clang! The imagined sound of the kitchen knife breaking through clothes and cutting into flesh did not occur, but was replaced by a dull metallic collision sound. The violent impact made the squad leader's palms numb. The green light in the squad leader's eyes was about to flow out. She was horrified and quickly kept a certain distance. Qi Gang turned around and looked back. I don't know if it was an illusion, but a ray of moonlight shone through the thick clouds onto Qi Gang's face and then disappeared in a flash. It was like a flash of thunder. Qi Gang's face was so painful. It's you. I really don't want it to be you, Qi Gang said in a painful voice. What are you wearing? The squad leader shouted. Qi Gang opened his military coat and saw that his whole body was protected by steel plates. No wonder he looked like a big dumpling. Do you doubt me to this extent? The squad leader asked coldly with an ugly look on his face. Yeah, I really hope it's not you. I remember Hua and Lily were very respectful to you before the cold wave came. They told me privately more than once that they wanted to take you as their goal and role model because you are really hard-working, very capable, and have shining points. Qi Gang couldn't continue speaking, and a deep pain flashed in his eyes. Shut up, the monitor yelled. Hearing these words, she actually felt upset. Now that my identity has been exposed, there is absolutely no way I can let you live tonight. After the squad leader finished speaking, he rushed forward, raised the kitchen knife in his hand, and chopped at Qi Gang. This time she didn't chop at Qi Gang's body, but at his head. Qi Gang's head had no protection, and he would surely die if he was chopped off by the knife. Qi Gang dodged by taking a step back, then raised his foot and kicked the squad leader in the heart. Qi Gang was confident in his own strength and believed that this kick was enough to seriously injure the squad leader. But suddenly, the dark green light in the squad leader's eyes became stronger, and her movements were incredibly fast. Before the inertia of her right hand disappeared, she had already chopped at Qi Gang's leg again. Qi Gang's face changed drastically. He quickly retracted his legs, dodged the attack, and then rushed forward. It was like hitting a cow. You couldn't move it at all. You are not the monitor. Who are you? Qi Gang's hair stood on end, and he asked harshly. Of course I am the squad leader. All of this is a reward from the evil god, allowing me to possess extraordinary power. The squad leader laughed. Qi Gang took a deep breath, his expression very solemn. The squad leader's strength has exceeded his own level. Even Qi Gang in his prime may not be his opponent. It seems that I was careless. Hey, Lu Chen, why don't you stay in your honor villa and come here? Suddenly, Qi Gang looked to the right and asked in surprise. The expression was natural and very real, and the squad leader subconsciously looked in that direction. The name Lu Chen is an outlier in Building A. No matter if he is a murderer, a gang leader, an antisocial superstitious person, or an ordinary classmate, they all hate Lu Chen with gnashing teeth, but they can do nothing about it. Without exception, when the squad leader heard that Lu Chen appeared here, she was shocked. She looked back, but saw nothing. She realized she had been deceived. Roar! Qi Gang roared, mobilizing all his strength to choke the squad leader. Friends who are familiar with fighting know very well that once the technique of naked choke is standardized, even if there is a several-fold difference in weight and strength, it will make the opponent lose combat effectiveness within 3 seconds and cause the opponent to fall into coma due to lack of oxygen within 5 seconds. It's a killer move. Qi Gang loves fighting, and he can perform such techniques in his dreams, forming a naked choke in an instant. Chapter 47 Eye Contact. At the same time, he also felt the power gap between himself and the squad leader. It was very big. The squad leader seemed like a completely different person, which shocked Qi Gang greatly. If he hadn't used some tricks and was familiar with this naked choke, he would probably have died on the spot. The squad leader struggled frantically, but no matter how strong she was, her head began to feel dizzy. The amount of oxygen I took in became less and less, and my legs became weaker and weaker. Lily, Hua, I have avenged you. Qi Gang had tears in his eyes. In just a few seconds, the squad leader would be completely dead and Qi Gang would be able to get his revenge. The moonlight was cold and stubborn, once again breaking through the thick clouds and shining into the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 11th floor. Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the honor villa and caught a glimpse. Squad leader Chi-gang? Chen was a little surprised. Wasn't he praying quietly? He didn't expect things to turn around like this. Moreover, he instinctively sensed that something was wrong with the squad leader, and he felt particularly disgusted by it. Chi-gang, you are really awesome. Chen laughed in silence. There is indeed a talented person in this building, someone with something quite good. The moonlight came quickly and dispersed quickly, and was blocked by thick clouds. Puff! Blood splattered as a kitchen knife was stabbed fiercely into Chi-gang's shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying on the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 11th floor. The bloodstains were shocking. Chi-gang's body couldn't stop shaking. He opened his eyes and mouth wide, loosened his hands from the naked choke, and covered his neck tightly. You. Chi-gang looked like he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Behind him, there was a dark figure standing, wearing a bronze mask. Oh! The squad leader screamed, and on the verge of death, she frantically absorbed oxygen. When she came to her senses, she stepped heavily on Chi-gang's stomach. Puff! Chi-gang vomited blood wildly, felt like his internal organs were being crushed, and his eyes were bloodshot. He never expected that there was more than one murderer, and the murderer was not just the squad leader. In addition to the squad leader, there was another person. The bronze-masked man said nothing. He stepped on Chi-gang's chest and pulled out the kitchen knife. Chi-gang felt dizzy and almost lost his mind. The adrenaline surged wildly, giving him a certain amount of strength. Chi-gang climbed up and tried to leave here, tremblingly. He didn't want to die. Dealing with one squad leader was already difficult enough, and if there was another one, he would be no match for him at all. The desire to survive made him forget that he had suffered such terrible injuries that even a god would be powerless to save him. As Chi-gang ran, he began to feel weak. He leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, and his body slipped down involuntarily. You? Who are you? Chi-gang coughed up blood and asked weakly. The bronze-masked man didn't say anything, but the squad leader spoke with a sneer. Chi-gang, you are really a man. There are so many spineless losers in the class, and you are one of the few with courage. You almost made me fall into your trap, the monitor said with a grim look on his face. Chi-gang opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but a hee-hee sound came from his throat, like a blower with a leak. The slash on his shoulder severed his trachea, which was only separated at this moment. Chi-gang's face was covered in blood, his eyes bulged out, and he looked extremely ferocious. He raised his hand and pointed at the man in the bronze mask, as if asking who he was. I feel like I will die with regret if I don't know the answer. The man didn't say anything, but bent down and unbuttoned Chi-gang's military coat. There was a cell phone hidden inside, and it was recording a video. The man threw it to the squad leader. The squad leader fiddled with it for a while, his expression gradually becoming horrified. You're recording a video? And automatically importing it into the cloud? And automatically posting it to the WeChat group at 8 o'clock today? Chi-gang showed a look of relief. He knew he was going to die, and this backup plan would allow him to expose the squad leader's identity. Whether before or after the end of the world, such a cruel murderer is bound to arouse public outrage and have no good end. The squad leader's fate was predictable. It's just a pity, lamentable and hateful that this bronze-masked man neither shows his face nor speaks. He hides too deeply. Untie it for me quickly. The squad leader was completely panicked. He used Chi-gang's weak hand to unlock the phone's lock screen, but he couldn't open the camera, because all software requires a password. It's still a 12-digit password. Chi-gang gathered all his strength, pulled his own trachea together, and yelled at the squad leader. Die! The sound was like thunder, or like the laugh of an owl in the night, and very mournful. The squad leader trembled all over, took several steps back, and sat on the ground with a pale face. It seemed that even the moon felt Chi-gang's will, and another ray of moonlight broke through the blockade of dark clouds and shone into the 11th floor, but not from the floor-to-ceiling window, but from another direction. Below, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the honor villa, Chen saw this unforgettable scene. There was a new situation on the 11th floor. A man wearing a bronze mask raised the kitchen knife high in the air and brought it down hard, stabbing Chi-gang's neck on the other side. The kitchen knife in his hand had the temperament of an axe. Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He had never imagined that in just a few minutes, the situation on the 11th floor would undergo such a shocking reversal. Chi-gang kicked his legs suddenly, and there was no sound at all. The moonlight was still there, and the bronze-masked man noticed Chen's gaze through the blood-stained French window. He looked down at me with unimaginable murderous intent in his eyes, and scratched my neck heavily with his right hand. The moonlight disappeared, and everything fell into darkness. Lu Chen's pupils gradually recovered. He smiled, and couldn't help but applaud. Wonderful, really wonderful. It actually gave me such a big surprise. This is the end of the world. It's a cruel, bloody end of the world. This is in line with the end of the world, and it can also add a little fun to boring life. The 12th day of the end of the world. At 8 o'clock in the morning, when most people were still sleeping soundly in their warm beds, a bloody video was transmitted to the class WeChat group. The students are still sleeping. The colder the weather, the more likely they are to stay in bed. A boy suddenly had to pee urgently, and out of habit, he opened his eyes and checked WeChat on his phone. Someone sent a WeChat video? Could it be that little bastard Lu Chen? I'll kill him sooner or later. Then all the supplies and warm, living environment will be mine. The boy cursed. He opened the WeChat group, clicked on the video, and played it in full screen. The environment in the video is pitch black, but the phone has a night shooting mode, so people can be seen clearly. Half a minute later, the boy widened his eyes and held his breath. His legs tightened, and his whole body shivered. What the bed? Chapter 48 Explosion Video. This video is more horrifying than any murder video in the world, because it happened in this building, right next to us. The fear that came through the video was like an ocean, drowning the boy. Even though Lu Chen killed so many classmates, they had never been so scared. Because the meaning is different. First of all, Lu Chen's counterattack was passive, which was not enough to make people afraid. Secondly, Lu Chen always killed people with one strike, so there weren't so many bloody scenes. It's just like watching a movie where someone kills someone with a gun. But this video is different. The squad leader was like a green-eyed monster, and the bronze-masked man was like a murderous demon from hell. His methods were so cruel that he almost chopped off Qi Gang's head with 2 slashes of his sword. Bloody. It was so bloody that words cannot describe it. The boy could no longer bear the fear and screamed with a pale face. Just like the crowing of a rooster, most of the students who were still alive in the building woke up and saw the video in the WeChat group for the first time. For a moment, screams came one after another and reached the sky. The students had long known that there was a murderer in this building, and the seeds of fear had long been planted in their hearts. Now this video is like the ultimate fertilizer, allowing the seeds of fear to take root, sprout, and continue to spread. The murderer turned out to be the squad leader, a squad leader who was as wild as a beast. The most terrifying thing is that there is more than one murderer. In addition to the squad leader, there is another one. Their emotions were completely immersed in the video, and Qi Gang's figure continued to rise in their hearts. He is a warrior. He is a real warrior. When Qi Gang used a naked choke on the squad leader, they cheered and were extremely excited. When another killer appeared and slashed Qi Gang's neck with a kitchen knife as a sneak attack, their hearts stopped beating and they couldn't stop twitching. Jingjing almost fainted from crying. Qi Gang, whom she had always had a good impression of and who was full of justice, was killed so cruelly. My heart aches like a knife. Tears wet the phone screen. No one ever knew that Tang Yajing, who was always gentle and calm, had pursued Qi Gang fiercely more than once. The girl from Jiangnan was deeply attracted by Qi Gang's strong masculinity and overflowing sense of justice. There is a sentence that is perfect. A sense of justice, compassion, and a strong body are always the best gifts for a man. Qi Gang didn't like Tang Yajing. Although he clearly rejected her, he still helped her and gave her hope, which made Tang Yajing's grades improve by leaps and bounds. Tang Yajing has a passionate love for Qi Gang and is also deeply grateful to him. She knows very well that all the promises Qi Gang made to her are false, but it is still very sweet. Tang Yajing even agreed without hesitation to what Qi Gang had asked her to say in the WeChat group. She knew very well that this was very dangerous, but I still agreed involuntarily. Qi Gang, Tang Yajing roared in a hoarse voice. Tang Yajing lay on the bed, almost fainting, but a faint red light began to emanate from the heart in her chest, as if it were a miracle, warm and hot. Lin Murin couldn't bear the pain any longer, so he immediately sent a private message to Lu Chun and was about to move to the honor villa to enjoy himself. Lu Chun immediately said in the WeChat group, "Classmates, I am very sorry for Qi Gang's death. I am also afraid of 2 murderers appearing in the same building. Now I want to take Lin Murong away and take Lin Murong to the honor villa. Eat the most delicious food. Enjoy the 27-degree air conditioning. Take the warmest bath. Sleep in the warmest bed." After just 2 sentences, Lin Murong almost fainted holding the phone, feeling so warm. But the classmates were angry. They were already terrified enough, but when they saw that Lin Murong was about to escape from the sea of suffering and enjoy a life in heaven, their jealousy burned fiercely. Why Why should this cheap woman enjoy herself? I don't agree. That's right, just dream on. I am not afraid of my classmates suffering. I am just afraid of them driving a Land Rover. The enraged students rioted. They did not dare to cause trouble to the class monitor, but they dared to cause trouble to the unarmed Lin Murong. About 30 students rushed into Lin Murong's dormitory with the momentum of a team of cavalry. What are you doing? What are you doing? Lin Murong kept backing away with a look of horror. Beat him to death. Why? How are we worse than Lin Murong? Why can she enjoy life, but we can't? I won't allow it. Beat this bitch like a dog and lock her up. The students were filled with indignation and rushed forward. Get out of here, get out of here. My brother Lu Chen is waiting for me. I want to go to the honor villa to enjoy myself. It hurts my butt. Don't tear my clothes. I'm cold. You are all demons. You are all demons who are jealous of me. Lin Murong's screams became quieter and quieter. More than 10 minutes later, the angry students left. Lin Murong was covered in wounds and blood. He was beaten very badly and was hung in the dormitory by his classmates like a dog. She can move around the dormitory freely, but she cannot leave it. No. Lin Murong lay on the ground, shedding tears of despair. She tremblingly picked up her phone and sent a message to Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, please come and pick me up. Those SEMA guys have locked me up. Please come and pick me up. I'm injured and need your treatment. Seeing this message, Lu Chen's mouth curled up and he smiled happily. This trick is actually nothing special. It is just the simplest way to drive away the wolf and swallow the tiger. If the students have been living in a quagmire, they will huddle together for warmth and encourage each other to survive. But if one of them manages to escape and enjoy a good life, the jealousy of the others will burn him to powder. I'm sorry, I killed so many classmates that I dare not enter a single one. Don't worry, as long as you come out, the honor villa will be open to you. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Lin Murong was completely desperate. Her face was ashen, as if she had lost all life. At the most desperate moment, she couldn't understand anything. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, Lu Chen had never intended to help him. I want you to die. I want you all to die. Go to hell. Lin Murong roared while lying on the ground. No one is destined to pay attention to this woman. There were constant messages in the WeChat group, and 30 students gathered together to discuss how to deal with the class monitor. They didn't even try to avoid suspicion and discussed it in front of the class monitor. The squad leader's beast-like behavior in the video caused them great panic. After discussing for a long time, no conclusion was reached. The best way is for 30 students to work together to kill the class monitor. Chapter 49, Not Venison. However, no one dared to take the lead. After all, no one was as brave as Qi Gang, and whoever took the lead would surely die. Just when everyone was at a loss, Liang Hui, who had been silent, spoke. Squad leader, damn it. Tell me whether the food you gave us these past 2 days was venison or not. 24 floors. Liang Hui also saw the video in the group, but because he was a bad guy, he didn't feel much about it. His attention was instead focused on something else. The squad leader who provided him with food turned out to be a murderer. In addition, some of the bones Liang Hui ate in the past 2 days were exactly the same as the bones of the terrifying Homo erectus in the textbook. This time, I couldn't hold back my inner doubts any longer and directly squad leader in the group. Others are afraid of the squad leader, but Liang Hui is not. Because he has the gun of equality. No matter you are powerful or a gangster, no matter you are weak or strong as a beast, a bullet to the head will make you quiet. The class monitor didn't say anything and no one knew what he was doing. But the classmates became confused. Venison? The class monitor has venison, a boy asked. Damn, the squad leader has venison? She came to us one by one to ask for food before, saying she would give it to you. We are all out of food. Now I think we should thank the squad leader for not killing us. Impossible. I've had contact with the squad leader before. She only eats pork and won't touch any other meat. How could she have venison? The students spoke collectively. Lu Chen also spoke up. Liang Hui, are you sure you are eating venison? The squad leader is a murderer. I saw her bring back several refrigerated corpses from my place before. On the 24th floor, Liang Hui saw all this happening. His fingers trembled and his face turned pale with anger. Vomit. Suddenly, Liang Hui rushed to the toilet and vomited violently. The sound of vomiting is deafening, and he vomits until there is nothing left to vomit, until he vomits bile. Boss, are you okay? I want to vomit too. And me, I'm going to throw up too. Several younger brothers stood at the door, looking pale and speaking anxiously. There is no doubt that the answer has come to light. What they ate these 2 days was not venison, but definitely the meat of the terrifying upright ape. Although eating is common in the apocalypse, the meanings of eating actively and eating passively are completely different. I'm going to kill you. Liang Hui roared. Then he gave up his seat and let a few of his younger brothers vomit, while Liang Hui himself came to a room and opened the door. There was a computer in the room with a backup power supply, and a gangster was operating the computer skillfully. Are you done? Liang Hui asked impatiently. Boss, although the network has not been interrupted, it will take time to crack Jin Yin's VX password. I still need some time, said the gangster. China's infrastructure is no joke. Even if the electricity went out at night, the internet was never disconnected. This gangster was the only one who knew hacking skills. Liang Hui had long ago instructed him to crack Jin Yin's VX password. If it were in 2000, this might seem like a fantasy. After all, VX is a product that Jack Ma is proud of, and its security level is not exaggerated. But it's already 3,000 years. Old Ma is considered an ancient person. Although VX has been updated, its kernel is still very old. Coupled with the rampant use of various black technologies, it is really possible to do it. We have to act quickly. We have to get information from the school's top management. They are at a higher level and no more. We have to plan for our future, Liang Hui said heavily. As the leader of a gang, he has a different vision and perspective. As long as he can crack Jin Yin's VX and get the news from the upper echelons, he can make plans in advance. It has been 12 days since the end of the world. I don't know how many people have died outside, but the heavy snow is still falling. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this cold wave may not pass. Give me one more day, and I will definitely finish it, the gangster shouted. At this time, the other thugs had also finished vomiting. Get your weapons, and go kill the squad leader together. How dare she cheat in front of me? She disobeyed my orders and challenged my dignity. That's what she wants. Liang Hui said viciously. The squad leader is a murderer, but so what? There is an old movie in Korea, starring the most courageous man in Korea. It is about a demon who kills people without blinking an eye and is beaten half to death when he meets the boss of the underworld. This is the true portrayal. Liang Hui has knives, sticks, and guns, so why should he be afraid of the squad leader? Chen, kill that bitch. She dared to deceive us. A group of hooligans were howling. Liang Hui and his men set off immediately. He took a photo of the large group and posted it in the group, saying, "No one dares to deceive me. The squad leader deceived me, so I am going to be her now. You are so afraid of this murderous squad leader, so my current behavior can be regarded as getting rid of harm for the people. Whoever dares to disobey me in the future will suffer an even worse fate." When the students saw this sentence, their first reaction was surprise. The squad leader in the video is as terrifying as a wild beast. Few people can be his opponent. Maybe Lu Chun is one, and Liang Hui definitely has this ability. At this moment, the monitor was locked in his dormitory, trembling with fear. She is a murderer, but she is just a murderer who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Now Liang Hui, who is stronger than her, is coming to kill her. How could the squad leader not be afraid? Evil God, bless me and help me get through this difficult time. I will give you a hand and a foot as a sacrifice. The squad leader trembled and said that her only support now was this evil God. The evil God was very strange, staring at the squad leader with his huge eyes. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind came from the unventilated room. Some black balls appeared out of thin air on the altar. This weird scene was enough to scare anyone to death. Even the squad leader's eyeballs popped out. He then laughed wildly and stuffed the black balls into his mouth crazily. These black balls are bigger, rounder, and more evil than the ones I got before. 10 minutes later, Liang Hui and others arrived at the floor where the monitor's dormitory was located, but were blocked by a woman. Tang Yajing, what are you doing? Want to stop us? Who would dare to compare with you? You are tired of living. Liang Hui placed the alloy stick on his shoulder and asked arrogantly. No, I won't stop you. I want to kill the squad leader with my own hands, Tang Yajing said, with a determined light flashing in her eyes. The gentle girl from Jiangnan exuded a completely opposite firm temperament at this moment, and even Liang Hui couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Yes, you like Qi Gang and have secretly pursued him several times. Others don't know, but I have seen it several times, Liang Hui said with a wicked smile. There was a flash of deep pain in Tang Jingya's eyes. Please, help me. I want to take revenge with my own hands and comfort Qi Gang's soul in heaven. Chapter 50 Revenge for Qi Gang. You can take revenge if you want. It's just a piece of cake for us to kill the squad leader. But why should I help you? Liang Hui tilted his head and asked. If you help me, I'll be your thug, Tang Yajing said heavily. Thugs? You want to be my thug? Liang Hui looked Tang Yajing up and down and laughed out loud, full of disdain. You are a weak woman. What rights do you have to be my thug? I don't like this excuse. Get out of here and don't interfere with my work, or I will kill you too, Liang Hui said heavily. Let your people come up. Tang Yajing said coldly. Faced with Liang Hui's humiliation, she did not lose her temper. Interesting. Okay, I want to see what you are capable of. If you are just playing tricks on us, I will kill you. Bai Dong, come on, and take advantage of me, Liang Hui said. Okay, thank you, boss. A tall and strong man walked up. His expression was extremely obscene, especially his eyes, which were fixed on Tang Yajing's chest and buttocks. Little girl, I will love you well. Bai Dong let out a sinister laugh and pounced forward, bringing up a gust of cold wind. Facing the oncoming white hole, Tang Yajing simply raised her leg and swept it away. Call. This kick actually had the effect of breaking through the air, and the cold wind was whistling. Bai Dong's eyebrows jumped suddenly. After all, he was Liang Hui's thug and was quite strong. He stopped and raised his right arm to resist. In his opinion, how strong could a woman's kick be? Even a taekwondo master could easily block it. Bang! With an explosive sound, Bai Dong's right arm was broken at a strange angle. Ah! Bai Dong screamed in pain and broke out in cold sweat, which also aroused the ruthlessness of the gangster. He took out a small knife and stabbed Tang Yajing fiercely. Tang Yajing's expression turned cold, and at the critical moment, she used her elbow to attack, hitting Bai Dong's other hand hard. The short blade fell instantly, and Bai Dong's body hit the wall directly due to inertia. I was seeing stars and my hands were in severe pain. It's useless. Without doctors or medicine, broken hands, or even fractured bones would mean certain death in the end of the cold wave. Liang Hui was somewhat shocked and asked, how do you compensate me for killing one of my little brothers? I said I'll be your thug. Tang Yajing said coldly. Liang Hui didn't say anything, but rushed over and tried to grab Tang Yajing's collar with his right hand. Tang Yajing took a step back and also reached out to grab Liang Hui's collar. Liang Hui grinned, bent down slightly, gathered strength like a slingshot, and then exploded. The entire back moved towards me at an unstoppable speed, somewhat similar to the ancient martial arts Taishanko. Tang Yajing's expression changed. She stepped back to the right, but was shocked to find that Liang Hui's attack was coming towards her. Prediction? Tang Yajing's expression changed, and her voice became distorted. At the critical moment, Liang Hui stopped and did not hit Tang Yajing. Okay, you passed. There was a burning light in Liang Hui's eyes. I lost a younger brother but got Tang Yajing, which was really a good deal. Boss, I'm not dead yet. Whitehole screamed. Liang Hui walked over, swung the alloy iron rod like he was hitting a baseball, and smashed Bai Dong's head. Such a cruel scene made Tang Yajing vomit violently. Fuck you, I don't keep useless people. If you can't even beat a woman, what use are you? Liang Hui's cruelty made his younger brothers shrink their necks. Then Liang Hui walked to Tang Yajing's side and said with a smile, it's the end of the world, and you can't even accept such cruelty. How can you live? After vomiting for a while, Tang Yajing came back to her senses, walked to the monitor's door, and kicked it into pieces. Chi Gang, I will use the power you gave me to avenge you. Tang Yajing thought to herself. The house was empty, there was nothing in it. Liang Hui's younger brothers rushed in and smashed the door of the room, but they didn't see the squad leader. Where's the person? Who can tell me where the person is? Liang Hui was furious and asked loudly. A younger brother stood up tremblingly and said, impossible. I have been guarding here the whole time, and the squad leader has never shown up. Liang Hui slapped him directly. Never appeared? Then tell me where the squad leader is? Are you trying to make him appear alive? Liang Hui roared. Tick-tock. With a slight sound, a lump of sticky liquid fell on Liang Hui's head. Liang Hui wiped it with his hand and rolled it with 2 fingers. It's very sticky and smells very much like saliva. Liang Hui looked up suddenly, and the scene in front of him made his pupils shrink violently. There was a humanoid gecko lying on the ceiling, its strong limbs and body like a crocodile. The green eyes were filled with strong murderous intent as they looked at Liang Hui and the others as if they were looking at prey. If this isn't the squad leader, then who is this? Even Liang Hui couldn't believe it. How could the squad leader become like this? Suddenly, Liang Hui's heart trembled violently, and he grabbed a younger brother nearby and threw him up. At the same time, the squad leader also pounced over, opened his smelly bloody mouth, bit the gangster, and knocked him to the ground. Crunch, crunch. The squad leader bit the little gangster madly, and pieces of flesh and blood were torn off. Help me, boss, help me, I'm in so much pain. The gangster screamed miserably and soon fell silent. Monster, this is a monster, run. The gangsters were scared out of their wits. Fuck you, monster. It's just a genetic mutation, look how scared you are. Tang Yajing, come on. Liang Hui scolded. Tang Yajing walked up, and her anger towards the class monitor overcame her fear. Kill. Tang Yajing rushed out, instantly came behind the squad leader, and grabbed his neck. Her arms emitted a barely detectable red light, and with great force, she twisted the squad leader's neck to 90 degrees. According to normal logic, a real crocodile with its head broken like this would be dead as hell. But the squad leader still gave Tang Yajing a sinister smile. Bang! The squad leader kicked Tang Yajing hard with his thigh, and she flew out and hit the wall. Cracks appeared in the walls. Tang Yajing groaned, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. That was all. She also transcended the scope of normal people and pounced on the squad leader again. Water-breaking blade. Tang Yajing shouted softly and chopped down fiercely with her right hand. Boom! The blow from the hand knife hit the squad leader's head, and the huge pressure almost made his eyeballs pop out. But the squad leader seemed to feel no pain, and he opened his bloody mouth and bit. Tang Yajing was horrified and tried to kick the squad leader away, but it seemed like she was hitting a sandbag. The monitor remained unmoved. Roll! Tang Yajing roared, really mad, her heart beating violently, and a large amount of hot blood was supplied, making her stronger. Chapter 51, Inescapable Fear. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. Tang Yajing lost control of her emotions. She rode on the monitor's body and punched her strange head again and again. The dull sound of impact continued, making people's scalp tingle. In the end, Tang Yajing's fists were covered in blood before she stood up. Before she knew it, Tang Yajing was in tears. Ban Shang was still not dead. Her vitality was extremely tenacious, just like a gecko. Her head was sunken, but the green light in her eyes was still very fierce, and she pounced on Tang Yajing again. Tang Yajing felt fear for the first time. If I can't kill him by hitting him, how can I fight him? Even though he used his superhuman strength, he still couldn't kill the squad leader. She neglected one thing. She had superhuman powers, and the squad leader was no longer a human being. It's normal that you can't be killed. Before he could even notice, the squad leader had already rushed in front of him, opening his bloody mouth. Tang Yajing widened her eyes in despair. The fishy smell made her temporarily lose her sense of smell. At such a close distance, she could even see the pieces of meat hanging from the squad leader's mouth. Bang! At the critical moment, Liang Hui took action. He didn't want to lose a powerful general, so he kicked the squad leader away. What era is this? Isn't American style II more delicious? Liang Hui sneered, loaded the gun, and handed the black pistol to Tang Yajing. He was not afraid of Tang Yajing's rebellion. He could suppress her with absolute force, even if Jesus came. Tang Yajing took a deep breath, aimed at the squad leader's head, and emptied the magazine. American II is awesome. The squad leader's head was blown off. Even if a god came, he would not be able to survive. Tang Yajing's palms were numb. She gasped heavily and then sat on the ground and burst into tears. Liang Hui ignored it. He still had some bullets, so he didn't feel sad. Instead, he started to search the squad leader's room. When he saw the evil god, he could not take his eyes away. Half an hour later, the photo of the class monitor's death circulated in the group, and all the classmates saw it. At first, they were very happy that the murderous squad leader was dead, but then they became deeply worried. How could Liang Hui be so powerful that he could even kill the squad leader, who was like a beast? How should we face Liang Hui in the future? What should they do if Liang Hui comes to get food? What should we do if Liang Hui wants to kill them? This is an unsolvable proposition. Students who have no ability will be slaughtered no matter where they go in the cruel Doomsday. Inside the Honor Villa, Lu Chen looked at the photo of the squad leader in the group and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. First of all, the monitor looked very wrong, but he was not very shocked. It should be that he has awakened some supernatural powers or something. Secondly, the fact that such a squad leader could be killed by Liang Hui shows that Liang Hui is also very powerful. So far, I have not had any conflict with Liang Hui, but conflict is definitely unavoidable. Lu Chen began to think, how should he kill Liang Hui? Liang Hui is a great threat to him. Regardless of whether there is a conflict or not, Liang Hui must die. There is a crazy woman in a building in Area A. That's right, Lin Murong is crazy. In order to live in Lu Chen's honor villa, she killed her best friend Lu Xia with her own hands and ate her best friend. However, everything was just Lu Chen's plan. She couldn't bear the blow at all, and her mind became abnormal. Lin Murong knocked on every door, asking nervously if there was any food. She wanted to eat food. What he got in return was beating after beating. The vicious woman was nearly beaten to death. But no one felt any sympathy for her. Everyone saw Lin Murong's behavior. He was playing with Shiryu in the palm of his hand. He was not a good person. Just die. Unconsciously, everyone's hearts have become so cold. People die in this building every day and they have become numb. Heaven is right next door in Lu Chen's house, but they don't have the courage to go to Lu Chen's honor villa. In terms of the number of kills, Lu Chen is the real devil. The class monitor is dead, but there is still a killer, and the students have to continue to live in fear. One is the ridiculously strong Liang Hui, and the other is the extremely mysterious bronze-masked killer. How are they supposed to survive in this fucking apocalypse? The day passed in a flash. On the 13th day of the apocalypse, Liang Hui took Tang Yajing to go door to door to ask for food. The answer was always the same. They had no food. Of course Liang Hui didn't believe it. He slapped him in the face and started a carpet search. Most people had run out of food, but a small number of people still had some food left. Please, this is my last life. Don't take it away from me. A boy knelt down and begged Liang Hui, crying bitterly. Do you want to die? Liang Hui bent down and grabbed the boy's hair and asked with a ferocious look. The boy suffered a complete mental breakdown and could no longer bear such a blow. He was completely devastated by the cruelty and ruthlessness of the end of the world. He opened his mouth and bit Liang Hui's thigh. Liang Hui felt pain and kicked the boy to the ground. Fuck you. If you dare to bite me, I will dig up your ancestors' graves. Die, die. Liang Hui kicked the boy's head wildly again and again. The boy is naturally deader than dead. Tang Yajing couldn't bear it and closed her eyes, her eyelids trembling 3 times. Don't be so cruel. Tang Yajing finally couldn't help it and whispered, Are you teaching me how to do things? Liang Hui tilted his head and grabbed Tang Yajing by the collar. Remember this clearly. You are my thug. If I tell you to go east, you must not go west. At this time, you still want to show your kindness. Are you worthy? If you dare to say anything more, I will kill you with my sword. Liang Hui's hideous face was like a devil, which made Tang Yajing extremely painful. Without Liang Hui, she couldn't avenge Qi Gang. Even if she did, she would be on the pirate ship and couldn't get off. Every sip and every bite is destined. Soon, Liang Hui brought his men to 803 and knocked on the door. The person living in room 803 was Dong Feng. As soon as the door was opened, an extremely cold breath blew in his face, freezing several of Liang Hui's brothers so much that their legs became cold. Before Liang Hui could say anything, Dong Feng brought a bag of food and handed it to Liang Hui. Liang Hui was stunned for a moment. He had never seen anyone so filial so far, which made him a little overwhelmed. Just as I was about to say a few polite words, I heard a bang and the door closed. Liang Hui snorted coldly and continued to search. There was resistance and scolding, and in the whole process, Liang Hui forced 4 people to death. Only then did the students realize that Liang Hui was the real devil, a person who was extremely evil. No one could handle Liang Hui like the previous squad leader did. Chapter 52 Plan. They are just pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered, and they have absolutely no ability to compete with Liang Hui. Deeply desperate. On the same day, a girl committed suicide. After this girl committed suicide, another boy went crazy. He took off all his clothes and ran into the snow. He stuck to the floor-to-ceiling window of the honor villa, staring at Chen with his bloodshot eyes wide open. I hate it. I hate it. I am a top student. I have a national scholarship. I will have 3 years of work experience after graduation. I have already been scheduled to intern at Tencent. I will have an annual salary of 500,000 after graduation. I have a beautiful childhood sweetheart. I have a bright future, my life. The boy leaned against the French window, roaring madly. The falling snow floated on his naked body, gradually turning him into a snowman. Chen was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing top-notch pajamas that cost 30,000 renminbi per set, drinking a glass of red wine that cost 100,000 renminbi per glass, with an indifferent expression, just looking at him indifferently. Watching a life gradually slip away in front of you. There was no trace of ripples in my heart. After a long time, Chen stood up, opened a pack of cigarettes, lit it, and placed it on the windowsill. Since we are classmates, I will let you smoke a cigarette after I die. Don't blame me for being so heartless. I understand human nature. I've been worse off than you. I've been betrayed by my best friend and my favorite girlfriend. The world is very hard. I will be an animal in my next life. After saying that, Chen threw the body into the snow to avoid affecting his vision. On the 13th day of the apocalypse, there were only 20 classmates left in Building A. How is Lin Murong? Chen suddenly remembered. After suffering such a despairing blow, if this woman were still alive, she would probably be living a life worse than death. Chen opened his palm, and his palm twisted. The cup not far away also began to twist, and only glass shards were left. The potential of space power is endless. I can only use such a monotonous attack method now. How can I develop in other directions? Chen murmured to himself. In the past few days, he has been practicing the attack methods of spatial supernatural powers and has become more and more proficient. Although it is not as practical as guns, it is silent and difficult to guard against. Suddenly, the long-lost sound of nature rang in Lu Chen's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Use the space ability to kill 3 people and a superpower user, and you will get 3 obedient potions. The system female voice said. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and immediately asked, Obedience potion? What is that? As the name suggests, it is a potion that can make people obedient. Those who take it will obey you and be absolutely loyal to you. The system replied. Lu Chen's eyes lit up after hearing this. There actually is such a treasure. If there was an obedience potion, he wouldn't have to worry about it. Lu Chen has always been conflicted about Genie. He knows very well that no one can be trusted in the end times, as anyone may become a knife that stabs you in the back. Although Lu Chen was envious of Jinyan's abilities and could see a glimpse of the future, it was precisely because of this worry that he never took Jinyan over. But if he had the obedience potion, this worry would no longer exist. He could completely get Jinyan and not have to worry about her stabbing him in the back. Haha. Lu Chen laughed loudly, then ran to the bathroom to start practicing his spatial abilities. At this moment, a scream of surprise erupted from the 24th floor of a building in Area A. Success. I succeeded. In front of the computer, a gangster laughed. Successful. Liang Hui rushed in and asked in surprise. I've logged into Jin Yin's WeChat. Boss, please check the message quickly. We need to know the situation outside, said the gangster. At this time, Tang Yajing also walked in. What? You cracked the password? And logged into the teacher's WeChat? Tang Yajing looked very shocked. Liang Hui ignored him and kept looking through Jin Yin's chat records. Liang Hui, what you are doing is immoral. Teacher Jin has been kind to us. He gave us food at the beginning of the cold wave. We can't repay kindness with evil, Tang Yajing said anxiously. Liang Hui got angry and stood up and slapped Tang Yajing. Aren't you annoying by nagging all the time? Do you really think Jin Yin is so kind? At that time, we all thought that the cold wave would soon pass, and Jin Yin was our counselor, so it was her responsibility to give us food. Otherwise, we will starve to death in large numbers, and when the cold wave disappears, she will also be held legally responsible. Tang Yajing listened to these words and instinctively thought they were all nonsense, but she couldn't find any words to refute them. Look at what's happening now. Everyone knows that this cold wave is unlikely to pass. There is still a lot of food in Jin Yin's dormitory. Did you see her share it with us? So, we don't owe her anything. I can do whatever I want to her. Even if she is a counselor, I won't have any psychological burden if I kill her. Liang Hui roared. In Tang Yajing's eyes, Liang Hui is a devil, even more terrifying than the squad leader. Fuck, boss, please take a look at the chat history between Jin Yin and Lu Chen. The younger brother shouted loudly as if he had discovered something incredible. Liang Hui suddenly leaned over to look and watch for a full 10 minutes. Then he burst into laughter. Excellent, so damn wonderful, our dear counselor also likes to have a teacher-student relationship. Liang Hui sneered, then touched his chin, and a brilliant plan came into his mind. Tang Yajing, what do you think are our chances of success if we use all our strength to attack Lu Chen's honor villa? Liang Hui asked. 0 points. The honor villa is made of alloy. Even bullets can't penetrate it. Lu Chen has an alloy compound bow and a lot of strategic materials. We will just be lying dead if we go there, Tang Yajing said quietly. She was also very envious of Lu Chen. It had been 13 days since the apocalypse, but he was still living such a comfortable life. From time to time, she would send some damn pictures to the group. Yeah, this little bastard must have known that the end of the world was coming, so he prepared in a big way. When talking about Lu Chen, Liang Hui's eyes were filled with hatred and some greed. Who doesn't want to live in Lu Chen's honor villa? Even he, a local emperor, dreams of this. Now, the great opportunity has come. If Lu Chen walks out of that turtle shell, what chances do we have of winning? Liang Hui continued to ask. At the moment, 10 points. Tang Yajing told the truth. Liang Hui touched his chin and then burst into laughter. Come here, everyone. I have a plan. 25th floor. Jeanine had no idea that his WeChat account had been stolen. She has been frowning these past few days. In addition to the occasional deaths, she is also troubled by inexplicable abilities. Just now, she saw the scene of her own tragic death again, and her heart was chilled. Chapter 53 Break-In. No one can remain calm when watching the image of their own death, even if Jeanine has good psychological quality. Alas, maybe this is my fate. Jeanine rubbed his temples, his head feeling extremely swollen. She wasn't worried about whether she had enough food. There is still half a house full of food. If I eat frugally, it will last me for quite a long time. In fact, in her WeChat private messages, many people sent her private messages, begging for some food and hoping to get her help. But Jeanine didn't agree. She distributed half of the room's food to her classmates, fulfilling her responsibilities as a counselor. What's left is my own life. Why would I share it with them? After I refused, I was scolded by my classmates, which was quite disheartening. But there is no other way. She is a counselor. so she has to take on some responsibilities. Let's take a bath, Jeanine murmured. When the call came at noon, she had boiled a lot of hot water and stored it well. It was enough for a simple hot bath. It's already evening. If I wait until it gets dark before taking a shower, it will probably be even colder. Bang, bang. Just as Jeanine started to prepare, there was a knock on the door. Jeanine's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ever since he saw the scene of the future, Jeanine had a sense of being caught in a shadow. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door and Jean Yin's face turned pale. Teacher Jean, are you there? Open the door. Tang Yajing's voice came from outside the door. Jeanine relaxed a little. It turned out to be Tang Yajing. She quite liked this girl from Jiangnan. She studied very hard and was also quite humble. She was very good. Just when Jeanine was about to respond, Tang Yajing spoke again. The teacher is not here. Jeanine closed his mouth and pricked up his ears. Who was Tang Yajing talking to? Impossible. I live on the 24th floor. If Jeanine came down, I would definitely know. Jeanine must still be here. Liang Hui's vicious voice came. Jeanine covered his mouth suddenly and his pupils contracted violently. The thing she feared most happened. Liang Hui came. In the hearts of every student in Building A, Liang Hui is a devil. He has killed at least a dozen people. Even Jeanine is very afraid of him. Why did Liang Hui come to see me? To get your own food? Jeanine covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from making any sound. The sound of his violent heartbeat filled his mind. Yes, that's right. Just pretend that you are not there and wait for Liang Hui to leave. Jeanine thought to himself in a self-deceiving way. Why rush it? Come back next time. Tang Yajing's voice was heard outside the house. Jeanine realized that Tang Yajing was helping him and trying to get Liang Hui to leave. Tang Yajing, I noticed that you really like to go against me. Do you think you are good at fighting? No matter how good you are at fighting, is it faster than the gun in my hand? Besides, can you beat me? As Liang Hui's insults continued to come, Jeanine became more and more terrified. He still has a gun. Get out of the way. I guarantee that Jeanine is still inside. If she doesn't want to open the door, then just break it down, Liang Hui said. His younger brothers immediately took action, hitting the door with alloy sticks one after another. In just a few seconds, the door was deformed. Although Jeanine was frightened, he knew that there was no way out if he just stood there and watched, so he had to take action. Jeanine no longer hid his intention and quickly pulled the table and chairs over to block the door, hoping that Liang Hui and the others would give up. The noise made during the move was also heard by Liang Hui and others. Teacher Jean, open the door for me. I am Liang Hui. I am your student. Why are you on guard against me? Liang Hui shouted. Liang Hui, stop pretending. Everyone knows that you have evil ambitions. You want me to open the door? No way. Jeanine shouted. Jeanine, I respectfully call you teacher. Open the door for me quickly, otherwise you will regret it when we come in. Liang Hui yelled. Jean Yin's face became even paler, and even his voice was trembling. Why are you looking for me? I'm your teacher. Do you want to abandon the tradition of respecting teachers? Tradition? What era is this? We still need tradition? The cold wave is coming, the civilized order is collapsing, and you're talking to me about tradition. Can tradition be eaten as food? I ask you, can tradition be eaten as food? Ultimatum, open the door for me within 1 minute. Don't force me to break in on my own. Liang Hui shouted loudly. Dream on. I'll never let you in even if I die. Jeanine roared. She quickly picked up her phone, opened Lu Chen's chat box, and subconsciously wanted to ask Lu Chen for help. Among all the students, Lu Chen is the most capable and has a good relationship with Jeanine. Even after typing out the message for help, Jeanine deleted it with trembling fingers. There is no reason for a teacher to ask students for help. Moreover, given Lu Chen's style of doing things, how could he risk walking out of the honor villa to save himself? As expected, the future cannot be changed, and I am in great trouble. The time has come. Shall we open the door? Liang Hui asked outside the door. Liang Hui, let me go. Jeanine closed his eyes in pain. Outside the door, Liang Hui grinned grimly. Let you go? If I let you go, will this son of a bitch Hanlu let me go? After saying this, Liang Hui's eyes gradually became strange, with a faint green light flashing. Liang Hui, please give yourself a way out and don't do this. Tang Yajing couldn't bear it anymore and spoke again. Liang Hui turned around suddenly, staring at Tang Yajing. Tang Yajing's heart skipped a beat. Why were Liang Hui's eyes glowing with a faint green light? They looked so familiar. Boom. Liang Hui was on the verge of becoming furious and punched Tang Yajing. Tang Yajing was horrified. How could she not understand? Liang Hui's punch was beyond the normal range of human beings, and it was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Tang Yajing also threw a punch to resist. Boom. When the two fists collided, Tang Yajing felt as if she was hit by a meteorite. The superhuman strength that she was proud of was completely suppressed by Liang Hui. His entire body was knocked flying and hit the wall, causing the floor to tremble slightly. I'll deal with you later. Liang Hui sneered and punched the door again. It was like a gas bomb exploded. The door was shattered into pieces, and even the tables and chairs behind the door were shaken apart. The huge impact force caused Jin to fall to the ground. A dark shadow appeared in the dust and smoke, with a captivating green light in its eyes. My dear counselor, I'm here. What do you think about this? Liang Hui asked word by word with a blank expression. Chapter 54 I Need a Dog. He was like a devil, walking into Jin Yin's heart step by step. Jin Yin pretended to remain calm, but his hands behind his back were shaking violently as if he had Parkinson's disease. At this time, Liang Hui's younger brothers also swarmed in. After a while, one of them screamed at the door of a room. Boss. Found it. Half of the room is filled with food. Instant noodles, sausages, soaked rice, oh my god, there's even frozen pork. Oh my god, there's even frozen beef. Ah. Half an hour ago, Lu Chen left the honor villa and walked to the gate of a building. He wore a bulletproof vest, and then used his spatial ability to cut it to make bulletproof pants. There are also several layers of impact-proof black tech underwear worn behind the bulletproof vest. These were the strategic materials he purchased before the end of the world. The outermost garment is a cold-proof suit, which is a patented high-tech product. Only the top climbers in the world who climb Mount Everest are qualified to buy it. 1 million per piece. Daolang. In the weather of minus 60 degrees Celsius, Lu Chen didn't feel much cold. But it's still a bit cold, which is unavoidable. At the gate of a building in Area A, there were several torn bodies. In Lu Chen's memory, he had sat in the classroom with them and had a few conversations with them. But now we are separated by heaven and earth. Rest in peace to this fucking fate. If I hadn't lived my life over again, I would be much more miserable than you. Lu Chen smoked half a cigarette in one breath, then crushed the cigarette but fiercely and let out a long breath. Then he kicked the door open. Lu Chen showed great enthusiasm in torturing Lin Murong. He first used lies to build up Lin Murong's expectations, and then rejected Lin Murong's request, causing her to fall from heaven into hell. In response, Lu Chen gave Lin Murong another day to process the matter. On this day, she will doubt her life, she will curse this fucking world, and she will fall into deep pain and torture, unable to extricate herself. This was the most painful torture for her. However, for Lu Chen, it is not enough. The deepest obsession in his heart after living again is to make those two scums die in the most painful way. Fate has not yet brought Wang Hao to Lu Chen, so now he can only take action against Lin Murong. So, Lu Chen came. If today passed, Lin Murong would most likely become mentally numb, and even if he died, he wouldn't feel much pain. This was something Lu Chen was unwilling to accept. 1 layer means 4 layers. It snowed for several days, but the snow only rose a little. Because the snow at the bottom melts and freezes, the altitude will gradually decrease. It will become increasingly difficult as the snowpack increases. The 4th floor was empty. When Lin Murong went crazy today, everyone else had already moved to the upper floors. Lu Chen arrived at the gate of Lin Murong's dormitory with ease. Once upon a time, whether it was takeout or express delivery, Lu Chen would help Lin Murong deliver it here, allowing Lin Murong to enjoy treatment like an emperor. Bang, 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 bang. Lu Chen knocked on the door gently, like the whisper of a devil. There was no response from inside. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown and continued to knock on the door. This time, Lin Murong finally responded. Who? It's me, Lu Chen. I'm here to see you. Lu Chen said lightly. Even through the door, one could feel Lin Murong's breathing becoming rapid, and she crawled to open the door. The moment that pale face saw Lu Chen, light appeared. Lin Murong knelt down, hugged Lu Chen's thighs tightly, and said in a trembling voice, Brother Lu Chen, you are here to take me to enjoy happiness, right? Yes, but I can't walk if you hold me in your arms. Lu Chen said calmly. I haven't seen Lin Murong for a few days, and she has turned into a ghost. Not to mention the human-shaped ribs, the body was dirty and smelly, and the hair was tangled, making him look like a beggar. She no longer looks like her former glamorous self. Lin Murong let go carefully, knelt on the ground, and looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes, just like a dog. Ordinary people might feel sympathy when seeing this, but Lu Chen would not. He knew very well how vicious this woman was, and this was just her appearance. Lu Chen suddenly acted outrageous, hurriedly pulled Lin Murong up, and looked at Lin Murong up and down with an aggressive look. Lin Murong lowered her head slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. This set of moves has been engraved in her DNA, and she can perform it even when she is on the verge of death. If it was Lin Murong before the end of the world, she would have charmed a large group of men with just these few tricks. But now, a piece of pork rib is acting coquettishly with you. Isn't that disgusting? Lin Murong, how did you become like this? You are not like this in my impression. Lu Chen pretended to be shocked and asked, Brother Lu Chen, I'm almost starving to death. So I became like this. Lin Morong said. That might be difficult. I know you are the goddess in my mind. As a man, I have some fantasies. I wanted to take you to the honor villa to enjoy and roll in the sheets. But how can I do it with you like this? Lu Chen said confidently. It's okay. If you feed me well for 10 days, I will be able to return to my original appearance. Lin Morong was anxious. He pulled Lu Chen's hands. His face was hideous, like a wet corpse. But why don't I go find other girls? There should still be Shui Ling's girl here, right? Lu Chen moved a chair over, sat down calmly, and said lightly, Are they your goddesses? I am your only goddess. I know that you are licking. You are a passionate man. You will not abandon your lover, right? Lin Morong didn't dare to stand and look down at him. So Lu Chen sat on a stool and she knelt on the ground. To forsake someone in return is usually applicable to two people who are related. Have you ever agreed to my pursuit before? Lu Chen asked back with his head tilted. I promise. If you confess to me now, I will agree immediately. I will agree immediately. Lin Morong was like a pug. But I don't lack a girlfriend now. I lack a dog. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Chen grinned. I understand. I understand best. Lin Morong nodded uncontrollably. The next moment, a chocolate ball appeared out of thin air in Lu Chen's hand. It was the size of a thumb and exuded an attractive luster. Lin Morong was stunned by the skill of creating something out of thin air. The smell of chocolate made her obsessed with it. Lu Chen moved his fingers, and the chocolate ball drew a graceful arc in the air and fell to the ground. Lin Morong crawled over like a madman, using his hands and feet, and stuffed the chocolate ball into his mouth. She ate the small chocolate ball like a wolf. Chapter 55, 1,000 Knives. Anything else? Anything else? Lin Morong shouted loudly. She was already numb from hunger, and as soon as she ate something, her stomach started to growl wildly, and her stomach began to cramp. It hurt so much. Lu Chen conjured up another chocolate ball and threw it somewhere farther away. Lin Morong stood up and wanted to run over to pick it up. Crawl over, Lu Chen said coldly. Lin Morong froze for a moment, then knelt down and crawled over. Seeing Lin Morong acting like a dog, Lu Chen felt extremely happy. Comfortable, so comfortable. This time, Lu Chen directly switched to dog food. Since it's a dog, it's most appropriate for it to eat dog food. Lu Chen said calmly. I am a dog. I am a dog. Lin Morong kept digging on the ground, stuffing dusty dog food into his mouth frantically. After a while, Lin Morong burst into tears. Dog food is delicious. It's the best food in the world. Anything else? Lin Morong crawled over. She knew that Lu Chen liked to see her act like a dog, so she even stuck out her tongue. She was very cold. Of course. No. Who keeps a dog and feeds it well? Lu Chen asked with a grim smile. I want to eat more. Please, I want to eat more. Lin Morong suddenly pounced over and kept shaking Lu Chen as if he had gone mad. Suddenly, Lin Morong's eyes flashed, and a very small knife appeared in his hand, which was specially used for trimming nails. She was confident that her actions would not be discovered by anyone. Others thought she was completely out of her mind. Only Lin Morong herself knew whether she was crazy or not. In addition to deep envy for Lu Chen, there is also deep hatred. Lin Morong hated Lu Chen for playing with her like this, so she wanted to kill Lu Chen. Die! Lin Morong's eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity, and he shouted loudly. The dagger in his right hand stabbed fiercely towards Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen stood still, and a strange distortion appeared in the space above his chest. Blood splattered, and blurry pieces of flesh fell off in clumps. It's like a meat grinder. Lin Morong stood there in a daze and stretched out his right hand. Where's her right hand? Her entire forearm is gone, and the wound is in a mess. Lin Morong's adrenaline surged, and he couldn't feel the pain for a short period of time. Why? How did you see my movements? My movements were flawless. How did you see that? Lin Morong asked with trembling lips. Who told you that I could see through your movements? Lu Chen asked, tilting his head. Lin Morong became even more confused. As if he could see through Lin Morong's confusion, Lu Chen sneered and said, Because I know what kind of person you are, Lin Morong. You are a ruthless beast. How could I not be on guard? What's more, even if I let you stab me, you can't do it. Lu Chen pushed lightly, and Lin Morong fell to the ground like a wooden man. I hate it, I hate it. The belated pain came. Lin Morong's face was distorted. He covered the wound on his right arm tightly and twisted it frantically. There was blood all over the floor. You shall not die well, Lu Chen. You should go to hell. Despite such pain, Lin Morong could still clearly curse Lu Chen, which was enough to show how deep Lin Morong's hatred for Lu Chen was. I really want to torture you. Do you know how desperate and painful I was when you betrayed me? Lu Chen asked indifferently. When did I betray you? Are you crazy? Lin Morong roared. You don't have it now. because you didn't betray my condition. Of course, you can also think that in another parallel universe, you betrayed me, so I will torture you to death, understand? Lu Chen squatted down, grabbed Lin Morong's hair, and asked. Lin Morong was extremely panicked and cursed loudly. Beast! You are a beast! 1,000. Lu Chen suddenly shouted loudly. 1,000 what? Lin Morong kept backing away, but her hair was held in Lu Chen's hand, and she couldn't move forward. 1,000 knives. This is a very ancient torture method. It will make you feel ecstatic. After Lu Chen finished speaking, an extremely sharp knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Ah! The screams continued to come, terrifying the entire 4th floor. Not only the 4th floor, but even the 5th and 6th floors. All the students who heard it covered their ears, and their bodies kept shaking like sieves. 20 minutes later, the screams gradually became weaker and then disappeared completely. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen stood up and threw away the knife in his hand. There were pieces of flesh and blood on the ground, and a bloody skeleton. Lin Morong was dying and could not die anymore. During this period, Lu Chen also injected her with several injections of adrenaline and some nerve-stimulating drugs. Lin Morong was tortured horribly, which eventually led to her death. Having avenged one of his great vengeances, Lu Chen closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently, and it took a long time before he calmed down. Wang Hao, you're the only one left. You're very ambitious. I hope you won't let me down. Lu Chen murmured, then elegantly took out a white handkerchief and wiped the blood off his hands. Suddenly, the cell phone dinged. Lu Chen opened it and found that it was a message from Jin Yin. Lu Chen, save me. Liang Hui wants to kill me. I don't want to die. Please save me. This one sentence made Lu Chen's expression suddenly become gloomy. Is it you or is it not you? Lu Chen asked doubtfully. In his impression, Jin Yin is a man of great integrity. Even if he was about to die, even if he wanted to ask for help, he would not say this. Liang Hui, I originally wanted you to live a little longer, but you want to die, then go ahead and die. At this moment, Lu Chen exuded an extremely strong, murderous aura. He walked out of the room and headed towards the 24th floor step by step. Despicable. You are a villain, and you will not die well. Jin Yin roared on the 24th floor. She watched Liang Hui log into her WeChat account and send Lu Chen such a humiliating message for help. Jin Yin, you are worried about Lu Chen's life or death. Are you really having an affair with Lu Chen? Liang Hui laughed evilly and stepped on Jin Yin's head. Compared to Lu Chen, you are just a piece of shit. You know that? You are just a piece of shit. Jin Yin knew he was going to die, so he cursed Liang Hui all kinds of ugly things. However, as a highly qualified person, the curses he said did not hurt Liang Hui at all. Teacher, there is no aggression at all. Do you think Lu Chen will come out of the turtle shell in the honor villa because of your call for help? Liang Hui asked a soul-searching question. Jin Yin was instantly confused. As a teacher, she didn't want Lu Chen to come because she would die if Lu Chen came. But from her own perspective, she really wanted Lu Chen to save her. She didn't want to die yet. Even in the end times, she wanted to live a good life. Chapter 56 Gatling. With an extremely conflicted mentality and Liang Hui's trampling, Jin Yin felt like his head was about to explode. In a trance, her vision blurred and she saw a picture. In the picture, Liang Hui's head and body were separated, and there were corpses all over the ground. Jin Yin knew that his ability had taken effect again, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Liang Hui, I see your future. My future? I am the one who decides my future. What do you see? Liang Hui asked. I saw you die. You died miserably. Everyone here died. Haha, what a good law of karma. Those who kill will be killed. Jin Yin sneered. Half of her face had become stiff from contact with the cold ground, and she looked extremely unnatural and hideous. I'm dead. Who killed me? Liang Hui asked. Jin Yin said no more. Go and carry Jin Yin up and strip him naked. When I was in school, I always fantasized about having an affair with my teacher. Now it has finally come true. I have to say that I have to thank this end of the world for allowing me to do whatever I want without restraint. Liang Hui said with a green light in his eyes. You fucking beast. Liang Hui, the biggest difference between humans and beasts is morality. You want to be a beast, don't you? Jin Yin was no longer calm and asked in a sharp voice. Beast? I'm not the only one who thinks so. Teacher, you really underestimate your charm. Your round thighs are enough for me to play with for several years. The most charming thing is your temperament as a young woman. Liang Hui laughed evilly and hooked his fingers. Several younger brothers rushed over madly and tried to strip Jin Yin naked. Jin Yin had a look of determination to die. If he was insulted by this beast Liang Hui, he would just die. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, outside Jin Yin's dormitory door, there were bursts of footsteps. The footsteps were not loud, coming from far away and gradually approaching, as if they had some kind of magic that could calm people down. Go out and see who's coming. Liang Hui asked one of his younger brothers with a strange look on his face. Good. The young man went out without hesitation. Land. There was a scream, and the voice that had not yet been completed stopped abruptly. Then, the already rotten door was knocked open again. When everyone looked, they saw the younger brother who had just gone out to explore rushed in like a missile, fell to the ground, his whole body trembling, his eyes closed, and he was silent. Liang Hui, you seem to be in a good mood. You even dare to play with the teacher? A cold voice came. Everyone looked and saw Lu Chen walking out from the darkness and standing at the gate. Lu Chen. Liang Hui's whole body tensed up instantly. He took a few steps back and picked up a machete. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Liang Hui said that he was not afraid of Lu Chen, but when he really saw Lu Chen, he was still very nervous. This is a murderous devil who has killed more people than himself. Lu Chen, what are you doing here? Get out of here. We don't need you here. Jean Yin yelled loudly. As a teacher, she didn't want to see a student with good qualities put himself in danger in order to save himself. Jean Yin chatted with Lu Chen for a few sentences. The words of this 20-year-old boy revealed a maturity that was not in line with his age. Teacher, how can I just watch you die? Lu Chen grinned. There was one more thing he hadn't said yet. Jean Yin's ability to see a corner of the future was very suitable for the end of the world. It could help one avoid danger and seek good fortune and reduce 95% of the danger. Lu Chen was very jealous and he couldn't let Jean Yin die at all costs. Lu Chen, how can I deserve you to treat me like this? Jean Yin was so moved that she shed hot tears. She seemed to have misunderstood something. Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, looked away from Jean Yin and towards Liang Hui. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Fuck you, you damn pretentious bastard. How dare you come out of the honor villa? Come on, I'll kill him. Liang Hui roared. The students gathered on the 24th floor, listening to the noise on the 25th floor, madly hoping that Lu Chen could kill Liang Hui. Comparing the two, in their hearts, Lu Chen is much cuter. 25th floor. A group of younger brothers rushed up howling, some holding machetes, some holding baseball bats, each with a ferocious look, aiming at Lu Chen's head. So what if you have a gun? As the saying goes, the master can be hacked to death with a random knife. Do you think you can survive? Liang Hui sneered. Before his smile ended, he heard a whoosh sound, and a cold light streaked through the air and shot straight into the center of one of his younger brother's eyebrows. Call out. Another arrow shot accurately into the center of a younger brother's eyebrows. Liang Hui was stunned. He saw Lu Chen raising his hand holding the crossbow, but he did not see Lu Chen aiming. These arrows seem to aim automatically. You're right. I hacked the master to death with my sword, but that was only on the premise of being in close combat. Lu Chen put away his bow and crossbow. The other 8 younger brothers were stunned when they saw Lu Chen raising his hand to kill 2 of them. They were shocked by Lu Chen's murderous aura. What are you waiting for? Come on, fucking here. Even if he has a gun, he can only kill 1 person in a second. The 8 of you can easily hack him to death. Yang Hui roared and continued. Whoever kills Lu Chen will be fucked by Jean Yin, and he will take half of the food in the room and be rewarded with a bag of bonuses. In the last days, such temptation is extremely strong. The 8 little brothers' eyes instantly turned red, and then they howled and rushed towards Lu Chen. Ha ha ha, take out your pistol and kill. It takes time for you to pull the trigger. 8 people, can you kill them all in an instant? Liang Hui laughed loudly, so excited that the hairs on his body stood up. If he kills Lu Chen, he can occupy Lu Chen's honor villa. Then he can rely on the materials in the honor villa to recruit soldiers, fight for hegemony in troubled times, and become the king of this doomsday. Who said I was going to draw my pistol? Lu Chen sneered, flipped his hand, and sank it. A huge Gatling gun full of bullets appeared in Lu Chen's hand. The multiple ferocious and huge gun barrels combined together emitted a cold light, like a strange beast from ancient times, opening its bloody mouth and wanting to swallow them into its stomach. Have you ever seen a Gatling gun, you country bumpkins? Lu Chen laughed while holding the Gatling gun. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Many of them have never even seen a pistol, so how could they have seen a Gatling gun that only appears in movies, TV shows, or games? Even Jeanine stood there in a daze, his soul ascending to heaven on the spot. Kill. Lu Chen roared, and the monster in his hand fired wildly. His 2 arms vibrated wildly, and the terrifying recoil force made Lu Chen's blood surge. It aroused Lu Chen's passion. Man's ultimate dream. Guns, tanks, helicopters, fighter jets. Gatlin is one of the best. Chapter 57. A man's mouth is a lie. Flames spewed out of the gun barrel, and the scrap bullet casings were ejected and fell to the ground like they were free. The blazing gunfire illuminated half of the room, illuminated Jean Yin's dazed and numb face, and illuminated Liang Hui's pale and lifeless eyes. Several minutes later, Lu Chen put the scorching Gatling gun on the ground to cool it down. His arms were red and swollen, but he felt extremely refreshed inside. Where are the 8 little brothers in front of me? 5 of them have already turned into minced meat on the ground. If someone pays attention, they can find 1 pound of minced meat among the 10 pounds of bullets. There were 3 younger brothers lying on the ground, with a foul smell from their crotches and their whole bodies shaking uncontrollably. They were already scared silly. They are alive, but dead. Lu Chen kept it for himself to complete system tasks. Liang Hui's chest heaved violently and he retreated to the corner. You 3 come here. Lu Chen waved at the 3 dumbfounded brothers. Don't kill me. One of the younger brothers reacted and burst into tears. Boss, save me, another little brother screamed. However, after his chest heaved violently, Liang Hui leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, looking as if he had accepted his fate and didn't care. Come here, I won't kill you, Lu Chen said lightly. Really? The younger brother showed joy. Really? Lu Chen nodded. One of them ran over immediately like a pug, while the other 2 were still hesitating. Lu Chen pinched the back of the little brother's neck, and a spatial vortex emanated gently from his fingertips. The younger brother's body suddenly stiffened, and then he fell to the ground, and was silent in a short moment. Lu Chen used his spatial power to destroy the gangster's nerve center. Didn't you say not to kill? The other 2 gangsters screamed. Because he hesitated, I killed him. Do you have any objection? Lu Chen asked back. No. The 2 little hooligans were so scared that they dared not to have any opinion on Lu Chen. The first 2 of you who come here won't have to die, Lu Chen said calmly. One of them was quick-witted and rushed over immediately. Damn it, what happened to the lifelong brotherhood we promised? The gangster cursed as he was left with no time to react. When disaster strikes, everyone runs away. The gangster who ran in front of Lu Chen shouted loudly. Lu Chen did the same thing and pointed a finger at the gangster's forehead. The gangster opened his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief, then fell to the ground, deader than dead. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? Why? The last gangster felt like he was going crazy and screamed crazily. Why? Haven't you heard of a saying? Lu Chen walked towards him step by step and asked, What are you talking about? The gangster was confused by Lu Chen. Lu Chen leaned close to the ear of the frightened little gangster and whispered softly, A man's mouth is a lie. Lu Chen lightly wiped his right hand and took the life of the last gangster. Jeanine was locked on the sofa, looking at Lu Chen with extremely horrified eyes. In her eyes, Lu Chen was like a god who could take a life with just a wave of his right hand. How could this be so outrageous? Lu Chen, is he a god? Spatial abilities are imperceptible to the naked eye, and in some ways, they are indeed divine. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the space power to kill 3 people. The only thing left to achieve the goal is to kill 1 more person with superpowers. The system's cold female voice sounded in Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen smiled slightly. The 3 obedience potions will be available soon, and then he can take Jean-In away as a matter of course. Jean-In used her future supernatural powers to serve him, and in exchange, Lu Chen gave her a comfortable environment like heaven. That's fair. Teacher, do you think I'm too cruel? Lu Chen asked when he saw Jean-In trembling. Not really, it's just that your methods are so scary that I can't accept it for a while. Jean-In said after taking a deep breath. Is it scary? Teacher, you also have special abilities. You should understand it easily. Lu Chen smiled slightly. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Jeanine suddenly realized and felt much better. She looked at Liang Hui with some fear in her eyes. Lu Chen's expression also narrowed. He instinctively sensed that something was wrong with Liang Hui. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from behind. Lu Chen turned around abruptly and found that Tang Yajing's fist was about to hit his head. Lu Chen's pupil shrank slightly. I squatted down subconsciously. But Tang Yajing was very strong. Before her fist could hit him, her right foot was already raised high and her knee was heading towards Lu Chen's heart. This kick was accompanied by a red glow, and Lu Chen only felt that the temperature around him had risen. This is a supernatural power, and Lu Chen recognized it immediately. He couldn't avoid the kick, and in a flash, he took out a titanium alloy steel plate from the Rubik's Cube space and blocked it in front of him. When a heavy sound was heard, and the huge force caused Lu Chen to take several steps back. The strangest thing was that the center of the steel plate had actually melted. Tang Yajing, don't attack Lu Chen, Jeanine screamed. Teacher, people in the arena have no choice. Although I am disgusted by Liang Hui's actions, Liang Hui has indeed avenged me. Tang Yajing closed her eyes in pain. Jeanine opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was speechless. Do you want to die? Lu Chen asked angrily. Bang. Gunshots were heard, and Liang Hui opened his eyes at some point, and took advantage of Lu Chen's anger at Tang Yajing to shoot. The speed of the bullet is very fast, and it is absolutely difficult for normal humans to resist it. But Lu Chen was not like that, and he had been on guard against Liang Hui before, so he turned around suddenly the moment Liang Hui fired the gun. Lu Chen's right eye was spinning like a whirlpool, and a whirlpool also appeared on the bullet flying at high speed, and then disappeared. In the eyes of others, Liang Hui fired a dud and no bullet was fired at all. Lu Chen was terrified. It was the first time he experienced such a battle. "Since you want to die, I will send you to hell." Lu Chen roared, took out a pistol and pointed it at Tang Yajing. "Tang Yajing, lie down and surrender." Jin Yin roared. She really admired this girl and didn't want to see Tang Yajing stubbornly refuse to reform and be killed by Lu Chen. Tang Yajing's expression was unpredictable. Although she had superpowers, she was not sure if she could dodge the bullet at such a close distance. Most likely not. Therefore, as long as Lu Chen fired, he would die. So many thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Tang Yajing's desire to survive overcame her reason, and she lay on the ground with her hands on her head. Lu Chen stepped on Tang Yajing's neck and knocked her unconscious. He had other ideas in mind, so he planned to save Tang Yajing's life. Bang, bang. 2 more bullets were fired. The first one was blocked by Lu Chen's spatial ability, but the other one could not be avoided and hit Lu Chen's abdomen. Lu Chen was wearing a bulletproof vest, but the powerful kinetic energy penetrated the multiple layers of anti-impact underwear and hit Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen took several steps back and leaned against the wall. His throat felt sweet and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 58. You drink it. Liang Hui grinned grimly. It was a happy thing that he was able to shoot and knock down Lu Chen. "You shoot," Lu Chen said. "Just shoot. Do you think I don't dare?" Liang Hui roared. "I bet there's no bullet in your gun." Lu Chen grinned. Liang Hui raised his eyebrows fiercely and simply threw the gun in his hand. For experts, the sound of the last bullet fired from a pistol is different from the sounds of other bullets. Lu Chen could hear it, and Liang Hui could hear it even more clearly. "After killing you, I will move into the honor villa, ha ha ha." Liang Hui laughed. His body shook violently, green light flowed up and down, his muscles swelled, and he became several times bigger, like a Hulk. Not only that, there was also a light shining from his body, as if there were 2 kinds of power blessing him. Lu Chen picked up a stone and threw it over. The moment Lu Chen raised his hand, Liang Hui dodged to the right. He dodged the stone perfectly and punched it hard again, turning the entire stone into powder. Even Lu Chen was frightened by such power. "I was born to be the king of the end times. Otherwise, how do you explain the 2 powers God has given me? I can predict any attack and dodge it. I also have superhuman strength. Even if you are also a person with superpowers, how can you compete with me who has 2 powers?" Liang Hui asked. "Since ancient times, villains have died because of their talkativeness. Did you know that?" Lu Chen asked. "I'm different from them. I have absolute strength and you can't make any waves," Liang Hui said. "Yeah." The space in Lu Chen's hand flashed, and he directly raised a rocket launcher and pointed it at Liang Hui. "What did you say?" Lu Chen asked. The corners of Liang Hui's mouth twitched violently, and his eyes almost popped out. "Bazooka." Lu Chen actually had a bazooka in his hand. The space in Lu Chen's hand flashed, and he took out an AWP heavy sniper rifle, pointing the long black barrel at Liang Hui. Liang Hui was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. It was too terrifying. This is not just beating people, an elephant is about to be killed. I still have a lot of forbidden weapons in my hand. I can send you to hell by picking out any one of them. But I think a pistol is enough, Lu Chen said lightly. Liang Hui roared and rushed over. Lu Chen raised his pistol and fired a shot at the ceiling. At this moment, Jin Yin was about to scream out. "You can pretend to be cool all you want, but not only do you not use your awesome weapon, you even shot at the ceiling. 1 shot is enough for Liang Hui to kill you at close range." Bang! Lu Chen fired into the air, and a cloud of blood mist burst out from Liang Hui's knee. Liang Hui growled and slowed down a lot. "It's a different era now. The saying shoot wherever you point is outdated." Lu Chen grinned. The first shot slowed Liang Hui down, giving Lu Chen time to fire the second shot. The system is supernatural and invincible, granting Lu Chen extraordinary power. Bang! A cloud of blood also burst out from the knee of Liang Hui's other leg. Both of Liang Hui's knees were bruised. He knelt on the ground and slid in front of Lu Chen due to inertia, just like a football player celebrating a goal. "You're so good. But I don't plan to adopt a son in the end times." Lu Chen touched Liang Hui's head and said with a smile. "I'm going to kill you." Liang Hui roared. He felt like he was being played like a dog, and he grabbed Lu Chen's thighs with both arms. There was a space vortex spinning wildly on Lu Chen's thigh. Even though Liang Hui's body was strengthened like the Hulk, his 2 palms were still crushed. "Forget it. It's time to send you off. I have countless ways to kill you from thousands of miles away, but I can only use this ability to kill you," Lu Chen said softly. Liang Hui's pupils contracted and he finally felt a sense of fear. Why was my prediction useless? Lu Chen fired twice, but his predictive ability didn't work. It's like seeing a ghost. Little did people know that Lu Chen's gun was conceptually 100 accurate and could hit whatever he wanted. See you in the next life. Lu Chen patted Liang Hui's head. Liang Hui's predictive ability finally came in handy. The moment Lu Chen raised his hand, he lowered his head. Pa. Lu Chen still hit Liang Hui on the head with one palm, and half of Liang Hui's head was twisted into a bloody mist. Stupid. I knew you were going to predict, and I predicted your prediction. It seems I am still more skilled. Lu Chen laughed. Liang Hui was naturally dead, and the man who considered himself a great hero had lost half his head. In the face of absolute power, there is no resistance. Killing Liang Hui would not make Lu Chen excited. It was as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. At this time, the voice of the brain system came. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a mutant. Killing 3 people has earned you 3 obedience potions as a reward. They have been placed in the host space warehouse. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen had found it. He decisively took out a potion of obedience and walked towards Jin Yin. Jin Yin's eyes were dull, and it was obvious that he had not yet recovered from Lu Chen's actions. Still shocked by Lu Chen's incredible ability. The dark forces are the ones that make the students in Building A suffer. Drink it, Lu Chen said softly. What is that? Jin Yin asked doubtfully. The key to the honor villa? Don't you want to live in it? Lu Chen asked. I think so, but no reward without merit. Jin Yin said with a frown. Teacher, you are a smart person. There are some things that don't require my approval, right? You probably know my character. I never let anyone live in the honor villa. And you will be the first person I take to enjoy happiness. Lu Chen said loudly. What do you want? Jin Yin asked. She is smart and knows that there is no free lunch in this world and everything is scheming. Can I not drink it? Jin Yin said bitterly. No, you must drink it. Only after you drink this potion can we fight side by side. Otherwise, I won't dare to leave my back to you. Lu Chen said. Am I so bad in your impression? Jin Yin asked. It has nothing to do with impression. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. I believe you can understand me. Lu Chen said. Jin Yin took several deep breaths, and thinking of the warmth of the honor villa, he nodded. She took the potion from Lu Chen and drank it in one gulp. A strange feeling came over him, and Lu Chen felt that there was some more connection between him and Jin Yin. In connection, one is supreme. This is the power of DNA. Okay, come with me. I'll take you to enjoy life. Lu Chen said. Don't we need to deal with these? Jin Yin asked. Chapter 59, Do you want to become king? Jin Yin had a strange look on her face. She felt as if she couldn't refute Lu Chen's words, but she didn't know why exactly. This feeling was very natural. Okay. Jin Yin nodded. You're right, there are some things that need to be dealt with. Lu Chen found a basin of cold water that had not yet frozen and poured it directly on Tang Yajing's face. Squeak. Squeak. A burst of white smoke rose up. Tang Yajing's body temperature was so high that a lot of cold water evaporated directly. Tang Yajing suddenly opened her eyes, and the bone-chilling cold made her gasp. You? Before Tang Yajing could finish her words, Lu Chen slapped her in the face. Jin Yin and Tang Yajing were dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. This palm is the punishment for you attacking me. Now I will give you a way to survive. Drink this potion, and I will let you follow me. Lu Chen took out the obedience potion and said lightly. When Tang Yajing saw Lu Chen's arrogant look, she couldn't help but feel angry and wanted to fight with Lu Chen. In an instant, a gun barrel was pressed against Tang Yajing's head, which was very cold. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't drink, then die. Lu Chen said coldly. He was not being kind, but he felt that Tang Yajing was useful to him and had special abilities. If he didn't have this obedience potion in his hand, Lu Chen would have killed Tang Yajing long ago. Why are you pretending? Tang Yajing said angrily. 3. Shut up. If you want me to work for you, you should at least be nicer. 2. Lu Chen, you are the biggest devil. Liang Hui didn't ask me to drink any weird potion. Why do you want me to drink it? 1. When Lu Chen's last voice message was uttered, Tang Yajing, who had been cursing Lu Chen angrily, gulped down Lu Chen's obedience potion. It took only a moment after she finished drinking, and the look in Tang Yajing's eyes when she looked at Lu Chen changed, leaving only eternal submission. Pa. Lu Chen slapped him and said, Are you still going to scream? No more screaming. Tang Yajing lowered her proud head. What did you call me? Lu Chen continued to ask. Owner. Tang Yajing didn't feel the slightest bit of shame after calling him master. The obedience potion had completely changed her opinion of Lu Chen. In Tang Yajing's world, Lu Chen's words from now on are the law that cannot be refuted. Jin Yin was dumbfounded and realized how powerful this obedience potion was. Okay, everyone follow me. There's nothing to worry about in Building 1, Area A. Lu Chen said calmly. Yes. The two women nodded, feeling a little excited. Finally, I can finally live in Lu Chen's honor villa and escape from this freezing environment. Lu Chen took the two girls downstairs, and the classmates around the stairs kept watching Lu Chen. Liang Hui is dead. Lu Chen said lightly. Great, Lu Chen, you are our hero, can you give us some? A boy was so hungry that he was dizzy. He thought about trying to please Lu Chen first, and then asking Lu Chen for some food. But when Lu Chen looked at him, the boy was instantly speechless and couldn't utter a word. The pressure is too great. Even such a powerful Liang Hui was killed by Lu Chen. I'm not a bad guy. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. You want to eat, right? There's a lot of meat on the 25th floor. You should know that. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said. The students were so hungry that they fainted, not stupid. Of course they knew what Lu Chen meant. Everyone's appetite was whetted. Their Adam's apples rolled uncontrollably, and they ran madly to the 25th floor. There were even fights between people during the incident. Master, you have almost endless supplies. Why don't you give them some food so that they can live a little better? Tang Yajing asked doubtfully. Slap. Lu Chen's voice turned cold. Pa. Tang Yajing raised her hand and slapped herself without hesitation. Teacher, do you think so as well as she does? Lu Chen looked at Jin Yin and asked. Alas, human hearts are hard to fathom, as the farmer and the snake have already explained to us. Jin Yin sighed. This is what Lu Chen admires about Jin Yin. He can see through people's hearts. Yes, I can provide food to my classmates at the beginning, but what about after that? If I provide it for a long time, they will take it for granted. If I provide it for one day, they will think I am stingy. No matter what I do, I will be in trouble. So, the best way is to kill them all, but I am kind and don't want to kill them, so I'll just let them fend for themselves. Lu Chen explained to Tang Yajing. Tang Yajing nodded, and Lu Chen didn't know whether she really understood or was pretending not to understand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if Tang Yajing is an idiot. After all, I have the obedience potion. I can just treat her as my fighting machine. I have done my best to provide Tang Yajing with good food and drink. After a while, Lu Chen brought Jin Yin and Tang Yajing back to the Villa of Honor. When they found themselves in such a warm environment, they couldn't help but shed tears of excitement and cried for a long time. On the other side, after a commotion on the 25th floor, there was no sound anymore, and all the bodies on the ground disappeared. The night was pitch black, with no moon at all, and a man wearing a bronze mask came to the 25th floor. He took off his mask. It's Dongfeng. A place of death, stupid Liang Hui. Dongfeng sneered. He knew Lu Chen very well and knew that Lu Chen possessed a lot of strategic materials, and it would be difficult to confront him head-on. Even if there are superpowers, the superpowers in the early days of the apocalypse are simply unable to fight against thermal weapons. If you don't know how to endure, the end result will be dire. He was seen making seals with his hands, and streams of black air from the ground flowed into his chest. Dongfeng put on the bronze mask and looked very powerful. Pressure is something that is hard to explain, but it is very obvious in Dongfeng. He was really powerful. Although he was not angry, the murderous intent in him was so strong that it almost became tangible. Afterwards, Dongfeng came to Liang Hui's room on the 24th floor and looted some food. Although it was not much, it was enough for Dongfeng to eat for a while. What is this? Dongfeng saw the evil god in Liang Hui's room and couldn't help but wonder. The originally silent evil god seemed to sense the approach of a stranger, and green light spread all over his body. Touch me, and I'll give you power you can't imagine. The voice of the evil god statue is very strange, yet deafening, and extremely tempting, as if it can reach the depths of the soul, making people do things involuntarily. Huh? Dongfeng asked in confusion. I am the supreme god. Do you want to be the king in this doomsday? The evil god statue continued to speak. Chapter 60 Dong Feng's Transformation. What can you give me? Dongfeng asked. I can give you supreme power, enough to make you the king in the end times. The statue of the evil god said heavily. What do I need to pay? Dongfeng continued to ask. Pay? No, you don't need to pay anything. You just need to touch me willingly, and I will make you the king of the end times, said the evil god statue. Dongfeng suddenly laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you understand the law of conservation of energy? So many people died in this world in exchange for a few of us to have superpowers, and you can get infinite power with just a touch. Do you think I'm an idiot? Dongfeng said with a sneer. The evil god statue suddenly fell silent and was speechless. I don't need you, but you are not bad. Suddenly, a black light burst out from Dongfeng's body. He looked weird, and the bronze mask seemed to come alive. Dongfeng's right hand was suspended in the air, and a dark light rushed up, covering the entire statue of the evil god. The statue of the evil god trembled violently, and green light surged, but it could not break free from Dongfeng's black light. Click. A few minutes later, the statue of the evil god could not bear the weight and broke on the spot. All the power of the statue of the evil god was absorbed by Dongfeng. Dongfeng raised his head, his body trembled, and he felt extremely happy. That's great. Your strength is much stronger than that bunch of rubbish. Villa of Honor. Jin Yin and Tang Yajing sat stiffly on the sofa, and the warm environment soon made them both sweat profusely. After all, they were wearing very thick clothes and put on everything they could. Take it off. What are you waiting for? Lu Chun said with a smile. Jin Yin and Tang Yajing then took off some of their clothes, and immediately a sour smell came. After all, it's the 13th day of the apocalypse and the temperature is extremely cold. There is only 2 hours of electricity every day. Sometimes I want to take a shower, but in the end I think about it and give up. Tang Yajing lowered her head shyly. Girls from the south of the Yangtze River might care more about this and be more sensitive inside. Jin Yin was more calm. After all, she was forced by the circumstances and had no other choice. However, her eyes kept flickering towards the bathroom. What are you waiting for? Go ahead, Lu Chen said. We don't have any clothes. Tang Yajing's voice was as low as a mosquito. Lu Chen casually took out a pile of women's clothes. Ever since the space cube merged with itself, Lu Chen no longer had to look for it bit by bit. Just a thought, like a god's perspective, everything in the space is under control. You can create what you want in just one breath. The appearance of a large pile of clothes made the two women exclaim in amazement. Lu Chen, tell me honestly, have you awakened your spatial ability? Jin Yin asked. Lu Chen did not hide it and nodded. For Jin Yin and Tang Yajing, who have already drunk the obedience potion, there is nothing to hide. Okay, there are all kinds of girls' clothes in here. Pick out a set for yourselves, and then go wash. You know how to use the bathroom. It has everything you need. Wash yourself well, and I'll ask you some questions. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he resisted the urge to rush into the bathroom and went to the floor-to-ceiling window to smoke. After the two women made their choice, they actually chose to take a shower together. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom and some noises of playing, Lu Chen took several deep breaths to drive out the messy images in his mind. Why are you thinking about this? If I have a need, won't the two women pounce on me with just a thought? Lu Chen thought evilly. Both girls cherished the opportunity of taking a hot bath and bathed for half an hour. When they came out, Lu Chen didn't recognize them. Although it was the same appearance as before the apocalypse lasted only 13 days, but it felt like a lifetime ago. Lu Chen, we're done washing. Do you have anything to ask? Jin Yin asked. Let's go to the kitchen and get something to eat first. There are ready-made fast foods, as well as some vegetables and meat that you can cook yourself. Lu Chen said. Good. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin were still hungry. They felt comfortable after taking a shower, but they also felt hungrier. After getting Lu Chen's approval, they rushed into the kitchen in a hurry. Wow, teacher, there's coffee. There's everything. Such a rich kitchen. What do you want to eat? I don't know what to eat. How about I burn some for you? Teacher, can you cook? Of course I will. Okay. After a while, there were clanging sounds coming from the kitchen and the range hood was turned on. Jin Yin and Tang Yajing were busy in the kitchen. About half an hour later, they brought out the dishes and rice. 4 dishes and 1 soup, all delicious and tasty. Lu Chen, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Would you like to eat something together? Jin Yin asked. Lu Chen nodded. He indeed didn't have dinner. Teacher, I really didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Lu Chen said in surprise with light in his eyes. He took a bite of the braised pork. Isn't this an essential skill for single guys? Jin Yin smiled self-deprecatingly. Tang Yajing had already started eating voraciously, and as she ate she began to cry and sob. I thought I would never be able to enjoy such a day again. This was quite common before the end of the world, but now it makes me so moved. Tang Yajing cried while eating. Jin Yin has a strong psychological quality, and he also sighed and lamented. Come, have a meal, and follow my orders from now on. We can live like this forever. Lu Chen said solemnly. Good. After a long time, the 3 of them had eaten their fill. Lu Chen lit a cigarette and asked Tang Yajing, where did you get your superpowers? If this thing is not called superpower, isn't it called superpower? Tang Yajing asked back. Yes, it's called superpowers. Lu Chen nodded. It's funny to say that I like Qi Gang. You all should know that after Qi Gang was killed by the squad leader and another killer, I was in great pain and my mind was full of thoughts about revenge for Qi Gang. That's when I developed this supernatural power. Tang Yajing said. Lu Chen thought about it for a while. It seems that superpowers don't necessarily awaken when the sun mutates. They can also awaken after the mutation. In other words, from now on, as long as humans continue to exist, there will be a steady stream of people with special powers appearing. In such a cruel environment as the end of the world, those with special abilities will become more powerful and be able to survive better in the end of the world. From a macro perspective, this is a good thing for humanity as a whole. Do you know what levels of superpowers there are? Chen asked. I don't know. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin shook their heads. Okay, you guys go and have a rest. The rooms on the first floor are all mine. You can find a room on the second floor. You can live together or separately. It's up to you. Get up at 8 o'clock tomorrow and follow my instructions. Chen said calmly. Okay. The two women nodded. Chapter 61 Wonderful Night. After dinner, Tang Yajing consciously went to clean up the dishes. Chen smoked a cigarette while watching Tang Yajing clean up the dishes. I have to say that girls from Jiangnan are great, especially Tang Yajing, who has slender but strong limbs and beautiful, natural body lines. Chen's heart was moved. He put out the cigarette in the ashtray and spoke softly. Tang Yajing, please sleep in my room tonight. Tang Yajing's body trembled violently. Her face flushed, she clamped her legs together and nodded. Jin Yin looked at Chen meaningfully and said nothing. Chen returned to the room first. He remembered that when Jianglong Company was building this fortress, they had mentioned that the room would have some fun modes. Chen had not paid attention to this aspect before, but now he did, so he tried to switch the room mode. There was a slight tremor, and the whole room turned pink. The bed was a round water bed, with a strange-shaped recliner next to it, and a soft pink yoga ball on the ground. There were boxes of unknown liquids in the cabinet, as well as high-quality cowhide whip ropes. Chen's face flushed as he explored the secrets of the room. When he opened the last cabinet, his blood rushed to his head as if it was about to burst out. The cabinet was filled with some strange-looking torture instruments that I had only seen in short movies before. Chen felt hot inside and laughed strangely. After a while, Tang Yajing walked in shyly. When she saw the pink room, the visual impact was so great that she closed her eyes involuntarily. I heard that you like Qi Gang? Chen asked. Qi Gang is dead, Tang Yajing said. Do you still like it now? Chen asked back. He seems to be particularly obsessed with this. Now that he's dead, all the feelings will fade away with the wind. We must live in the present. Tang Yajing took a deep breath and said. This sentence is easy to interpret. She still has some feelings for Qi Gang, but will like Chen later. Chen was quite satisfied. His mentality had changed a long time ago after his rebirth. Damn it, sincerity for sincerity. As long as there is absolute control, that's all that matters. Does sincerity really matter? Check the room. Chen said. Okay. Tang Yajing's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and then she went to open the cabinets one by one. Every time she opened a cabinet, her body trembled, until she saw the last cabinet. The blush on her cheeks even climbed up to her ears. Master, Tang Yajing was about to cry. Go take a bath. Chen pointed to the super large bathtub. The bathroom door is translucent, which is exactly what Chen wants. Tang Yajing couldn't object, so she went in. Half an hour later, Chen's voice came from the room. Do you like Qi Gang more now, or me more? I like the master. Bang. Who is better, Qi Gang or me? Qi Gang and I don't have a real relationship. We're not even boyfriend or girlfriend. It must be that the master is more powerful. Bang. A night in silence. The next day, Chen came out of the room, feeling refreshed. After a while, Tang Yajing also came out, holding on to the wall, with love for Chen in her eyes almost overflowing. I have to say that obedience is simply a magical water. It is really invincible and can fundamentally change a person. Go call Teacher Jean down. He will be spanked for sleeping in. Chen walked into the kitchen and said. Okay. Tang Yajing nodded. I'm up. Jin Yin's voice came from the second floor. Jin Yin looked a little strange. As a teacher, he was not used to hearing Chen say such things. Okay, I'll let you try my cooking skills this morning. Chen was in a good mood and was ready to show off his skills in the kitchen. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin were waiting in the restaurant. Jin Yin kept looking at Tang Yajing, making her unable to raise her head and feeling very embarrassed. After a while, Chen brought out several plates of black things, and he himself was covered in dust. What is this? Jin Yin was confused and pointed at the round object that looked like charcoal and asked. Baozi. Chen said seriously. What about this? Jin Yin asked, pointing at the black stick as hard as steel. Those sticks. Chen said confidently. What about this? This is dishwater, right? Tang Yajing raised her head, pointed at the liquid in the bowl, and asked. Soy milk. Chen said. Pa. Jin Yin slapped his forehead, stood up, and took the things back to the kitchen. After another half an hour, Jeanine brought out pot after pot of delicious breakfast, and even some Western pastries. Lu Chun, I have to go back to Building 1, Area A. Jeanine suddenly said. Why? Lu Chun asked. I didn't take one thing. What? Something very important. Okay, then go after you finish eating. Lu Chun nodded. Good. Everything was so dull that it felt unreal to Tang Yajing. She still wanted to cry. In the end times, she was so blessed that she could live such an ordinary life. Tang Yajing really wanted to live this ordinary life forever. But it seems impossible. She was very smart and could hear the hidden meaning between Lu Chun and Jeanine. After the meal, Tang Yajing took the initiative to clean up the dishes, and Jeanine put on warm clothes and went out. Honor Villa is right next to Building A. On the 15th day of the apocalypse, the 4th floor was also flooded. Lu Chun was watching through the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Jeanine brave the wind and snow and enter a building in Area A. He watched for 10 minutes, and then saw several unfamiliar faces sneaking into a building in Area A. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth finally curled up. Tang Yajing, try the combat uniform I gave you and see if it fits you. Lu Chen said. Combat uniforms are some close-fitting cold-proof clothes, which are better than military coats. Okay. Tang Yajing nodded. In a building in Area A, Jeanine arrived at the 25th floor with ease. She saw the blood on the ground, but did not see the body, and could not help but reveal a look of disgust. But then he thought about it and sighed. I am lucky to be able to live in Lu Chen's villa. Other classmates are not so lucky. Who would want to eat this if there was enough food? I'm here, where are you? Jeanine shouted. From the back of the room, a boy walked out. Teacher, did you feel comfortable staying in the Honor Villa last night? The boy asked sinisterly. Stop talking nonsense. Where's the thing? How did the bead end up in your hand after it fell for such a long time? Jeanine asked, his breathing becoming a little rapid. Teacher, is this what you were talking about? The boy spread out his palm, and there was a green bead in his palm. What kind of bead is this? It is emerald green and transparent all over, emitting a faint light, like a night pearl, extremely beautiful. Jeanine closed her eyes. This was an imperial green bead that her mother left to her as her dowry when she died. Chapter 62. Death before the mission is accomplished? But due to an accident, he got lost. It was not until last night when the boy sent a message that Jeanine knew that the imperial green diamond was in his hands. Of course Jeanine had to come and get it, because it was the last thing her mother left her. It's the last thought. Yes, you have to give it back to me. Jeanine nodded. The boy didn't waste any time and immediately returned the beads to Jeanine, then turned and spoke towards the room. Brother, I have already lured out the golden sound. Very good. A loud laugh was heard, and another boy walked out of the room. This boy has a burly build and a small head. From a distance he looks like Dubai, but he is much uglier than Dubai. Aren't you from the same class? Jeanine took a breath and asked. Let me introduce myself. My name is Daki, the one who will achieve great things. I'm from Class 2. Daki grinned. You're from Class 2? Why are you coming to Building 1 instead of staying in Building 2? Jeanine frowned, took a step back subconsciously, and asked. Is this a difficult question? Building 2 is unified. As a warrior, I have to go out and look for food, don't I? I just happened to hear that your team, Lu Chun, has a lot of supplies. I've heard about your story. I'm not sure we can go into the Villa of Honor together, so I can only use the traditional tactic of luring you out, and then use you to lure Lu Chun out. It's that simple, Daki said with a smile. After hearing this, Jeanine did not panic too much and seemed very calm. All the storms and waves have passed, so there is no need to be afraid. Are you so sure that Lu Chun will come out for me? Jeanine asked. Don't fool yourself. We have recruited all the people in Building 1. I know everything. Lu Chun went up to the 25th floor for you yesterday. This shows that you are still very important in Lu Chun's mind. Daki just laughed. Jeanine frowned even deeper. She had never expected that all the 20 or so students in the building had been recruited by the students from Class 2. Then, Jeanine looked at the boy with sharp eyes and questioned. Don't you have any backbone? Are you willing to be a dog for the second class? I didn't expect that this sentence would directly break the boy's defense. Fuck you. I respect you and call you teacher. If I don't respect you, you are just a grave dog. You kneel down and lick Lu Chun, and you don't allow us to kneel down and lick others. Brother Daki said that as long as we follow him, we can have some food to eat every day. What does it matter if we lose some dignity? Can dignity be eaten? The boy was very excited and pointed at Jeanine and started to talk crazily. Jeanine was speechless and couldn't find any words to refute. Okay, no more nonsense. Go call the others and tie up Jeanine together, and then go to Building 2. Daki said. Okay. The boy nodded and went downstairs. Jeanine also went downstairs without hesitation and tried to run, But how could she outrun more than 20 people? She was soon captured, tied up, and sent to Building 2. As the richest private school, South China University is really very big. There is more than 1 kilometer between Building 1 and Building 2, and there is heavy snow, so Daki and others walked slowly. If you kidnap me, aren't you afraid of offending Lu Chen? Jeanine asked. She was like a bug, being carried by Daki. 20 or so former students around were staring at Jeanine with eager eyes. In order to live in Building 2 and get the protection of Class 2, Jeanine was the token of their allegiance. Teacher Jean, do you know how excited they were when I went to Building 1 to find them last night? Daki continued with a grim smile. It seems that you are not qualified to be a teacher. There are so many students, but not one of them cares about your safety. They all want you to die and use you in exchange for their loyalty. I easily controlled them, and I also controlled you. It's really simple. I just need to wait for Lu Chen to come to Building 2, and then kill him. My mission will be accomplished. Ha ha. Daki laughed loudly, his bear-like body shaking, and there was a sense of oppression. This is called hatred of the rich. Just let them act this way because of the difference in personal opportunities. Someday they may still betray your Class 2 to follow someone stronger. Jeanine said calmly. She did not show any emotional fluctuations, as if it was a very ordinary thing. Shut up. What are you trying to do? A girl came up and slapped Jeanine hard. Do you remember that you didn't have enough tuition, so I negotiated with the school for an extension? Do you remember that you didn't have any money in your card, so I gave you my meal card? Jeanine stared at the girl and asked coldly. After hearing this, the girl who hit Jeanine became even more furious, as if she was trying to cover up her guilt with her rage. She raised her hand and wanted to slap Jeanine. That's enough. You've hurt Teacher Jean and ruined important things. I'm going to skin you alive. Daki shouted angrily and said viciously. The girl was startled and quickly bowed her head and spoke respectfully. Got it, boss. Jeanine laughed sarcastically. You are all a bunch of ungrateful dogs. Not to mention before the apocalypse, even before the apocalypse, I gave each of you a box of supplies. You can't even repay this huge favor. You are really a bunch of ungrateful wolves. A group of students trembled and all looked at Jeanine fiercely. If it weren't for Dachi, this group of ungrateful wolves would definitely pounce on Jeanine and tear him to pieces. We're already halfway there. How come you don't feel afraid at all? Our leader is very fond of women. Daki lowered his head, pinched Jeanine's chin, and asked coldly. Why should you be afraid? You are the ones who should be afraid. I already know what will happen to you. Jeanine said calmly. Boring. You are worthy of being a teacher. Even at this time, you are still focusing on your illusory face. Daki slapped him, making Jeanine's head buzz. When the end of the world comes, our Class 2 is destined to rule our department, rule our school, and then become bigger and stronger and go out into the world. I am destined to become a local tyrant, and I will start with you. Take my stepping stone and get Lu Chen's supplies, and you won't have to worry about food in the future. Expanding the territory is just around the corner. Daki said with a big laugh. He seemed very excited, and the closer he got to Building 2, the more excited he became. Yes, boss, you will definitely become a local tyrant. A boy came over and wanted to lick Daki's feet. Brother Daki, when you become big, you have to give me a management position. A girl came forward and said with a nod and a bow. Jeanine felt like nausea when he saw the students from Class 1 acting like that in front of the students from Class 2. Daki said in a muffled voice. Okay, I will make you my concubine. Okay. The girl gave a smile that you know. Daki patted the girl's buttocks. Suddenly, 2 blurry shadows appeared in the snow ahead. Before they could see clearly, the sound came. It's good to be ambitious and want to expand territory, but have you ever heard of this saying? If you don't accomplish your mission, you will die before you succeed. Chapter 63 Tang Yajing's Battle. Who? Daki roared and narrowed his eyes. You've been obsessed with killing me, but now that I'm in front of you, you can't recognize me. Don't you think it's funny? Lu Chen's voice was getting closer and closer, and the wind and snow were gradually unable to block his figure, until Lu Chen stood in front of them. Lu Chen. The students in Class 1 screamed in surprise, all with horrified expressions. Several of them ran away frantically the moment they saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen's image has been truly established in their hearts. If he can kill a bully like Liang Hui, what else can't Lu Chen do? Bang! Lu Chen raised his gun and shot at the fleeing students. Those students groaned, staggered and fell to the ground, a pool of blood, and there was no sound anymore. If you dare to do this, you shouldn't be afraid of my revenge. If one more of you escapes, you will die, Lu Chen said coldly. The remaining students trembled and hid behind Daki, unable to even raise their heads. Are you being too presumptuous? They used to be your classmates, but now they are all my subordinates. Even if you beat a dog, You still have to look at its owner. Aren't you looking down on me? Daki said dully. His body shook, and his muscles burst out one by one, spreading all over his body, with blue veins as thick as tree roots. It looked shocking. At first glance, you'll feel a tremendous sense of power. There is no doubt that this is another psychic, and one who specializes in physical strength. Unlike Liang Hui at the beginning, Liang Hui's powerful strength mainly comes from that green light. Daki is obviously more powerful. I have no grudge against your class too. Why do you want to harm me? Lu Chen asked back. A man is innocent, but he is responsible for his crime. Don't you understand such a simple truth? If you want to live, hand over the supplies, or I will beat you to death. Daki walked to the side of a corpse, grabbed the corpse's head with his huge right hand, and squeezed it hard. Bang! The corpse's head shattered like a rotten watermelon. Red and white exploded, and even the hardest part of the human body, the skull, became like plastic. Such power made the students feel excited, and they were all excited because they followed such an awesome person. See? If you don't hand over the supplies, this will be your end, Daki said with a grin. Lu Chen had a blank expression on his face. If possible, he would use the Gatling gun emitting blue flames to kill this big guy. But this would ruin his plan. Just this morning, the system issued a new task again. This time, you have to kill 3 psychics. The reward is very considerable, and you can directly activate the black technology attack system of the world-destroying fortress. The previous mission only added this attack system to the Honor Villa, but made it unusable. This time, after completing the mission, it can be used. From now on, the Honor Villa will be like a spaceship, able to attack while flying. Tang Yajing, go up and meet him, Lu Chen said calmly. Yes, master. Tang Yajing nodded, her tight cold-proof combat uniform outlining her proud figure. You just send a little girl to deal with me? Aren't you afraid that you will be slapped to death by me with your delicate skin and tender flesh? Daki pointed at Tang Yajing and laughed. Tang Yajing's face darkened, and a red flame gradually ignited on her body. Once you move into the Honor Villa, you become Lu Chen's thug. With Lu Chen providing you with good food and drink, how can you not make some achievements? Daki tilted his neck and threw the tied-up Jean onto the snow. Watch out. If you let her run away, I'll make you lose your heads. Daki yelled at a group of classmates. Even his teeth looked like those of a wild animal. The students were in a dilemma. They were afraid of Lu Chen and Daki at the same time. They really wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Tang Yajing moved. The soft snow could not stop her agile body. She leaped suddenly, flew high, and kicked Daki with a whip-like kick. This kick glowed with a fiery red light. The more you fight, the stronger your superpowers will become. It's just a trifle, showing off one's skills in front of an expert, showing off one's skills in front of a master. Daki roared, raised his right hand and punched Tang Yajing. This punch caused ripples in the space. There is no doubt that Tang Yajing was knocked flying, and her right leg couldn't stop shaking as she stood on the ground. The power of Daki is very strong, even stronger than that of wild beasts. If Tang Yajing's ability did not also carry additional power, this punch would have been enough to blow Tang Yajing's thigh apart. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Daki's right fist was stained with red light and began to burn with high temperature. Daki frowned and punched into the snow. The surrounding ice and snow melted and white smoke came out. When I took out my fist, I saw that the skin had been burnt off. You deserve to die. Daki was furious and rushed over. Everyone seemed to have an illusion that the earth was shaking. Tang Yajing took a deep breath, tried her best to concentrate her supernatural powers on her right arm, and then blasted it towards Daki. Boom! Tang Yajing flew out again, but this time she learned her lesson and rolled on the ground several times to relieve the force. Even so, Tang Yajing still felt dizzy because the power gap was too big. Oh! Daki screamed, and another piece of his skin was burned off by Tang Yajing's special power. Tang Yajing's eyes spun, and suddenly she saw a piece of gravel nearby. She quickly picked it up, covered it with red light, and threw it towards Daki. Daki's supernatural power is strength. Under extreme strength, speed cannot be fast. Even the red glowing stones could not be avoided. Every time one hit him, a piece of skin would be burned off his body. Tang Yajing entered combat mode, hoping to bring down Daki in this way. But she underestimated the greatness. Daki only felt that he had punched cotton. In pain and rage, with murderous intent in his eyes, he rushed towards Tang Yajing like a gorilla. Tang Yajing did the same thing. Daki did not dodge or evade, only had eyes for Tang Yajing. As the distance got closer, Tang Yajing could feel more and more the pressure coming from Daki. She couldn't help but panic and started to back away. It would be fine if you could keep calm, but once you lose your focus, this soft snow would be your grave. Tang Yajing staggered, and her right leg sank deeply into the ice and snow. The sky suddenly became dark. Tang Yajing looked up suddenly and found that Daki had approached and blocked the light from the sky. Daki's body was covered in white, black, and burnt patches, and he looked ferocious, like a demon. He raised his fist and hit Tang Yajing on the head. Tang Yajing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, and she could not help but close her eyes and wait for death. Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and a bullet shot straight into Daki's right arm. Daki's body shook violently, and an astonishing scene happened. Even though he had been shot, his fist still fell, but its speed was slower and its force was weaker. The loud gunshot brought Tang Yajing back to her senses. She took advantage of the situation to make herself appear more impressive. She gathered all her special powers into her right fist, which glowed brightly red, and fought against Daki. Chapter 64. Catching Big Fish. Click. Tang Yajing's fist was fractured on the spot, and the severe pain almost made her faint. Daki also felt uncomfortable. The scorching red fire swept through his arms and burned the oil out. You can't put out the fire immediately by using ice water to thaw it. Ah! Daki roared and rolled wildly in the ice and snow. The feeling of being burned by flames was very painful. Friends who have experienced it personally should understand. 10 seconds later, Daki was engulfed in flames, and his entire right arm was as black as charcoal, covered in blood. I'm going to kill you, Daki roared, wanting to kill Tang Yajing in one go. After all, Tang Yajing had been seriously injured and could not withstand his punch no matter what. Bang! At the critical moment, 2 more bullets shot into Daki's left leg and right leg. Blood splattered, and the strong kinetic energy made Daki retreat again and again. You are shooting from behind. Do you have any martial ethics? Daki looked ferocious and roared at Lu Chen. Can martial virtues be used to make a living? Lu Chen said, and pulled the trigger again. It looked like he was aiming at the head, but Lu Chen was thinking of hitting Daki's abdomen. To outsiders, it seemed that this shot was aimed at Daki's head. Daki was stunned. He didn't expect that even after awakening his special powers, he would still die by a gun. At the critical moment, a black shadow rushed out and suddenly knocked Daki away. The bullet also shot into the calf of the black shadow. You? Daki looked at Dong Feng, stunned. Lu Chen was also confused. He didn't expect Dong Feng to come out and block the bullet for Daki. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, because he suddenly found that Dong Feng's figure was very similar to the bronze masked man that night. Almost exactly the same. Why save me? Daki asked puzzledly. You haven't completed your grand plan yet. How can you die here? Dong Feng pulled Daki and ran towards building 2. Good brother. Daki was so moved that he almost cried, and he tried hard to escape with Dong Feng. The Daki who was so arrogant just now fled like a stray dog in a short while. The change was so great that it was jaw-dropping. Lu Chen put down his pistol. Just let him run away. Anyway, he didn't intend to kill Daki. He might as well play the long game to catch the big fish. However, Dong Feng's sudden appearance surprised Lu Chen a little. When a group of students saw that Daki was defeated, they felt like the sky was falling and also started to flee. Whoever escapes will die, Lu Chen said coldly. The classmates were stunned for a moment and didn't dare to run away anymore. They untied Jin Yin one by one and sent him to Lu Chen. Boss Lu, we didn't mean to kidnap Jin Yin. It was all forced by Daki. Yes, it was forced. Our respect for you, Brother Lu, is as endless as the Yellow River. How dare we not respect you? Brother Lu, please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. More than 20 classmates knelt down in front of Lu Chen, crying and begging for mercy. Jin Yin couldn't bear it and turned his head away. It wasn't that she couldn't bear to see them die, but she couldn't bear to see the cruel scene that followed. To be fair, these people deserve to die. I have done my best by not taking the initiative to attack you, but why are you seeking death? Lu Chen asked with his head tilted. After making such a mistake, even if the King of Heaven came, Lu Chen would be killed. Although the students were begging, their attitudes were nonchalant, as if they didn't think Lu Chen would really kill them. After all, there were more than 20 of them. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in the sky above. In a very short period of time, the small black dot suddenly grew larger, covering the sky and the sun. The students then came to their senses and looked up at the sky. Each eyeball is about to pop out. That's a fucking honor villa. The honor villa is flying in the sky. No. A student with quick reaction shouted loudly. But I can only shout. Boom. The villa of honor fell heavily. The earth was shaking. Snowflakes were all over the sky, and pools of blood were spreading out from the ground, making the scene bloody. Lu Chen felt it was troublesome to kill more than 20 classmates, so he summoned the villa of honor with a thought and crushed them all to death. Looking at the honor villa falling from the sky, Jin Yin's eyes were dazed, and Tang Yajing forgot the pain caused by the battle. It was like a nuclear bomb exploded in both of their heads. Am I dead? Can the villa fly? Tang Yajing murmured. What does this matter? Any strange thing in the end times will become a reality. Lu Chen said lightly. Jin Yin and Tang Yajing only came to their senses at this moment and were extremely shocked. Teacher Jin, thank you for your hard work. Lu Chen said with a sigh. This morning, Jin Yin found me and said that she met the future again last night. And it just so happened that at that time Lu Chen received a task assigned by the system. So Lu Chen took advantage of the situation and sent Jin Yin out to lure the snake out of its hole, and then he would play the long game to hook the big fish. The tasks assigned by the system are becoming more and more difficult. Without some strategies, it is really difficult to complete them. Class 2 just happened to jump out. There are definitely 3 or even more people with special abilities in the entire Class 2. It's not hard. I'm glad I can help you. Jin Yin smiled slightly. Master, it hurts so much. Tang Yajing said softly as she broke free from the snow. Let's go into the villa. I have medical supplies. Lu Chen said. I have learned some basic medical methods. Jin Yin said. A man and 2 women entered the honor villa and fiddled with it for a long time. Tang Yajing felt a little better, but injuries like bone fractures still required recovery. People with special abilities have special physical conditions, so maybe they can heal themselves. Lu Chen, I think we should find a doctor. Fighting is essential in the apocalypse. Jin Yin said. That makes sense. Doctors are not as good as psychics in medical treatment. Let's wait and see. If the opportunity comes, I will not let it go. Lu Chen finished speaking, then looked at Tang Yajing with a gentle gaze. Whatever you want to eat today, I'll give it to you as your reward. Lu Chen said. In the apocalyptic era, such a reward was extremely huge, and Tang Yajing immediately put the pain behind her. Lu Chen took out a table of top-notch food from the space, and then opened a bottle of top-notch red wine. Comfortable temperature, delicious food, and 2 human characters sitting opposite. The happiest thing in the world is just this. Building 2, Area A. Dongfeng supported Daki and entered the gate of the second building. Unlike Building 1 in Area A, the people in Building 2 seemed extremely united. There were even 6 people guarding the gate in broad daylight. 3 on each side. Just skin and bones. Seeing this scene, a strange look flashed in Dongfeng's eyes. Dongfeng, take me to the top floor. I want to report the battle situation and promote you by the way. Daki said solemnly. He was very grateful to Dongfeng. If Dongfeng had not come out to block the bullet for him at the critical moment and took him away, he would have died. Okay. Dongfeng grinned. Chapter 65, Infiltrating. On the way, Dongfeng also understood what happened in Erdong. When the cold wave came, the people in Class 2 killed each other just like the people in Class 1. But on the 6th day, the monitor of Class 2 stood up and began to rule Building 2 with his high prestige and small group. Later, several people with special abilities appeared in the squad leader and his small group, which made the squad leader's ruling position even more solid. There are still 80 people left. This surprised Dongfeng and made him extremely excited. This is simply his paradise. 25th floor. Daki knocked on the door and shouted loudly. Squad leader, open the door, I am Daki. The door was opened instantly, and a boy was shocked when he saw Daki's miserable appearance. Daki, what happened to you? Why are you injured like this? Let's have a meeting. This is a long story, let's start with a meeting. I got some important information about Lu Chen. Daki shouted. Good. The boy nodded and helped Daki in. Dongfeng also followed in, and the boy's sharp gaze instantly came at him. Who are you? Who let you in? Dongfeng's expression turned cold instantly, with a faint dark light flowing in his eyes. Xiaowang, don't be like this. Dongfeng is one of us. He took a bullet for me. If he hadn't saved me, I would have died. Daki said. I see. Sorry. The boy suddenly realized and apologized to Dongfeng. It's okay. Dongfeng gave a bright smile. The news that Daki had returned spread throughout the 25th floor in an instant. In Building 2, the 25th floor is where the core management lives. In the center of the hall, there are 5 stools, 4 of which are painted silver, and the middle stool is painted gold foil. At this moment, there was a man in a black robe sitting on the gold foil stool in the middle. Dongfeng squinted his eyes slightly to try to see clearly, but found that he could not see anything clearly. There is no doubt that the person who can sit in this position is the monitor of Class 2, who is very mysterious. On the right side of the class monitor, there were 2 girls sitting. One of the girls had long hair draped over her shoulders, and each strand of hair moved in the wind, looking extremely strange. There was another girl who had a very low sense of presence. Dongfeng looked at her 1 second and forgot about her the next. On the left of the class monitor, there were 2 boys sitting. One is a big man, and the other is a thin dog with a gloomy look. Roar! Daki gritted his teeth and let out low growls from time to time. Two girls were removing the bullet from Daki. After a whole set of alcohol disinfection, even though Daki had the ability to strengthen his body and increase his strength, it was still extremely painful. The 10 minutes were spent with Daki's painful growls. After the bullet was basically removed, the thin boy spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Daki, we are known as the Four Heavenly Kings. How come you almost died when you went out on a mission? Stop complaining. You will die if you go, Daki said unhappily. The thin dog wanted to say something, but was stopped by the long-haired girl. We all know Daki's abilities. He possesses extremely strong power. Even so, he almost died. This is enough to show how difficult this mission is, said the girl with long hair. That's right, Daki agreed. At this time, the most mysterious squad leader spoke. Daki, this is not your fault. Lu Chen is not a simple person. Dongfeng pricked up his ears and frowned slightly. Even the voice of the monitor of Class 2 is neutral, and it is impossible to tell his gender. Sergeant, where do you get this from? Shigo asked in confusion. Have you forgotten? Before the end of the world, a Walmart convoy came to Lu Chen's villa. This matter caused a lot of uproar. We were all laughing at it at that time. Who could have thought that the end of the world would come in just a few days due to a cold wave, said the squad leader. I do have some impression. Could it be that Lu Chen already knew that the end of the world was coming at that time, said the girl who had been very quiet and had little sense of presence. Yes, otherwise it doesn't make sense. That son of a bitch has a gun in his hand. He also has a superpower under him. It's a woman. Her strength has been enhanced, but not much. She also has the attribute of burning fire. I was about to kill that psychic, but I didn't expect Lu Chen to have a gun in his hand. His accuracy was amazing, and he never missed. If it weren't for Brother Dongfeng saving my life, I would have died at Lu Chen's hands, Daki said, cursing. After listening to what Daki said, the other three kings couldn't help but frown and felt a little difficult. At this time, the bullet in Dongfeng's leg was taken out without saying a word, which made the other three kings look at Dongfeng with admiration. Dongfeng, you are a hero of our Class 2. Since you have chosen to help Daki, have you decided to join our Class 2? The class monitor turned to Dongfeng and asked. Dongfeng's pupils shrank slightly, and even when facing the monitor of Class 2, he couldn't see his face. Lu Chen is brutal and suspicious by nature. He killed more than 100 people in Class 1. He is difficult to get along with, so I plan to join Class 2, Dongfeng said. The three kings, and even the squad leader did not doubt what Dongfeng said. After all, he risked his life to save Daki, which is the best token of his loyalty. Very good. From today on, under the 4 Dharma protectors, there will be 4 hall masters, and each hall master can control 15 people. Dongfeng, you will start as a hall master. When the scale is expanded in the future, you will have more power. The monitor of Class 2 said. Okay, thank you for your respect, squad leader. Dongfeng showed a relieved smile. He finally managed to sneak into Class 2. Shigo, what's the food situation now? The squad leader tilted his head and looked at Shigo and asked. It's not optimistic. The food that the collective handed in before was distributed every day according to the amount that would not cause starvation. Now it's almost exhausted. Shigo shook his head and said. Dongfeng suddenly realized that it was no wonder that there were still so many people alive in Class 2. This was the situation. However, these so-called 4 heavenly kings are white and fat, and it seems that their food conditions are very good, at least much better than those of ordinary students. Lan Wang, what do you think? The monitor looked at the girl with flying hair and asked. Killing Lu Chen and snatching supplies is imminent. If we run out of food, the students in Building 2 will definitely rebel. If we suppress them, there will be a large number of casualties, which will be a loss to our organization overall. So we are in urgent need of food now, Lan Wang said. But how can we kill Lu Chen? He has a gun in his hand, and he also has a powerful psychic under his command. The squad leader's voice came out faintly. The old method, lure the snake out of its hole and lure him to Building 2. The pistol won't be very effective in the narrow corridor, Daki said swearingly. Jean has been rescued. What can we use to lure Lu Chen out? Shigo said unhappily. Chapter 66, The Carnival of the End of the World. Daki's expression froze for a moment. Yes, what could he use to lure Lu Chen out? Jean has been rescued. Is there any other way to get Lu Chen out? I have a plan that can make Lu Chen appear, Dongfeng suddenly said. The monitor of Class 2 and the 4 heavenly kings immediately turned their eyes to Dongfeng. Brother Dong, do you have a solution? Daki asked in surprise. Just because Dongfeng blocked the bullet for him and brought him back to save his life, Daki no longer had any doubts about Dongfeng. I do have a way, but I can't tell you at the moment, said Dongfeng. I think you are a spy. Are you going to work together from inside and outside to catch us all in one fell swoop? Shigo stood up, looked at Dong Feng with cold eyes, and said, "Shut up, little dog. How could Brother Dong be a spy? As far as I know, Lu Chen has never had any contact with Dong Feng. He even took a bullet for me. If he was a spy, he could have let me die in Lu Chen's hands." Daki stood up with a sullen face and said. Shigo was speechless. If Dong Feng was a spy, then nothing would make sense. "I'm a spy? I saved Brother Daki's life and got shot. You say I'm a spy?" Dong Feng looked indignant and opened his cell phone and threw it to Shigo. "You can check for yourself to see if there is any chat history between Lu Chen and me. I didn't touch my phone once during the entire process of coming here." Dong Feng said heavily. "I can testify that Dong Feng indeed did not touch the cell phone. Shigo, you suspect Brother Dong is a spy, so go ahead and investigate," Daki said in a muffled voice. Shigo looked suspicious, then picked up his phone and checked the information bit by bit. He checked very carefully, for a full 20 minutes, checking every app, including the files on the phone. There really weren't any clues. Shigo looked unhappy and threw the phone back. "Shigo, have you found anything?" asked the monitor of Class 2. "No." Shigo shook his head. "Apologize to Dong Feng until he forgives you," the squad leader said lightly. "Squad leader, I'm one of the 4 heavenly kings. Why should I apologize to everyone in Class 1? Shigo asked in a sharp voice, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Did you know that the people from Class 3 cleaned out a supermarket in the dormitory area at the beginning of the apocalypse? Did you know that Class 4 is eyeing us covetously? Since ancient times, heroes have emerged in troubled times. Everyone wants to be the king in this new apocalypse. Our food is almost exhausted and there is no way out. Only by killing Lu Chen and robbing Lu Chen's supplies can we raise our dead soldiers, recruit soldiers, annex the 3rd and 4th shifts, and become the king in our profession. However, we have swept into the hospital and used war to support war." The monitor of Class 2 got so excited that he stood up. "Once we have completely taken control of a college, everyone will gather together and occupy the entire South China College. We will use it as a jumping-off point and radiate out little by little. Don't you want to be the king above everyone else? Before the end of the world, everyone would have to call us mayor. Then find a piece of stone and engrave the 8 characters, mandate from heaven on it. Long live and prosperity. Use this to build momentum, rise up, and establish our own dynasty." The voice of the monitor of Class 2 became louder and louder, with a hint of hysterical excitement, and continued to echo in the hall. The 4 heavenly kings opened their eyes wide and breathed heavily. The squad leader's words were like a huge Huanglu bell, constantly ringing in their minds. There was also a gleam of light in Dong Feng's eyes. He hadn't planned his future route yet, but now he felt that a sunny road was right in front of him. "I'm sorry, Dong Feng. Please forgive me." Shigo bowed his head and said to Dong Feng, "It's okay. We are all brothers. There's no need to be so distant." Dong Feng smiled slightly. His gentle temperament touched even Shigo a little. "Dong Feng, can you really lure Lu Chen out?" asked the squad leader. "Yes." Dong Feng nodded affirmatively. "Okay, while we make a plan, you go down first to familiarize yourself with the environment of Building 2 and announce your identity as the Hall Master," said the squad leader. "Okay." Dong Feng nodded and walked out of the 25th floor. 2 minutes later, a boy walked in and said respectfully, "Heavenly King, my lord, Dong Feng has already been confirmed. Close the door." Shigo snorted coldly. The door closed and Shigo looked at the monitor of Class 2. When there is nothing to do, they call him the squad leader. But when they really want to talk about important matters, they call him the Lord. "My lord, do you really believe in Dong Feng from Class 1? I think he's a bit shady, and I'm afraid he'll stab you in the back," Shigo said. After hearing this, Daki frowned, but didn't say anything. "Why should I believe him? I just need Dong Feng to help me lure Lu Chen out." The squad leader of Class 2 laughed coldly. The room suddenly became cold, a cold that was different from the cold outside, and could actually freeze everything. The so-called Son of Destiny must control invincible power. He can turn his hand to make clouds and turn his hand to make rain. As long as Lu Chen steps into the 2nd building, even if the King of Heaven comes, he will die here. The monitor of Class 2 laughed strangely, and this time the tone of his voice finally had some changes. A very sick male voice could be vaguely heard. Dong Feng walked all the way to the 18th floor. The structure of Building 2 is somewhat different from that of Building 1. There is no dormitory on the 18th floor of Building 2, only a very large hall. Whatever activities Class 2 has on weekdays, they will be held here. As soon as Dong Feng walked here, a foul odor hit him in the face. The hall was very dark, and the windows were covered with newspapers and books. There was a huge flame burning in the middle, and the fuel was chairs and books. Except for the guards, everyone else in Class 2 gathered here, as if they were having a bonfire party. Roar! Roar! Go ahead! A group of crazy howls were heard, and around the flames, two naked people were entangled passionately in public. The high temperature of the flame and the ultra-low temperature of the space neutralize each other, which is quite comfortable. A group of people around cheered wildly. It's all very strange. Ah! The man with the ribs let out a strange cry, suddenly raised his head, and then died. This should have been the most beautiful thing in the world, but now it has turned into a death warrant. The man was already malnourished and on the verge of death. He died on the spot after this incident. The female ribs acted like a madman. She pushed the male rib's body away and did some weird things. I can live a little longer. Vomit. Even though Dong Feng had killed countless people and had seen many big scenes, he was still disgusted at this moment. It's so frustrating. This disgusting thing not only has maximum physical attack, but also maximum magic damage. Chapter 67 Plan starts. Looking around, all the ribs were screaming. Dong Feng began to understand why so many people in Class 2 were still alive. It really is just enough food to survive. In this situation, if they are left hungry for 5 hours except for sleeping, they will all starve to death. Grill, grill. I don't know who shouted, but a group of people rushed forward and pounced on the dead man, followed by a bloody tearing. The skewers had been prepared long ago, and the pieces of meat were skewered together. Everyone was given a small piece, and then they were roasted over the fire with a smile on their faces. The students in Class 2 were partying like crazy. Some of them started stuffing food into their mouths before it was even cooked. The madness of a person who is about to starve to death is displayed vividly. Dong Feng suddenly felt that he was not a heinous murderer, but God's spokesperson on Earth. Wouldn't it be nice to send someone off cheerfully so that your classmates wouldn't have to go through such madness? At this time, a guard came over with a bag of food and handed it to Dong Feng. What is this? Dong Feng asked puzzledly. Respected Hall Master, this is the food that the Lord gave them today. You must make sure that each of them gets a share. After the guard finished speaking, he retched repeatedly and walked out. Dong Feng walked in carrying food. Everyone turned around and looked at Dong Feng, with confusion and puzzlement in their eyes. Who are you? Someone asked. Dong Feng, the new Hall Master, is here to distribute food on the orders of the Master. Dong Feng said loudly, his voice carrying throughout the hall. He could clearly feel that the way these people looked at him was different. Line up in order to receive your gift. Anyone who breaks the rules will be considered an offender of the Hall Master's dignity and will be killed without mercy. Dong Feng said in a cold voice. Food. Suddenly someone let out a strange cry and pounced over. The others panicked, fearing that the man had stolen their food, and started rioting as well. Court death. Dong Feng grabbed the first person's head, and black mist filled his palm. The man's whole body shook violently, and then he fell to the ground and died. Dong Feng showed a look of disgust. The energy of such a person had no effect at all. Instead, it was disgusting. Superpower. Someone shouted strangely, and the rioting crowd suddenly quieted down and began to line up in an orderly manner. Even such a crazy group would still feel afraid in the face of absolute power and would still have to surrender. Dong Feng distributed the food one by one, and it took him half an hour. Each person was given only a piece of bread and a sausage. Very little. Then guards came in and dragged the dead body out for disposal. Don't drag them away. Give them the reward. Dong Feng said lightly. Yes. Dong Feng turned and left, and then a group of people rushed over and cut the body into pieces. Living like this is worse than dying. Even someone as evil as Dong Feng couldn't bear it. Master, this is your food for today. The guard brought out a portion of food. There was a pack of instant noodles, 2 sausages, a loaf of bread, a piece of chocolate, and some pork that had been frozen for a long time. There is a huge difference between the food distributed to ordinary students. He, as the Hall Master, has such food. What about the 4 heavenly kings and the Lord? Dong Feng suddenly grinned, seeing through it all, and he found his sense of mission to do evil. As the saying goes, even evil people need a savior. The ants struggling in the end times also need people like Dong Feng to bring them liberation. Dong Feng's eyes flickered. After he awakened his superpowers and absorbed several ordinary people, absorbing ordinary people was no longer effective for him. He needed to absorb more powerful superpowers. And this is the reason why I came to Building 2. All the messy 4 heavenly kings and lords will become nutrients in his hands. Of course, what Dong Feng coveted most was Lu Chen. Kill Lu Chen, control everything Lu Chen has, and the road ahead in the apocalypse will be bright and open. But a conflict cannot break out now, because he is definitely no match for Lu Chen at the moment. He needs to strengthen his superpowers. Since he was born with superpowers and used them frequently, Dong Feng could vaguely sense that there was a hierarchy in superpowers. But I still don't know it yet. Lu Chen, you kill and I absorb. Dong Feng suddenly laughed. Before, when Lu Chen blocked Daki, others couldn't understand it, including Daki, but Dongfeng couldn't hide Lu Chen's actions. Otherwise, with Lu Chen's strength, why didn't he take out the Gatling gun? Why don't you take out the bazooka? Why doesn't Lu Chen use his supernatural powers? He didn't believe that Lu Chen had no special abilities, even though he had never seen them with his own eyes and didn't know what they were, and Lu Chen had hidden them very well. Lu Chen is playing the long game to catch the big fish. I am also waiting for Lu Chen to catch a big fish. Dongfeng's awakened supernatural power is incredible. He can absorb the energy of anyone, whether they are living or dead. The so-called energy is a mysterious thing. Even Dongfeng himself cannot explain it clearly. Perhaps it is something similar to essence, spirit, or qi and blood. What a bunch of fools. They naively think that Lu Chen only has a gun in his hand and wants to be the king of the end times. Dongfeng sneered repeatedly, then put on a bronze mask and entered the 18th floor. He's itching. Evening. Dongfeng walked out from the 18th floor with bloodstains on his bronze mask. Dongfeng was not afraid of being blamed by the top management of Class 2 as he killed someone in public. I just killed some people who deserved to die today, because those people couldn't protect the food and it was snatched away by others. A guard found Dongfeng and said respectfully, "The Lord has ordered that the hall master go to the 25th floor." Dongfeng nodded and went straight to the 25th floor. As soon as the door opened, the squad leader of the second squad said straight to the point, "Use your method to lure Lu Chen over here. This is our plan." According to the plan, even if Lu Chen had a gun, as long as Lu Chen entered Building 2, he would definitely die. Dongfeng sneered inwardly but nodded outwardly. Dongfeng, Lu Chen should only have a gun, right? Daki suddenly asked. I've only seen him use a gun, Dongfeng said without leaving any holes. The people in Team 1 should have known about things like Gatling guns and rocket launchers, but all of them were dead, leaving only him. Moreover, what Daki had asked his classmates before was only whether Lu Chen had special abilities, whether he had supplies, and who he had the best relationship with. Dongfeng was mixed up with that group of people at the time, so he knew everything. In other words, the people in Class 2 only knew that Lu Chen had a pistol and that he had a person with special abilities under his command. That's all. Okay, go and do it now. We believe in you. Once you succeed, you will become the 5th heavenly king, with double the food and party every night, said the Lord. Chapter 68 Weird Conversation. When Dongfeng thought of those skinny girls, he couldn't help but retching. Haha, do you have any misunderstanding? The monitor of Class 2 snapped his fingers, and 10 beautiful girls walked in from outside the door. Although she is a little malnourished, she is much better than those skinny girls. This is the woman who should serve us. Shall we, shower? The two of you should go and accompany Dongfeng tonight, said the monitor of Class 2. Yes, my lord. Dongfeng's eyes lit up, and then he smiled. His mind was full of thoughts on how to torture and kill, without any lust at all. After what happened in the morning, the honor villa was erected between buildings 1 and 2. Lu Chen had nothing to do, so he started practicing his special abilities. He was seen standing at the French window, stretching out his hand, and with a thought, he could make a glass in the kitchen disappear without a trace. Ever since he used his spatial ability to kill several people last time, Lu Chen felt that his spatial abilities seemed to have become stronger. Master, what kind of superpower do you have? It looks so powerful, Tang Yajing asked in amazement. The space ability can kill people without them being seen. I estimate that if it is powerful enough, it can even take people's heads from thousands of miles away. Lu Chen touched his chin and said, So cool. Tang Yajing was so shocked that she swore. If there is a girl around you who never swears, when she suddenly says a swear word, instead of thinking that she is bad, you will feel that this girl has improved in quality. It's the contrast that's most fascinating. It's okay, but I still need to practice more. It seems that I can't rely too much on munitions in the future. But the pleasure that munitions bring me is invincible. Lu Chen was a little annoyed and a little conflicted. Master, just do as you wish, Tang Yajing said with a smile. Yes, you are right. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He glanced at Tang Yajing with burning eyes. Master, I'm hurt. Tang Yajing's cheeks were hot. It's okay. I'll give you a bath. Just lie still. Lu Chen grinned. Having experienced this feeling, it was really hard to get rid of it. Tang Yajing became even more shy. Lu Chen, something's wrong with me, Jianyin said drowsily, lying on the table. Are you sick? Lu Chen asked. No, I want to sleep, and I feel my superpowers are about to be activated, Jianyin said. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Jianyin's ability was about to be activated. After Jianyin activated his supernatural powers several times, Lu Chen had figured out some patterns. Whenever something is about to happen, Jianyin's ability to see a corner of the future will be activated. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Lu Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was a message from Dongfeng. After what happened today, Lu Chen knew that Dongfeng was the hidden murderer. Lu Chen was also shocked. In his impression, Dongfeng was a sunny and cheerful boy. Is it really true, as netizens say, that all sunny and cheerful boys like to play clowns and are dark inside? Come to Building 2 at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Daki wants to kill you. This sentence is so simple. Lu Chen thought about it over and over again. To be honest with Dongfeng, he didn't have any substantial hatred towards him, and of course, he wouldn't think that Dongfeng didn't want to kill him. In the end times, anyone who knows that he has so many supplies will want to kill himself. Could it be that Dongfeng wanted to use the power of Class 2 to challenge himself? Not really. If it was just a fight, he wouldn't have to take the risk to rescue Daki in the morning. Lu Chen couldn't understand what Dongfeng was trying to do. This was the first person he couldn't understand since his rebirth. In his heart, Dongfeng's danger level is very high. Jinin, go to sleep first and get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to prepare breakfast, Lu Chen said. Jinin is a strategic talent, so Lu Chen never takes Jinin with him when he goes out. Tang Yajing is a combat-oriented talent. Okay. Jinin was very smart and understood what Lu Chen meant, so he went upstairs directly. Master, are we going to fight tomorrow? Tang Yajing suddenly asked. It should be. Dongfeng sent me a message, asking me to go to Building 2 at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Lu Chen nodded and lit a cigarette. You can't go. It must be someone from Class 2 who is setting you up to kill you, Tang Yajing said anxiously. That's right. The people in Class 2 must want to use Dongfeng to get me to Building 2. I have to go there. Lu Chen touched his chin. The task issued by the system is still there, which is to kill 3 people with special abilities. The second class member Daki knew about his special abilities, but what about the others? In fact, Lu Chen could have bombed 2 buildings with 1 rocket launcher, but that was not safe. After all, we don't know what superpowers the other members of Class 2 have. What if one of them can fly? The reason why Lu Chen took the long route to catch a big fish was to find out the specific situation of the psychics in Class 2. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Thinking of this, Lu Chen picked up his phone and sent a question mark. He hoped Dongfeng could understand what he meant. You have to come. After saying that, Dongfeng never sent any more messages. 5 points. There are 5 people with special abilities in Class 2? Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. I have to say that Lu Chen's brain circuit is very big, and Dongfeng's brain circuit is also very big. I can actually understand what the other person means. If this wasn't the author's own idea, the author would have been mistaken. Tang Yajing, you should have a good rest tonight and get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow, Lu Chen said. Okay. Tang Yajing went upstairs obediently. Lu Chen felt more and more how lucky he was to have Jinin. Being able to predict the future is simply incredible. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it. Everything depended on Jin Yin's special ability. Lu Chen would not say anything until the predicted future appeared. In the dark night, the lights in the Villa of Honor dimmed. Outside the house, the snowstorm howled madly, like the weeping storm of the Blue Star. The next day, at daybreak, Lu Chen and his companions woke up from their sleep, and Jin Yin had already prepared breakfast. At the dinner table, Lu Chen asked about Jin Yin's supernatural powers. After seeing the future a few times, my ability seems to have become more powerful. I saw a group of skinny people in a small room, and Daki was directing them forward. Jinin said. 2 key points. Which floor did the incident happen on? Excluding the skinny guy, are there any other people? Lu Chen knocked on the table and asked. There was no one else on the first floor, no one else in the entire building. Is there anyone coming to support us later? Lu Chen continued to ask. No, at least not in the picture I saw. Jinin shook his head. Okay. Lu Chen trusted Jinin very much. So far, Jin Yin's supernatural powers had never gone wrong. Since I have this special ability, I don't think I can go wrong. Tang Yajing, do you have any questions? I don't need you to fight, Lu Chen asked. No problem, Tang Yajing said loudly. Okay, get ready and go. Chapter 69, The Last Meal. The official time is 7:35. On the first floor of Building 2, everyone has been cleared. There is a room at the end of the corridor, which was originally used to store miscellaneous items, so it is relatively empty. There were 40 people standing inside. Since each of them was as thin as a skeleton, there was enough space for them to stand, but it seemed a little crowded. The ribs surrounded Daki and Dongfeng in a circle. I have to say that Daki's ability can not only strengthen the physical fitness, but also recover quickly even after being injured. He was clearly hit by a lot of bullets yesterday, but by today the wounds had mostly healed. Dongfeng glanced at Daki with his peripheral vision, his gaze extremely fiery. As long as you absorb the energy of the great vessel, even if it is only 2 or 3/10, it will be far beyond that of ordinary people. He longs for. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily and he licked his lips. At this time, Daki turned around and looked at Dongfeng, and Dongfeng immediately remained calm. Brother Dong, are you sure Lu Chen will come? Daki asked. I'm sure that if Lu Chen doesn't come, you will have to take my head as a punishment, Dongfeng said heavily. Now Dongfeng suspects that Lu Chen's ability may also be of the absorption type. Judging from the attitudes and the private messages they exchanged last night, Lu Chen is particularly keen on killing people with special abilities. If Lu Chen didn't have the ability to devour, then he must have huge ambitions. Okay, Brother Dong, I feel relieved when you say that. Go tell Shigo later that I want to eat fish and ask him to braise it. I will go and eat it when I return triumphantly, Daki said solemnly. When they heard the word braised fish, all the people's Adam's apples moved and their eyes became hot. Brother Daki, don't worry. I have installed a camera to record your heroic moments, Dongfeng said with a smile. Camera? You actually have this thing? Daki said with surprise on his face. I usually like to tinker with these things. You can rest assured that there is a backup power supply and backup network, said Dongfeng. Okay. Daki patted Dongfeng on the shoulder, then his expression became serious and he looked at the 40 ribs. Now, I will gather 20 death warriors. Half of the 40 of you must stay and fight for the future of our class 2. Those who are willing to die can get delicious food in the next 10 minutes. Every soldier can get a bucket of instant noodles. With sausage. Add boiled eggs. Add another piece of braised beef. The sound of the chi was like thunder, exploding wildly in the minds of the people. The ribs were all starving. They were all on the verge of death, and they didn't know how long it had been since they had a bite of hot food. Now when I hear about instant noodles with so many ingredients, my saliva can't stop flowing. Some of the ribs who still had some sense lowered their heads sadly. If they wanted to live, they would have to give up on the delicious food. But there were still some people who were extremely fanatical. They simply threw the death warriors aside and shouted wildly. I want to eat. I want one too. And me. Don't be in a hurry. Sign up one by one. Daki shouted. Then 10 guards came in, each holding 2 buckets of steaming hot instant noodles with added ingredients. The cold wave is freezing. Stop talking nonsense and complete the registration within 1 minute. You can still have a hot meal. Daki shouted loudly. If there hadn't been a superpower like Daki to suppress this situation, this group of bastards would have rioted long ago. 1 minute passed quickly and was very efficient, and 20 death warriors were selected in no time. Everyone squatted on the ground and swallowed the instant noodles like wolves and tigers. Some of them choked and wasted more than 10 seconds, and the instant noodles became cold. They didn't even have time to cry. They were more anxious to eat up the food because time waits for no one. In a few seconds, it would be frozen. In just a few minutes, this group of assassins resolved the battle. They patted their round bellies, as if there was water in their abdomens, and smiled with satisfaction. The official time is 7:56. At this time, a girl stood up and walked towards the door. Wait, what are you going out for? Daki asked with a frown. Go back to sleep. After a good meal, I won't move for 2 days. This will help me keep my energy consumption to a minimum, the girl said as a matter of course. With the girl taking the lead, several other people stood up. Daki was amused and said viciously, Do you know what the last meal after execution is? I just made it clear that only the dead warriors are qualified to enjoy this good meal, and you forgot it right away? The girl remained calm and spoke confidently. I'm leaving now. Why should I die for you? I can't even eat well, but you guys eat so well. If anyone is going to die, you should die first. The girl's words were slightly resentful, which showed that Class 2 was not as united as it seemed. Ordinary people had a lot of complaints against the top brass of Class 2, but they were suppressed by force. Haha, I knew that a hanged man like you would appear. In fact, I only need 15 assassins. Daki laughed. That's perfect. One less person won't make a difference. I'll leave now. The girl looked happy. No, you misunderstood. What I meant is that there are 15 spots for the death squad, and there are 5 spots left for those who will be killed. To put it simply, I can still kill 5 of you. After saying that, Daki kicked hard with his right leg, and the whole person shot out like a missile, hitting the girl's body with his elbow. Bang! The huge force made the girl explode like a firework. Whoever wants to leave, stand up here. Daki roared. No one responded. Everyone was trembling. The official time is 8 o'clock. A guard opened the door of Building 2. A woo sound came from outside, with strong wind and heavy snow howling. 2 figures came closer and closer, then walked into the gate. Who wants to kill me? Here I come, Lu Chen shouted. A loud shout came from the room at the end of the corridor. The room at the end is waiting for you. Daki didn't know what means Dongfeng used to make Lu Chen come. Since Lu Chen really dares to come, then kill him with one blow. After a while, the door of the room at the end began to melt like magma, and was then kicked open by Tang Yajing. Daki and the others also saw Lu Chen's appearance. Today, Lu Chen wore a black beret, a dark brown cape, a suspender suit underneath, his hair was neatly combed, and he had a pipe in his mouth. Just like the gangsters in British movies who have been training for 2.5 years. very intimidating and has a strong aura. No one knows how many pieces of extremely protective clothing Lu Chen is wearing. Even if a bullet hits, its kinetic energy would hardly hurt Lu Chen, unless you are shot repeatedly. Chapter 70 Funny Battle. Lu Chen, although we are sworn enemies, I have to admire you. You actually dare to come here alone. Don't worry, after you die, I will burn a stick of incense for you, Daki said slowly. He expressed his admiration, but his cold eyes betrayed his inner feelings. Until now, Daki can still feel the severe pain from the bullet holes in his body. It's not like this place is a dangerous place. Why can't I come? Lu Chen asked with his head tilted. And you, Dong Feng, you don't want to be a good person, but choose to be someone else's dog. Isn't it interesting? Lu Chen continued to scold. Dong Feng twitched his lips, but said nothing. Shut up and don't scold me, Brother Dong. Daki scolded. Oh, now our relationship is so close. To tell you the truth, Dong Feng is a spy sent by me, so he can get me to come here to kill you. Do you understand? Lu Chen said coldly. When Dong Feng heard this, his heart skipped a beat, but he recovered immediately, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Daki ignored it. Even a dumb man like him knew that Lu Chen was trying to sow discord, so how could he expose his spy in public? It's impossible. Death warriors, deploy your troops. Daki shouted loudly. Suddenly, all 19 assassins walked in front of Daki, holding hands, leaving no space between them. The 19 assassins knew that they were doomed to die. Even if they were not killed by Lu Chen, they would be killed by Daki. In that case, why not die for Class 2? As long as you are a person, you will have a sense of belonging to the group you are in for a long time. Dear big guy, do you want them to be meat shields? Lu Chen showed a smile. Everything before his eyes was exactly as Jin Yin had predicted. This ability is really powerful. Yes, draw your gun. Go ahead. Daki raised his hands and shouted. Everyone took a step forward and gradually approached Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression gradually became gloomy. He took out his pistol without hesitation, pointed it in the direction of Daki, and emptied the magazine. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 people who stood in front of Daki were beaten into a hornet's nest. But the great instrument was not damaged at all. Change people, said Daki. The assassins next to him pulled the dead assassin in the middle to the side and replaced him. Keep going. Daki is like a great general who commanded battles in ancient times. The room was of normal size, and the bodies of the 19 assassins were enough to block the huge weapon. Seeing Daki gradually approaching, Lu Chen's expression became increasingly ugly, and a heavy pressure and sense of urgency came over him. Lu Chen threw the cigarette pipe away fiercely. It flew in a parabola and hit Daki on the head behind him, and was covered with saliva that smelled of cigarettes. Go ahead. Daki was extremely furious and continued shouting. Magazine. Lu Chen shouted. Tang Yajing, wearing a maid outfit, half knelt down and handed over the magazine with both hands. Lu Chen demonstrated a wave of one-handed ammunition. Get on top. Lu Chen continued to shout. Tang Yajing squatted down. Lu Chen jumped and stood on her shoulders. Then Tang Yajing grabbed Lu Chen's legs and stood up. Lu Chen suddenly became taller and was able to look down at Daki's bald scalp from the side and even see the large pieces of dandruff on Daki's scalp. Standing higher is equivalent to a right triangle. If the right angle line cannot reach the target, the oblique angle line can be used. Start Plan B. Daki shouted. The plan to kill Lu Chen this time was extremely meticulous. It was designated by the supreme leader of Class 2, the Lord, and it was foolproof. Even if Lu Chen could use the pistol in various ways, he would still die. This group of assassins were very fast. The first row in front lay down, the second row half-crouched and held up against the first row, and Daki squatted completely. Bang, bang, bang. There was another series of gunshots, and the heads of the assassins in the middle were all blown off. A bullet grazed Daki's head, scaring him so much that he trembled with fear. Ha, load the magazine, load the magazine. I don't believe you can get so many bullets in China. This must be your limit. Daki laughed. Lu Chen's expression became even gloomier. He threw the pistol away and jumped off Tang Yajing's shoulder. At this moment, the distance between the two sides is very close. Throw the gun? Ha. You threw the gun. Yesterday you shot me a few times. Today I punch you a few times. If you are still alive, what if I let you live? Daki laughed wildly, his face flushed, and he was extremely excited. It's almost there. Just 2 more steps forward and you'll be within his attack range. Although he wanted to jump out right now, he still kept the Lord's words in mind. You must not be careless and must follow the complete plan to be sure of nothing goes wrong. Go ahead. Daki sounded the clarion call of victory. More than 10 of the assassins had died, and the remaining assassins continued to move forward. If Lu Chen really only had a pistol, then he would have definitely lost. Unfortunately, the information is not equal. Are you sure I lost? Lu Chen suddenly asked. Nonsense, you even threw away your gun. What else can you use to hit me? Daki said disdainfully. Are you so sure that I only have a pistol? Lu Chen continued to ask with a blank expression. What do you mean? Daki's expression suddenly changed, and he felt very uneasy. My hands are tired. Lu Chen said in a nonsensical tone. Yes, my dear master. Tang Yajing was a worm in Lu Chen's stomach. She instantly walked in front of Lu Chen, faced Daki, and knelt on one knee. Hold your hands up on your right shoulder. Lu Chen slowly lit a cigarette. He immediately took out a Gatling gun and placed a long barrel in Tang Yajing's hand. Tang Yajing has superpowers and a strong physique, so she is not afraid of the impact of the shaking gunshots. Because her superpowers carry high temperatures, she is not afraid of the frictional heat energy generated by the violent firing of bullets. Gatling. Damn, you have a Gatling. Daki's soul was about to die, his mind was exploding, and he wanted to say 1,000 fuck-s, but he couldn't say a single one. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the barrel rotated, blue flames came out of the muzzle, and a large number of bullets poured out. The famous General MacArthur once said that if Lu Chen was given a Gatling gun, he would not dare to confront Lu Chen head-on even if he led an army of millions. A famous professor of leitmotifs once said that the reason why Zhuge Liang deployed the empty city strategy and Sima Yi's army did not dare to advance was because Zhuge Liang was pointing a Gatling gun at Sima Yi's army. It is enough to show how terrifying Gatling is, and it is a Gatling gun with blue flames. The so-called suicide soldiers became targets on the spot. Fuck, Daki screamed, and suddenly exerted force with his legs. Adjust anti-aircraft. Lu Chen bit the cigarette, squinted his eyes, and shouted. Yes, master. Tang Yajing raised her right hand, as if she was worshipping Buddha. At this moment, Daki just jumped up like a giant. Lu Chen predicted Daki's actions. Chapter 71. Sacrifice yourself and get out. At this moment, Daki's face turned dark instantly. The black muzzle of the gun looked like the scythe of the god of death from hell, waving high, ready to reap his life. If my ability was stronger, I might be able to be bulletproof, but Lu Chen's eyes were as deep as the sea. In just a short moment, it seemed as if the sea of stars was destroyed and reincarnation was born in his eyes. Yes, he hesitated. If he killed Daki swiftly and decisively, it might cause psychological trauma to the other psychics in Class 2. They would be afraid of him and would not give him any chances. In fact, Lu Chen could have gone to the door alone, but he really didn't know what the other party's special ability was, and even Dong Feng didn't know. What if the other party has a very strange superpower, such as killing you with just one look at you? For example, if someone points a finger at you, you'll be frozen to death without any clothes on. There are all kinds of things in the world, and the current era is no longer the era that can be measured by normal thinking. In the end, Lu Chen used the power given to him by the system to shoot wherever he wanted and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered all over Daki's body, but none of the wounds were fatal. Although Daki was in pain, he was overjoyed in his heart. Taking advantage of this moment, he jumped in front of Lu Chen and swung his fist with supernatural powers. At this time, Lu Chen also shot the bullet into Daki's heart. Gatling spun so hard that even Daki's heart was broken. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a psychic. We still have 2 more psychics to complete the task. The system voice came. However, people with special abilities are different from normal people after all. Even though his heart was broken, Daki's right hand still carried the power to kill Lu Chen. Most of the strength has been removed. This was Lu Chen's plan. He intended to take the punch head-on. He was wearing so many protective clothing, so it shouldn't be a big deal. It gives people the feeling that both they and Daki are hurt, and it gives them the feeling that Daki almost killed them. It was just this little bit that could bury all the psychics in Class 2. Just when Lu Chen was ready to take a punch, Tang Yajing, who was half kneeling on the ground, looked up with a ghost. She had no idea of Lu Chen's plan. She only saw that her master was in great danger. Regardless of whether he was injured or not, he suddenly pounced on Lu Chen at this critical moment. And the punch that Daki threw after his death hit Tang Yajing on the back. In an instant, Tang Yajing flew out and hit the wall. She couldn't be pulled down and fainted on the spot. Tang Yajing. Lu Chen stood up, his eyes filled with deep emotion. He had not expected that Tang Yajing would go to such lengths for him. If Tang Yajing was an ordinary person, Daki's punch would definitely have killed her. Even though Tang Yajing was a person with special abilities, she was badly injured. For the first time, Lu Chen felt a warm current rising in his heart, and his expression softened a little. His plan was not ruined. Tang Yajing blocked a punch for him. Otherwise he, as an ordinary person, would have died. Lu Chun believed that the senior management of Class 2 could see it. Come on, I'll take you home. Lu Chun carried Tang Yajing down. Lu Chun, prepare to die. Suddenly, Dong Feng exploded, holding a large machete. The knife was covered with black mist, making a hissing sound, and could even corrode space. This is the supernatural power displayed by Dong Feng. Lu Chun picked up the Gatling gun again and fired only one shot, hitting Dong Feng's body. Dong Feng groaned on the spot and fell face down on the ground, looking completely dead. In fact, Dong Feng secretly turned off the surveillance camera without being seen by the surveillance camera. Now that no one is disturbing me, I'll take you away. Lu Chen's expression softened as he held Tang Yajing in his arms and left Building 2. As soon as Lu Chen left, Dong Feng looked gloomy and struggled to get up. The severe pain in his abdomen made him grimace in pain and sweat profusely. The damn shooting is so accurate. Dong Feng cursed angrily. He could feel that if the bullet deviated by 1 centimeter, his liver would be pierced by Lu Chen. I am a person with special abilities, so as long as I am not fatally injured, my life will not be in danger. Then Dong Feng crawled to Daki's body. Even after his death, this guy's body was as big as a hill, with bloody eyes wide open, obviously dying with his eyes open. Brother Daki, please share your energy with me. I have been coveting it for a long time. It's worth it that I got shot twice. After saying that, Dong Feng covered Daki's face with his right hand. Black mist filled the palm of his hand and then covered Daki's whole body. Dong Feng raised his head and fell into deep intoxication. 5 minutes later, Daki's body had returned to normal human size, and Dong Feng had crawled back to his original position and continued to be in a coma. I don't know how long it took, but a guard from the second squad came to the first floor. The shocking scene in the room made him turn pale. It took him a long time to calm down before he screamed. Lu Chun braved the wind and snow to send Tang Yajing back. Behind the floor-to-ceiling window, Jean Yin and others were looking forward to it anxiously. When she saw the unconscious Tang Yajing, her pupils couldn't help but shrink, and she hurried to the gate, waiting for Lu Chun to open the door. After Lu Chun opened the door, Jean Yin did not ask what happened. She hurriedly took Tang Yajing over and used her basic medical knowledge to check Tang Yajing's physical condition. Lu Chun, Tang Yajing's health is not optimistic. Although there is no change in her appearance, her internal body is seriously damaged. Jean Yin said worriedly. Is there any treatment? Lu Chun said in a deep voice. I can only feed her some basic medicines. I don't know anything more advanced. Jean Yin said. At this moment, Lu Chun became more determined to find a medic. But I have no idea now. Forget it. Let's send her to bed. Tang Yajing's ability is physical. I hope she can recover on her own. Lu Chun sighed and said. He originally thought that he was reborn in the end times and his heart had become as hard as iron. But he did not expect that Tang Yajing's reckless leap would still move his heart. Good. Jean Yin carried Tang Yajing to the room, then came back and asked Lu Chun, how's the battle going? Everything is just as you predicted with your supernatural powers. You are very strong. Lu Chun said calmly. Because of Tang Yajing's incident, Lu Chen's joy of victory in the battle was broken. I'll try my best to see if I can find a pattern to actively activate my supernatural powers. Jean Yin said. From the time she acquired this ability until now, Jean Yin has been able to foresee the future passively, which makes her a little unhappy. After all, passiveness is uncontrollable. It's okay, you've done well enough. Lu Chun touched Jean Yin's head. Jean Yin's body stiffened instantly. It was the first time in her life that a boy touched her head, and this boy was so young and so charming. Her heart was pounding wildly. A strange feeling arose, and her face flushed slightly. Chapter 72, The Fatal Killing Net. I feel a little embarrassed and need to go to the bathroom to wash my face and calm down. Lu Chun sat in front of the French window, his expression gradually becoming gloomy. Tang Yajing's experience made him somewhat angry, even though it was because of himself. He was thinking whether he should just go and kill them, but if so, he couldn't ignore the risks. Lu Chun also didn't want to put pressure on Jean Yin. The ability to foresee the future couldn't be activated by pressure. It seems that I still need to practice my spatial ability more. Once my spatial ability becomes stronger, I can ignore the risk of being attacked by others. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in a flash. Building 2, 25th floor. In the middle of the hall, Dong Feng stood with a pale face. One of the positions of the 4 heavenly kings was vacant. The monitor of Class 2 was holding a mobile phone, watching the video recorded by the camera on the first floor. The atmosphere was quite solemn and scary. Fuck. I'm going to kill Lu Chun. Shigo roared. Next to him, a braised fish was frozen into an ice cube. Who can tell me why Lu Chun has a Gatling gun? Dong Feng, you didn't tell me this information. The monitor of Class 2 had a very gloomy expression and his voice was extremely cold, causing the temperature around him to drop even lower. Dongfeng looked very frightened on the surface, but he was very excited inside. He was now certain that the drop in temperature around him was a physical phenomenon and was the supernatural ability of the monitor of Class 2. What a powerful ability. It can actually lower the temperature, but I don't know to what extent it can be lowered. Lu Chun hid very deeply and never used Gatling gun in the first team, so I didn't know either. Dongfeng said in panic. Fuck you. Shigo came up and slapped Dongfeng hard in the face, making Dongfeng stagger. Forget it, don't shoot Dongfeng. The bullet was only 1 centimeter away from his liver. Don't blame him. The squad leader of Class 2 waved his hand and said coldly. My lord, I'm so angry. If I had known earlier, I would have killed Lu Chun instead of Daki. Bullets are ineffective against me. Shigo said angrily. Bullets ineffective? Dongfeng was a little surprised. Things are unpredictable. Who knew Lu Chun could pull out a Gatling gun? You've all seen the video. Daki lost by a narrow margin. Even if Lu Chun had a Gatling gun, if that woman hadn't blocked a punch for Lu Chun at the critical moment, Daki would have accomplished his mission. The monitor of Class 2 said coldly. My lord, please give me an order to kill Lu Chun and avenge Daki. I want to let that bastard know that the end of the world is the world of superpowers, and traditional weapons are out of date. Shigo stood up and said heavily. No rush. How do you know that Lu Chun has nothing else except the Gatling gun? The squad leader of Class 2 asked. But, I really can't get angry. Daki is such a good person. Shigo's voice choked with sobs. Even though he and Daki often quarreled, one could see the deep brotherhood between them from the braised fish. Dongfeng, let me see your cell phone. The monitor of Class 2 suddenly asked. Dongfeng's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the monitor of Class 2 was beginning to doubt him, but he still calmly handed over the phone. The monitor of Class 2 looked at them for a while, then raised his head and asked, You asked Lu Chun to come, and Lu Chun came? Give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I think the students in Class 2 should want to taste the meat of a superpower. The monitor of Class 2 said this calmly, but his words were filled with a strong, murderous intent. It's very simple, because Lu Chun is a man with great ambitions. Not only do we want to kill him, he also wants to kill us, so he came. Dongfeng said lightly. Isn't he afraid that we will ambush him? Asked Shigo. I forgot to say that Lu Chun is not only very ambitious, but also very conceited. He owns a large amount of supplies and claims to be the best in the apocalypse, so he can be so unscrupulous. Dongfeng explained. This explanation was lame, but the senior management of Class 2 was unable to provide any evidence to support it, so the matter was left unresolved. Take it and send a message to Lu Chun. The monitor of Class 2 threw the phone back to Dongfeng. My lord, what message do you want to send? Dongfeng asked doubtfully. Just send it out and tell us when to start implementing the next plan, said the monitor of Class 2. Dongfeng was stunned for a moment, then grinned. The monitor of Class 2 is indeed a smart man. He asked himself to send this message to test whether he and Lu Chun are really having an affair. As long as you send this message, you will be in danger. Whether it is safe or dangerous depends entirely on Lu Chun's words. Dongfeng sent the message directly. Lu Chun quickly replied with a message. You're not dead? Go and die. The ultimate bad breath, the ultimate enjoyment. Dongfeng's face suddenly turned dark, and just as he was about to curse back, his cell phone was taken away by the monitor of Class 2. Okay, leave your phone here with me. I'll let the guard contact you if there's anything. You can go down now. The squad leader of Class 2 waved his hand and said, Okay. Dongfeng nodded and left the 25th floor. My lord, do you suspect Dongfeng? Asked Shigo. Yes, he is highly suspected of leaking information, but there is no evidence at all in his phone. The monitor of Class 2 frowned. Leave it to me. The girl who had been very quiet and had little presence picked up a USB drive and said, I almost forgot you know about this. We can't rule out the possibility that Dongfeng deleted the data. Shigo, go get the backup power supply and plug it into Xiaoyo's laptop, said the monitor of Class 2. Okay. Shigo nodded. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu turned off the computer, handed the phone back, and shook his head. No data deletion was found. Dongfeng should not have lied. Xiaoyu said. The monitor of Class 2 nodded. His expression softened a lot. If Dongfeng is not a spy, he can be trained well. After all, Dongfeng is a person with special abilities. In the end times, a person with special powers will be very popular wherever he goes. Shigo, can you guarantee to kill Lu Chun? Asked the squad leader of Class 2. If Lu Chun only has a gun, no matter what kind of gun it is, I can kill him. Shigo nodded. What if Lu Chun has a chainsaw or something? Then he is just an ordinary person. Even if I can't kill him, I can still escape unscathed. Lu Chun also has a superpower under his command, who is good at physical skills and high temperatures and can completely restrain you. What do you say? Hearing this, Shigo opened his mouth wide and was speechless for a moment. Forget it. I'll go with you and kill Lu Chen to avoid any more trouble. Lan Wang stood up, her long hair fluttering as if it had a life of its own, which was very strange. Sure, with you here with us, the chances of success will be greatly increased. Shigo grinned. Let me ask you too, what if Lu Chen has a rocket launcher? The squad leader of Class 2 continued to ask. My net can catch even rockets. Lan Wang was quite confident. Chapter 73, I always shoot from behind. Very good. Then the task of killing Lu Chen and seizing Lu Chen's supplies will be handed over to you too, said the squad leader of Class 2. How do we lure Lu Chen out? Shigo asked a soul-searching question. Just use this phone. If Lu Chen really does what Dong Feng said, then he will definitely come, said the monitor of Class 2. On the other side, Dong Feng came to the 18th floor. The further he went down, the gloomier his expression became. He was very angry about the humiliation he had just suffered on the 25th floor. It's just not a good idea to get angry in person. He is now in the same situation as Lu Chen, not knowing what abilities those people have and not daring to act rashly. In fact, Dongfeng's power is already quite strong, but he has never fought a psychic head-on, so he cannot make a comparison. Dongfeng put on the bronze mask, and his whole temperament changed drastically, like a demon crawling out of hell. Dongfeng grabbed two people from the 18th floor, dragged them directly to a dormitory on the first floor, and then brutally tortured them to vent his anger. I can't wait to absorb your energy. No words were spoken that night. It has been a long time since the end of the world came. At first, some people could remember exactly how many days had passed, but now it is difficult for anyone to remember clearly. It's not that the author forgot. The world was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Lu Chen received a letter from Dongfeng early in the morning. Come out, let's fight to the death. If you die, we will take over your supplies. If we die, you will control the second squad and expand your territory. Looking at this sentence, Lu Chen frowned tightly. It's not like Dongfeng would say this. There is only one possibility. Dongfeng's cell phone has been controlled by the senior management of Class 2. Lu Chen looked up at the second floor, a vortex appeared in his right eye, and a bottle on the second floor formed a vortex from the inside out and disappeared. After a period of practice, the attack range of the spatial power has become much wider. The people in Class 2 don't know their own special abilities, so I can definitely rely on my spatial abilities to kill a person with special abilities when they are caught off guard. How many of you are there? Lu Chen typed and sent it back. 2. Killing you is enough. Class 2 was very arrogant. If there were only 2, Lu Chen could handle it, but from the information Dongfeng gave him yesterday, there were 5 people with special abilities in Class 2. 1 great psychic died, and there are 4 left. Except for the 2 psychics fighting with him. Will the remaining 2 psychics launch a sneak attack? No one can tell. Lu Chen looked through his armory, which contained quite a lot of weapons. When he saw one of the weapons, an excellent idea came to his mind. He sent a WeChat reply to Dongfeng. Tomorrow morning, open-air fitness area in Area A. Okay. The message came back quickly. Lu Chen showed a cruel smile. I hope Tang Yajing can recover tomorrow. While there was still 1 day left, Lu Chen continued to practice his spatial ability diligently. He had a vague feeling of touching a barrier. If he could cross this barrier, perhaps he could enter a whole new realm. Lu Chen was still very eager. Late at night, as Lu Chen's mind moved, the entire world-destroying fortress took off into the air and then landed near the open-air fitness area. Of course, Lu Chen did not bring the world-destroying fortress too close because that would alert the enemy. Lu Chen did not let the world-destroying fortress fall with great force because the entire ground in Area A would tremble. The system is really awesome. Lu Chen can control the takeoff and landing of the World Destruction Fortress at will, and he can also control the speed of the World Destruction Fortress at will. Simply invincible. The night was ugly and the snow was still falling. Lu Chen climbed to the roof of the Fortress of Annihilation and felt a lot of emotions. But it's snow. Lu Chen couldn't help but sing out loud. Some are hard to hear, and some are harsh. With his swoosh, a dark and ferocious weapon appeared and was placed on the roof. The gun body is very long, and the whole body shines with a pitch-black luster. There is also a box of golden bullets next to it. Each bullet is as long as a finger and quite thick. On top of the gun, there is a majestic scope equipped with a night vision device that can see the open-air fitness area far away. Yes, this is a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle that is popular all over the world is not only extremely lethal, it can also blow a tiger's head off with one shot. It has also been incorporated into various FPS games and is sought after by a large number of players. This is Barrett, known as the nemesis of carbon-based organisms. A few more shots, and not only the elephants, but even the whales would be dead. This is also the weapon that Chen will use to kill the enemy tomorrow. From thousands of miles away, he took the enemy general's head with one shot. If it were someone else, they might not dare to think about it because it was too exciting. But Chen wouldn't. Chen would only say, "Coward, I just dare to think. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing." Chen, in a good mood, took out a cigar imported from cigar country. One costs $200,000. It is said that it is rolled out little by little from the thighs of beautiful young girls in the cigar country. Chen couldn't appreciate it. He knew that cigars could not fill the lungs, but he still wanted to try it. After taking one puff, he almost died. It took him a long time to recover. Then he burst into laughter, a little neurotically. "Tang Yajing, you'd better recover by tomorrow morning, otherwise you will miss a big show. If you let me kill 2 more superpowers, I will take you to drive the World Destruction Fortress to flatten the second building and help you get revenge." Chen didn't want to go back tonight. Even though he was wearing a lot of warm clothes, he could still feel the biting cold. Chen wanted to feel it carefully. Humans are indeed a kind of despicable animal. Instead of appreciating the warmth, they insist on feeling the biting cold. But Chen just wanted to be a bit mean, otherwise life would be quite boring. "I'm always shot in the back, I'm always shot in the back," Chen sang out loud while lying on the roof. The next morning, open-air fitness area. Although it is called a fitness area, in fact, it only has some old park equipment, the kind with round wheels that you step on and rock back and forth. When he was a child, Chen liked to play very much. 8 o'clock sharp. 2 figures walked out of the wind and snow to the fitness area. They were Shigo and Lan Wang from Class 2. They were on time, and both had relaxed smiles on their faces. They really couldn't figure out how they could lose given their abilities. Today is the day when Chen died suddenly. Kill Chen, take away his supplies, and Class 2 will rise up from the spot and become the king of the end times. This is the importance of material things in the end times. The people in Class 2 had thought about searching for supplies outside the school, but the snow was too heavy and the temperature was too low, so ordinary people couldn't come back once they went out. The psychics in Class 2 can get out, but they may be taken advantage of by Class 3 or Class 4. There are 4 classes in one major, and everyone knows each other well. It's finally here. In the fitness area, a beautiful figure has been waiting for a long time. Chapter 74, Strange and Wonderful Abilities. Tang Yajing woke up in the morning. She seemed to have received some kind of call in her drowsiness, so she woke up. Her injuries miraculously recovered within 1 day and 1 night, including the previous bone fracture. Many battles have made her physical fitness stronger. What? That short-lived bastard Chen didn't dare to come here himself, so he sent a little girl like you to die? Do you want to use your life to calm our anger? Isn't that too simple? Lan Wang said this in a frivolous and careless tone. No, the master said that killing you two is as easy as killing chickens and dogs. He asked me to come just to exercise my strength. Tang Yajing stood straight. Her clothes were very different from before. She was wearing something very cool, a pair of hot pants, straight and round white legs, a simple white short-sleeve top, and a high ponytail. She had a confident smile on her face and looked very young and beautiful. I heard that your ability is related to high temperatures. No wonder you didn't freeze to death wearing so little. Lan Wang put away his frivolous smile and looked at Tang Yajing with eyes full of jealousy and hatred. As a girl, there is no one who doesn't love beauty, especially in this open era, who would like to wear loose and thick clothes all day long. Since he couldn't do it, Tang Yajing had to die. The battle is about to begin. Rubber pistol. Shigo jumped up, his supernatural power was activated, his whole body began to twist, and his right hand suddenly swung towards Tang Yajing. There was a long distance between the two men, but Shigo's right hand was actually as smooth as rubber and could reach over and hit him. Tang Yajing was shocked. She didn't expect that the little dog's special ability was to turn his body into rubber. Rubber? Don't you know that high temperature can restrain rubber? Tang Yajing shouted loudly, and red light flashed on her body. The high temperature caused the surrounding space to gradually distort and cover Shigo's fist. Shigo didn't pause at all. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shinji. Suddenly, Lan Wang's extremely sharp scream was heard, and Lan Wang's spiritual hair flew everywhere like a snake with its own life, all covering Shigo's right fist. Tang Yajing's high temperature burned Lan Wang's hair, but it was too late to hurt Shigo's fist, and the whole person was blown away. I forgot to tell you, my special ability is called Renewable Heavenly Net. Lan Wang put his hands on his hips and looked down at Tang Yajing. Her burnt hair grew out quickly, looking exactly like new. Compared with Lan Wang's ability, my ability, rubberization, can complement Lan Wang's strengths and make up for his weaknesses. I am invincible in the world. The thin dog twisted his body like a stack of Michelin tires and said with a grin. Tang Yajing crawled out of the snow, her body shining with red light, and there was a huge fist mark on her face, looking a little embarrassed. Even so, there was still a gleam in her eyes. The master said that without absolutely powerful superpowers, I will not step back. This is the mission the master has given me, and I must defeat you. Tang Yajing wiped the corner of her mouth and said heavily. In the distance, on top of the fortress of destruction, Chen lay down and merged with Barrett, aiming at the thin dog's head. If there really are these strange and bizarre supernatural powers, we will not gain any benefit if we attack rashly. Then, Chen pulled the trigger. In an instant, the Barrett gun shook violently. The powerful reaction force made Chen groan, and there was an explosion of fire at the tip of the gun. Almost in an instant, golden bullets burst out, creating ripples in the air. In the open-air fitness area, the three people only felt a muffled explosion coming from a distance. The next moment, the thin dog's head was hit directly by Gatling's head. The powerful kinetic energy made his body stand still, but his neck and head were pulled back fiercely. His head felt like he was poking a piece of plasticine with his hand, which was very strange. This sudden scene gave all three of them a fright. Tang Yajing's eyes sparkled. Master is really fighting with me. Thin dog. Lan Wang finally reacted and wrapped his tough hair around the thin dog's head to reduce the impact. After a few seconds, the thin dog's head returned to its original place, and its face was already charred black. The golden bullets fell in the snow. His facial features were already blurred, as the kinetic energy of Barrett's bullet exceeded the upper limit of the thin dog's rubberization ability. If it weren't for Lan Wang's special ability that helped Shigo to withstand a certain amount of force at the critical moment, the little dogs had exploded. Barrett, it's Barrett. The thin dog barked strangely, and because it had no mouth, its pronunciation was particularly strange, like a demon from hell. You can't kill us, ha ha ha. So what if you have Barrett? You can't kill us at all. Chen is nearby. Kill this stinky woman first, and then kill Chen. The little dog barked. Superior. Lan Wang roared, and her special abilities combined with Shigo's special abilities brought tremendous pressure to Tang Yajing. Although there was no swordplay, the punches hit each other's flesh, and Tang Yajing had a hard time defending, suffering terribly. If one shot doesn't kill you, I'll shoot you twice. Chen also became more ruthless and fired 2 shots in a row, almost breaking his shoulder. This time Lan Wang and Shigo were already prepared. The moment the gun went off, Shigo shrank into a rubber ball. Lan Wang roared, and all his hair flew out and wrapped around Shigo's body. Bang bang. The whole body of the thin dog was knocked away, and Lan Wang's hair was all broken, but regenerated instantly. Although the thin dog was knocked flying, he grabbed the ground with both hands, stretched them very long, and bounced back in an instant. I told you that you can't kill us. Shigo raised his middle finger in the direction where the bullet came from. Kill. The 2 men rushed towards Tang Yajing again. Chen frowned tightly. This Barrett couldn't kill Shigo and Lan Wang. Fucking restrained. If it were Daki, his brain would have blossomed so many times. In desperation, Chen could only use Barrett to relieve Tang Yajing's defensive pressure, while his mind was working fast, thinking about how to break the deadlock. Go up and fight them. This is not Chen's style. He has finally been given a chance to live his life again, so he naturally has to be cautious. Tang Yajing was knocked out again, but her physique was strong enough that she could withstand it. Shigo's right fist was already charred black, with all the skin and flesh burned away, and he was grimacing in pain. Even though Shigo was protected by Lan Wang, he was still unable to completely stop Tang Yajing's determination. A person's determination can raise his or her upper limit. The battle lasted for half an hour. Chapter 75 Faith comes first. In this half hour, all the bullets in the box next to Chen were used up. Lan Wang's scalp was bleeding continuously, and Shigo's body was covered with pits and bumps. The 2 were panting, looking very ugly, staring at Tang Yajing who was lying on the snow. Bitch, why don't you give up? Your master doesn't even dare to come to save you. So just let us kill you. Lan Wang was about to collapse and shouted while roaring. Tang Yajing didn't know how many times she had been knocked flying by them. Even though Tang Yajing had a strong body, she still couldn't withstand such a blow. I struggled to climb up several times, but failed. Stop crawling and just lie down. We won't torture you and let you go on your journey peacefully. The thin dog also said incoherently. They were tired of fighting. Tang Yajing, who had been motionless, heard these words and suddenly, miraculously, crawled up. Her blood was boiling hot, and even at such a low temperature, It was difficult to freeze her blazing soul. If you want to harm my master, you have to get past me first. You bastards. The life I have today is all thanks to my master. I am not an ungrateful person. Even if I die in battle, I want to die in front of my master. I am a wall in front of my master. As long as I am here, you will never be able to cross it. Tang Yajing's voice was very soft at first, as soft as a mosquito, but as she spoke she became more and more excited. Her eyes became brighter, and her voice became louder and louder. The hot blood on Tang Yajing's body began to evaporate, and the wounds on her body began to heal at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, she was like a sun, blazing and shining, and a ball of red flame appeared out of thin air in front of her, just suspended in the air, burning to the extreme. Feng Shuet didn't dare to get any closer. After using her superpowers to fight many times, Tang Yajing's superpowers had reached a critical point. Her final firm belief further sublimated her soul. Superpowers have also entered a whole new realm. If the previous ability was 1, then the current ability is 2. This is a brand new transformation. Shigo and Lan Wangren were dumbfounded. How could the half-dead Tang Yajing suddenly show such power? Could it be the power of friendship and love in the Little Days animation? Indeed, they can all be classified as beliefs. The belief is mysterious. Before the end of the world, there was an ascetic monk whose belief was that if he suffered a little more, the world would suffer a little less. He could spend year after year in the sea of suffering for the sake of his beliefs. And Tang Yajing's belief is Lu Chen. She can give everything for Lu Chen, and it is this belief that transforms her. I have a question. Did you get your superpowers by yourselves, or were they told to you by the superpowers themselves? Tang Yajing asked in a calm tone, just like an old friend. Nonsense, of course I took it myself, the thin dog roared. So that's how it is. My superpower tells me that my superpower is called Fire of Faith. I use faith to temper my body, and I use faith to temper my superpowers. The stronger the faith, the stronger the superpower. Tang Yajing said softly. Go to hell. Lan Wang roared, and his long hair shot out like thousands of arrows, trying to pierce Tang Yajing. Tang Yajing's smooth muscle lines, especially her legs, are full of powerful beauty. The word strength does not feel out of place when used to describe Tang Yajing. Tang Yajing snapped her fingers, and the faith suspended in the air burned wildly, setting the whole prairie on fire and covering all of Lan Wang's hair. Oh! Lan Wang screamed, and the flames continued to climb up her scalp along her hair. Like a meteor shower. The air was filled with a burnt stench that was nauseating. Lan Wang frantically put out the flames on his scalp. The flames went out, and Lan Wang sat on the ground in despair, his eyes dull and tears streaming down his face. I have no hair. It won't grow anymore. The ghost of the little dog is all gone, and Lan Wangji has lost his hair. Doesn't that mean he has lost his strongest defense? Lu Chen only needs to shoot one bullet, and his head will explode. On the Doomsday Fortress, with the help of a sniper scope, Lu Chen could see everything happening in the open-air fitness area clearly. His eyes were full of emotion, and he was full of tenderness towards Tang Yajing. I see. Tang Yajing's faith is indestructible and can be transformed. What about me? Lu Chen murmured to himself, and he could also feel that his spatial ability had reached the critical point. When I was reborn at the beginning, I just wanted revenge. Now Lin Murong was insulted and tortured by himself, and was cut to death by himself, and Wang Hao would not appear in the short term. So what are you doing now? Questions one after another appeared in my mind, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Yes, seeing Tang Yajing standing firmly in front of the enemy for her own sake, even though she was almost killed. I should have some goals myself. Lu Chen recalled what he said when he was just reborn, that he wanted to be the king of this end time. Now, not only do I have to be the king of the end times, but I also have to protect some lovely people. At least, Tang Yajing truly entered his heart. If one day Lu Chen was forced to sell Tang Yajing as a pawn, he would definitely be sad for a year or two. Call out. A heavenly sound came into his mind, and at this moment Lu Chen entered a new realm. It turns out that my ability is not called spatial ability, but in space. In the open-air fitness area, Lan Wang howled in pain. You have your beliefs, and I have mine. For class 2, I am willing to sacrifice my life. Little dog, let me continue my final defense. The bravest will win when they meet on a narrow road. Kill them all. Lan Wang hugged the thin dog from behind and bit the tip of his tongue hard. His blood and essence burst out and hair began to grow on his scalp again. It's just bloody. Lan Wang's breath became weaker and his body gradually became stiff. Lan Wang, the thin dog roared sadly. Under Lan Wang's final protection, his entire body turned into a ball of blood. I want you to die and be buried with Lan Wang. The thin dog roared to the sky. Tang Yajing looked at the thin dog with pity, as if she was looking at a dead person. Bang! Barrett's bullets burst out, and the sound exploded in the air. It's useless. The protection formed by Lan Wang's life is invincible. The thin dog quickly rushed towards Tang Yajing. However, when the golden bullet reached the blood-red hair protection, it caused ripples and suddenly disappeared. Shigo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was horrified to find that a ripple appeared inexplicably in the space in front of his forehead. The thin dog reacted quickly and wanted to squat down at the first moment, but it was too late. The Barrett bullet with the special power of in space achieved space jump and went straight through Shigo's head and Lan Wang's head, and they all exploded like watermelons. If it weren't for Lan Wang, Lu Chen would have shot the little dog to death with one shot. The power of Lu Chen's supernatural power has given him the ability to travel through space, although it can only be attached to some small things at present. Chapter 76. It's time for you to step down. You are the commander without troops. But as long as the thing is right and the timing is right, the destructive power it causes is hard to ignore. One shot, 2 lives. The round rubber ball rolled to Tang Yajing's feet due to inertia. Let everything return to dust and earth to earth. A wisp of flame appeared from Tang Yajing's fingertips, igniting the meatball, and black smoke rose into the sky. The battle finally came to an end. A mess on the ground. I have to say, Shigo and Lan Wang are much more difficult to deal with than Daki. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing 3 psychics and completely activating the World Destruction Fortress's Black Technology Attack System. Current level, Level 1. Rewards, 16 large-range cannons with charging capabilities in all directions, and a heavy machine gun with unlimited bullets for the World Destruction Fortress. The beautiful voice of the system came. Lu Chen felt like he was floating in the air. After awakening this system, he will truly be invincible forever in the end times. If there are any enemies, just drive the Fortress of Destruction to crush them all. Charge. When is the best time to recharge? Lu Chen suddenly asked. Because it is currently only level 1, it needs to be recharged once a month. The system's voice came. Although Lu Chen felt that 1 month was too long, he still thought it was within a reasonable range. After all, there are 16 large-range artillery pieces. With the strength of the system, it will be no problem to flatten the entire courtyard. A heavy machine gun with unlimited bullets, that's a really good thing. What a relief. Tang Yajing, go home and pack up. Then I'll go and avenge you. Lu Chen shouted. All right, master. Tang Yajing's eyes curved into crescents, and she ran back. Lobby on the 25th floor of Building 2. The monitor of Class 2 stood by the window, looking down quietly. Xiaoxing, Shigo, and Lan Wang failed. The monitor of Class 2 said calmly. I see, said the girl who had never had a sense of presence. You are my last surprise weapon. You will do it, right? Asked the squad leader of Class 2. Yes, my lord. If you hadn't paid my tuition for a year, I wouldn't be where I am today. Xiaoxing nodded. I helped you not for today. Go and bring back Lu Chen's head for me. As long as we have those supplies, we can still make a comeback even if 3 psychics die, said the squad leader of Class 2. Yes, my lord. Xiaoxing went out. She walked downstairs step by step and passed by Dong Feng, who was walking upstairs. The strange thing is that Dong Feng didn't seem to notice Xiaoxing. Along the way, all the students from Class 2 who passed by Xiaoxing did not notice Xiaoxing. It was as if Xiaoxing didn't exist. Dong Feng walked step by step to the 25th floor and came to the lobby. Dong Feng, what are you doing here? Asked the monitor of Class 2 in confusion. Did Lan Wang and Shigo fail in their mission? Dong Feng asked. Yes, Lu Chen has Barrett, and the female superpower under him transformed during the battle. The monitor of Class 2 said regretfully. What a pity. You are the only one with superpowers left in Class 2. Dong Feng said with a sigh. He forgot about Xiaoxing, who was one of the 4 heavenly kings. What do you mean? The monitor of Class 2 turned around, looked at Dong Feng, and asked in a cold voice. He keenly heard that something was wrong. Dong Feng laughed and spoke while searching for something on his body. The high and mighty lord has become a commander without any troops under his command. Doesn't he feel lost? Dong Feng asked. What does it have to do with you? Dong Feng, there is something wrong with you. The lord frowned, his black robe fluttering, and the temperature in the room began to drop sharply. It was already cold, and now it became even colder. At this time, Dong Feng finally took out the things. This is a bronze mask. It seems like smiling but not smiling, crying but not crying, very quaint and weird. After putting on the bronze mask, Dong Feng's entire temperament changed, becoming extremely evil and cold. Or, let me take the position of the lord. I think I have the potential to do this. Dongfeng's voice gradually became hoarse. I know. You are going to rebel. You came here with a purpose from the beginning. You are not Lu Chen's spy, and you are not the same as Lu Chen, but you are more ambitious than Lu Chen. Am I right? The monitor of Class 2 asked. No, 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 I don't have any ambitions. I just simply enjoy the pleasure of killing, especially killing a high-ranking figure like you, and devouring your energy. Dongfeng said as he licked his lips with his tongue. You are nothing but a clown. I can crush you to death with one hand. The monitor of Class 2 clenched his right hand tightly inside his black robe. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped to -100 degrees. This temperature is really terrifying. Some people with special abilities can be frozen to death. Black smoke was coming out of Dongfeng's body. Gradually, he seemed to be covered with a layer of dark magic armor, absorbing the low temperature coming from the surroundings. Before you die, I will tell you the name of my ability. It is called Swallow. I can swallow everything in the world and absorb everything in the world. My lord, please give me your power. Dongfeng walked forward step by step. Bang! Suddenly, all the ice in the hall gathered into a large piece under the control of the monitor of Class 2 and smashed towards Dongfeng like a meteorite. Dongfeng's body suddenly grew larger and his strength increased dramatically. This is the power of greatness. There was also an evil green light on his body, blessing his physical body. This is the power of evil images. Just throw a punch. The huge block of ice turned directly into ice chips all over the ground. The monitor of Class 2 was startled. He controlled the ice again, trying to drown Dongfeng and freeze him after the meal. But it was completely absorbed by the black mist on Dongfeng's body and could not be blocked at all. How come you have powers of different attributes? Have you awakened multiple superpowers? Asked the monitor of Class 2 in surprise. No, no, no. My innate ability is called devouring, and the others are all energies I absorbed. Soon, I will also be able to have the power to lower the temperature. Dongfeng said with a smile. Do you think you have me in your hands? The reason I can sit in the position of honored master is not because I am the monitor of Class 2, but because of my strong strength. The monitor of Class 2 said this in a cold voice and smashed the glass window with one punch. Suddenly, the wind and snow outside blew in. My special ability is called Snow Wind. The squad leader raised his arms and shouted, and the heavy snow and the ice and snow on the ground cooperated to form one tornado after another outside. Then a huge hand of ice and snow reached in from the window. Outside the second building, a giant of ice and snow suddenly appeared with a ferocious look on his face, wanting to kill Dongfeng. See? This is my real power. How can you resist me? How can you overthrow my rule? The monitor of Class 2 yelled. The howling wind blew off his hood, revealing a pale face. He stood on the arm of the ice and snow giant, looking superior and extremely majestic, just like an emperor from ancient times. Chapter 77 Low Sense of Existence? Not existing. 10 minutes later, the squad leader of Class 2 was beaten to pieces. He looked shriveled and looked as if all the blood had been sucked out of him. He fell to the frozen ground. Dongfeng put one foot on the head of the monitor of Class 2. The bronze mask was shining with a strange luster, and it was very cold. It turns out that I have become so strong. It seems that I was a joke before Gu Qianzhan. Dongfeng said lightly. He pointed his right hand, and the wind and snow outside the window flew in, like a dragon, dancing around Dongfeng. With my current ability, can I kill Lu Chen? Dongfeng was confused. After thinking about it, Dongfeng still felt a little unsure. People who are not in the same group cannot imagine the oppressive feeling of Lu Chen. Even Dongfeng is no exception. After thinking it over, Dongfeng still felt that he should not go fight Lu Chen for the time being, as he should be able to become stronger. Not long ago, his supernatural power told him that its name was devouring. The so-called swallowing means swallowing the sky and the earth. The more you swallow, the stronger you will be. You still have a long way to go. Thinking of this, Dongfeng suddenly smiled and produced a machete like a magic trick. Before, because of the presence of Class 2, we were a little restrained. Now that all the senior members of Class 2 are dead, I have nothing to worry about. Killing people with superpowers is quick, but it's not as satisfying as chopping them off one by one. Dongfeng straightened his clothes and walked downstairs. At this moment, Lu Chen took Tang Yajing and Jin Yin out of the World Destruction Fortress. Tang Yajing was dressed in summer clothes and looked like she was from a completely different world from Lu Chen and Jin Yin. Not far away, a young girl looked at Lu Chen and the others walking towards Building 2 with an astonished expression. I have never killed anyone. Since you want to wipe out the roots, I will have no choice but to kill you. The girl closed her eyes and opened them again, and existence was activated. The next moment, A short blade appeared in her hand, and she walked towards Lu Chen in a swagger. A living person was walking in the snow, but Lu Chen and the other two didn't notice it at all. It was as if there was some mysterious force restraining them and making them automatically ignore the girl. Just like that, the girl came to Lu Chen and showed a hideous smile that didn't suit her. Just as the girl was about to raise the short blade and stab Lu Chen's heart, a slender hand was placed on her shoulder. The girl was so frightened that she shuddered, and the short blade in her hand fell to the snow. If someone kills someone from behind, he will go to hell after he dies. Jin Yin's voice came faintly from behind the girl. How did you find me? The girl's face suddenly changed, and she turned back suddenly, her eyes full of horror. It was not until then that Lu Chun and Tang Yajing came to their senses and discovered the girl, and they broke out in cold sweats. The enemy was approaching them unknowingly, but they didn't even notice? What kind of incredible power is this? It doesn't matter how I found you. What matters is that I found you. Jin Yin grabbed the girl's shoulders tightly. The girl's face was pale, her body was shaking, and she couldn't utter a word. Jin Yin, what's going on? Lu Chen asked. Not long ago, I suddenly foresaw the future, but only a small fragment, so I paid special attention and placed a thin line next to us. Just now the thin line moved, and I knew someone was approaching us. This woman probably has some ability to reduce her presence to zero. When I knew someone was around and paid special attention, her ability became ineffective, so I spotted her. Jin Yin raised her hand, with shiny threads on her fingertips that were barely visible in the snow, and explained. The girl suddenly understood, and when she heard the words, predict the future, her expression was filled with amazement. Since ancient times, winners are kings and losers are bandits. I am defeated, and Class 2 is defeated. Kill me. The girl closed her eyes and said in despair. Lu Chun threw a pistol to Jin Yin and nodded at him. Jin Yin raised the gun, his right hand trembling slightly. She was a teacher after all, and it was somewhat unbearable for her to kill a student with her own hands. However, she was also clear-headed and knew that this was the end of the world. In this cruel world, if she didn't kill others, she would be killed by others. Moreover, Lu Chen has been so kind to me, I can't let him down. Good boy, don't be a human in your next life. After Jin Yin finished speaking, he closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Jin Yin felt a little guilty, so he dug a big hole and buried the girl in it, fearing that those who were starving to death would eat the girl's body. This will make her feel a little better. There is no deep hatred between her and me, it's just that we have different positions, Jin Yin said heavily, as if to give himself psychological comfort. Okay, let's get going. After a while, they arrived at Building 2. Tang Yajing, go in and see if there are any other people with special abilities in Class 2. With your strength, even if you are defeated, you can still escape. Lu Chen said. Yes, master. Tang Yajing went in, and she came out 10 minutes later and said, there are no more psychics in Class 2. For psychics died in our hands, and another psychic died in Building 2. He had experienced a battle, and he seemed to be the monitor of Class 2. Is Dongfeng so powerful now? Lu Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Where is Dongfeng? Is Dongfeng in there? Lu Chen asked. No. Tang Yajing shook her head. Okay, I understand. You and Jining go in and bring out all the students in Class 2. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he found a place to hide. Under the coercion of the two psychics, the students in Class 2 quickly gathered in the open space. What's the matter? It's very cold outside. Is there something wrong with your brain? I'm really convinced. If you don't compensate us for the food, I'll never forgive you. The students in Class 2 complained madly. Tang Yajing asked with an indifferent expression. If you were given a chance to kill Lu Chen, will you kill him? Of course I'll kill him. If I kill Lu Chen, I can get his supplies. What a wonderful thing. All the students said in unison. At this time, Lu Chen walked out from the darkness, and the students in Class 2 who had just clamored to kill Lu Chen were speechless. No one dared to shout in front of Lu Chen. Do you know? The reason why I asked someone to ask you is to give me psychological comfort. I have wanted to kill you all for a long time. Lu Chen grinned like a devil. The students in Class 2 were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this time, Lu Chen pointed his right hand in the air. The entire open space became dark, and there was a huge object blocking out the sky and floating above the open space. Everyone looked up and saw the hideous Doomsday fortress, and were so scared that their souls flew to the sky. Chapter 78 Warning Note. Even Tang Yajing and Jin Yin were stunned, feeling extremely unbelievable. Even though it is the end of the world now, it still gives them an extremely sci-fi feeling. Boom. In the center of the apocalyptic fortress, a thick, black, and long gun barrel suddenly appeared horizontally. It's called a gun barrel, but in fact it's thicker than the Gatling gun as a whole. Come on, aim at them and beat them to death. Lu Chen looked crazy and shouted loudly. In an instant, the gun barrel began to rotate, and countless bullets poured down like a waterfall. Some bullets even explode when they hit their targets. The firepower of a single gun is completely comparable to that of an entire company. The thick smell of gunpowder spread, and the two women covered their noses, unable to utter a word. At the beginning, there were screams in the open space, but later on, there were no more screams. The blood flowed like a river, the ground was covered with minced meat, and the snow was stained with blood, just like in a killing movie. A few minutes later, Lu Chen reluctantly retracted the gun barrel, leaving the world-destroying fortress sitting on the snow. Even if these people in Class 2 were beaten to death, Lu Chen would still use the world-destroying fortress to suppress their souls, so that they would never be able to be reborn. Who told them to kill themselves? Seeing the two women looking at him with slightly horrified eyes, Lu Chen shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me like that. I was just passively resisting. You heard what they said before. The two girls. I have never been so speechless in my life. Okay, let's go home. Lu Chen returned to the fortress. He felt great after destroying Class 2. He was in a good mood and everything else was great. Teacher Jean, please go cook a meal first and bring all the delicious food here, Lu Chen said with a smile while sitting at the dining table. Okay. Jeanine tied on her apron and went into the kitchen. This meal was considered lunch. Tang Yajing had a good appetite because she had experienced a battle before, so she ate a lot. Jeanine was feeling a little out of spirits because he had foreseen the future, so he went to bed early after cleaning up the dishes. After Lu Chen had eaten and drunk his fill, he lit a cigarette. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal is better than being a living god. While Lu Chen was exhaling mist, he looked at Tang Yajing with a burning gaze. Tang Yajing lowered her head slightly, her cheeks feeling a little hot. Your superpower has been upgraded. Does your body feel hot? Lu Chen suddenly asked. No way, wouldn't I be a hot mess? But if the master wants to feel it, I can do it. Tang Yajing's voice became smaller and smaller, until it became as soft as mosquitoes. Okay, let me feel it. Lu Chen grinned. Master, I'll go take a shower. Tang Yajing said and stood up. No need, come here. Lu Chen waved his hand. Tang Yajing walked over with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Chen was seen half lying down with an evil smile on his face. Tang Yajing understood what Lu Chen meant. Her face flushed, then she tied her hair up, pushed it behind her head, and knelt down. Only those who have lived the life of a god know how it is. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Chen and Tang Yajing entangled with each other for 3 days, and then wanted to extend their claws to Jeanine. Lu Chen always felt something was strange. After all, Jeanine was a counselor, so his evil hand could not reach out so quickly. Jeanine also found it difficult to break through his own psychological defenses, and he was half-hearted, unable to get angry for a while. Call out. On the morning of the 4th day, an arrow shot straight onto the snow in front of the French window of the World Destruction Fortress. Lu Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the note hanging on the tail of the arrow. Tang Yajing, go and get this arrow back, Lu Chen said. Yes, master. Tang Yajing immediately went out to get it, and then handed the letter behind the arrow to the protagonist. Lu Chen, I know you have a lot of supplies, and I also know that you wiped out Class 2, but I want to say this, if you don't want to die, then don't come over from Class 1 and Class 2's area, or we will kill you. There was only this one sentence on the paper, and Lu Chen was speechless on the spot. We use Mother opened the door for Wu Yu, and Wu Yu is home. Yes, who wrote this? Lu Chen asked Tang Yajing. The people who know what's going on here can't be from other courtyards. They can only be from Class 3 and Class 4, said Tang Yajing. Not too stupid. There's no mention of me taking out supplies here, which means they don't want me to die. Instead, they are afraid of me and don't want me to go to their territory. So, they are living a comfortable life? Lu Chen stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Tang Yajing could figure out the meaning of Lu Chen's first sentence after thinking about it, but the second sentence was too abrupt and stunned her on the spot. In fact, I didn't even think about joining the 3rd or 4th shift. At first, I didn't even think about joining the 2nd shift. After all, with our living standards and military strength, we are able to survive in this apocalypse until we die of old age. Class 2 coveted my food, so they took the initiative to beat me up. Shifts 3 and 4 were afraid that I would go over there, so they took a note to scare me. I am most afraid of being scared, but my reaction after being scared is different from other people. The more others scare me, the more I will do the opposite. Lu Chen grinned. Master, then you just drive the Doomsday Fortress over there and take it down in one swoop. Tang Yajing rolled her eyes. Isn't this interesting? Bullets are not omnipotent. In my opinion, there are many superpowers that can restrain bullets. But it's not necessarily the case with artillery. Lu Chen touched his chin. It would take a month to charge the artillery, and only 3 or 4 days had passed. What should we do then? Tang Yajing asked back. Go and investigate the situation of classes 3 and 4 first. We'll discuss everything after you come back. Lu Chen made the final decision. Okay. Tang Yajing nodded and was about to go out when she was stopped by Lu Chen again. Wait, don't be anxious. Go and see if Jeanine is woken up. If she has, call her down. Lu Chen said. Okay. Tang Yajing nodded and went upstairs. After a while, Jeanine came down in her pajamas. Her pajamas were very cool, with black lace edges, and some bulges were faintly visible, which made people imagine a lot. Of course, Jeanine could feel Lu Chen's naked gaze and couldn't help but snort proudly. What do you want from me? Jeanine said unhappily. Tang Yajing is going to the 3rd and 4th shifts for investigation. Can you help me see if she is in any danger? Lu Chen said. Tang Yajing was deeply touched. She didn't expect Lu Chen to care about her so much. But what Lu Chen was thinking was that if Tang Yajing was gone, he would lose a powerful fighter. Although my supernatural power has become stronger, I can't use it as I please. If time is urgent, I can only see vaguely. Jeanine said with a frown. Just keep it blurry. Let's start. Lu Chen said. Chapter 79 Casino. Jeanine sat on the stool, holding Tang Yajing with one hand and closed his eyes. Although there was no apparent change in Jeanine, Lu Chen and Tang Yajing were both psychics, and not ordinary psychics, and could feel a mysterious energy descending upon Jeanine. After about a few minutes, Jeanine opened his eyes. Don't go to buildings 3 and 4. There won't be any risks. As for buildings 3 and 4, I can't foresee because of the tight time. Jeanine said. Okay. Tang Yajing and Lu Chen both breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Tang Yajing went out in the wind and snow. One of the benefits of having fire attributes is that you can ignore the low temperature, which is truly enviable. The area where buildings 3 and 4 are located is right here, and there is no need to go into buildings 3 and 4 to check, so Tang Yajing came back immediately. How is it? Lu Chen asked. Tang Yajing looked a little strange and said, there is actually a casino in the central area of buildings 3 and 4, and there are quite a few people inside. What? Casino? Lots of people. Lu Chen stood up, feeling like he had heard a fairy tale and couldn't believe it at all. Master, have you forgotten? There is actually a small shop in the dormitory of Area A, and it is quite large. I went to the shop and saw that all the goods inside, including the warehouse, were swept away. From what I've seen, this small shop has been cleared out by the 3rd and 4th shifts, so they can live comfortably. If you think about it carefully, if you take into account the store's warehouse, if they save a little, they can indeed survive for a long time in the apocalypse. Tang Yajing analyzed calmly. I see. No wonder we didn't find any food in Building 2. It turns out the food was looted by people from Buildings 3 and 4. They have more people alive. They were stimulated by the solar mutation that day. Wouldn't there be more people with special abilities? Lu Chen touched his chin and spoke slowly. There are definitely quite a few. I've been to a casino and seen that there is supernatural energy inside, and it's quite strong. Tang Yajing said. Then why did they open the casino? To make students' lives more entertaining? Tang Yajing shook her head and said, I don't know about that. Lu Chen has been thinking that Class 3 and Class 4 are undoubtedly stronger than Class 2. Should I go and cause trouble for them just because of a piece of paper? Dignity is important, but life is more precious. Call out. At this moment, another arrow shot from a distance and hit the floor-to-ceiling window straight. The material of the floor-to-ceiling windows is very hard, and its hardness is several levels higher than that of ordinary bulletproof glass. Even so, it was still shaken by the arrow and even had a scratch. Tang Yajing was aware of her status as a thug, so she went out to check the situation immediately. Lu Chen knew that the arrow came from far away, because the Doomsday fortress within a radius of 20 meters was under his control. Tang Yajing didn't see anyone either, so she had no choice but to come back with the arrow. How can an ordinary iron arrow emit such power? Jeanine was a little shocked. Master, look, there is a note here, Tang Yajing said. Lu Chen opened it and took a look. Don't think I don't know you sent someone here. Take your people and get out of here. Don't enter the area around building 3 or 4, or I'll make you die a miserable death. This is the second warning, and it is much more harsh than the first. Lu Chen's rebellious psychology suddenly came up, and he became very angry. Fuck you, you dare to scold me like that? I'm going to go in anyway if you don't let me in. They opened a casino, didn't they? Let's go to the casino and win everything for them no matter what they bet on. If you dare to threaten me, I will make his casino close down. Lu Chen stood up and said viciously. But 9 out of 10 times we lose in gambling. How can we win? Tang Yajing asked doubtfully. 9 times out of 10 you'll lose in gambling, but we have Teacher Jean, and your special abilities can come in handy. Lu Chen grinned. Jeannie nodded and said, okay, this little thing doesn't put any pressure on me. What about the danger? What if they surround us? Tang Yajing continued to ask. Then I will drive the Doomsday fortress. Who can hurt me at all? Besides, our fighting power is not too weak, right? Lu Chen asked back. Tang Yajing thought so too and said nothing more. A man and two women put on their clothes. Lu Chen was wearing protective high-tech clothes inside and out. Even if he was hit by a bullet, nothing would happen. He would just feel a little uncomfortable. Since there were a lot of bulletproof vests, Lu Chen put them on Jin and Tang Yajing. The man and two women left a trail of footprints on the snow and gradually walked towards the area of buildings 3 and 4. In the middle of buildings 3 and 4, there is an open field on which stands an old stone house. Yes, it's a stone house. It was built stone by stone in the most primitive way, which is very reasonable, and there is almost no gap between each stone. It doesn't look like it was built by ordinary people. Master, this is it. This is their casino, Tang Yajing said. Go open the door, Lu Chen said. Good. Tang Yajing nodded and opened the door. Suddenly, a stream of hot air flew out and instantly turned into ice chips in the snow. Close the door. Do you want to freeze us to death? If you want to come in, come in. If you don't want to come in, get out. Don't let the heat escape all. Leopard, the dealer takes all. Haha, you all lose. A noisy sound came from inside. Lu Chen showed an interested look and went in with Jin. Ahem. The moment they entered, Jin and Tang Yajing covered their noses. The place was filled with smoke, and the thick secondhand smoke took a long time to dissipate, mixed with various food odors, oily hair odors, body odors, etc. It was simply a toxic chemical factory. The temperature inside is much higher than the temperature outside. Tianhu. Damn it, I'm Tianhu. Do you understand the value of Tianhu? A thin man on the right stood up from the mahjong table and shouted loudly, looking extremely excited. The other three people looked unhappy and pushed a pile of chips onto his table. Shenjin. Who else? I'm coming back to kill you, ha 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 ha. Don't be happy too soon. I'm Leopard, 3 6s, 666, I'm going to kill you, said the dealer. You're cheating. Show me the evidence. If there is no evidence, there is no cheating, the dealer said calmly. Want a card? Want? Do you want more? Want? Ha ha ha. You bust. It's over 21. I'll take your chips away. Please don't take it away. I'll cook it for you once and let you eat it once. Please give me back the chips, otherwise I won't be able to exchange them for food and I'll starve to death. Okay, I'll give you a 10 yuan chip. The man laughed evilly and threw it over. Chapter 80 Lu Chen's Gamble. Suddenly, the two bodies were entangled together in full view of everyone. Loud cheers and cries of desperate regret came one after another. Tang Yajing had been here before, so she felt okay, but Jin Yin's expression looked a little ugly. Thinking about the damn apocalypse that has turned all the students into this state, it's really damnable. Do you feel that there is supernatural power flowing in the space? Lu Chen suddenly asked. You can definitely feel it if you feel it carefully. The two women nodded. At this moment, an obscene whistle sounded, and a fat man with a lot of flesh on his body slowly walked over. Beauty, you look a little unfamiliar. Are you from our class 3 or 4? Asked the fat man. What's it got to do with you? Tang Yajing asked with a frown. Oh, you're quite wild, not bad. Want to gamble a little? The fat man didn't get angry, but looked Tang Yajing up and down with an evil look. A cold environment can suppress a person's sexual desire. The air here is not well circulated and the temperature is higher than outside, so gamblers have a lot of ideas. I say, if you want to gamble with my female companion, why don't you ask me first? Lu Chen stepped forward and asked. You outsider, what's your business? Don't force me to slap you in front of the girl, said the fat man viciously. What? You don't dare to bet with me. Lu Chen looked at the fat man with contempt and his voice was a little loud, and the other gamblers also looked over. The fat man's face instantly turned red, and he shouted heavily, What kind of rubbish are you talking about? I don't dare to bet with you? Why don't you go and ask around? In this casino, I'm known as the Fat God. Really? Then come and make a bet with me. Lu Chen sneered. The purpose of his coming here is to gamble, and to gamble until there is nothing left to gamble. The fact that this group of people can cheer so much and become so addicted shows that gambling money is a circulating commodity and they can all be one. The fat man is here to help, so we have to seize this opportunity. What do you have to bet with me? Do you have chips? Outsider, chips must be exchanged for food. Do you have food? The fat man sneered. Lu Chen immediately took out a bucket of instant noodles. Exchange the chips here. A dark-skinned man was sitting at the gate and said, How many chips can a bucket of instant noodles be exchanged for? Lu Chen asked. A bucket of instant noodles and 10 yuan in chips. The man put away the instant noodles and threw a chip to Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Instant noodles here were only worth 10 yuan. It seemed that the people in the third and fourth shifts still had enough food. A 10 yuan chip has a different meaning from 10 yuan. Money cannot be exchanged for chips, so chips are food. Lu Chen gave Tang Yajing a look and asked her to go out for a while. After a while, Tang Yajing came back with a box of instant noodles. 20 buckets of instant noodles. Lu Chen said heavily. The gamblers looked over and their gazes towards instant noodles were somewhat burning. Although they are not short of food, they still live frugally every day, and a box of instant noodles has a huge impact. A whole box of 200 chips. The dark-skinned man gave Lu Chen 2 large chips with a face value of 100. That's enough. Fatty, what are we going to play? Lu Chen asked, shaking the chips. You have quite a lot of food. It's a pity I accepted it with pleasure. Do you know how to play poker? Asked the fat man. Poker? Lu Chen showed a weird smile. In their hometown, every New Year's Day, Lu Chen was not allowed to play cards with elders and peers, because others call him by his nickname, the Golden Flower God. Come. Lu Chen nodded and sat down at an empty table. The fat man sat opposite Lu Chen, and some people soon gathered around him. After all, Lu Chen and the 2 women were all strangers, and the fat man did have some gambling skills and was somewhat famous here, so they came over to watch. Come here and deal the cards. Lu Chen pointed at the dark-skinned man. If there is no speculation, this dark-skinned man is a senior member of the 3rd or 4th shift. At least in the casino, he is more credible. If there was no credibility, there wouldn't be so many people going crazy. What kind of gameplay? The classic gameplay, or the 5-discard-2 gameplay? The dark-skinned man asked calmly, standing beside the table. The classic way to play is to deal 3 cards each, and the 5-discard-2 method is less popular. Of course, it's the classic way of playing. The cards in the 5-discard-2 way of playing are too big and not exciting. Lu Chen said. Okay. The fat man said something and threw a $10 chip up, and Lu Chen followed suit. Swish, swish. The dark-skinned man began to deal cards, and soon, each of them had 3 cards in front of them. Lu Chen touched Jin Yin's hand. Jin Yin closed his eyes slightly and shook his head. Lu Chen understood it clearly. You're from outside the class. This is your first time here, so you go first. The fat man looked at the cards and said viciously. He rubbed the cards bit by bit, which showed that he was an old hand. Lu Chen casually threw 100 chips on it. 20. You outsider, are you so timid? Only 20. I'm 20, the fat man said heavily. 20 is yours. Lu Chen said calmly. Point to point. Fatty's brand. 259. The fat man saw Lu Chen's cards and laughed, with more and more disdain in his eyes. Out of class guy, you are not a fool, are you? You dare to open the card 259 without throwing it away. The fat man was very excited. He stopped the chips and found 6 $10 chips for Lu Chen. In just a few minutes, Lu Chen lost 50, which is 10 buckets of instant noodles. The people around looked at him with mockery. In their opinion, Lu Chen was just a rookie. It seemed that the fat man was going to make a fortune today and could eat and drink as much as he wanted for several days. Continue. Lu Chen shouted and threw a 10-yuan chip as the bottom line. His eyes turned slightly red and his body trembled slightly, looking like a gambler who was addicted to gambling. The fat man also threw his chips in, and then the dark-skinned man began to shuffle the cards. The technique was very skillful, and there was no way of cheating in public. Lu Chen and the fat man each had 3 cards in front of them. Lu Chen didn't look at the cards, but touched Jin Yin's hand. Jin Yin nodded, and then a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. You lose first, said the fat man. Boring 20. Lu Chen put 2 chips on the cards and said calmly. This move caused an uproar among the spectators. In the game of Golden Flower, people generally don't play like this easily. Once they do, it mostly means they are addicted and their desperate gambler character comes out. A novice is a novice. He's already feeling bored after only the 2nd round. Yeah, if I had known I would have taken the initiative, damn it. Look, the fat guy is going to make a fortune. 210 chips is not a small amount. It can be exchanged for real food. Everyone was talking in low voices. You are so impatient. You are from another class. I will kill you with one blow. The fat man sneered, picked up the cards in his hand, and looked at them bit by bit. The first 2 pictures seemed to give the fat man great hope. In the last picture, he held on tightly with both hands and moved little by little. Chapter 81, Is it big? When he saw the last card, the fat man showed a look of disappointment and his whole body trembled. He seemed to be a little afraid when he glanced at Lu Chen's cards, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. The fat man kept making small movements and thought that no one noticed, but in fact, everyone around him saw it. It seems that the fat man's cards are average. You know nothing. If it were normal, would the fat guy have an unwilling look? In my opinion, the fat man's cards are not very big, just average. I want to give it a try. Everyone discussed carefully. The fat guy was so happy that he was about to fly. His perfect performance was what he wanted, and he wanted everyone to talk about it. The fat man hesitated for a long time, and Lu Chen saw it all. In the end, Lu Chen became a little impatient and said, Okay, stop wasting your time. The fat man made up his mind, took out 2 $10 chips, and said heavily, Follow 20. TSK, I bet 20 and you bet 20? You don't have any courage at all. What do you have to bet with me? All in. 30. Chen pushed with his big hand. Although there were only 4 small chips, it still gave the feeling of spending a huge amount of money. The bottom was 10, and after 2 rounds of defeat, 50 were lost. Chen had no chips left. The fat man seemed to be aroused by Chen's words and pushed him hard. Follow 50. Keep following me, you bastard. You don't even have any chips left. What can you play with me? The fat man said viciously, and his sparse hair stood up. Without chips, you will be deemed to have folded automatically. The dark-skinned man said expressionlessly. No bargaining chips? How could I not have bargaining chips? Chen stood up, put one foot on the stool, and clapped his hands. Tang Yajing came up and stuffed a big cigar into Chen's mouth. Chen took a deep puff and spit the cigarette fiercely into the fat man's face. Did you smell it carefully? This is a big cigar imported from cigar country. It costs $200,000. How much chips can it get you? The fat man was frightened by Chen's momentum, but he quickly reacted and said heavily, Don't be so ridiculous. Only food can be exchanged for chips. Very good. Chen snapped his fingers, and Jeanine, who had just gone out, came out holding a cardboard box. 10 packs of Weifeng spicy strips, 5 boxes of Good Friends, 2 boxes of salted egg yolk noodles, 6 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 10 defused strips, 5 bottles of Kika Coke, 20 packs of Menabai, 5 packs of pork elbows, 2 bags of quick frozen custard buns, Jeanine said as he demonstrated. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at the box in Jean Yin's hand with fanatical and greedy eyes. The fat man was stunned on the spot and could smell the tempting aroma of the food through the packaging bags. The dark-skinned man could no longer remain calm and immediately made a phone call. Soon 10 people rushed in, each holding a weapon, and surrounded the food to prevent the gamblers from rioting. Everyone looked at Chen with strange eyes. They didn't expect that Chen would have so much food. Who is he? After a tense inventory, the dark-skinned man said, 2,000 chips. The dark-skinned man placed 20 chips of 100 face value in front of Chen. Fatty, didn't you say that I have no bargaining chips? What about now? Chen grinned. The fat man's face showed ecstasy. He could already see the delicious food waving at him. I'll be depressed for 100 seconds. Chen said heavily. Follow 100. 200 boredom. Follow 200. 300 boredom. Follow 300. 400 boredom. Chen slammed the table with all his strength. The airflow swirled wildly, and he was about to bring out his martial spirit's true form. The fat man's voice was hoarse. This crazy gambling made him ecstatic. He wanted to continue, but after searching all over his body, he found that he had no chips left. Oh my, you are not out of chips, are you? If you are out of chips, you will have to fold automatically. Chen said sarcastically. Impossible. The fat man's eyes turned red as he ran to everyone nearby to borrow money. His gambling skills have always been good, and he has good relationships with people. In addition, everyone now understands that the fat man was acting in the beginning, and he must have big cards in his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't follow him so mindlessly. So you can also borrow chips. Don't forget, double my pay. Chen puffed out smoke and said leisurely. The fat man staggered, but still managed to borrow 800 chips. This is all his popularity. If he wins, he will be the richest man below the top executives. If he handles it well, he may even be able to transform from a chess piece into a chess player. If he doesn't operate properly, the fat man will fall into the Avicii hell, and the gamblers will not let him go. 800, open your door. The fat man roared with astonishing momentum and slammed the table. At the last critical moment, everyone was nervous, and they leaned forward to stare at the cards on both sides. This gamble made even the dark-skinned man crane his neck. 3 points. The fat man roared and turned over the cards. He was so excited that his whole body turned red. This hand of cards was like a depth charge, blowing everyone to pieces. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen someone make 3 spikes. This life is worth it. I have such incredible cards. My luck is incredible. The fat guy is really good. He killed this outsider in one blow. Everyone screamed. Even Tang Yajing's body was shaking and her face turned pale. Chips, my chips. The fat man smiled like a pig and started to take the chips on the table. Dear Mr. Fatty, is the game over? Chen asked with his head tilted. What are you struggling for? Fatty 3-pointed. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. This is not your class's territory. If you dare to default on your debt, we will chop you into pieces. Before the fat man opened his mouth, the gamblers began to blame Chen. I'm asking you, is the game over? Have I opened my cards? Chen slammed the table, showing his strong, murderous intent. Stop struggling. said the dark man. What? Even you think the game is over? Lu Chen retorted. The dark-skinned man was speechless. Lu Chen didn't open his cards, so it was indeed not over. What are you pretending to be? Stop wasting time. I have 3-pointed spikes, a top-notch brand. There is no bigger brand than this, the fat man shouted anxiously. Dear Mr. Fat Pig, are you sure that there is no card that can take 3 tips? Lu Chen showed a playful smile, and the smoke made him look even more mysterious. Yes, there is, but can you get it? The fat man asked back, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although Lu Chen didn't look at the cards, but since Jinin foresaw no problem, then there is definitely no problem. Lu Chen took out the cards one by one, then laughed out loud, and his laughter shook the entire casino. Fat Pig, look at my cards. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he showed his cards. 2, 3, 5. The gamblers around screamed in fear, and the piercing decibels almost overturned the entire casino. The dark-skinned man's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. 3 sharps is an invincible big card, but it is eaten by the smallest card, 235. In Zijinhua, there are no absolutely big cards. The fat man's 3 points were already amazing, but Lu Chen was even more amazing, as he managed a 235. At this moment, the fat man felt that his soul was being pulled out by the god of death. He shivered several times, and then slumped in the chair. It's like being dead. He couldn't understand why he lost, even though he had 3 points. Why on earth? Suddenly, the fat man glanced at it from the corner of his eye, and his mood was like a roller coaster, and he started laughing wildly again. Flush, your 235 is a flush. Ha ha, 235 flush can't beat my 3 sharps. Chapter 82 Invincible. The fat man laughed wildly, and Tang Yajing and Jin Yin's expressions suddenly changed. Oh, you're talking about that. Sorry, my hands are shaking, and some cigarette ash fell on it. Just wipe it off. Lu Chen touched the cards, assorted 235. The smallest card eats the largest card. The fat man sat down on the stool with a plop, as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out and his soul had been lost. Then he looked at the dark-skinned man with a ferocious expression and shouted angrily, You cheated. How could it be such a coincidence that I got 3 points, and he got 3 twos? How could it be such a coincidence? You must be cheating. Say it again. The dark-skinned man's face darkened. The fat man shuddered, then calmed down and dared not say anything more. If you think about it carefully, why would the dark-skinned man cheat? Lu Chensheng, said the dark-skinned man coldly. Do you know me? Lu Chen asked with his head tilted, the big cigar almost sticking to the dark-skinned man's face. You killed my classmates and wiped out class 2. Who doesn't know you? The great Devil Lu? The dark-skinned man said with a sneer. Devil King Lu. Lu Chen touched his chin and felt that this title was quite interesting. The dark-skinned man knew him, and the top executives of the 3rd and 4th shifts dared to let him stay in the casino, which meant they had some big tricks up their sleeves. Fatty, give us back our chips. Yes, if you lose, you lose. But I can't lose a penny of the chips I lent you. Hurry up, or don't force me to do it. A group of gamblers gathered around with gloomy looks. I don't have any chips now. You saw that I lost all my chips to Lu Chen. Can you give me a few days and wait for me to win them back? The fat man said tremblingly. You don't have any chips, what can you use to win? A gambler asked back. Lend it to me. I can lend you a 10-yuan chip. With my gambling skills, I can definitely win it back. The fat man said heavily, his eyes lighting up. He believed that his gambling skills, which he was so proud of, could definitely make a comeback, and losing to Lu Chen was just bad luck. Haha, it seems you still haven't figured it out. There are only so many chips and so much food. You win back, and then others lose more. Do you think anyone will lend you the chips? A gambler said coldly. The fat man's heart skipped a beat, and he looked around. Almost everyone treated him coldly. The fat man knew he was finished. The fat man's meat can also be exchanged for bargaining chips. The dark-skinned man said appropriately. In an instant, a group of people rushed up with machetes and chopped off the fat man's hands and feet regardless of his screams. With such serious injuries, in such an environment, he should have been dead. However, a breeze blew through the stone house, and the power of the supernatural power reached its peak at this moment. The wounds on the fat man's limbs healed miraculously, the bleeding stopped, and he survived. Lu Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. Isn't this a medical ability? Drag it down, give it a little bit of food every day, feed it growth accelerators, and continue chopping when its arms and legs grow back. The dark-skinned man waved his right hand, and a group of guards rushed up and dragged the fat man away. His words made everyone shudder, including Lu Chen. If he were honest with himself, he felt that he had been cruel enough. He didn't expect that there were so many cruel people in the world. Even though they were on the opposite side, sometimes he still had to learn from them. Moreover, Lu Chen grasped a very crucial point. That is, the labor-inducing agent, which can be consumed by humans and make people grow flesh. Even if it were 3,000 years ago, this kind of technology would not exist. This is definitely a supernatural power. Classes 3 and 4 are truly unfathomable. Exchange food for me, Lu Chen said loudly. He had at least 3,000 chips in his hand, which could be exchanged for a lot of food. Bang! The dark-skinned man slammed the table and said heavily, "Don't worry, you will definitely not be left out. Change it for him." There was a special person responsible for exchanging food. Soon, Tang Yajing came out carrying boxes of food, making everyone salivate. These foods were actually won by people from outside the class. Even the dark-skinned man felt bleeding inside. I still have 2 $10 chips in my hand, so it looks like I can gamble for a while longer. Lu Chen smiled coldly. In casinos, many of them are managed by high-level people from the 3rd and 4th shifts, and only a small number of them are free gamblers betting against each other. I want to bet with you. Lu Chen pointed at the woman next to him. Oh. The woman screamed and rushed out without looking back. Even someone as powerful as Fatty was beaten down. How could she be a match for Lu Chen? Coward. Come on, bet with me. Lu Chen pointed at 3 or 4 people in one breath, but no one agreed, and they all acted like cowards. There were so many free gamblers, but no one dared to look Lu Chen in the eye. How funny. Lu Chen did not make things difficult for this group of people, because he knew that the food that the people at the bottom of society had was just a handful. In that case, you won't refuse my request, right? Lu Chen sat in front of a dealer. This dealer comes from the top of the 3rd and 4th shifts. What do you want to bet on? Asked the dealer. I don't like to make trouble. Let's open a new deck of cards and draw a card to compare the size. Lu Chen said. 10 minutes later, the banker slumped in his chair with a pale face. The chips in front of Lu Chen increased from 20 to 500. Boring, next one. Lu Chen found other dealers and bet all at once, increasing his initial bet of 20 yuan to 5,000 yuan. In this gambling room, $5,000 in chips is a lot of money. 10 yuan chips cost 1 bucket of instant noodles, and 5,000 yuan chips cost 500 buckets of instant noodles. How long can that last for? Exchange food. Lu Chen shouted loudly. Everyone trembled inwardly. There was heavy bleeding. This time, the senior executives of the 3rd and 4th shifts suffered heavy bleeding. The dark man's face became even darker, and at first glance one couldn't even see his facial features. The dark-skinned man made a phone call, and then put away his phone, his tone sounding a little tired. Change it for him. Tang Yajing's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. She was really happy carrying out so much food box by box. Lu Chen still had 2 10 yuan chips in his hand. He shook them and began looking for his next target. Unexpectedly, the dark-skinned man grabbed Lu Chen's hand and said coldly, "Someone told me to tell you that you should stop while you are ahead. Just take it if they give you face." The smile on Lu Chen's face deepened. In the end times, strength speaks. He has strength, so he can do whatever he wants. Others threaten him again and again, and he just thinks that he, Lu Chen, has no temper. You can stop, but unless this place is closed and leveled, I will come every day and take away all your food. Lu Chen leaned close to the dark-skinned man's ear and spoke sinisterly. Chapter 83, Crazy Gambling. Don't be shameless. Letting you take away so much food is already a huge concession from us. The dark-skinned man said, gritting his teeth. This is not enough. To be honest, my French windows cost millions, and a small scratch would be a big loss. This is just the beginning. Lu Chen patted the dark-skinned man's shoulder hard. Unexpectedly, the dark-skinned man also suddenly laughed. Okay, since you don't want to drink my toast, we are not vegetarians either. What do you mean? Are you going to use force? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Tang Yajing took a step forward, stood in front of Lu Chen, and prepared for fighting. No matter what the battle is, Tang Yajing will always stand firmly in front of Lu Chen. This is her belief and the source of her supernatural powers. No, no, no. Is this the only courage that Great Demon King Lu has? Since Great Demon King Lu likes to play, why shouldn't I play along? This is a casino, so we have to follow the casino's rules. The dark-skinned man said mysteriously. You want to bet with me? Lu Chen asked. No, I'm betting with you. Suddenly, the door of the stone house opened, and a tall girl walked in against the wind and snow. The stone door was closed, and the guards turned on the heaters and plugged in the backup power supply. The stone house suddenly became warm like spring. Then the guards cleared the area, leaving no one behind, and they left too. There were only 6 people left in the entire stone house. Of course, it can't last too long. The backup power supply is limited, and it can only be charged for 2 hours at noon every day. When the temperature rose, the tall woman took off her military coat, revealing a tight and hot leather jacket underneath. It can be said that some key points are covered, while others are not. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin's expressions changed, and they looked at the woman coldly. Fox spirit. Tang Yajing snorted coldly. Thank you for the compliment. The tall woman was proud of it, and extended her right hand towards Lu Chen. Introduce myself. My last name is Huang, and my first name is Xin. Lu Chen shook his hand symbolically and said calmly. The word humble is not quite appropriate. I think the word forced is a good choice. With a poochie sound, Tang Yajing and Jin Yin burst into laughter. Huang Xin was stunned for a moment, then gave a charming smile. Brother Lu, that's a good idea. Do you want to spend the night with a person like me? No, I think it's dirty. Let's talk about business. Lu Chen said. Faced with such vicious words, Huang Xin remained calm. Lu Chen was a little surprised and paid more attention to Huang Xin. I heard that Brother Lu is very good at gambling and won a lot of food in our casino. Is that right? Huang Xin said, twisting her slender waist. It's not that I'm good at gambling. It's that you guys are so bad at it. Even my grandma in a wheelchair can beat you guys in seconds. Lu Chen said with a smile. Haha, Brother Lu is really humorous. Since Brother Lu likes this, then I will play with him. Huang Xin pulled the leather jacket in front of her chest, making her look more charming. Stop talking nonsense, and put away your charm techniques. I'm not one of those hungry ghosts. Lu Chen said. Okay, since you don't want the face we give you, let's gamble until you don't want to gamble anymore. Huang Xin snapped her fingers, and a group of guards pulled up the table and chairs. Tang Yajing took out hairspray and a suit, and started styling Lu Chen in public. He looks just like the god of gamblers in the movie. Brother Lu is quite leisurely and elegant. Huang Xin sneered. Clothes make the man, and a good outfit is half the battle in terms of momentum. I have the upper hand over you in terms of momentum, and even more in terms of luck. Lu Chen said calmly, and sat down on the chair. What to play? You are the guest, you decide. Huang Xin said. Ladies first. Lu Chen said. Texas Hold'em? Huang Xin asked. From the moment she mentioned Texas Hold'em, Lu Chen knew that this woman was a veteran among veterans. Texas Hold'em is a niche game, and only 1 out of 10 people can play it. No, Texas Hold'em is a bit complicated. I like something simpler and more straightforward. Let's just play blackjack. Lu Chen said calmly. You didn't let me choose? Huang Xin, who had always maintained a good attitude, was completely broken by Lu Chen at this moment. 2 pairs of headlights were pressed against the table, which was shocking. Like to play or not? Lu Chen said. Okay, 21 then. I'll kill you with 1 blow. Huang Xin said heavily. Lu Chen touched Jin Yin's hand, and Jin Yin understood and closed his eyes. But she opened her eyes in an instant and looked at Lu Chen, her face pale and her eyes a little flustered. Lu Chen understood what Jin Yin meant. She had foreseen the future many times before, but her supernatural powers had been exhausted and she would not be able to use them for a short period of time. Lu Chen closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his aura changed drastically. His eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to pierce the sky. Combined with his outfit, he really looked like the god of gamblers. Without Jin Yin's foresight into the future, I would have to do it myself. Find someone to deal the cards. Lu Chen said loudly. I don't trust your people. Huang Xin said. I don't trust your people either. Lu Chen snorted in response. The dark-skinned man made a phone call, and the guards brought back the fat man who had turned into a human pig and asked him to deal the cards with his mouth. How is it? It's impossible for someone without hands or feet to cheat, right? Huang Xin asked. Of course, although it's a little disgusting like you, but it's okay as negatives always add up. Lu Chen spread his hands. Bet. Isn't the bet food? Lu Chen asked doubtfully. Food? You've made such a big fuss, but who would bet with you on food? If you lose, you die? If I lose, I die? Do you accept this bet or not? Huang Xin said sternly. As soon as these words were spoken, the air froze. It went from betting on food to betting on life. Since ancient times, gambling with one's life has been the most hysterical bet. Generally, these people who have no other options and have lost everything risk their lives to turn the situation around. Now, Lu Chen has also embarked on this path. Lu Chen, don't gamble your life. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Let's go. Jin Yin and Tang Yajing said worriedly. Haha, what's wrong? You don't dare to gamble your life, right? Huang Xin laughed when she saw Lu Chen didn't say anything. Her smile was quite sarcastic. Even the dark-skinned man and the fat pig laughed mockingly. As they laughed, they discovered that Lu Chen's body was shaking, and the shaking was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, their laughter mixed with Lu Chen's laughter, and Lu Chen's laughter became louder and louder, drowning out their laughter. Huang Xin stopped laughing and asked, What are you laughing at? I laugh, ha ha. Gambling with your life? You think gambling with your life is fun? Ha ha ha. Lu Chen was like a madman. The words, gamble with his life, directly opened a crazy gene lock for him. As mentioned before, Lu Chen was not allowed to play cards with others when he returned home. His gambling skills are really strong. A mere bet of life can scare me? Lu Chen stood up, put one foot directly on the card table, pointed his finger at Huang Xian, and spoke in a voice as sharp as a night owl from hell. Not enough. It's not enough for us to bet our lives on 2 people. Let's bet on 3 people. I'll bring Tang Yajing and Jin Yin together to bet on the lives of the 3 of you. Lu Chen pointed at Huang Xian, the dark-skinned man, and the fat pig, and spoke sternly. The sound was like thunder, exploding in this stone house. The fat human pig's body suddenly began to tremble. With the labor-inducing agent, he would most likely not die, but would just endure more pain. But now gambling with your life is different. Once you lose, you really lose your life. Living in the end of the cold wave, everyone cherishes their lives. Huang Xian thought that gambling with one's life would scare Lu Chen, but she didn't expect Lu Chen to be so crazy that gambling with one person's life was not enough. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin stood side by side beside Lu Chen with firm expressions. Lu Chen's words were the supreme truth. On their side, the fat pig was trembling and the dark-skinned man had an ugly look on his face. The difference is obvious. Bet, Huang Xian said heavily. It's useless for you to say that. They both have to agree. Lu Chenxia said with a smile. Explain. Huang Xian grabbed the fat man by the collar. I don't dare. The fat man was about to cry. Huang Xian almost spit out a mouthful of salty soda. She, a woman, had gambled, and he said he didn't dare? If you dare to say no, I will kill you now. Huang Xian's face was cold, and the 2 weapons were shaking. Bet, I bet. The fat man closed his eyes. I will bet too. The dark-skinned man said after a moment's hesitation. As a senior executive, I cannot take a step back. I'm Tang Yajing. I'm Jin Yin. Let's gamble our lives together with Lu Chen, the master. The 2 women's firm voices rang out, and for a moment, a mysterious supernatural power descended upon the 6 of them, planting the seeds of cause and effect invisibly. This feeling is hard to describe and touch, but it does exist. Are you a mutant? Lu Chen asked. Superpower, god of gamblers. The contract is effective, no one can default on the debt, and the losing party will die immediately. Huang Xian said heavily. Okay, open the cards. Lu Chen yelled. The fat man trembled and clumsily dealt 2 whole cards to each person with his mouth. Lu Chen took a look and saw 1 2 and 1 3. In blackjack, both whole cards are small numbers, which is a good start. 21 points is the biggest, and if you get 21 points, it depends on the suit. If you exceed 21 points, it will automatically explode. You first, Huang Xian said, and after looking at the cards, she looked pretty good. I want 1. Lu Chen responded. The fat man sent 1 with difficulty. Given his situation, it would be impossible for him to cheat, so everyone felt relieved. Lu Chen took a look and it turned out to be 5. In this case, it is 10 o'clock. If it exceeds 21 points, it will explode. Huang Xian asked for 1 without hesitation. After looking at the cards, his face was expressionless. After the 2 of them made the bet, their emotions were really calm, without any change. These are the essential qualities of an experienced gambler. A novice's emotions will be reflected on his face, and his every move will be seen through by the other party, so he is bound to fail. I want 1. Lu Chen took a puff of the cigarette, and seemed to be a little burned. He couldn't help but shake the cigar a few times, and the ashes fell. When the card was dealt, Lu Chen looked at the top and saw a sharp corner. Lu Chen didn't look any further, but raised his head and met Huang Xian's gaze. The 2 eyes collided, and Lu Chen suddenly felt as if his whole body was seen through. I want 1. Huang Xian said, then looked at the cards and indicated that it was Lu Chen's turn. Chapter 84 Mark. I want 1. Lu Chen took a puff of his big cigar and said heavily. The fat man gave Lu Chen a card. Lu Chen opened it and saw that it was a 7. He closed his eyes, let out a long breath, and signaled to Huang Xian. Huang Xian's expression also became serious. She already had 4 cards in her hand. In the game of blackjack, the more cards you have, the harder it is. I want 1. Huang Xian's voice was slightly hoarse. The fat man gave 1 to Huang Xian. Huang Xian took a look and smiled with relief, signaling Lu Chen to take action. No. Lu Chen shook his head. No more. Huang Xian raised her eyebrows. Yes, that's right. Lu Chen grinned. Huang Xian glanced at Lu Chen meaningfully. In an instant, Lu Chen felt a sudden fluctuation of supernatural power. He glanced at his cards, and his pupils shrank. Open the cards. Huang Xian was full of vigor, with a grim smile on his face, and shouted loudly. At the critical moment, Lu Chen's eyes were focused on one of his cards, and then he looked at one of the cards in Huang Xian's hand. Inkong activate. In the previous battle, Lu Chen was able to attach his own supernatural powers to a small object to achieve space jumping. This time, he wants to achieve it twice in an instant. This is a daunting challenge, but Lu Chen has to do it. The madness in Lu Chen's bones made all the pores on his body open up, and he moved forward courageously and never backed down. The next moment, Lu Chen's body seemed to be electrocuted. He collapsed on the chair, and blood flowed from his nose. Lu Chen master. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin were horrified. Lu Chen waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Ha ha, Lu Chen, you're not acting like this because you know you're going to lose. Huang Xian laughed. The fat man and the dark-skinned man also grinned. Lu Chen said weakly, why do you think I lost? What? I am invincible among the god of gamblers. Even if all the gods of gamblers in the world were put together and sat at the same table, I could still win and bankrupt them all. You don't think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods with your mortal body, do you? Huang Xian laughed louder and louder, even to the point of being hysterical. Do you think I don't know that your special ability is called God of Gamblers? Since I dare to bet with you, it means I have enough confidence. Stop talking nonsense and open the cards. Lu Chen struggled to sit up straight and said, Great Devil Lu, are you still thinking about opening the cards? Are you sure you don't want to self-destruct? The cards are right in front of us. You can't cheat. Huang Xian said with a smile, clasping his hands in front of his two headlights. How do you know I'm going to self-destruct? Lu Chen's face changed. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin looked as pale as death, and their hearts sank to the bottom. On the other hand, the fat man and the dark-skinned man had flushed faces and were trembling with excitement. I know everything about God of Gamblers. Just flip the card and don't waste time. God of Gamblers will give you a decent death so that you won't go in too much pain and live up to your title of Great Demon King Lu. Huang Xian said. Lu Chen looked grim, his body was shaking and he was sweating. You are so cruel, I admit defeat. Lu Chen seemed to be deflated and turned over two cards. 1-2 and 1-3. The trump card is pretty good, but you played a bad hand. Huang Xian was not surprised at all. Lu Chen opened the third card, which was 5. Tsk tisk, it's already 10 o'clock. The dark-skinned man looked gloating. Lu Chen then opened a card, it was a 7. 17 points, that's already a pretty good number. Who told you to be greedy? There's an old saying that goes, the greed of mankind is like a snake swallowing an elephant. It's such a pity. The fat man also sneered and mocked. Huang Xian, since you know I'm going to lose, please fulfill my wish and you open your cards first. Lu Chen said in a low voice. It's like a fading hero sitting in the sunset, lingering on the brink of death. Okay, I'll drive it. Since you're considered a great hero, I'll grant you your wish. Huang Xian finished speaking and began to deal the cards. Her two whole cards were 4 and 2. The third one is 5, and the fourth one is 3. The total points of the 4 cards are 14 points. Did you see that? Great Demon Lord Lu, no matter how nice your clothes are, it's useless. The gambling luck is on my side. Look at my 5th card. Huang Xian shouted, pinching the 5th card between 2 fingers and slamming it heavily on the table. It was like a nuclear bomb exploded. Huang Xian's aura was amazing, as if she was possessed by a martial spirit. The wind she created even messed up Lu Chen's hair. Huang Xian's 5th card is 6. 14 plus 6 equals 20 points, which is indeed a big number. Ha ha, 20 points. What a big card. The god of gamblers is worthy of being the god of gamblers. We win. The fat man laughed. The dark-skinned man was even more excited. He had been under a lot of pressure from gambling his life, but now he completely released the pressure and picked up the greasy fat man and kissed and licked him. Fatty, I'll ask my boss to give you a labor-inducing potion. You don't have to chop off your hands and feet anymore. The fat man was extremely excited and even crazy and kissed the dark-skinned man in public. Vomit. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin began to dry heave, not only because of physical discomfort, but also because of the fear of death. Mr. Rainbow, why are you so happy? Lu Chen asked with his head tilted. Because you are going to lose, the fat man yelled. Since I'm going to lose, why does this guy look so ugly? Lu Chen continued to ask. The two then looked at Huang Xian. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Huang Xian's upper and lower gums were constantly knocking against each other. Her face was pale, and she was sweating profusely. Huang Xian, what's wrong with you? Didn't we win? Why do you look so dead? The fat man asked puzzledly. Roll. Huang Xian slapped the fat man so hard that he flew out like a bowling ball. You cheated. Why is my number 6? Why? Huang Xian roared. Lu Chen took a puff of his big cigar and shook off the ash. Huang Xian's pupils shrank suddenly. Is it cigarette ash? Congratulations, you guessed it right. Your ability is God of Gamblers. Although I don't know what other abilities you have besides making contracts, I have imagined everything that should be imagined. In my opinion, your ability has at least these two capabilities. First, you can see the opponent's cards. Second, you can exchange the opponent's cards. In a gambling game, whoever can grasp these 2 points will not lose even if he gambles until the end of time and the universe explodes. That person is the God of Gamblers. So, I took precautions and made the most meticulous little ash marks on each card, and each card had a different mark. Chen said slowly, flicking the ash onto Huang Xian's bruised hand. Impossible, I didn't see the mark. Huang Xian roared. Of course you can't see it, you don't smoke. Chen shrugged, no longer looking like he was about to die. Chapter 85 God of Gamblers. So, I knew right away that you had replaced my fourth card. Chen said coldly. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin opened their mouths wide. They had watched the entire gambling game and never expected such a thing to happen. They thought it was very common. Then how did you get it back? Huang Xian's eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake. You have your own plan, and I have my own way. You have superpowers, but I don't have any. Chen said sarcastically. Your superpower is of the space type. Huang Xian's pupils shrank. There is no reward for the correct answer. Chen said calmly. The dark-skinned man at the side immediately picked up his phone, intending to send out the news about Chen's supernatural powers. Tang Yajing slapped him in the face. The dark-skinned man was just an ordinary person. How could he bear it? He flew out directly, fell to the ground, and began to twitch. The cell phone was melted by the red fire and turned into a pile of molten iron. Ha! Suddenly, Huang Xian started laughing. What are you laughing at? Jinin asked. Chen, you are worthy of being called the great demon King Lu. You are indeed quite capable. But have you ever thought about it? Even if you take that tip, you only have 18 points, and my 20 points will wipe you out. Huang Xian laughed wildly. I haven't even finished reading it. How do you know that's the point? Your ability to see my card is limited to after I've read it. I only saw the pointy spot on it. How do you know that's the point? You switched my cards, and you didn't even look at them. If you can know my cards without looking through my eyes, then don't call your ability God of Gamblers anymore. Just call it clairvoyance. Chen said calmly without changing his expression. Haha, it's a little pointy on top. What is it if not an A? Tell me what it is if not an A. Huang Xian slammed the table hard and yelled. Chen also stood up, his aura changed drastically. In the eyes of everyone, Chen's figure suddenly rose taller, like a sacred mountain, suppressing their hearts. Your special ability is called God of Gamblers? It's just a little pointed on top, and it's just A? Chen sneered. Huang Xian suddenly closed her mouth, as if she had thought of something. Her expression was terrified, and her body began to tremble violently. Ha ha ha, I just want you to think it's the tip. The tip is almost identical to the top bid of number 4. If you don't really play cards for a long time, you can't tell the difference at all. But unfortunately, I can see it, and it's only a glimpse. I just want you to think it's sharp. So, you changed to 6, and if my fourth card is really as sharp, then I will blow myself up. You really have a good plan. After Chen finished speaking, he turned over the last card. It was a 4 of spades. 2, 3, 5, 7, 4. These are Chen's 5-chapter cards. It was exactly 21 points, crushing Huang Xian's 20 points. When Chen starts to criticize like crazy, except for those closest to him, everyone else should stay away from him. No. Huang Xian let out a desperate roar. His face was ashen and his eyes were dull. The fat man and the dark-skinned man had just crawled over, but when they saw the cards, they fell down again, foaming at the mouth. No, that's not the case. Quickly cancel the contract. I am the master of the God of Gamblers. Quickly cancel the contract. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. Huang Xian cried, and while crying, she danced around as if she was possessed by a ghost. Chen crossed his legs, threw away the big cigar, and took out an authentic red cigarette. He first used the global limited edition Zippo lighter, which was made entirely of gold and decorated with imperial green, to light a card. Then the cards ignite the bonus in your mouth. He took a long breath, paused for several seconds, and exhaled slowly. Smoking cigars is for showing off. Smoking cigarettes is for pleasure. In the thick smoke, Chen saw Huang Xian suddenly pinching his neck tightly, with his tongue and eyeballs bulging out, looking like a real, evil ghost. The contract took effect, an unstoppable force descended, and Huang Xian strangled herself to death. The fat man and the dark-skinned man caught fire spontaneously. They struggled wildly in the flames, sizzling with oil, and then stopped moving. This lighter will be buried with you. Lu Chun threw the lighter in his hand over and walked out the door. Boom! Behind her, a huge force erupted, and Tang Yajing collapsed the stone house with 3 punches. The fire of faith burns so brightly that even stones cannot bear it. Master, do you want to break in from building 3 or 4? Tang Yajing walked over and asked with her head down. No need. I have already warned them. If they know what's best for them, they should just keep a low profile and act like local emperors. If they can't swallow this anger, I will chop off their heads. Lu Chun said calmly. Okay. Tang Yajing nodded. Lu Chun, I've recovered a little. Jin Yin said. That's good. Lu Chun responded with a smile. Suddenly, Jin Yin's expression changed, and he looked fiercely towards the bushes on the side of the avenue on the right. Lu Chun's expression also changed. Jin Yin had foreseen the future, and he also had a feeling of being spied on, which was very dangerous. Lu Chun immediately took out a small pineapple, pulled the safety pin, and threw it towards the bush. Get down, Lu Chun shouted loudly. Boom! The ground shook and the bushes were blown to pieces. Lu Chun climbed up awkwardly and walked towards that direction. There was nothing there except a broken bronze mask. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. He recognized this bronze mask. Lu Chun had seen it when Dong Feng killed Qi Gang. It seems that the person who was spying on him from the bushes with murderous intent was Dong Feng. This bastard. Lu Chun gritted his teeth. He reacted so quickly. He disappeared almost the moment my expression changed. Jin Yin said with a grim expression. Let's be careful when we go out next time. That bastard Dong Feng is quite powerful. Lu Chun said. Good. The 3 of them returned to the Fortress of Destruction. Lu Chun and Tang Yajing took a bath in the bathtub together, planning to have a good rest. Jin Yin sat at the door, listening to the sound of water and the noise of playing inside. Her face flushed. Bah, pervert and womanizer. Jin Yin covered his burning ears and for a moment wanted to rush in. She is in her 30s and has never experienced sex before. She usually just uses small toys to satisfy herself. It's impossible not to yearn for that kind of thing in your heart. But Lu Chun was his student after all, and Jin Yin couldn't bring himself to do that. Soon, Tang Yajing's screams were heard from the bathroom. Jin Yin's body twisted, his legs clamped together, his face flushed, and his eyes became blurred. She got up with difficulty, walked upstairs, entered her room, and then closed the door heavily. After a while, a very faint moaning sound was heard from inside. The Fortress of Destruction is warm, beautiful, and prosperous. Chapter 86, The Way to Death. But in Building 3, things are not so beautiful. It's still the same top floor, the same hall. A lowly fell to the ground with a heavy red slap mark on her face. Su Jiahan, I won't allow it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't allow it. Loli said sternly. Why don't you allow me? I am the emperor of the 3rd shift, and I have the final say. Su Jiahan roared angrily. Several people stood next to Su Jiahan, looking down at Bai Qing with disdain in their eyes. There were a few boys standing beside Bai Qing, trembling, with their heads down. What's the difference between you and animals? They are all living people. Turning them into human bombs is against the will of heaven, and you will be punished. Loli roared. She is very pretty, looks like a real Loli, and makes people feel pitiful. Is it against the will of heaven? Open your fucking eyes and take a look. Is this the same sky as before? Su Jiahan was very angry. He picked up Loli and pressed her head against the window. It was snowing heavily outside. It was clearly noon, but the sky was very dark. The cold wave is coming and will never go away. Loli closed her eyes in pain. My face was swollen after being beaten by that bastard. He killed Huang Xin and walked away in a swagger. The neighbor next door can raise an army of Kunlun slaves, so why can't I raise an army of human bombs? I'm going to blow Lu Chen to death. Su Jiahan gasped and roared angrily. You can kill them, but you must not torture others. Human bombs are such cruel things. Su Jiahan, you will be punished. Loli's voice became low and her eyes looked somewhat sad. Bai Qing, stop talking. The old subordinates are doomed. They can't defeat Su Jiahan. Several boys came forward and advised Bai Qing not to say any more. Bai Qing's eyebrows trembled and 2 lines of tears fell. 3 days ago, the regime of Class 3 was in turmoil. The respected class leader was killed by Su Jiayin and many of his old subordinates died. He should have gone with the squad leader, but Su Jiayin took a fancy to his special abilities and did not kill him. At this moment, Bai Qing felt deeply despair. She is a kind person, the squad leader is also a kind person, and most of the squad leader's former subordinates are kind people. In the 10 days before the end of the world, although there were casualties in Class 3, they were all happy under the leadership of the class leader. But 3 days ago, everything changed. Su Jiahan was like a tyrant. Not only did he have a bad temper, but he also killed people at the slightest provocation. Now the people below are living in poverty and are full of complaints. This is different from my own philosophy. Bai Qing knew that the end of the world was cruel, and she had killed people with her own hands, but she always adhered to one idea, which was to kill, but not to torture. Just kill me. I should have gone with the squad leader. Bai Qing said softly. Shut up. How can I be inferior to the monitor? How can an indecisive person be qualified to lead the third shift? Bai Qing, don't be so shameless. Go and make the inducing agent. I won't let you die. I am very satisfied with your medical ability. Su Jiahan grinned grimly and threw Bai Qing out. Where is the bomber? Su Jiahan said. I am here. A skinny young man with an afro said. First, find 2 weak and sick people, transform them into human bombs, and send them to Lu Chen's villa to give him a little shock. Not only did Lu Chen ignore our warnings, he even dared to kill Huang Xian. In that case, then beat him to death. Su Jiahan said viciously. Boss, over there in class 4. A girl came forward and asked with a frown. Notify them, and have that bitch mobilize the Kunlun slave corps. The 3 and 4 shifts are integrated as one. No one can shake them, said Su Jiahan. Boss, what about that guy named Dong Feng? How should we respond to him? The girl continued to ask. Let him go away, go away. Just looking at his face makes me sick. Even if he is a superpower, I don't need him. Su Jiahan flicked his sleeves and said coldly. Yes. The next day, Lu Chen and Tang Yajing spent the whole night together and were exhausted, so they managed to have a rare late nap. Tang Yajing was naked, lying on Lu Chen's chest. Even in her sleep, there was still a smile on her lips. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 huge explosions were heard, and the entire world-destroying fortress was shaken. Lu Chen opened his eyes immediately and saw a bloody mess in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. A large amount of blood was spilled in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Some skulls fell to the ground, and some livers were thrown on the floor-to-ceiling window, slowly sliding down like a rag. Tang Yajing also woke up and started retching instantly. She rushed into the toilet with her pale body and started vomiting violently. Tang Yajing had killed people before, but she didn't kill them cruelly. Seeing this disgusting scene, how could she not vomit? Jean Yin hurried downstairs. What happened? Then Jean Yin also rushed into the toilet and started vomiting violently. The 2 men put their heads together and vomited bitterly. Lu Chen had a cold expression. He put on his clothes, opened the door, and wanted to clean up. Just as he walked out of the door, he became alert and saw 5 black men rushing towards him from a radius of 20 meters. Black people who look exactly the same. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, raised his pistol, and fired 5 bursts, all 5 of which were headshots. A strange scene happened. The black man whose head was blown off was still moving and rushing towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurried back into the fortress and closed the gate. There were 5 more violent explosions. The entrance was a mess. Some more cleaning to do. Lu Chen clenched his fists, and the coldness in his eyes could freeze the world. Half an hour later, Tang Yajing and Jean Yin sat at the dining table with pale faces. Lu Chen brought out soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns from the kitchen. After getting used to foreign food, these old classics are more suitable for Chinese stomachs. Jean Yin and Tang Yajing began to dry heave again. Soy milk looks like blood, fried dough sticks look like large intestine, and buns look like offal. Waves of dry heaving destroyed Lu Chen's appetite. Lu Chen's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and the corners of his eyes couldn't stop trembling. Finally, he exploded. Stop eating it, damn. With a sudden move, Lu Chen overturned the dining table. Tang Yajing and Jean Yin were startled and turned pale. They squatted down and started to clean up silently. Lu Chen sat on the sofa in the hall, smoking one cigarette after another. The air was filled with smoke, and there was no sound for a long time. An unprecedented provocation and a great humiliation. The 3rd and 4th shifts have such means. They know that the human bomb can't do anything to him, but they still want to disgust him like this? The cold wave of the apocalypse is coming, and it has always been Lu Chen who disgusts others. When will it be others' turn to disgust him? Damn it all. There is a way to die. Ding dong. The host's emotions are detected to be drastically fluctuating. Start the mission. Destroy the 3rd and 4th squads to obtain the seeds of life. If they take root and sprout, you can randomly obtain an acquired supernatural fruit. Chapter 87. A real man doesn't look back at the explosion. Acquired supernatural fruit. Lu Chen screamed and stood up immediately. Yes, it is an acquired supernatural fruit with random supernatural powers. Please complete the task as soon as possible. After the system finished speaking, there was no sound. Lu Chen sat down again and touched his chin. He was not thinking about what kind of power the supernatural fruit would randomly give him, but whether a person could possess two supernatural powers at the same time. Jin, come here, Lu Chen said. Because he was extremely angry, he ignored the word teacher at the end. Jin was packing his things and came over when he heard this. Is there anything wrong? Jin asked. I'll only give you half a day. I need detailed information about the third and fourth shifts. I'll use your ability to foresee the future. Remember, I only need half a day, Lu Chen said coldly. He seemed to be more easygoing these days, but that was only when he wasn't angry. Lu Chen's temperament had changed a long time ago. He seemed to be very nice to the two women, but in his heart, they were just tools in his hands. Tools are useful. They provide you with good food and drink and let you enjoy a life like in heaven. If the tool is useless, Lu Chen will not be merciful. A heavy pressure suddenly fell on Jin. Jin Yin's body began to tremble, and his shoulders felt as if two mountains were pressing down on them. Before, her ability to foresee the future was only to encounter a certain picture and then explain the information contained in that picture. Now Lu Chen has issued a strict order, requiring Jin to obtain detailed information about the third and fourth shifts. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky. It is no less than Yugong moving the mountains. Jin was almost out of breath. Aye. Jin wanted to say something. His mouth opened wide, but no words came out. She is already 30 years old and understands people's hearts better than Tang Yajing. She knows that she can enjoy a good life here without being disturbed by the cold current, because she is useful in Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen needs me now. If I can't give Lu Chen the value he wants, how can I have the face to live in this fortress? What? Do you have any questions about what I said? Lu Chen turned around and asked coldly. With a boom, Jin Yin's pressure increased exponentially. She couldn't breathe. Her head was about to explode as she desperately tried to find a solution to the problem. At this moment, Jin became strangely calm. A voice in her mind told her that her ability to predict the future was called divine knowledge. It was at this moment that Jin realized how foolish his previous use of his supernatural powers was. She learned the true method of using the divine knowledge ability. Jin Yin's ability has never been to foresee the future. I'm just telling you, within 1 hour, I'll give you all the answers you want. After Jin finished speaking, he returned to his room. Lu Chen looked at Jin Yin's departing back and sighed silently. Am I putting too much pressure on myself? Tang Yajing was still packing up silently, not daring to say a word. Lu Chen gradually calmed down and sat there quietly, watching the wind and snow outside the window. An hour later, Jin came down. She was very weak and needed Tang Yajing's support, even to walk. She could hardly open her eyes. Lu Chen, there are 6 psychics in Class 3 and 7 psychics in Class 4. There is a superpower in Class 3 named Bomberman, who can use the power of bombs at will and has transformed a large army of human bodies. There is a black man in Class 4. He was an international student from Africa before the end of the world. He has awakened a special ability that allows him to perfectly replicate himself, which is equivalent to a clone. There is no so-called top or bottom in Class 3. The entire class is a whole and has excellent combat capabilities. Class 4 has abandoned traditional concepts, and its personnel have been dispersed. Some have even gone to other branches. It is impossible to wipe them all out in a short period of time. By the way, it's worth mentioning that there is a medical psychic in Class 3. Jin said slowly. The information she revealed wasn't actually much, but if you look into it carefully, it's terrifying. This is equivalent to obtaining so much information from nothing, which is extremely incredible. In the information age, whoever knows more information about the other party first can destroy the other party first. I'm sorry, that's all I know. If you're not satisfied, give me some more time. Jin said guiltily. That's enough. You've done a good job. Just stay in the fortress and have a good rest today. Lu Chen said calmly. The personnel in Class 4 are loosely distributed and are not suitable to be the first target of revenge. In that case, let's destroy Class 3. A plan has already formed in Lu Chen's mind. No, I don't want to rest. I want to act with you, Jin said with a firm look. Can you handle it? Lu Chen asked. Yes, I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine after a few sleeps. Jin nodded. Lu Chen didn't force it. Since Jin wanted to follow, then let him follow. Then he looked at Tang Yajing and asked, Is the fire of your faith hot? Hi, some common things can be ignited. Tang Yajing said. Go, get out. They dared to disgust us like this and leave us without breakfast. They have already chosen a way to die. Since Jin said that there is no innocent person in Class 3, then kill them all, leaving no one behind. The murderous aura in Lu Chen's body completely burst out. The 3 of them put on various protective clothing and came to the gates of the 3 buildings. There are 4 buildings in Area A, which means 4 classes, all of which are of the same major. The layouts of buildings 1, 2, and 4 are basically the same, except for building 3. Because there is a small forest in front of building 3. Lu Chen was standing at the gate of the 3 buildings, with a small forest behind him and 3 gates in front of him. There was a flash of light in his hand, and some sofas, cowhide, chairs, hay, wood logs and other things appeared on the spot. It's stacked like a small mountain. It's placed at the entrance of building 3. Fire attack and flooding are tactics passed down by our ancestors. Today, Lu Chen will use fire attack to suffocate all the members of Class 3 to death in Building 3. Don't be afraid of people with special powers. They also need to breathe. If they need to breathe, they definitely can't bear it. Suff. Suddenly, a deep and strange sound came from the grove behind. Oh no, there's an ambush. It's a legion of human bombs. Jean reacted immediately and said, "Bang!" Suddenly, the earth shook, and a huge shock wave came from somewhere in the woods. Bang, 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 bang. Dull explosions were heard continuously, and flames shot up into the sky. Tang Yajing and Jean looked surprised, not knowing what had happened in the woods. Lu Chen had a blank expression on his face and didn't even turn his head. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Chapter 88 Bazooka. Before the end of the world, Lu Chen bought a lot of military supplies, including a lot of landmines. Walking all the way from the grove, Lu Chen used his ability of in space to jump through space and continuously laid mines on the ground. This is the backup plan he left for himself. Anyone could have imagined that this grove was an ideal place for an ambush. The sound of explosions continued. In addition to the dull sound of mine explosions, there were also some sounds of flesh and blood explosions. One explosion affects everything. The so-called human bomb army, when gathered together, is a powder keg. Just put a bomb in there and everything will explode. One more look and you'll explode. The earth trembled, breaking some people's hearts. A heart-wrenching roar came from Building 3. My explosive army, my artwork, ah. The sound was very sharp. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a purple arrow cut through the space and shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's right pupil turned into a twisted vortex, and a space vortex also appeared on the arrow, and then it was swallowed by the space. 10,000 arrows fired at once. There was a roar from the top floor. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows that could cover the sky fell down, covering Lu Chen and the other 2. If it gets shot, it will definitely be turned into a hedgehog. Lu Chen didn't move, not even raising his eyelids. Tang Yajing took a step forward with a red flame burning on her chest. She burst into energy and waved her right hand, which turned into a sea of fire, blocking the 3 of them. Not a single arrow could penetrate the sea of fire and land on them. The superpowers of Lu Chen and the other 2 have all undergone transformation, especially Tang Yajing, whose combat superpowers are even more powerful. As long as you don't encounter a perfect counter, fighting 3 alone is not a problem at all. At this moment, a stone suddenly fell from the top floor. The stone is neither big nor small, and a normal person would not be wary of it at all. Generally speaking, such stones are accidentally kicked down by people on the top floor. Lu Chen, be careful, don't forget what I told you. There is a person with special abilities in Class 3. His name is Bomberman. Jean warned. Lu Chen nodded, took out a desert eagle, pointed and shot, and blew up the stone with one shot. Bang! The stone actually turned into a bomb and exploded in the air. If they ignored this stone, there is no doubt that the consequences would be very miserable. This is where intelligence comes into play. Lu Chen is the core and leader of this small group. Tang Yajing is a fighter, and Jean can be summarized as an informant. She is so important. In other words, none of the 3 of them can be missing. Ah, you destroyed my bomber army and killed Huang Xian. I'm going to blow you to death, you son of a beast. A scream came from the rooftop. It was the man who screamed at the beginning. His name is Bomber. He has an afro and is a thin guy. The roar ended, and large pieces of stones came from above, all falling down together. In order to avoid the same chain explosions as the previous bomber army, the bombers specially controlled the even distribution of the stones, and there was a safe distance between each stone. I know you have a pistol and a Gatling gun, but it's useless. With so many of them falling at the same time, can you beat them? The bomber's arrogant voice came down. Tang Yajing was so angry that she wanted to catch the bomber and cut off Xiao Kunken. Her sea of fire can be defended, but it cannot be too far away from her. Even at the extreme distance, she will still be affected by the bomb. Lu Chen was seen making a beautiful gunflower with the desert eagle in his right hand, and a desert eagle also appeared in his left hand. The 2 desert eagles with a silver-white glow were like 2 giant dragons, opening their mouths to devour everything. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Rapid gunshots broke out one after another, hitting wherever the target was. Lu Chen didn't need to aim, he just had to shoot in that direction. Stones exploded in the air. After Lu Chen used up all the bullets in the Desert Eagle in one hand, he used the other Desert Eagle to suppress the fire, showing off his unique skills. One-handed bullet. After finishing, switch to another one so that there will be no gap in firepower. Tang Yajing wanted to kneel down to Lu Chen. The master was so powerful. She was deeply impressed once again. Everything happened in just a moment. The air was filled with gunpowder smoke, and not a single stone fell to the ground. All of them exploded in midair. Smoke was coming out of the muzzles of the two Desert Eagle guns, and Lu Chen said lightly, "Excuse me, my nickname besides God of Gamblers is also Lu Shuangying." "Ah, damn Lu Shuangying, I'm going to blow you to death." An angry voice came from the top floor. "Call out." The arrow shot towards Lu Chen again, this time at an incredibly fast speed, as fast as lightning. Faintly, you can even see a small stone tied to the tail of the arrow. This arrow was so fast that it surpassed the speed of previous arrows. This is also one of the tactics used by the top brass of Class 3. At the beginning, thousands of arrows were fired to paralyze Lu Chen and the others, and now they were killed with one arrow. The bomber laughed wildly, as if he had already seen the scene of Lu Chen being blown to death. Little did he know that the moment Lu Chen heard the sound of breaking air, he pulled the trigger in his hand. Some people will never understand what it means to truly hit the target wherever you point. No matter how fast your arrow is, can it be faster than a bullet? Lu Chen sneered. There was another explosion in the air. This time, the bomber was truly furious, and there was a hint of helplessness beneath his furious face. "Boss, only you can kill this bastard," came the bomber's voice. The top leaders of Team 3 have already begun discussing a new round of offensive on the top floor. If the 6 psychics in Class 3 attack one by one, wouldn't Lu Chen be exhausted to death? "Damn you bugs, I'm sorry I've lost my patience. May God accept your stench as hell," Lu Chen said softly. He was in a half-kneeling position with both hands placed vertically on his right shoulder. With a flash of light, a rocket launcher appeared in Lu Chen's hand, aiming at the 3 top floors. "Bazooka, Lu Chen has a bazooka. Is this true? How did my 3 pure ones get a rocket launcher? Hurry up, what are you still standing there for? Your life is at stake." Screams were heard again and again from the top floor. Lu Chen did not hesitate and pulled the trigger without hesitation. "Call out." Just like exploding fireworks, the huge recoil force made Lu Chen take several steps back. The rocket, as thick as a missile, flew towards the 25th floor. Boom! The earth shook and the whole place from the 23rd floor to the top floor was blown into a gap and even started to burn with flames. Cracks appeared in the walls of all 3 buildings and the foundations began to shake. The annoying flies are finally gone. "Tang Yajing, start planning. Burn me if you're angry," Lu shouted heavily. Chapter 89 Fire Attack. "Is it on fire?" Tang Yajing asked. In front of them, there was already a pile of debris. "Control the temperature between fire and smoke," Lu Chen said lightly. Jin Yin's eyes lit up. If there is an open flame, the black smoke will be reduced. The part that is really emitting thick smoke is the half-burning and half-unburning state. Good. Tang Yajing condensed a huge fireball, controlled the temperature, and covered it first. When it is about to catch fire, the temperature is controlled again to keep it at this critical point. In an instant, thick black smoke rose. Fan him to death. Lu Chen took out 3 fans, one for Jin Yin, one for Tang Yajing, and one for himself. The 3 of them used all their might and madly fanned the black smoke into the 3 buildings. The tops of the 3 buildings were still emitting black smoke because they were bombed by rockets. From below, a steady stream of black smoke rolled in. The wall at the entrance was blackened in just a few seconds. The thick smoke choked Lu Chen and the other 2 and caused them to sneeze and cry. "It will only take 10 minutes, and they won't be able to bear it anymore," Jin Yin said with a smile. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Following Lu Chen all the time, Jin Yin also gradually became a sinister person. It's really refreshing to kill enemies in this way. "By the way, how should we kill those people after they come out?" Tang Yajing asked. "Do you want to take action?" Lu Chen asked. "Yes." The 2 women nodded. For the first time in their lives, they both wanted to kill someone. The reason was very simple. Because of the human bomb in Building 3, they missed breakfast and Lu Chen got angry with them. This made Jin Yin and Tang Yajing very unhappy, and there was murderous intent in their eyes. "Very good, I'll let you kill as much as you want then." Lu Chen smiled coldly. 3 minutes passed, and Lu Chen and the others had already heard the roar coming from the bottom floor, with some inexplicable fear. However, the 3 shifts at the bottom did not escape. "They should be running upwards," Tang Yajing said. It's simple. I made them afraid to run up. Lu Chen sneered and put another rocket on his shoulder. Call out. With precise guidance, another rocket launcher fired, scalping Sandong. The huge roar caused waves of screams. Increase the intensity. I want to kill them all. Lu Chen shouted. The three of them fanned the black fog together, fanning even harder. If the windows on each floor of the three buildings were opened, the effect might be worse. But how could we open the windows in this cold end of the world? The thick smoke had nowhere to disperse and flew madly to higher floors. Finally, in the 10th minute, someone couldn't bear it anymore, covered his nose with an icy towel, and ran out in the black smoke. Oh! The man let out a strange cry and tried to escape. He had seen Lu Chen in the stone house before. He was a gambler. Seeing that Lu Chen was able to gamble Huang Xian, who possessed the supernatural power of god of gamblers, to death, he was as afraid of Lu Chen as he could be. Stand still. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll shoot your head off. Lu Chen said coldly. The man stood up straight instantly, as if he had seen his natural enemy, and was frozen stiff. At this time, more than a dozen people from the third shift came one after another. When they rushed out, they coughed wildly, and their internal organs were about to come out. Stand in a row. If you don't, I'll shoot you to death. Lu Chen said coldly. There was a dead body lying on the snow. Its head exploded like a rotten watermelon. The kinetic energy of the Desert Eagle's bullet is not as simple as leaving multiple bloody holes on the forehead. The whole head exploded. This is the best deterrent. Add some spice. Lu Chen put away the fan and took out a bunch of leather clothes, sofas, and other things from the space and stuffed them all in. Some hay was also thrown over. Suddenly, the black smoke became even thicker. The dozen or so people from Class 3 standing side by side had terrified expressions on their faces, looking at Lu Chen as if he were looking at a devil. At this time, on the middle floor of Building 3, a window was broken, and a huge rock fell from the sky and hit Lu Chen's direction. Sure enough, there are stone-type psychics. God's might! Lu Chen roared, his right eye spinning like a whirlpool. A space vortex also appeared in the center of the huge stone, growing bigger and bigger. Lu Chen's right eye began to bleed, and the power of his supernatural powers was pulled over madly. That stone is really big. Finally, when the stone was about to hit them, it was absorbed by the divine power. The so-called divine power is the name Lu Chen gave to this ability. It can also be called exile. To put it more nicely, it is eternal exile. To put it in a more domineering way, it means invincible exile. It can also be called messy exile. None of this matters. Lu Chen, you're bleeding. Tang Yajing exclaimed. It's okay, don't stop. Lu Chen said lightly. It's just a little bleeding. Aren't our female compatriots still living, well, even though they bleed every month? At this time, a large number of people couldn't bear it anymore and ran out, standing together honestly. There were more than 50 people in total, all from the third shift. It's not that they don't want to resist. As ordinary people, how can they compete with Lu Chen and the three psychics even if there are more than 50 of them? The corpse on the ground is a lesson for us. Furthermore, they also have a certain sense of luck in their hearts. The law does not punish the masses, and they believe that Lu Chen could not possibly kill them all. There are more than 50 people in total. It's a pity that no one knows that Lu Chen also has the title of Lu the Great Demon King. Is there anyone else who hasn't come out yet? Lu Chen grabbed a boy and slapped him 3 times. The boy nodded his head, feeling dizzy from the beating. Most of the ordinary students have come out, but the senior officials haven't come out yet, said the boy. It seems that there is a person with superpowers among them who can dissolve this black smoke. Lu Chen touched his chin and said slowly, Master, let me charge in. I'm very strong now, and my superpowers have undergone a transformation. Ordinary superpower users can't kill me. Tang Yajing said. What if there are ordinary people with superpowers? Lu Chen asked back. Tang Yajing was speechless for a moment. It's okay if these bastards don't come out. We can trap them to death. Lu Chen said coldly. He almost forgot that he still had a lot of gasoline in his space, which he could never spend no matter how much he tried. But now, we have to get down to business first. Jeanine suddenly lowered his head, and supernatural power began to fluctuate on his body. When she came to her senses, she looked at Lu Chen and shouted suddenly, Lu Chen, watch your back. Lu Chen turned around suddenly and saw that among the 3 groups of people standing in line, 5 of them were rushing towards him with their arms open. Bang, 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 bang. The Desert Eagle fired 5 consecutive shots, and 5 headless bodies were killed. A huge explosion occurred the moment they fell to the ground. Human bomb. Tang Yajing was affected, feeling a little embarrassed, and said coldly. Chapter 90. Encirclement and Attack. Lu Chen was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and then he began to reflect deeply. If it weren't for Jin Yin's special ability, I would have been in trouble. It's really taken for granted. I thought that a large number of mines had been buried in the woods, and that the army of human bombs in the third shift would be defeated. I didn't expect that there were 5 human bombs in Class 3. It was obvious that the renovation had just been completed in Building 3. It turns out that the entire 3 classes are united as one, with everyone working together. Many people in the third shift looked regretful. Chen saw all their expressions. There is no innocent one. That's a good feeling. Chen no longer felt any psychological burden when killing. Let go of the black smoke. There are 3 weapons on the ground. You too can choose 2. Chen said coldly. The 2 women looked at the ground and saw an electric saw, a shotgun, and a long knife. I choose the chainsaw. No, I choose the chainsaw. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin, who had always lived in harmony, almost got into a fight over a chainsaw. Without exception, all of the 40-odd people in Class 3 collapsed on the ground, trembling with fear. Please let us go. We didn't do anything to you. I have parents and children to take care of. I can't die. I swear I never laid a hand on you. Immediately, a brave boy knelt down and begged for mercy, kowtowing to Chen frantically. I know you didn't attack me because you don't have the ability to do so, Chen said lightly. The boy showed a look of joy, thinking that Chen was going to let him go. But, even though the regret you showed when you saw that the human bomb didn't kill me was very subtle, I still caught it. Sometimes a look is enough, Chen said, then waved his hand. Turn around. What? What are you doing? The boy's body was shaking badly, but he turned around obediently for fear of angering Chen. Chen picked up the shotgun on the ground and fired directly. Blood splattered. When the boy died, he was still holding a knife in his hand, obviously waiting for an opportunity to strike. Let's do it together. Chen raised the shotgun and grinned. Tang Yajing picked up the chainsaw, and Jin Yin picked up the long knife. A revenge killing unfolds on the spot. The 3 teams fled frantically, but could not escape their tragic fate. On the middle floor of Building 3, inside an energy shield, about 10 people were watching this scene silently. Bai Qing was in tears and gritting her teeth, looking at Su Jiahan with eyes that were about to burst into anger. You devil, why did you start a fight? Why don't you just die? They are all our classmates who go to the same class and take baths in the same bathroom. Pa. Su Jiahan had an unpleasant look on his face and slapped Bai Qing, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Shut up. Isn't it because Chen is too ambitious and wants to invade us? Su Jiahan roared. Haha, it's so sad. Chen never took the initiative to attack us from beginning to end. It was you who sent people to warn him, and more than once. How can a man who is full of blood, capable, and has supernatural powers tolerate such provocation? You are the biggest executioner. Su Jiahan. The ghosts of your classmates will come to find you tonight. Bai Qing roared miserably. Pa. Su Jiahan slapped again. Is there anyone willing to go down and take Chen's head? Su Jiahan looked at the remaining people and asked. No one answered. How dare they go to the shadow of a famous tree? Go by yourself if you have the guts, you coward. Bai Qing said coldly. What a slut who loves to be beaten. Su Jiahan was furious. He rode on Bai Qing, swinging his left and right fists wildly and beating her mercilessly. He was very clear about Bai Qing's special abilities. As long as he didn't beat her to death, Bai Qing would be able to recover. Did you see Chen's special ability clearly? After Su Jiahan was tired of fighting, he looked at everyone and asked. It should be a space-related ability. The specific ability is to exile an object. And his gun is very accurate, said a boy with purple hair, who was carrying a purple bow on his back. Chen is able to obtain such supernatural powers. He really deserves to die. Su Jiahan was furious. Forget it. Let's be patient for now and wait for the people from Team 4 to rescue us. They have the means and the weapons, said Su Jiahan. Boss, Building 3 has fallen and the lower-level people were killed. If we go to Class 4, will we become vassals? Our Class 3 is not as strong as Class 4 to begin with. Someone asked. Then tell me, what should we do? Should we go down and fight Chen to the death? I'm not afraid of death, but are you? As people with special powers, you haven't done enough of being domineering, and you just want to die. Su Jiahan asked. There was complete silence. As a superior, I need to be able to control people. After the people from Class 4 rescue us, we will expand our team. With more people, we can kill Chen with the human wave tactic. Below, there were corpses all over the ground, and Chen and the other 2 didn't let any of them go. Place these bodies around this building in a circle. Chen said. Yes. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin went to do it immediately. Chen took out barrel after barrel of gasoline from the space, poured it on the surrounding corpses, and then threw a lighter on them. Suddenly, a raging fire broke out. Even the wind and snow could not stop the fire. One life after another will only be counted on you. Chen looked at the third building and said coldly, Master, why don't you just use a rocket launcher to blow up the 3 buildings? Or drive out the Doomsday fortress and crash into the 3 buildings? Tang Yajing asked. In response, Chen only replied with 4 words. Besiege the point and attack the reinforcements. There are so many ways to kill the top leaders of Team 3 that Chen can't think of which one to use. But Chen wanted more than that. Not only is Class 3 targeting him, Class 4 has also taken action. How can he let Class 4 go? Furthermore, the task given to me by the system is to destroy the 3rd and 4th shifts in order to obtain the Seed of Life. Let's see how important the top leaders of Class 3 are to Class 4. Chen said calmly. Okay. Jin Yin and Tang Yajing nodded. The flames were burning brightly, and a strange meaty aroma was wafting everywhere. At this time, the wind and snow were also flying towards Building 3. Most of the meaty aroma spread into the 3 buildings. Chen took out 3 gas masks and put one on each of them. For someone who was starving to death, this smell was undoubtedly very fragrant, but for Chen and the other 2, it was extremely disgusting. It's impossible to smell it. Go to the woods. Chen gave the order. A man and 3 women walked towards the grove. 3 mid-rise buildings. Boss, they're gone. The purple-haired man covered his nose and said loudly. It's not far. They're waiting for us to come downstairs. Su Jiahan looked grim. You guys go and start searching from the 1st floor. I just received news that people from Team 4 are here to rescue us. Let's gather all the food together and prepare to move it to Team 4. Su Jiahan said. Chapter 91 Mortar. Good. The purple-haired boy went to make arrangements immediately. In the woods, on the crown of a tall tree, Chen was looking towards the 3 buildings with a military-grade telescope. The guy with the bow and arrow went downstairs. They should have received reinforcements. Besides, there are people with purification abilities in the team. Our fire attacks are ineffective against them. Chen said slowly. What about flooding? Fire attack doesn't work. Will flooding be effective? Tang Yajing asked. Flooding will definitely be effective. With our strength, we can do it. But now I don't just want to destroy them. I want to surround them and attack their reinforcements. Chen said. Okay, I understand. I'm ready to fight at any time. Tang Yajing nodded. About 10 minutes later, a rustling sound suddenly came from the other side of the woods. Chen looked through the telescope and raised his eyebrows. This turned out to be a black army, and they looked exactly the same. It seems that someone from Class 4 took action. Jin Yin said that there is a person in Class 4 whose superpower is copy. I think it must be this black man. It's really disgusting. Tang Yajing, do you know how to use a mortar? Chen asked. No. Tang Yajing shook her head. Come, I'll teach you. There was a flash of light in front of Chen, and a mortar appeared in front of them. There was also a box of shells next to it. First, adjust the coordinates, then load the shells, and finally fire. Remember to squat down and cover your ears when firing. Chen said. Okay, I understand. Tang Yajing nodded. Come, I'll tell you the coordinates. At this moment, on the middle floor of Building 3, Su Jiahan also saw the Black Army and couldn't help but show joy on his face. Here they come. The support from Class 4 has arrived. It's obvious that they don't want to confront Chen head-on, so they sent a legion of clones over, hoping to use the human wave tactic to hold back Chen. Su Jiahan said. This damn Chen is so scary. A sturdy boy with rock-colored skin looked at the large number of corpses on the ground and muttered. Don't encourage others. The main reason is that Chen came too quickly this time. When we go to Class 4, we will have a dozen psychics together and have a good discussion. Then we can destroy Chen without any mistakes. Su Jiahan said viciously. Boss, look, there's a shooting star. The purple-haired boy pointed outside the window and said loudly. When everyone looked, they saw a shining oval object drawing a graceful arc in the air and then falling into the woods where the Black Army was. Bang! A huge mushroom cloud of gunpowder smoke rose into the sky. The earth shook, the 3 buildings trembled violently, and all the windows were shattered. This is a cannon, not a meteor, it's a mortar. The souls of Su Jiahan all emerged. The Black Army, which originally had a large number of people, now only has a few left, and all of them have broken limbs and arms, which is extremely terrifying. Oh my god, there are rocket launchers, but how come there are mortars too? Su Jiahan screamed. The others began to tremble. Bang! Another mortar hit, and the Black Army was wiped out. Nothing left. The top executives of the 3rd team, headed by Su Jiahan, were trembling with fear. This? How can we fight this? Forget about our abilities. We can't even touch Chen. Chen's rocket launcher can blow up 3 buildings, not to mention the mortar. He's playing with us. He's surrounding our enemy and attacking our reinforcements. He's not only going to destroy us, he's also going to destroy Class 4. The purple-haired boy screamed. Facing an invincible enemy, he was about to collapse. He ran to the window yelling and waving the purple arrow in his hand. His supernatural power burst out, and a rain of swords shot into the grove. Not a single wave was created. Bang! A long and dull gunshot was heard, and the purple-haired boy's head instantly exploded like a watermelon. The golden bullet passed through his head and hit the arm of an ordinary person behind him. The entire arm exploded. All this happened so fast. When Su Jiahan came to his senses, he was heartbroken to see the purple-haired young man who was already dead. Barrett, this is Barrett, hide. Don't show your head. Go to the top floor and bring Bai Qing down. Save him. Su Jiahan roared. Because Bai Qing had disobeyed him many times, Su Jiahan had Bai Qing tied up on the top floor and left her to blow cold wind as a punishment. I'm afraid it's not necessary. The bomber looked at the headless body with a sad look on his face. I want Lu Chen to die, and I will definitely do it. Class 4 will ask that black guy to come and rescue us. Su Jiahan clenched his fists and said, The black man can save us. Don't joke, we will die in Lu Chen's hands soon. The strong man whose superpower is stone said in pain. Don't forget who is behind Class 4. That black guy came with weapons. Su Jiahan said viciously. When the others heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. In the grove, Lu Chen and the other two began to wait again. What just exploded was just a legion of clones, nothing interesting. Lu Chen seemed to be trying to catch a big fish, so he continued to wait here. Outside the grove, there is a small path that leads from Building 3 to Building 4. There was a black man just down the road with a very large professional-grade drill. This kind of drilling machine is simply not available on the market, and some special types of troops need to use it. In other words, this was something from the army, but now it was in the hands of this black man. The black man quickly formed seals with his hands and activated his copy ability. A large number of black people appeared around, holding various tools in their hands, and began to dig holes. This is the rescue tactic of Class 4. Lu Chen has guns and cannons, so a regular rescue operation would only be a relief for Lu Chen. The only way is to take an unconventional approach. 10 professional-grade drilling machines started working, and a large number of black people around began to clear the snow. The speed and efficiency are very fast. Moreover, the clone black people have no sense of pain and fatigue, and are perfect workers. If this happened in a prosperous era, you could make a fortune by copying a group of people and sending them to an electronics factory to work on a piecework basis. What a villain! This Lu Chen from Gaizi. The black man was muttering curses in broken Chinese. His army of clones did not cause any harm to Lu Chen. Hey, you disturbed my lunch break. A slender figure walked out from the grove, speaking in an extremely impatient voice. Please keep your voice down and turn this off. The man wearing a bronze mask pointed at the drilling machine and said lightly, Sleep away. Get out of here. Go to hell. The black man cursed angrily. This is our Chinese territory. Are you, a Kunlun slave, qualified to dig our Chinese land? The bronze-masked man sneered. The black people were angry. In China, to the black people, the 3 words Kunlun slaves were more lethal than the 2 words nigger. Chapter 92, The Army of Superpowers. Go. Kill this bastard, the black man commanded. A group of clones holding tools nearby rushed forward with a fierce look in their eyes. If Dongfeng was an ordinary person, he would definitely be beaten to death. But Dongfeng is not. Ice and snow. Dongfeng waved his right hand, and snow and wind swept over, covering the group of clones. In a moment, all the copies turned into ice. The black man's expression changed instantly. You are a superpower? Who are you? I am from Class 4, which has a powerful superpower group. You can join Class 4 and share the great cause. You see the drilling machine in my hand, right? It's very professional, and you can't buy it on the market. Can you imagine how strong the foundation of our Class 4 is? The black people's articulation has become much clearer. So that's how it is. I have a request. If you agree, it may not be impossible for me to join Class 4. Dongfeng said. The black man showed a happy expression and said hurriedly, Tell me what your conditions are. Our Class 4 can satisfy you with any conditions. Really? It's like this. My ability is called Devour, which can devour other people's abilities and absorb some of their strength and characteristics. Look at this snowstorm. It's the power I gained by absorbing the supernatural power of the monitor of Class 2. After Dongfeng finished speaking, his body became extremely strong, like a baboon, full of explosive power. This is also the power I absorbed. Now that I like you, your copy ability is a waste on you. But it's different with me. I can copy a legion of superpowers. There are versions of me that use the wind and snow superpower, versions of me that use the strength superpower, and even versions of me that use all kinds of superpowers. Dongfeng spoke slowly, and he seemed to get a little excited as he spoke. Thinking of that scene, he felt a fanatical excitement. The black man stood there in a daze, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his head, making his whole body icy cold. He could never have imagined that there were such incredible people in this world. Call out. The black man formed seals, created a large number of copies of himself, and then ran away in different directions. It's useless, Feng Shue. Dongfeng waved his arms, like a king in the snow, and the blizzard could instantly freeze the black man's clone. Afterwards, green light flowed on Dongfeng's body, and a pair of extremely disgusting wings spread out behind him. This is the power of an evil statue I devoured. It allowed me to transform my body into a beast, and it also gives me my speed. Dongfeng flapped his wings and flew in the air at an incredible speed. With his strength and supernatural powers protecting his body, he could basically kill any clone that escaped just by stretching out his hand. There are many black clones, and Dongfeng kills people even faster. The black man fled frantically. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer copies and the risk of his real body being exposed was getting greater and greater, a ferocious look appeared on the black man's face. The main body turned around, a mini pistol appeared in his hand, and he shot at Dongfeng. The moment the black man drew his gun, Dongfeng dodged to the side. This shot missed. The black man was sweating profusely and firing wildly, without even touching the corner of Dongfeng's clothes. The black man was dumbfounded. He stood there stupidly with a look of despair on his face. What he faced was a demon from hell. I forgot to tell you that this is also a kind of supernatural power, which I also swallowed. It is called prediction, Dongfeng said sinisterly. A minute later, the road became quiet. Dongfeng stood beside the black man's body, his body shaking uncontrollably. He was laughing, and his laughter ranged from deep to arrogant. Copy is exactly the superpower of his dreams. It suits him perfectly. A stroke of genius. Chen, I am already strong enough, but I still want to kill you so much. Dongfeng muttered, and transformed into a clone, heading towards the third building. At this moment, Chen and his team had been waiting outside Building 3 for a long time, but no support came from Class 4. Master, I think Class 4 has figured out our intentions and is not coming to support us, said Tang Yajing. It's a possibility. Never mind. Let's not wait any longer and take action, Chen said. According to the original plan, it would be flooding. Chen now stores a large amount of ice and snow in the space, and then uses the Doomsday fortress to fly and brings them to the roof. Tang Yajing, use fire to melt the ice and snow, then boil it into boiling water and pour it in from the top floor. Chen said. Good. Tang Yajing started the operation. At the beginning, a large amount of water was indeed able to be poured into the 3 buildings, but they still underestimated the intensity of the temperature. Even boiling water freezes after a few seconds. The plan failed. Surrender. We surrender. There was a loud shout from inside Building 3. I surrender. Chen cursed. Chen, help me kill Su Jiahan. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the ruins on the top floor. Someone. Tang Yajing was on full alert as the 3 men slowly approached. There is an iron cage in a pile of rubble and reinforced concrete. There was a lowly girl imprisoned in the cage, but she was in a very miserable state and shivering from the cold. There were a lot of wounds on his body, obviously caused by Chen's rockets. But they have all healed. This young lowly girl has a good spirit. Who are you? Who is Su Jiahan? Chen asked. My name is Bai Qing. Bai Qing told Chen everything that happened in Class 3. This Su Jiahan is such a beast. Jin Ying gritted his teeth after hearing this. Wait, you mean, you are a medical mutant? Chen grasped the key point and asked. Bai Qing nodded. I know you are called the Great Demon King Lu. You kill without blinking an eye, and you can make babies stop crying. Since I am a member of Class 3, I have already accepted my fate, but I hope you can see those kind classmates and kill Su Jiahan. None of this matters. Show us your special abilities. Chen threw a knife over. Bai Qing understood what Chen meant. Although she didn't want to be treated like a monkey and have her superpowers displayed to her, she couldn't say anything now that she needed Chen's help. Bai Qing raised the knife and stabbed himself in the lower abdomen. It was a real knife cut, and blood flowed out. Bai Qing groaned in pain, then covered his lower abdomen with his right hand, which was glowing white. A strange thing happened. The wound on Bai Qing's abdomen was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye until the wound disappeared. This scene left Jin Ying and Tang Yajing stunned. Although they themselves were also people with special abilities, they were still amazed at the magic of the creator. Do you want to take revenge yourself? Lu Chen asked enthusiastically. I do, but you can't recruit me. I'm desperate about this cruel world and just want to die here quietly. There was no attachment to life in Bai Qing's eyes. Chapter 93, Recruiting Bai Qing. It is very difficult to deal with a person who doesn't want to live, but in Lu Chen's eyes, it is nothing. Okay, since you don't want to live, there is no need for me to kill Su Jiahan. Su Jiahan will never forget me anyway, and he will kneel down when he sees me in the future. Lu Chen said lightly. Bai Qing was stunned, and then anger surged in his heart. Lu Chen, aren't you known as the great demon King Lu, who enjoys killing people? Why did you let Su Jiahan go? It's none of your business whether I kill you or not. Either you submit to me, or I will leave immediately. It's your choice. Lu Chen said. It is very easy to control Bai Qing. People who don't want to live are not scary. What is scary is people who have no heart. What is scary is people who have no desires. Before the end of the world, if everyone in society has no desires, then the capitalists can also jump off the building. Bai Qing's face was filled with shame, his eyes were red, and he was struggling internally with a mad battle between his conscience and his desires. Tang Yajing and Jin Yin just watched silently. Bai Qing's appearance easily aroused people's sympathy. But they didn't say much, because they both knew that Lu Chen had wanted to have a partner with medical abilities for a long time. A minute later, Bai Qing suddenly laughed. I don't believe you won't kill Su Jiahan. Su Jiahan has provoked you many times. If you don't kill him, then you are not the great demon King Lu. Why should I care about this title? This title has always been imposed on me by others. Let's go. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Bai Qing was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Chen to leave so completely. Don't go, don't go. Bai Qing yelled. Lu Chen was his only hope for revenge. Lu Chen didn't even pause. You, take care of yourself. After the two women finished speaking, they turned and left. It was the two women's turning away that completely destroyed Bai Qing's last psychological defense. She had to take revenge. The respected class monitor and respectable and kind classmates had appeared in her dreams many times, begging Bai Qing to avenge them. Bai Qing could not forget it. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could see the images of their tragic deaths. Bai Qing closed his eyes, his eyelids kept trembling, and 2 lines of tears of shame shed. Don't go. I promise you. I promise to follow you and be your dog. Bai Qing hissed. Lu Chen and the 2 girls stopped, turned around, and immediately smiled brightly. Look at what you are talking about. Those who can live in my Doomsday fortress are all my companions. They are not dogs or anything like that. Of course, except sometimes. Lu Chen smiled brightly. I promise you. You must avenge me. Otherwise I will curse you even when I die. Bai Qing wiped away his tears and said. Of course you should, Tang Yajing. Can you please be more considerate and not let our lovely friends get frozen? Go and clean them up quickly. Lu Chen accused. Tang Yajing. She had physical abilities, so she quickly rescued Bai Qing. Come, drink this, and I will avenge you. Lu Chen took out the last obedience potion and said with a smile. What is this? Bai Qing asked puzzledly. Divine happy water. Lu Chen was in a good mood and made a rare joke. Bai Qing's face turned red all of a sudden, and her little body was so cute. You're a hooligan. You're a pervert. Bai Qing said angrily. Okay, you may have thought too much. This is an obedience potion. After you drink it, you will never be able to refute me. If I tell you to go to heaven, you have to go to heaven. Lu Chen said. Although Bai Qing was surprised at the appearance of such a thing, he still drank it obediently. After drinking a whole bottle of obedience potion, Bai Qing felt that the whole world had changed and become colorful. Looking at Lu Chen again, the strangeness and estrangement had completely disappeared, leaving only closeness and absolute obedience. Master, Bai Qing lowered his head and called softly. I'm the one who called you master. You should call me something else. Tang Yajing was not happy. Okay, your majesty. Bai Qing shouted. No, I can't bear it. Please change your words. Lu Chen said. Your excellency. Master. Boss. Mr. Lu. Brother Lu. Dad Lu. When Bai Qing called out the last name, Lu Chen had to admit that he was moved. But he felt that the impact was not so good, so he shook his head with a straight face. Brother, Bai Qing couldn't help but act coquettishly. The obedience potion changed Bai Qing's personality towards Lu Chen. Of course, when Lu Chen was not around, Bai Qing was still the same Bai Qing. Okay, that's it. Lu Chen laughed and continued. Come on, I'll take you to get revenge. Damn witch. Tang Yajing cursed inwardly. Jin Yin was speechless, but she also felt a strange sense of urgency in her heart. Lu Chen summoned the fortress of destruction and took them down. The first time Bai Qing saw the fortress of destruction fly, he was stunned. Even when he stood on the ground, his head was still buzzing. Here, take it and take revenge. Lu Chen handed Bai Qing a package. What is this? Bai Qing asked, puzzled. There are enough C4 explosive packs. You can try them, Lu Chen said. Bai Qing shuddered. Lu Chen also has such a treasure? Bai Qing quickly went over and packed the C4 explosives on the load-bearing columns on the first floor. Then the four of them ran a very long distance. Press this button and it will explode. Lu Chen threw a button to Bai Qing. Bai Qing pressed the button without hesitation. The courage and ruthlessness displayed in an instant shocked even Lu Chen. Bang! There was a loud explosion, followed by the sound of huge rocks falling. The entire 3 buildings began to collapse, and in a moment they all fell to the ground, with dust and smoke filling the sky. I finally got my revenge. Bai Qing burst into tears. Although 3 buildings have collapsed, Su Jiahan's group may not be dead yet. After all, they have several people with special abilities. Lu Chen said. What should we do then? Bai Qing was stunned. So we have to use the mortar. Lu Chen smiled coldly, took out the mortar and shells, and placed them in front of Bai Qing. Bai Qing showed a look of joy. After listening to how Lu ended up, he aimed at the coordinates and fired a shot immediately. Swoosh boom. The earth shook, mushroom clouds rose, and some fragile trees in the surrounding area were broken in half by the shock wave. The 3 buildings were already in ruins, and this one shot shattered them even more. We can finally kill them all this time, right? Bai Qing said blankly. She was somewhat overawed by the force of the mortar. We're just getting started. They have quite a few superpowers. Here, this is a firebomb. Go over there and throw a firebomb at the original address of Building 3. Let it burn for a while. And this is a bazooka. I've equipped you with 3 rockets. You just shoot them all, and that's about it. Lu Chen said slowly. If you want to avenge Bai Qing, then you must avenge him to the end. Chapter 94 Scene-Related Superpowers. Bai Qing was stunned. Although it's a little weird and far-fetched, I have to admit that it's really cool. Then Lu Chen handed Bai Qing a rocket and asked him to shoot it in the direction of the 3 ruins. Bai Qing roared and fired 3 rockets directly, blowing the 3 buildings into a blur. Only then did he feel satisfied. I finally got my revenge. Bai Qing covered her face and cried. She was very moved. Maybe revenge has not been fully taken yet. Lu Chen frowned. Bai Qing raised his head and looked at Lu Chen, somewhat puzzled. In the center of the 3 ruins, when the dust slowly dissipated, we found a small stone house there. However, this stone is not an ordinary stone. It is blood red all over and has an indestructible luster. After being bombarded so many times, it only had dense cracks but did not break. Finally, the stone house began to slowly fade away and then turned into a human body. It was the sturdy man with stone powers from Class 3. At this moment, he was deader than dead. Under the bombardment of so many shells, this stone mutant chose to burn his own superpowers and his own life to protect the lives of the senior members of Class 3. It's really touching. Lu Chen slapped his forehead, a little annoyed. I'm going to kill you. You've severely damaged our Class 3. You'll definitely die miserably. Su Jiahan's eyes were bloodshot and he roared loudly. You are a bunch of trash. You only know how to talk big, and then you watch your companions die one after another in front of you. How does it feel heartbroken? Lu Chen asked coldly. Su Jiahan clenched his teeth, his eyes were red, and his forehead was full of blue veins. Bai Qing, you traitor, as a member of the 3rd shift, you are going to be a dog for Lu Chen. You will not die a good death. Next to Su Jiahan, a woman pointed at Bai Qing and cursed. You are also demons. The Class 3 in my mind has long been destroyed. Bai Qing responded coldly. Brother, this woman's ability should be purification, which is an auxiliary ability, so she doesn't have much combat power. The one with the afro is the bomber. Su Jiahan's special abilities have never been displayed in front of me. Bai Qing told the story one by one. Lu Chen nodded. After careful counting, Huang Xian from Class 3, the purple-haired boy, and the stone-faced strong man all died at his hands. There are a total of 6 psychics in Class 3, and there are 3 left, so they can be matched. Now, have you thought about how to die? Lu Chen took a step forward and asked coldly. I'm going to die, damn it. How can I die now? You are the one who should die. There was blood on Su Jiahan's face, and he looked very crazy. He suddenly opened his hands, pointed toward the sky, and shouted loudly. Let me show you my special ability. Illusion Villa. As Su Jiahan roared, halos appeared on his hands one after another, and then spread out at a rapid speed. Lu Chen and others had no time to react, and were hit by these halos. The world was in black and white. Lines of text appeared in front of them. Illusion Villa, a scene-based ability. The villa is divided into 2 camps, left and right. In each round, only one person on each side can act and draw cards. The cards are in the shape of a stone, a stick, a sack, and a pistol. Everyone has 3 drops of blood. If you are shot by a pistol, 2 drops will be taken. If one person has only 1 drop of blood left, the extra drop will be taken from the others. If you are shot by a stone, a stick, or a sack, 1 drop will be taken from each. The stick is stronger than the sack is stronger than the stone is stronger than the stick, but the pistol is stronger than the gun. Until one of the party's health bar is empty, and they declare defeat and die. An explanation about scene-based supernatural powers appeared in front of everyone. Chen opened his mouth wide, feeling that things were becoming more and more sci-fi. Is this a science fiction film? I thought that superpowers were divided into attack, support, and defense categories, and that covered everything, but I didn't expect there were also scene-based superpowers. This is not good. Chen's mind moved, and he tried to contact the world-destroying fortress. Then he showed a comfortable smile. Tang Yajing, Bai Qing, and Jin Yin all stood there in a daze. They were in a mountain villa at the moment. The sky and earth on their side were blue, while the sky and earth in front of them were red, clearly distinguished. Su Jiahan and 2 other psychics were standing opposite. Welcome to my world. Su Jiahan laughed wildly. Your world is so small. Chen said, picking his ears. Shut up. Just one sentence broke Su Jiahan's defense. No matter how many powerful weapons you have, as long as you enter my scene ability, they will be useless. Su Jiahan shouted. Scene-type abilities are indeed a bit abnormal. Precisely because they are against the will of heaven, they are destined to not be able to provide convenience to users like God of Gamblers. So here, there is absolute fairness, right? Chen asked. The corner of Su Jiahan's mouth twitched. Chen was right. He kept saying that this was his own world, but in reality, he could only act according to the rules of Illusion Villa. What Su Jiahan relies on is that he is more skilled than Chen. Little did they know that Jin Yin was hiding behind Chen, his mouth trembling, and was more difficult to suppress than AK. Brother, you have to be careful. Su Jiahan must have used this ability to kill the former monitor of Class 3. If it weren't for the scene-related supernatural powers, with the former squad leader's strength, Su Jiahan would never have succeeded. Bai Qing said worriedly. Don't worry. Chen patted Bai Qing's shoulder. In this kind of game, even the king has to kneel before Chen. At this moment, one illusory card after another appeared above them. At this time, more words appeared before their eyes. Each person draws 3 cards. Suddenly, light fell, and 3 cards appeared in everyone's hand. Chen opened it and saw 3 sacks. I'm a bit unlucky. No cards are drawn in the first round. Now each side sends out 1 person to bury their cards. The rules appear again. Tang Yajing, go and put the stones. Behind Chen, Jin Yin said with his head down. If someone could see her eyes, they would find them particularly unreal. How do you know I have a stone? Jin Yin was shocked. Don't talk nonsense. Chen said in a deep voice. Yes. Tang Yajing stood straight, then took a step forward and buried a stone. Su Jiahan's men gathered together, looked at each other's cards, and discussed tactics. This rule, this amount of health, and this number of people actually provide a lot of room for maneuver, and can lead to a perfect battle of wits. Just like rock, paper, scissors. Many people think that rock, paper, scissors is simply a matter of luck, but it actually also depends on skill. It's a pity that Chen felt a little too tired. It was totally unnecessary. He could just crush them all the way. After a while, the guy with the afro on the opposite side came out and buried a card. The first round of card hiding is over. Reveal the cards. A virtual voice sounded. 2 huge cards were revealed. Tang Yajing's card is a stone, while the card played by Afro is a stick. The expressions of Su Jiahan and the other 2 suddenly changed. The stone restrained the stick, an array of light shot down from the sky and penetrated the explosive head. Chapter 95, I choose the open card. The Afro's gums trembled. He had only 3 drops of blood, and one of them was deducted at once. Although there was no pain, the feeling was very uncomfortable, and his body felt a little unreal. What do you think? Su Jiahan, rack your brains. This is your only chance to turn the tables. Chen said. Shut up. Su Jiahan roared. He was under a lot of pressure. This was his special ability, so of course he was quite familiar with it. However, his side had 1 less person than Chen's side, which was equivalent to starting at a disadvantage. Now the Afro has lost another drop of blood. He must figure out Chen's intentions and then use tactics to have a chance of turning the tables. At this time, cards fell from the sky, and Afro and Tang Yajing each got 1, making up a total of 3 cards. The second round begins. A virtual voice sounded. Chen, You go ahead this time and use the bag. Jinin said. Okay. Lu Chen went up and threw a card down casually. Anyway, the cards in his hand were all bags. Su Jiahan still sent out the guy with the afro and buried his cards. The cards buried by Lu Chen were bags, and the cards buried by Su Jiahan were stones. The sack restrained the stone, and the afro lost another drop of blood. When the beam of light shot down, the body of the guy with the afro became as illusory as a ghost. There was only one drop of blood left on the afro. His legs were shaking, and he was extremely scared. Su Jiahan was struck by lightning. He once failed in his attempt to figure it out. Logically, this is his special ability, and my guess should be effective in 9 out of 10 cases. It's okay if I failed the first time, but I failed the second time too. Su Jiahan was sweating profusely and felt under tremendous pressure. After completing his hand, Lu Chen got a pistol and raised his eyebrows sharply. I need to see the cards we have, Jinin said. The 4 of them showed their cards to each other, and Jinin frowned. There are a lot of sacks, Jinin said. Don't be stressed. We have a great start. We can beat Su Jiahan with our eyes closed. For Su Jiahan, this scene-based ability is his only chance to turn the tables. But not for us, Lu Chen said with a smile, signaling Jinin to relax. Is your ability to foresee the future? You're always right. Bai Qing exclaimed. Teacher Jin's special ability is called divine knowledge. Lu Chen explained. Bai Qing took a breath and then burst into laughter. This kind of game, with the supernatural power of divine knowledge, is a very exciting game. Bai Qing really couldn't think of how to lose. Round 3, said the virtual voice. I'll do it this time. Jinin stepped forward and buried a sack. On Su Jiahan's side, a woman with special abilities came up and buried a stick. The stick restrains the sack. Jinin dropped a drop of blood. In the 4th round, Jinin asked Lu Chen to step forward and use the sack, but Su Jiahan still used a stick. Lu Chen lost a drop of blood. Su Jiahan's 2 consecutive victories boosted his self-confidence. I've said it before, this is my world. Although it is absolutely fair, I am still a god. Su Jiahan laughed. Idiot. Lu Chen looked at Su Jiahan as if he were a fool. 5th and 6th rounds. Bai Qing and Tang Yajing each buried a sack. All lost to the opponent. In 4 rounds, Lu Chen's side played 4 sacks, and Su Jiahan's side played 4 sticks. Lu Chen and the other 3 each lost a drop of blood. Su Jiahan was almost in ecstasy. Ha ha ha, you don't have sacks anymore. You always thought I wouldn't think you were using sacks to control our stones, right? It's useless. I expected everything. Su Jiahan laughed out loud, his self-confidence growing. This thing is just like rock, paper, scissors. In Su Jiahan's mind, normally, if Lu Chen fails to use the scissors move for 2 consecutive rounds, then Lu Chen will change. In Lu Chen's mind, since he would change, Su Jiahan would also be able to anticipate that he would change, so he would not change. Respond to ever-changing situations with constancy. As a result, Su Jiahan remained unchanged, responding to Lu Chen's unchangingness with his own unchangingness. So Lu Chen lost all 4 games. This was Su Jiahan's idea, to attribute all the credit to his own strategy. You're such an idiot. Do you think we're as cunning as you are? Jinin came forward and said calmly, we simply have too many sacks. According to the rules of hand card distribution, there is at least a greater than 50 chance that the cards dealt will not be the same as the ones played. So, you must have very few sticks, right? Jinin's words were like the sound of a huge bell, waking Su Jiahan and others up. Just as Jinin said, the 3 of them only had a few sticks left in their hands. To be honest, I don't even need to use my supernatural powers to deal with you. In the 7th round, Jinin stepped forward and buried a card. Su Jiahan buried one himself. Before you opened the cards, I knew that the card you buried was a sack, because you had very few sticks or no sticks at all, and you thought we would use this to play cards that would counteract your almost no sticks, so you thought we would play a stone. Because we have cast the stone, at least we are invincible. So you did the opposite and played a sack to counter my stone, but I played a stick to counter your sack. Jinin's voice was like a cold wind, making Su Jiahan shiver. After Jinin said this, Su Jiahan felt like his underwear had been seen through. Flip the card. As expected, what Su Jiahan produced was a sack. And what Jinin said was a stick. The stick overcomes the sack, kill. If you fail this time, you will feel inferior in front of me, and I will take advantage of your inferiority complex and lead you by the nose. Jinin spoke coldly with his aura fully revealed. In the 8th round, Jinin won. In the 9th and 10th rounds, Jinin won all the games. Now, only 1 drop of blood was left for each of Su Jiahan and the other 2. Just as Jinin said, Su Jiahan was caught. Jinin was as if he had opened the eyes of God. Every time he played a card, Jinin would play a card that restrained him. Su Jiahan was sure that Jinin did not use any supernatural power. In scenario-based abilities, any ability that can cause substantial harm to the opponent is prohibited. Jin Yin's special abilities can be used, but once they are used, Su Jiahan will also know about it. Su Jiahan was half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling like an old man in the setting sun, and he didn't even dare to look at Jin Yin. The purification girl stared at Jin Yin, as if she was thinking about something. Change people, Afro, you take command. I'm being controlled. Su Jiahan said painfully. The guy with the afro was also afraid and moved forward under the pressure. In the 11th round, Jin Yin won again. Afro is out. Su Jiahan and the purification girl each had 1 drop of blood left. At this time, the purification girl suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. I have been a meticulous thinker since I was a child, Jin Yin. Now I finally see through your thinking. I want to turn the tables. I want to turn the tables. Hearing the purification girl's wild laughter, Su Jiahan looked up suddenly, his eyes full of surprise and emotion. There is always a way out. There will be a turnaround. Seeing through Jin Yin, the other 3 Lu Chens cannot use their superpowers and are just like ordinary people. Can he easily control them? Even if there are only 2 drops of blood left, you can still make a comeback. No. In the 12th round, I'm going to play with my cards exposed, pistol. Lu Chen stepped forward and raised his cards high. Chapter 96, Testing and Showdown. Su Jiahan's side fell silent. All the laughter and pain disappeared at this moment. There was only absolute silence. The woman with special powers knelt on the ground. Her soul left her body, and she became an empty shell. Su Jiahan lay on the ground, moving from time to time like a caterpillar. With just 1 pistol, they were reduced to ashes. Su Jiahan's supernatural power ended, and when he returned to reality, there was only a pile of corpses in front of him. It's over. Bai Qing stared at the scene in a daze. All the joys and sorrows of Class 3 were over. It seems that Class 3 has been abandoned by Class 4, and Class 4 has chosen to protect itself. Lu Chen touched his chin and said. He did not show any happiness at all, because the 3 squads were wiped out and were in the process of cleaning up. Perhaps he will only be happy when the Fortress of Destruction is upgraded. Brother, thank you, Bai Qing said with a gloomy look. Lu Chen touched Bai Qing's head and was about to go back when Tang Yajing suddenly shouted. Isn't that Dongfeng? Lu Chen's pupil shrank suddenly, and he looked towards the grove in the distance, and Dongfeng really came out. Pa pa pa. Dongfeng approached and clapped his hands. Lu Chen, you are so strong that it makes me sick, Dongfeng said with a smile. I don't hear you praising me. Lu Chen flipped his right hand, and the desert eagle appeared. I'm just complimenting you. In fact, the 2 of us can be good friends, right? Dongfeng walked closer to the bodies of the senior members of the 3rd shift. No, I feel a little sick before I even think about it. Also, just stand there and don't move. Lu Chen raised the desert eagle and aimed it at Dongfeng. From the beginning to the end, I never attacked you. Even if we can't be good friends, since we are classmates, you don't have to point a gun at me. Dongfeng didn't seem to be afraid and continued to move closer to Su Jiahan's body. Bang! Lu Chen didn't hesitate and shot directly. A bullet directly blew up Dongfeng's head. Dongfeng's body fell to the ground, still twitching. The 3 women were a little surprised. They didn't expect Lu Chen to shoot so decisively. Dongfeng died suddenly? Tang Yajing asked in surprise. I always feel that Dongfeng's death was a bit hasty. Definitely not. Although I have never had contact with Dongfeng, I know that he is very cautious. That is probably his clone. Lu Chen frowned. Clone? Is Dongfeng's special ability a clone? Jin Yin covered his mouth. Do you remember that there is a black man in Class 4 who can be copied? Class 4 support has not appeared before. I suspect that Class 4 support was intercepted by Dongfeng. Dongfeng killed the black man from Class 4, and then he used some unknown method to take the black man's supernatural power for himself. Just now Dongfeng wanted to go to Su Jiahan's body. Probably he wanted to use that method. Lu Chen said with a frown. He hadn't seen Dongfeng for a while, and Dongfeng's development was increasingly beyond his expectations. Could it be that his special ability is devouring? Bai Qing took a breath of cold air. It doesn't matter. I can't kill him now. The school is so big. If he insists on hiding, I have no way to find him. However, if he wants to die and trouble me, he will definitely die miserably. Lu Chen grinned. His greatest reliance has never been his own Inkong ability, but the system in the world-destroying fortress. Tang Yajing, go and burn the bodies of the senior executives of Class 3, and then we'll go back. Lu Chen said. Good. Tang Yajing stepped forward and burned the bodies. At this moment, on the path leading to Class 4, Dongfeng's real body suddenly laughed. He didn't mind exposing his special abilities, and he sent his clone just to test Lu Chen's attitude. Even if Lu Chen knew about his special abilities, so what? There is nothing to mourn. The world is so big. Where can't you go? Is there any supernatural being who can kill me? However, a life of wandering is never as good as Lu Chen's villa. As he was thinking, Dong Feng looked at the 4 buildings. Class 4 is the strongest, for a simple reason, because it has support from outsiders. Dong Feng hid in the grove and disappeared. There was no rush to destroy Class 4. Lu Chen had an idea and moved the world-destroying fortress to the original address of Building 3. This sci-fi scene left Bai Qing stunned. Why are you still standing there? Come in. Lu Chen stood at the door and waved at Bai Qing. Bai Qing was nervous and walked into the fortress of destruction carefully. The warm air blew on his face, as if he was in a war motion, making Bai Qing feel as if he had returned to the time before the end of the world. It was just this moment of trance that made Bai Qing burst into tears. As I cried, I felt a little hot, so I took off the messy thick clothes that I had been wearing for a long time. There was a sour smell. Bai Qing was embarrassed and couldn't even raise his head. Tang Yajing, take Bai Qing's clothes and throw them away. Lu Chen said. Okay. Tang Yajing nodded. Wait, what should I wear if you throw them away? Bai Qing was anxious. These were life-saving clothes. Without these clothes, wouldn't I freeze to death if I went out? What's this? Lu Chen said nothing, just waved his hand and a large piece of clothes came out. The 3 girls blushed instantly. These clothes were translucent and had slits. Ha ha ha. I made a mistake. Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed and took out normal clothes. You choose it yourself. Lu Chen was very generous. Can I really do this? Bai Qing was a little incredulous. Once you drink my potion, you are mine. I'm sure you also know that I have countless supplies, which are more than enough to support you. Even if I have to support 10 more beautiful sisters, it won't be a big deal. Lu Chen said domineeringly. The end of the world is cruel. If life cannot be colorful, you might as well commit suicide. I want to take a shower. Bai Qing's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Okay, but my bathroom is a little different. You definitely can't take a bath by yourself. I'll take you and give you a bath. Lu Chen said as a matter of course. Okay. Oh. Huh? What? Give me a bath? I'm not a kid. I just look like a kid. I'm a sophomore. A blush crept up to Bai Qing's ears, and Bai Qing said anxiously. Of course I know. Whether you wash it or not, I'll throw you out. Lu Chen said with a straight face. When Bai Qing heard that he had to leave this warm environment, he felt sick all over. In addition, the obedience potion subtly changed her view of Lu Chen. Bai Qing fell into Lu Chen's clutches. Jinin looked very unhappy. Originally, she was very happy to see new companions. Now I feel a little more jealous. Jinin shuddered and hurried upstairs. Don't think too much. Absolutely don't think too much. Chapter 97. Wearing a yellow robe. Teacher Jin, you should have a good rest. You have used your supernatural powers frequently, so you should have a good rest these days. Lu Chen said. Okay. Jin Yin's heart warmed and he went upstairs. Tang Yajing, go and get the hot water ready. Don't let Bai Qing get frozen. Lu Chen said. Bai Qing felt warm inside. It was a good feeling to be cared for by others. After a while, Tang Yajing prepared the bath water. Why are you standing there? Let's go in together. Lu Chen said to Tang Yajing. Am I going to? Tang Yajing asked blankly. Yes, let's take a bath together. Lu Chen grinned. Soon, the sound of sweet voices and laughter were heard from the bathroom. An hour later, Lu Chen was half lying on the sofa, eating frozen grapes, taking a puff of cigarette, and feeling that this was what heaven was all about. He wasn't so beastly as to attack Bai Qing right away, he just made some moves. Instead, Bai Qing saw a live pornographic scene. Bai Qing's face is still hot. Brother, there is something I want to tell you. Class 4 has the support of outsiders. Bai Qing said, mustering up his courage. I know. Lu Chen nodded. When Lu Chen saw the group of black soldiers holding guns, he knew that things were not that simple. That group of outsiders seems to want to rule South China College. Now it's not just our major that is killing each other. Our entire branch, other branches, all classes, seem to be fighting each other. Bai Qing said. Oh, is it so intense because of the food? Lu Chen asked. That's not the case. Since the emergence of the superpowers, food is not so scarce anymore. If an ordinary person runs a long way outside the school in the snow to find food, he will definitely not be able to come back. But it's different for a superpower. A superpower can go back and forth several times without even taking a breath. The reason for the struggle seems to be because of territory. It is said that someone in the astronomy department found the imperial seal, put on a yellow robe, and declared himself king. He even received support and endorsement from several classes. Bai Qing told everything he knew. Lu Chen touched his chin and felt that the matter of the imperial seal was quite interesting. Who is the child of destiny? Lu Chen asked curiously. I don't know either. I only know his name. It seems to be Wang Hao. Bai Qing said slowly. Snap. Lu Chen's cigarette fell to the ground, burning a small hole in the expensive carpet. What did you say? Lu Chen turned his head and asked. I said, the man seems to be called Wang Hao. The squad leader of Class 4 found out about it. Bai Qing said. Lu Chen suddenly grinned. It seems that he has been waiting for Wang Hao to appear. In the previous life, Wang Hao and Lin Murong colluded with each other and killed Lu Chen. In this life, he had tortured Lin Murong to death using the most cruel means, but Wang Hao never showed up. According to the trajectory of the previous life, Wang Hao should have appeared long ago. My own rebirth really flapped the wings of a butterfly, and the fate of many people changed. In his previous life, Wang Hao had already shown his huge ambition, but unexpectedly, this life was even more outrageous, and he directly proclaimed himself emperor. Brother, do you need me to do anything? Bai Qing asked. There's food in the refrigerator. You look so thin because you're hungry. Go have a good meal. Don't let others say that I can't afford to support you. Lu Chen said. Okay. Bai Qing went to the kitchen happily. In the end times, nothing can bring greater joy than having a delicious meal. Lu Chen has been thinking that he must take revenge. He has to live his life again just for revenge, otherwise there is no point in living again. As for how to take revenge, Lu Chen really had a headache. Wang Hao is now not only in control of his class, but also has the support of several other classes, so there are definitely a lot of people with superpowers. The key point is that Wang Hao himself is not an easy person to deal with. After thinking about it, Lu Chen thought of the artillery of the world-destroying fortress. A large area continuous strike artillery that requires a month of charging. When the time comes, Wang Hao will be blown to death. I'll let you show off for another 20 days. Lu Chen said with a sneer. Ding dong. Suddenly, Lu Chen's cell phone rang. Ever since all the students in Class 1 were killed by Lu Chen, there has been basically no news on Lu Chen's phone. The sudden ringing of the cell phone made me confused. When I opened it, it was a friend request. Lu Haodong. Who is Lu Haodong? I have no impression of him. Lu Chen directly rejected the question. After a while, Lu Haodong sent another application. Lu Haodong, the captain of the Special Operations Team at the South China Theater base. Lu Chen murmured. This time, Lu Haodong added a bunch of bluffing prefixes. Lu Chen touched his chin. This city is called South China City, South China War Zone Base. Could it be a special warfare unit? Lu Chen had no good feelings towards the special forces, and he had never seen these so-called official personnel come to rescue him in his previous life. Not to mention this life, I haven't even seen a single hair. This sudden visit to me must be nothing good. So Lu Chen was a little reluctant. Lu Haodong persevered and clicked on the friend request again and again. In the end, Lu Chen got so annoyed with him that he wanted to block him directly, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of the information that Lu Haodong attached when he requested to be his friend. We have the men and the guns and can give you everything you want. It was this sentence that made Lu Chen think of Class 4. According to Bai Qing, Class 4 accepted support from external forces. Could they be from the South China Theater base? Lu Chen thought for a long time and finally nodded his approval to see what Lu Haodong was up to. Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Lu Haodong. You can call me Captain Lu. A message was sent within seconds. Hello, what's the matter? Lu Chen asked politely. It's like this. I also got the news about you from a certain channel. We give you people and guns, and let you dominate South China University. Do you like this way of cooperation? Lu Haodong asked. He speaks very tactfully. He first states the conditions that are favorable to the other party and then talks about cooperation. This will arouse the other party's interest even more. But Lu Chen is not an ordinary person. Not interested. Lu Chen responded directly. How can you not be interested? I know everything you have done. You wiped out Class 2 and Class 3. You are obviously an ambitious person. With our special forces helping you, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Lu Haodong was anxious. Oh, really? Then send someone here unconditionally. Lu Chen responded. Lu Haodong rarely responded immediately, apparently choked by Lu Chen's unconventional approach. Wait, Mr. Lu, you are not a child anymore. Since we are cooperating, we must want a win-win situation, right? We will not help you unconditionally. Of course, our conditions are nothing compared to the benefits you get. Lu Haodong typed and sent it. Chapter 98 Outrageous Requests. When Lu Chen saw the news, he sneered and replied, What conditions do you want? After we take over the school, we want half of the territory. Also, we heard that you have a lot of supplies there, so we need to keep them for you so that they can be safer. Of course, we will deliver the supplies you need for your daily life. As an ally, we will provide you with 100 fully armed special forces and 5 people with special abilities. You can attack wherever you want. Lu Haodong typed, his words filled with arrogance. Lu Chen was amused. Do you want all those 100 special forces to live in my villa? And you guys to keep my woman for me? The people we sent are all soldiers, so their living conditions are naturally better. Also, since they are here to help you, you have to provide them with daily necessities as well. You can keep your woman by yourself. We don't have such strong tastes. Also, if possible, we will come over later and start the execution tomorrow. Lu Haodong sent a voice message directly this time. The voice sounded like a middle-aged man, very rough and disgusting. Lu Chen seldom makes personal attacks on others. Even if he kills someone, he would just nod his head. Personal attacks are quite vicious. But it was the first time that Lu Chen felt that a person's voice could be so disgusting. Captain Lu, do you need something else? Lu Chen asked. What do you want? Lu Haodong responded. He thought about it carefully and felt that he had almost got what he wanted, and there was nothing missing. My head. What a great head. Captain Lu, aren't you jealous? Lu Chen typed a string of words and added a playful emoticon of sticking out the tongue. The other end fell silent. Lu Chen could imagine how angry Lu Haodong must have been when he saw the news. The destructive power of sarcasm is indeed great. Are you kidding me? Lu Haodong asked, suppressing his anger. Only Captain Lu is allowed to tell jokes, but I am not allowed to make jokes? Lu Chen responded. What kind of joke is this? Can you protect so many supplies by yourself? We are doing this for your own good. Lu Haodong resisted the urge to punch the hermaphrodite Lu Chen to death and typed earnestly. Okay, send your female family members over here. I don't think it's safe over there. Let me take care of you for a week. Lu Chen said. He thought he was very kind and originally wanted to take care of her for a month. Do you mean you were going to be stubborn and refuse to change? Lu Haodong sent another voice message with great anger. Hey, why are you so angry? Even if cooperation fails, there is still friendship. Could it be that Captain Lu came for my supplies from the beginning? Lu Chen sent a message in a nasty tone. Lu Chen, stop being shameless. We in the war zone are cooperating with you to give you face. You should accept it. In this case, we will cooperate with Class 4 and destroy you first. Lu Haodong said coldly. It was not until now that Lu Haodong revealed his true purpose. That's right, just as Lu Chen said, Lu Haodong came here just for Lu Chen's supplies. Lu Chen didn't know that the news that he had supplies had reached the war zone. But, so what? Idiots, I'm waiting for you bunch of good-for-nothings to come and fight me. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'm not named Lu. Roll. Lu Chen got angry and started cursing at his phone, then deleted and blocked the account. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Bai Qin asked, blinking her big eyes. Master, don't be angry. I'll give you a massage. Tang Yajing also came over and gave Lu Chen a massage. With the words brother and master, Lu Chen's anger disappeared instantly. Nothing, just some idiot trying to kick us out and steal our supplies. Lu Chen rubbed his temple and said, Is this possible? I want him to be a eunuch. Tang Yajing said anxiously and murderously. I can recover, let him recover, cut it again and recover again, do it a few more times. Bai Qing's expression also turned cold. The two women's bizarre way of revenge made even Lu Chen feel a chill in his crotch. Okay, let's do as you say. Lu Chen grinned. What do we need to do next? Bai Qing asked. You don't have to do anything for now. Class 4 can't escape. Just enjoy your life quietly and have fun for a month. Lu Chen said calmly. But he couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Chen lost his patience and was tired of killing the psychics one by one. He wanted to wait for the artillery with all-round coverage to be charged. He wanted to kill Squad 4 and that idiot Lu Haodong with one blow. For the next 5 days, nothing happened. Lu Chen lived like a god or emperor for 5 days. During the day, I work hard to practice my spatial abilities. Divine power was an ability he had comprehended at the very beginning. Now he could use it at will, and the range it could cover was gradually expanding. Can easily banish a TV. If you can exile a TV, then there's no problem in exiling a person. There is also space jump. This is what Lu Chen mainly practices. Space jump can catch people off guard and is a deadly trick to sneak up on them. The same practice is to gradually increase the control target. The ideal level is to control a person to make a space jump. At that time, let Tang Yajing directly jump over through space, face the enemy, and beat them to a pulp. During these 5 days, Bai Qing demonstrated her nearly perfect cooking skills, which were comparable to those of the top chefs outside. The dishes she cooked were colorful, fragrant, and delicious, and there were many varieties. This made Lu Chen even suspect that Bai Qing was not from his major, but from New Oriental. Bai Qing's craftsmanship and diligence had no effect on Tang Yajing. After all, Tang Yajing is simple-minded and doesn't know how to cook, so she is only responsible for eating. However, Jinin felt a strong sense of urgency because of Bai Qing. Bai Qing cooked his own dishes, so what should he cook? I have no food to cook? Would Lu Chen feel useless and like a vase? Although Bai Qing looks like a child, he is quite mature inside. Knowing that he was a newcomer, he had to show his value. Only in this way would he avoid being criticized by Lu Chen. So, in the past 5 days, Jinin and Bai Qing were almost always in the kitchen, trying various ways to cook delicious food for Lu Chen. Lu Chen's mouth was wide with smile. Healthy competition would only benefit a beast like him. Enjoying a life like a king. Jinin got angry and decided to fight Bai Qing to the end. But when Bai Qing proudly changed into cool pajamas and walked into Lu Chen's room at night, Jinin was like a defeated rooster, with his head hanging. She lost and couldn't beat Bai Qing. It has been a while since I arrived here, but I have had very little physical contact with Lu Chen. Chapter 99 Test. Although Lu Chen looked at him with some aggression many times, he always remained restrained. Jining knew where this restraint came from the title of his teacher. Although it is the end of the world, all these things are gone like smoke. But don't I also have the reserve of a teacher? Jining stood in front of the French window for a long time, sighed deeply, and went upstairs. Another 5 days passed. Lu Chen's ability steadily increased, and then another friend request came on WeChat. Lu Chen climbed out of the bed. He was wondering how so many strangers knew his WeChat account. Squad leader of Squad 4? Lu Chen still clicked to refuse. Then the monitor of Class 4 was added again repeatedly. Lu Chen became impatient, clicked, agree, and started to output a lot of traditional Chinese culture. At this moment, on the top floor of Building 4, a feminine man reluctantly took out his cell phone and showed it to the two middle-aged men in camouflage uniforms beside him. I told you, there's no need to add him on WeChat. He's the great devil Lu. Do you think he'll accept your ridiculous negotiation? The feminine man sneered. The two middle-aged men frowned, not liking the tone of the monitor of Class 4. In that case, let's start a war, kill Lu Chen, and seize the supplies. Lu Haodong said in a cold voice. I fully support you. Go ahead. I'll ask the students from Class 4 to give you spiritual encouragement, said the feminine man. What do you mean? Are you going to stand by and watch when the war breaks out? Lu Haodong asked. It's you who want to start a war, not me. The school is such a big place. Why do you have to go against Lu Chen? The feminine man asked back. When Lu Chen wiped out Class 2, he and Su Jiahan felt a serious sense of crisis. After all, the 4 buildings in Area A are very close to each other, and they saw everything Lu Chen did. So Su Jiahan formed an alliance with him and used warnings and intimidation to prevent Lu Chen from stepping into the territory of the 3rd and 4th shifts. This is what fear looks like. But Lu Chen didn't buy it and directly wiped out Class 3. With the previous experience of Class 3 as a lesson, and the loss of a black general not long ago, how could he dare to go against Lu Chen? It's really funny. What's the most important thing in the end times? Territory is important? What's important is supplies. All the supplies in your entire school combined are not as much as what Lu Chen has. If we don't fight Lu Chen, who else can we fight? The middle-aged man next to Lu Haodong questioned. We can go outside and look for food. We won't starve to death, the feminine man continued. Will there be no day when the supplies outside will run out? It has been a month since the apocalypse, and those shopping malls and supermarkets have long been ripped apart. Now the only way to survive for a long time is to destroy Lu Chen. Lu Haodong said coldly with a dignified look. You cooperate with me, not me asking you to cooperate. Our Class 4 will not take this risk. You can touch anyone, but don't let us Class 4 touch Lu Chen, said the feminine man. Haha, as the squad leader of Class 4, how can you accomplish anything if you are so timid? Lu Haodong said sarcastically. The feminine man looked unhappy. How much help have we given you during this period? We have provided you with people and guns. You have also annexed some classes from other majors. You have enjoyed the fruits of victory, but now you don't listen to our orders. Do you think there are such good things in the world? Lu Haodong asked. The feminine man opened his mouth, speechless for a while, unable to find an excuse to refute. Call 20 ordinary people over to take the lead. Another middle-aged man said without question. You want to use the students from our Class 4 as cannon fodder? The feminine man got furious. Click. With the bullet loaded, Lu Haodong took out the pistol and put it against the feminine man's forehead, saying coldly, You have no room to resist. We support you so that you can be our puppet, not so that you can be independent. If you dare to say one more word, I will kill you. At worst, I will replace you with someone else as the squad leader. The feminine masculine's entire body was trembling, and the aura of supernatural powers was fluctuating. I advise you not to use your superpowers. Although I am an ordinary person, I can also sense the fluctuations of superpowers. I guarantee that your superpowers are not as fast as my gun. Lu Haodong continued. The feminine man was suddenly deflated. During this period of time, he had conquered several classes, defeated them all, and felt the pleasure of being an emperor. But in the face of absolute strength, it is useless. Okay, I get it, said the feminine man. He had no room for rebuttal. It was easier to invite a god than to send him away. He was going to be killed by this group of special forces. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Go and choose. Don't worry, our people will give those 20 ordinary students a good meal. Lu Haodong put away his pistol and smiled faintly. The feminine man said nothing, slammed the door and left. Haha, students are students. They can't resist the temptation. Now they know how powerful we are. Lu Haodong laughed. Let's be careful. There are still some people with special abilities in Class 4. Don't let anything bad happen to you, said the middle-aged man. By the way, how many people should we send? Lu Haodong suddenly asked. Since we are going to start a war, we need to obtain intelligence. We will send a dying Special Forces soldier to lead 20 students to explore Lu Chen's villa. By the way, give guns to those 20 students. The thing we have the most in the war zone is guns, said the middle-aged man. Good. Inside the Fortress of Destruction, Lu Chen kept cursing and cursing, and when he got tired of typing he switched to voice chat. He only stopped after he had cursed himself dry. In the end, the monitor of Class 4 didn't say a word. This is weird. Could it be that the monitor of Class 4 was added here just because he likes to be scolded by me? What kind of weird quirk is this? Suddenly, Lu Chen's expression changed, and there were unusual movements within a 20-meter radius of the world-destroying fortress. Everyone gather. Something's happening. Lu Chen shouted loudly. Bai Qing, Jinin, and Tang Yajing all stopped what they were doing and came downstairs. Is there any enemy attack? Bai Qing asked. It should be. Can you see if it's someone from Class 4? Lu Chen handed Bai Qing a telescope and pointed in a direction in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Bai Qing looked at them for a long time before nodding and saying, yes, but these people are just ordinary students from Class 4. They don't have special abilities and are just waiting to die. Why did the 4th squad send these people here? To give me their heads? Lu Chen asked in confusion. Finally, the gang got close to the Fortress of Destruction, and they took out their pistols one by one and pulled the trigger at the Fortress of Destruction. They were very purposeful and fired at the glass windows. According to normal thinking, windows are the most vulnerable. But unfortunately, Lu Chen's floor-to-ceiling windows are not ordinary floor-to-ceiling windows. The bullets hit the floor-to-ceiling windows, making crackling sounds like raindrops. Chapter 100, Establishing Authority. The 3 women were furious. They took the guns given by Lu Chen and were ready to rush out and fight them. No need. They are just here to test us this time. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, Master, how do you know? Tang Yajing asked puzzledly. Don't you see that these people are just ordinary students? They tremble wildly when they shoot, and their eyes are full of fear. Is this the mental state for actively attacking? Lu Chen said. Brother, do you mean someone is forcing them? Bai Qing grasped the key point. That's right. Didn't you say before that Class 4 had cooperation with outsiders? Plus, that Lu Haodong came to see me not long ago, as well as the so-called Special Forces. They must have forced the ordinary students of Class 4 to attack us. Lu Chen said. Then shouldn't we kill him? Jinin asked. Don't kill them for now. There's no point in killing these Karami. If we have to kill, we should kill those so-called Special Forces. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he sat on the sofa. Killing this group of people might even make them wary. When the big fish takes the bait, Lu Chen will show his wrath and destroy them all. The gunshots outside came and went quickly. After all, each person only has 1 pistol and not many bullets. Then they stepped back. On the top floor of Building 4, a Special Forces soldier came up and reported the situation to Lu Haodong. Lu Haodong frowned slightly and said, They didn't resist? No, the villa has been specially modified. Bullets can't penetrate it at all. Not even a trace is left, said the Special Forces soldier. Okay, I understand. You go down first. Lu Haodong said. Yes, Chief. Lu Haodong looked at the middle-aged man next to him and said, Captain, I think Lu Chen is afraid and is hiding in their villa, not daring to launch a counterattack against us. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at the monitor of Class 4. What do you think? Does my opinion matter? The feminine man laughed at himself. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and suddenly, the squad leader of Class 4 felt a terrifying pressure, as if he saw a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A little breathless. My opinion has never been to cause trouble for Lu Chen. By the way, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. Lu Chen's villa can fly, said the squad leader of Class 4 heavily. When they heard that it could fly, Lu Haodong and the middle-aged man were amused. Do you think Blue Planet has entered the interstellar age? It's okay that fighter jets can fly, but villas can also fly. Why don't you say that pigs can fly? Lu Haodong said sarcastically. The facts are the facts. Lu Chen is far more evil than you can imagine. The squad leader of Class 4 continued. It seems that you are afraid of Lu Chen to the core, but in the eyes of us Special Forces, Lu Chen is just a larger ant. So what even if his villa is bulletproof? Once the explosion occurs, it will be demolished in minutes. The middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Haodong's eyes lit up, and he asked hurriedly, Captain, do you mean to use blasting? That's right. The experts we hired were not hired in vain. Bring them here to measure the data of Lu Chen's villa, and then use explosives to blow up Lu Chen's villa, said the middle-aged man. Yes, Commander. Lu Haodong saluted and immediately went to arrange these things. Go and call all the psychics from Class 4 over and have them demonstrate their abilities in front of me. I want to see if any of their abilities can help us, said the middle-aged man. The monitor of Class 4 looked unhappy and wanted to refuse, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Facing Lu Haodong, he dared to resist, but facing this big leader, he really couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. After a while, the 6 psychics from Class 4 arrived, including himself. Originally, there were 7 people with special abilities in Team 4, but the black copy who went out to rescue Team 3 was killed by Chen, leaving only 6. Huh? You also have the ability of invisibility? The middle-aged man showed joy on his face and pointed at the girl. Come to my room tonight. I haven't tried to do it with the invisible man yet. Come on a mission with us tomorrow. I will go on the mission, but I will go back to my dormitory at night. The invisible woman shook her head. She is a serious college student, who was being disgusted by asking her to accompany an old man. The monitor of Class 4's face changed, and he took a step forward to persuade him, but the middle-aged man was faster and slapped him hard. How dare you disobey my orders? I am in charge of such a large war zone. What kind of woman can I not get? It is your honor to let you sleep with me. Get out. The invisible woman held her right cheek with her hand, yelled loudly with resentment in her eyes. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, Good, very good. I, Lihanyu, have been on the battlefield for most of my life, but this is the first time I have seen a woman with a strong personality like you. Okay, since you want to die, I'll let you die. Commanderly, no, I'll persuade her. Lihanyu said hurriedly. But it was too late. A group of special forces with guns rushed in and aimed at the invisible woman. The invisible woman looked horrified and quickly became invisible, disappearing into the hall. TSK, I know you have superpowers, but I can still cure you to death. Lihanyu sneered. At this time, a special forces soldier took out a device that looked like a scanner, with small red dots on the display screen. Thermal imaging scanner, the squad leader of Squad 4 screamed. The invisible woman has become invisible, but she has not disappeared. As long as she is still there, the scanner can scan her out. The special forces soldier aimed in a direction and opened fire immediately. The space was splattered with blood, and the invisible woman reappeared, falling in a pool of blood, deader than dead. Chen, the monitor of Class 4 shouted in grief and anger. The other psychics also clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and stared at Lihanyu. What a bummer. You still have you. Take our experts to investigate the data of Chen's villa tomorrow. Lihanyu said lightly. Then he walked out of the hall with the Special Forces team. Sergeant, fight with them and kill that Lihanyu, shouted the hot-tempered psychic. We are no match for them. We have let a wolf into the house this time. There are also some people with special abilities in the war zone who are far more powerful than us. The squad leader of Class 4 closed his eyes and said in pain, Am I really going to be bullied like this? I don't accept it. I have superpowers, but I dare not resist. What kind of superpower do I look like? Is there anyone who wants to join me? Said the hot-tempered boy. You're right. This group of special forces killed our classmates with an arrogant attitude and used us as cannon fodder. I would rather resist than be used as cannon fodder for no reason. Good thing there's me too. The 4 psychics, except for the squad leader of Team 4, all clenched their fists and wanted to resist. Chapter 1012 Fatal Mistakes. Don't go and die. Do you think I don't want to resist? Our squad May 4th seem powerful, but in the eyes of the South China Theater, we are just big ants. They have a whole group of special forces, and the number of awakened psychics is unknown. As far as I know, Lu Haodong has just come into contact with the top leaders in the South China Theater. There is also Lihanyu. Lihanyu is a real top leader and is respected as the chief. There are also some people like Lihanyu in the South China Theater. The monitor of Class 4 sighed deeply. Class monitor, you can swallow this, but I can't, said the boy with a bad temper. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we will never be short of firewood. We are people with special powers. As long as we show our loyalty, the South China Theater will not force us to death again. It will not be too late to take revenge when we become stronger in the future. The squad leader of the 4th squad said earnestly. Class 4 was his hard work, and he really didn't want it to be destroyed. It would be fine if the ordinary students were killed, but if the people with special abilities were killed, then Class 4 would be really finished. Previously, he threatened Chen because he was afraid of him. It was the worst decision he had ever made in his life. There is no way to remedy the situation at this point, but the squad leader of Class 4 does not want to have any regrets about this matter. Squad leader, you have lost your fighting spirit. Su Jiahan from Squad 3 is more courageous than you. At least he dares to kill Chen, said a psychic. The squad leader of the 4th squad was immediately furious and shouted. He had the courage, but what was the result? He couldn't even pick up the 3 buildings, and the bodies of Su Jiahan and his group were burned to ashes. Do you want to live or die? Hearing this, the 4 psychics fell silent, looked at each other, and said no more. Go back and rest, then go to South China College and find some food to distribute to the students. They haven't eaten for a long time. The monitor of Class 4 sighed deeply, waved his hand and said. 4 psychics went out. They were all combat-type psychics and were strong and healthy. It was a piece of cake for them to find food outside the school under the protection of Storm University. However, as Lu Haodong and Lihanyu said, the food outside was also looted. Too many people have died in this cold wave disaster, but there are still many people alive, fighting against this damn weather. In the evening, the food was found and distributed, and Lihania took a lot of it. The four superpowered people were so angry that their teeth were itching, and the hatred in their eyes deepened. I'm so hungry. There's not enough food. A skinny girl grabbed the thigh of one of the psychics and cried. The psychic was in a trance for a moment. He remembered that this female classmate was a star student at South China University and the campus beauty of their college before the end of the world. He is a kind person who often rescues stray cats and dogs. He also enthusiastically helps his classmates and helps them solve their problems. But good people are not rewarded. When the end of the world came, this beautiful woman suffered inhuman torture. The fact that she has survived to this day is entirely due to her amazing willpower. He vaguely remembered that he had asked her for advice on studying, and she had helped him enthusiastically. He closed his eyes in pain and then asked, "Where's your food?" "We went out and found some frozen meat. Even if there's no electricity, we can just slice it and blanch it in hot water and eat it," he asked. He was kidnapped by a special forces soldier. The girl cried bitterly. His pupil shrank suddenly. He closed his eyes slightly, took out a small knife, and cut a piece of flesh from his thigh. "Take it and eat it. I am a supernatural being, and I am strong and healthy. I can gain back this little weight in a few days. Don't hit me. I can't help it. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." The cries of classmates could be heard in the distance. He and 3 other psychics rushed over. The place where food was distributed had been occupied by special forces, and they also snatched away the food that was originally intended to be distributed to the students. If the classmates didn't give it to them, they would be beaten up. There were already 3 bodies lying on the ground, all of them beaten to death. "What are you doing?" The 4 psychics roared with anger. The group of special forces looked over, curled their lips, and then left with the food. I can't stand it anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Please kill me. What's the point of living? I finally got food, but it was taken away again. I don't want to live anymore. One boy was completely desperate. The atmosphere in Class 4 is actually quite good, unlike Classes 1, 2, and 3, which have some extremely vicious people. Before this group of special forces arrived, the top leaders of Class 4 worked hard to find food. Although the ordinary students could not eat enough, they would not starve to death. There is some hope in these last days. But when the special forces arrived, everything changed. At the beginning, the special forces group was relatively restrained and provided the squad leader with people and weapons. The squad leader also led the senior officers to defeat many classes and obtained a lot of food. The lives of ordinary students seemed to be getting better, but those of the special forces suddenly changed, began to become cruel and greedy. 10 students have died at the hands of special forces. A lot of wailing. The boy who shouted that he didn't want to live lost his energy, lay on the ground, closed his eyes, showed a liberated smile, and went to heaven. The rest of the people huddled on the ground and cried bitterly. It's like hell on earth. The 4 superpowers looked at each other and became more determined. On the top floor, the monitor of Class 4 was standing beside the bed. A special forces officer brought food over. Seeing the sausages and hard bread on the plate, he was stunned for a moment, then closed his eyes in pain. He remembered these 2 foods because their colorful packaging was unique. This was the food I gave to an ordinary student who was almost starving to death in the morning. Finally, it was delivered to me from the special forces in the evening. Gradually, the monitor of Class 4's face began to tremble and 2 lines of tears flowed down. I was wrong. So wrong. The first fatal mistake was threatening Lu Chen out of fear. The second fatal mistake was to let a wolf into the house for the sake of ambition. These 2 big mistakes brought him and Class 4 to an irreparable end. He picked up the phone, hesitated for a long time, and made a call. "Hello? Is this the squad leader of Class 4? Have you thought it through?" A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'll take a step back and let you devour me. You help me protect Class 4 and kill these special forces. Then you will be the squad leader of Class 4. The squad leader of Class 4 said with a trembling voice. "Haha, you have a good plan. The risk I will take by going against that group of special forces is something you can't bear alone." The voice on the other end of the phone turned cold, then continued to dream. The monitor of Class 4 was so angry that he smashed his phone. Then I regretted it, picked up the phone and checked it, and was relieved to see that it still worked. It is worthy of being a Warwick mobile phone. The quality is just great. What should I do? Chapter 102. I want them to die. There is no way. Under his leadership, Class 4 was completely trapped in the swamp and had no way to escape. The monitor of Class 4 squatted in the corner, sobbing in pain. Night. The blizzard seemed to be getting more intense, and the cold wind was howling wildly, sweeping across the dark sky and earth. That night, countless people died all over the world. That night, no one knows how many people cried, fantasizing that the world would end tomorrow. The world is a slaughterhouse. The next day, the monitor of Class 4 adjusted his mood and came to the top floor lobby. He did not give up completely and still wanted to use all his strength to free Class 4 from the swamp. In the middle of the hall, Li Haney sat there waiting. He was dressed in camouflage uniform, with a blank expression and a cold look on his face. "Hello, Commander." The squad leader of Squad 4 greeted him. "How did you sleep last night?" Li Haney asked. "Not bad," said the squad leader of Class 4. "Did you have a nightmare?" Li Haney continued to ask. "No, Squad 4 has you, the big leader, as our ally. How could I have a nightmare?" The squad leader of Squad 4 replied with a forced smile. "You didn't have a nightmare, but I did," Li Haney said slowly. "Oh? Didn't the commander-in-chief get enough rest yesterday?" The squad leader of Squad 4 asked with pretended concern. There was no way. The South China Theater had the bigger fist, so he could only smile and pretend to be concerned, but in fact he was already feeling sick to death. "I really didn't get enough rest. I was thinking of leading the experts to measure the data of Lu Chen's villa today, and then blow it up, and then kill Lu Chen and seize Lu Chen's supplies. With Lu Chen's supplies, we can recruit soldiers and expand our territory. But someone doesn't want me to do this." Li Haney stood up slowly, his voice becoming increasingly cold. "Who is so blind?" asked the monitor of Class 4. "Pa." Li Haney clapped his hands a few times, and a team of special forces walked in from outside the door. They carried 4 bloody corpses and threw them in front of the squad leader of Squad 4. After a night, the body had become stiff and made a dull thud when it fell to the ground. When the squad leader of Squad 4 saw the 4 bodies, he felt like he was struck by lightning. His body trembled continuously, he backed away frantically, and then sat down on the ground. You guys." The squad leader of Class 4 suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with growing anger. These 4 bodies were the only 4 remaining superpowers in Class 4. Yesterday, I had instructed them to live well, but they were separated from each other this morning. Are they all dead? The huge sadness hit him so hard that the monitor of Class 4 almost fainted. "They just don't want me to have an easy life. They sneaked into my dormitory yesterday and wanted to kill me, which caused me to have nightmares. How do you think we should punish them?" Li Haney asked. The squad leader of Class 4's teeth were chattering. He suddenly looked up and stared at Li Haney with bloodshot eyes. "You killed them. They were still students. How could you have the heart to do such cruel things to them? You devil, you executioner," the squad leader of Class 4 roared. Li Haney walked over and stepped on the head of the squad leader of Class 4. "My nightmare? I'm the executioner? Please make it clear. They're the ones who want to kill me, and I am fighting back for justice," Li Haney said coldly. The squad leader of Class 4's cheek had come into close contact with the cold ground, causing a burning pain. But the physical pain was far less than the tearing in his heart. "It's all your fault. It's you who pushed them to death. It's you." The monitor of Class 4 was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Haney bent down, stared at the squad leader of Squad 4, and said coldly, "It makes no sense. We are allies. Is it wrong for us to protect you? They wanted to kill me, so it's only natural for me to kill them. It's useless for them to die. They're a bunch of ghosts who are looking for death. They can't go to hell even if they die." Li Haney kicked the squad leader of Class 4 hard on the head several times. The monitor of Squad 4 howled in agony and could not utter a single clear word. "You are the only one with superpowers in Class 4. I hope you can understand the situation and not seek your own death. Work hard for us, and you will definitely benefit from it." Li Haney patted the face of the monitor of Class 4 and laughed wildly. Lu Haodong walked in. "Commander, the 2 experts have arrived. I will send 50 special forces from the military region to protect the experts," Lu Haodong said. "Call all the ordinary people in Class 4 to take the lead, and it will be foolproof," Li Haney said calmly. Puff. Hearing this, the squad leader of Class 4 spat out another mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Live well. Li Haney stepped on the squad leader of Class 4 again, and then left with Lu Haodong. The monitor of Class 4 struggled to get up and slowly curled up in the corner. Looking at the 4 corpses that died with their eyes open and still maintained a fighting posture even after being frozen into ice, he felt as if his heart was being torn apart. The soul is gone. Lines of blood and tears flowed down and flowed into the mouth of the monitor of Class 4. Very salty and fishy. Just like this damn apocalypse. An unknown amount of time had passed before the squad leader of Squad 4 felt like he was about to be frozen into an ice cube. He then stood up tremblingly and closed his eyes for the 4 bodies one by one. "I'm useless, I'm a coward, and I'm the one who hurt you. I will avenge you. Class 4 is gone, but they're also going to die. I want them all to die." The voice of the squad leader of Class 4 gradually became shrill. Finally, he made up his mind, took out his cell phone from his pocket, found a number and dialed it. "Hello? Class 4 monitor? Have you figured it out? Come to the 4 top floors. There are 4 corpses of psychics, plus me. I will devour them all," the squad leader of Class 4 growled. Ha ha ha. Why are there only 4 corpses? But it's okay, I will still devour the corpses. Although I am extremely vicious, I still have some credibility. Tell me, what do you want me to do? A voice came from the other end of the phone. I want Li Hanyu to die. I want Lu Haodong to die. I want all the special forces to die. I will sacrifice my soul to the devil. I will let the devil come to the world and give them the most painful torture. At the top of the world-destroying fortress, Tang Yajing lay on the roof, holding a military telescope and watching for the whole morning. Suddenly, her body shook and she hurried back to the fortress of destruction. Master, they are coming. Tang Yajing shouted loudly. Lu Chen was sitting in the hall, with 50 or 60 remote controls placed on the table in front of him. Glad that you're here. Lu Chen smiled. Master, there are quite a lot of people. The ordinary students from Class 4 are in the lead, and together with the Special Forces group, there are about 100 people in total. Tang Yajing said quickly. Very good. Lu Chen played with one of the remote controls and smiled even more happily. Chapter 103 Measurement Explosion. Brother, didn't they fail to break into the Fortress of Destruction yesterday? What are they here for this time? Bai Qing looked confused. Who knows? Those special forces have the most clever ideas. Compared to ordinary people, their strength is indeed very strong. Lu Chen said calmly. Master, they have already scanned the area within 20 meters. Tang Yajing said. It's okay, let them do it. Lu Chen said lightly. At this moment, 20 meters west of the world-destroying fortress, Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu had already arrived here with an army of 100 people. Where's the blasting team? Lu Haodong shouted. Here. A middle-aged man walked up and said heavily. With the expert data, how long will it take you to prepare the explosives? Lu Haodong asked. 10 minutes. Very good. Where is the expert? Lu Haodong continued to shout. 2 elderly men in their 50s and 60s came over. Is the measuring equipment ready? Lu Haodong asked. It's ready, and the backup power supply is ready. The expert nodded. Lu Haodong glanced at the whole place and saw that all 50 ordinary students of Class 4 were at the front, 50 special forces were marching in the rear, and 2 experts were protected in the center. He nodded with satisfaction. Then, Lu Haodong took a big loudspeaker and shouted loudly. Lu Chen, I know you can hear me, so listen carefully. Your villa has been surrounded by us. If you don't want to die, hand over the supplies. Get lost, you idiots. I'll kill as many of you as you can. Lu Chen's voice came back through the loudspeaker. This made Lu Haodong very angry. Bazooka, Lu Haodong shouted. A special forces soldier took the rocket launcher. It is normal for the South China Theater to have such powerful lethal weapons. Call out. The rocket bomb fired and exploded directly on the sinking world destruction fortress. The earth shook and dust filled the sky, but the fortress of destruction was intact. This scene really caught everyone's attention. It is true. It is natural for a building that can provide all-round protection against bullets to be able to withstand a rocket, said an expert. This bazooka is a warning to you. Hand over the supplies and I'll spare your life. Lu Haodong continued to shout. On the one hand, they could defeat the enemy without fighting and force Lu Chen to hand over the supplies himself. On the other hand, even if Lu Chen doesn't hand it over, it can still cause panic. As long as Lu Chen is scared, their action will be half successful. Stupid. This time, Lu Chen didn't even want to say anything extra. Very good, in that case, let the army march. Lu Haodong shouted and commanded. Several ordinary students from Class 4 in the front were unwilling to move forward because they were afraid that they would become cannon fodder. Bang, bang. Lu Haodong raised his pistol and fired 2 shots. Who dares to stop? Who dares to be a deserter? I will beat him to death. On the battlefield, supervisors are very important. There were 2 more bodies in the crowd. The ordinary students in Class 4 were frightened out of their wits. They cried and shouted, but their bodies still moved forward obediently. Pay attention to the situation. If there is an enemy attack, counterattack immediately and protect the experts. Lu Haodong said to the Special Operations Commander. They walked very carefully along the way, checking carefully for things like piles of rocks and bushes, and as a result, they arrived at the foot of the Fortress of Destruction without any obstructions. There was no casualty at all because Lu Chen did not set an ambush at all. Ha ha ha, he's just a young boy after all. In the apocalypse, stealing people's supplies is like killing their entire family. We have done this, but Lu Chen can still keep his composure. What a coward. Lu Haodong sneered disdainfully. Adjust the team and focus on protecting the experts. Lu Haodong shouted. The group of ordinary students in Class 4 also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Lu Chen stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, turned on the one-way mode, and watched Lu Haodong and the others' clown-like actions. Then, seeing 2 experts holding various instruments, scanning, measuring, sampling, etc. on the World Destruction Fortress, Lu Chen suddenly realized. It turns out that this group of people wanted to obtain the correct data of their own world-destroying fortress and then blow it up. If it really explodes, its power will definitely be much greater than that of a rocket launcher. When the three women saw this scene, they were so angry that their teeth were itching, and they clenched their fists. They felt as if Lu Chen gave an order, and they would rush out and fight to the death. At this time, Lu Chen came to the gate, and with a thought, a small hole appeared at the gate. Then he extended the black muzzle of the Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the Desert Eagle's gunfire was dull yet explosive. A Special Forces soldier's head was blown up on the spot. Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! A Special Forces soldier shouted loudly. Protect the leader! Protect the great leader! 20 Special Forces closely protected Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu. Both of them were shocked. They didn't expect that in this situation, Lu Chen would actually dare to resist. Protect the experts! Protect the experts! Let those students serve as a human wall for the experts. Anyone who objects will be killed on the spot. Lu Haodong screamed. I have to say that the psychological quality of those two experts is really great. Even in this situation, they can still devote themselves to the measurement work. Although the students in Class 4 were extremely reluctant, they still obediently served as a human wall for the two experts. At this time, Lu Chen's voice came from inside the villa through the loudspeaker and shouted loudly. Listen to me, you are surrounded by us. Put down your weapons. I can decide whether to spare you or not depending on the situation. Hearing this, Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu both laughed. Shut up, you only have one gun, and can only fire one shot at a time. Let alone the 100 of us. Even if you were given 100 chickens to kill with your gun, it would take you forever. You are just trying to intimidate us. We are your ancestors. Lu Haodong shouted. Bang! Another gunshot was heard, and a Special Forces soldier next to Lu Haodong had his head blown up, and blood sprayed on Lu Haodong's face. The corners of Lu Haodong's mouth trembled violently, and his voice became distorted. All Special Forces, provide fire cover and attack, Lu Haodong shouted loudly. He could hear gunshots coming from the villa, but didn't know where exactly they came from. Just cover with firepower. In an instant, a sea of gunfire appeared, and bullets poured out like crazy. One of the bullets seemed to have eyes, and it hit the small hole at the gate and shot into the Desert Eagle. Bang! The Desert Eagle exploded, and Lu Chen's hands were covered in blood. Lu Chen closed the cave entrance with a blank expression. Master, it's okay. I will heal you. Bai Qing walked over and placed his hands on the palm of Lu Chen's hand. There was a flash of light, and the supernatural power fluctuated, and Lu Chen's hand suddenly returned to normal. Medical abilities are indeed a necessary part of every team. Chapter 104 Random Explosion. Lu Haodong also gave an order, asking the ordinary students in Class 4 to serve as human shields for the two experts. There are more than 40 ordinary students in Class 4, so how could they be willing? Several people rose up in rebellion and tried to escape, but Lu Haodong's gun was more accurate than Lu Chen's when shooting at his own people. There were several more bodies on the ground. It was a horrible, extremely terrible scene. The other students were trembling in fear. They might not die if they served as a meat shield, but they would definitely die if they ran away. Having lost the will to resist, they immediately surrounded the two experts. Master, what should we do now? What if these two experts really detect the data and use bombs to blow up the Fortress of Destruction? Tang Yajing said worriedly. Please choose one of the remote controls on this table. Lu Chen suddenly said. What? Although Tang Yajing looked confused, she still chose the one she liked best. Press the switch. Lu Chen said. Tang Yajing pressed the button, and suddenly, the entire world-destroying fortress trembled slightly. Outside the fortress, there was a sudden explosion. A Special Forces soldier standing there was blown to pieces on the spot. His bloody head flew out and hit Lu Haodong's head heavily. Lu Haodong staggered. The explosion left him stunned. There's a remote-controlled mine. Li Hanyu shouted loudly. Protect the leader. Clear the mines. First clear the mines near the leader. A group of Special Forces were so excited that they demonstrated their superb combat skills at the critical moment and quickly cleared the ground under the feet of Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu. I don't know if they were lucky, but there were no remote-controlled mines under Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu's feet. Inside the fortress, Tang Yajing opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at the remote control in her hand, and then pressed a few more times. Don't press it, this is a one-time thing. Lu Chen said. Master, when did you plant the mine? Tang Yajing was shocked. Last night, Teacher Jin's supernatural power was activated on its own. He saw what happened today and told me. Lu Chen grinned, then looked at Bai Qing and Jin Yin. Don't just stand there, both of you. Pick one. Okay, the two girls said in unison. Then they picked out the one they liked the most and pressed the switch. The mine chosen by Bai Qing was right next to the group of meat shields, and a remote-controlled mine killed 7 or 8 students from Class 4. Jin Yin's luck was a little worse, and he only killed 3 Special Forces. There are too many of them. There are mines all over our feet. A Special Forces soldier shouted with his soul soaring. Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu looked gloomy. They could never have imagined that Lu Chen actually had such a lethal landmine. Remote-controlled mines are even rarer than real mines. How is the progress of your measurement? Lu Haodong shouted loudly. We're only halfway there. The two experts were sweating profusely. All special forces, start clearing the mines from under my feet and radiate out little by little to form a safe zone. Li Hanyu began to give orders. He was a man who had actually been on the battlefield, was very conscious, and made the most accurate command in an instant. This group of field soldiers were also very experienced. They cooperated with each other and began to clear mines quickly. In just a few minutes, they actually cleared 5 or 6 mines. Brother, we have to hurry. Bai Qing saw that something was wrong. If we really let them form a safe zone, even if all the mines explode, they will not cause any harm to them. Lu Chen was quick-witted and pressed most of the buttons on the remote control at once. Suddenly, the area outside the fortress seemed to be bombed, with thunder roaring in the sky. When the dust cleared, the team led by Lu Haodong was reduced from 100 people to only 50 people. The students of Class 4 and the Special Operations team suffered heavy casualties. Even an expert died. Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu were horrified, especially when they saw the death of an expert. They were so heartbroken that they could hardly breathe. Go and clear the mines next to the experts. Hurry up. Lu Haodong roared. The death of an expert was already heartbreaking enough for them. In the end times, such talents are even more rare and valuable. If they all died, the loss would be too great. The remaining less than 20 special forces rushed over one by one to carry out Lu Haodong's orders. Lu Chen detonated the remaining mines one by one. This time, Lu Haodong and his men suffered basically no losses. Many people were standing on land that had already been bombed, so they avoided being harmed by secondary landmines. Progress. Lu Haodong roared. 80%, still 20% to go, the expert shouted loudly, sweating profusely. Hold on. Even if you have to use your body to block the fragments, you have to block them for me, Lu Haodong said. The special forces followed Lu Haodong's orders 100, and together with the ordinary students, they formed a double wall around the only expert. Inside the fortress, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Sure enough, professionals and amateurs are different. There were only 5 remote controls left on the table. Lu Chen then pressed one of the switches, and at the moment of the explosion, he thought about it and moved the fortress a little backwards. Lu Haodong and the others were so attracted by the explosion that they did not notice anything unusual about the fortress. Damn it! What the hell? Why did the location of the fortress change? The expert's scalp tingled and his expression was full of fear. If you want to blast a solid villa that has sunk to the ground, you must not only test the data of the villa, but also the data of the land next to the villa. Now that the villa has been moved, he has to retest the land data. I must be hallucinating. Yes, that's right. I must be hallucinating. The experts regrouped and restarted the test. After waiting for a while, the test progress reached 80. Lu Chen detonated another landmine and then moved the villa back a little bit. When the expert came to his senses, he was so angry that he spat out blood. The previous measurements were in vain, and he had to measure again. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The expert yelled and started measuring again. It was not until the 5th time that the expert's heart completely collapsed. He fell to his knees, trembling on the ground, spitting out blood in anger. Chief, it's not that I didn't complete the mission. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. The villa will move. After the expert yelled, he fainted. Lu Haodong and others were horrified and rushed forward to check. They were relieved to find that the expert had just fainted. This cunning Lu Chen, the operation failed, retreat. Lu Haodong shouted unwillingly. Of the 2 experts brought over, one was killed in the explosion and the other was driven crazy. He also said that the villa would move. Where did the villa move? In fact, the villa did move, but each time it moved with the sound of explosions, and each time it moved a very small distance. Only experts who measure precise data can feel it, and everyone else is blind. Chapter 105. Don't believe in evil. Of course they won't believe what the experts say. Especially Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu, who were so arrogant that they would only think that this was an excuse made by the experts because they could not bear the high pressure. But there is nothing we can do. This expert is the last one left in the South China Theater. He can only wait until he is rested well, is fully armed, and takes into account all possible accidents before coming back. By that time, Lu Chen will definitely be killed in one fell swoop. Are you leaving just like that? Lu Chen's voice came through the loudspeaker. Idiot, you should thank God that we are leaving. I will kill you next time. Lu Haodong sneered. You are not naive enough to think you can leave. Lu Chen's voice came again. It's so funny. You don't even dare to come out of the villa. So what can you use to stop us? Even if you come out of the villa, We can shoot you into a hornet's nest with one shot each. Lu Haodong said. I don't know if you have heard of the so-called world-destroying fortress. Just like a fighter jet, the world-destroying fortress is not only a place to live, it is also equipped with a powerful attack system. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as a demon from the netherworld. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think that now is the end of the world, and we have entered the interstellar age? Li Hanyu was also amused. Commander, look at that villa. Suddenly, a special forces soldier walking behind shouted in shock, and all the dead souls came out. An incredible scene appeared. The wall of the Fortress of Destruction began to move piece by piece like a Lego mosaic, and then a black heavy machine gun as big as a hill stretched out. The muzzle of the gun is as big as the head, and any bullet fired from it is as big as a watermelon. Haha, who are you trying to scare with building blocks? Lu Haodong still didn't believe it. This is how human beings are. There is a famous saying that human beings can never make money beyond their cognition. Similarly, humans can never anticipate dangers beyond their cognition. The machine gun slowly rotated and fired a bullet, hitting an ordinary student in Class 4. The bullet as big as a watermelon hit him at high speed. The terrifying kinetic energy instantly shattered the student from Class 4 into pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The world became quiet. Lu Haodong's expression changed from sneer, disdain, and ridicule at first, and then to fear, disbelief, and horror. Cover the chief! Chief! Retreat! Retreat! A special forces soldier screamed. Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu are indeed people who have been to the battlefield. Most people would be too scared to walk if they encountered such a situation, but these two were able to run away at full speed. The massacre has begun. Lu Chen stood in front of the French window, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and smiling slightly. With a thought, the heavy machine gun spun at high speed, and bullets as big as watermelons were fired out crazily. The entire world-destroying fortress was shaking. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling window, there were blood splatters everywhere, just like the most beautiful fireworks in the sky. At present, Lu Chen's world-destroying fortress's black tech attack system is only 20 meters away. Therefore, as long as Lu Haodong and the others can escape within a distance of 20 meters, they will survive. Of course, the prerequisite is that Lu Chen does not let the Fortress of Destruction fly. After a while, Lu Chen stopped attacking. On the snow ahead, there were bright blood flowers one after another. Bai Qing opened his eyes wide, stunned. She would never have imagined that there was such a magical scene in the world. This was beyond her understanding. At the same time, the heavenly sound of the system rose in Lu Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, destroying Squad 3 and Squad 4, and obtaining a seed of life. With a flash of light, a white seed appeared in Lu Chen's palm. When Lu Chen saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He had already wiped out Class 3, but what about Class 4? He had killed the ordinary students of Class 4, but what about the senior members of Class 4? There are no top students from Class 4 among that group of ordinary students. Bai Qing, was the squad leader of Class 4 here just now? Lu Chen asked. Bai Qing used to be a senior member of Class 3, so he knew the monitor of Class 4. No. Bai Qing shook his head. That's strange. Lu Chen asked in confusion. Teacher Jean, can you use your divine knowledge ability to see if all those people are dead? Lu Chen asked. Okay. Genie nodded. Since his last transformation, Jean Yin has been able to use his superpowers independently every now and then. I saw her sitting cross-legged, frowning slightly. After a few minutes, she raised her head and said, Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu escaped. There were 5 people with special abilities in that special forces group. They used their abilities to protect Li Hanyu and Lu Haodong. 2 were killed on the spot, and 2 had their hands and feet broken. The remaining 1 was intact and escaped to Class 4. Jeanine said, He's so lucky. If something looks unusual, we have to fight it with unusual means. Let's chase, Lu Chen said. The next moment, the entire world-destroying fortress rose from the ground and headed towards the direction where Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu were escaping. At this moment, Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu were being taken away madly by 3 special warriors with special powers. Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu were filled with joy at having survived the disaster, but when they thought about it carefully, they were so heartbroken that they could hardly breathe. Others died, so they died. After all, human life is the least valuable thing in the apocalypse. But 2 special forces with special powers died, and 2 were disabled. This is the biggest loss. It was so big that Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu wanted to vomit blood. Gather all the senior executives after we go back. I'm going to use heavy missiles and aerial missiles to blow Lu Chen into pieces. I don't want the supplies anymore. Li Hanyu roared. Big sweet potato? Big sweet potato. Lu Haodong was so angry that his face was twisted. They're catching up. They're catching up, said a disabled special warrior with special powers in fear. Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu widened their eyes and looked back fiercely. They discovered that Lu Chen's villa rose from the ground, as if it had invisible wings, and was flying towards them rapidly. This fantastic scene left Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu dumbfounded. At this moment, the two of them suddenly remembered what the monitor of Class 4 had said before. Lu Chen's villa can fly. Damn it. It really can fly. Change direction. Don't go to Class 4. Let's go back to the South China War Zone. Li Hanyu roared. They turned around, but after running a few steps, a man wearing a bronze mask appeared in front of them. Get out of here. Lu Haodong shouted. I'm here to help others settle a grudge, so I'm here to kill you. The bronze-masked man said calmly. You fucking think you're Lu Chen? Lu Haodong was furious. How could any Tom, Dick, or Harry be so arrogant? Lu Haodong simply picked up his pistol and shot at the bronze-masked man. Storm and hail. The man waved his hand. The wind and snow gathered, and shocking hailstones fell down, blocking him in front of him. Chapter 106 Advanced Fruit. A large amount of hail burst down in a small area, forming ice walls. The bullet hit the ice wall and just embedded itself in it. This, Lu Haodong's eyes widened. Enemy attack. It's a superpower. Quickly protect me and the chief. Two intact special forces with special powers rushed forward. One is the ability to control the wind. With a wave of his hand, the strong wind cuts towards Dong Feng like a sharp sword. There was also a body that could split into 5 pieces and kill Dong Feng in 5 directions. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. I'm not Lu, but I am a god. Dong Feng waved his right hand, and the dust in the sky condensed into a long dragon, protecting him. As soon as he thought of it, 5 bolts of lightning exploded in the air and instantly hit the Special Forces unit that was divided into 5 parts. The superpowers of this special fighter are also very powerful. His body is divided into 5 parts. Even if the other 4 parts are destroyed, as long as there is one part intact, he can be reborn. But unfortunately, he met Dong Feng. 5 bolts of lightning struck down, and he was burnt to death in an instant, deader than dead. How can you use so many different types of superpowers? Lu Haodong looked horrified. Sorry, I've been walking around the entire school during this period of time. Dong Feng grinned. Transform into wind. The remaining special forces roared angrily. His figure disappeared, turned into wind, and appeared everywhere. Solidify. Dong Feng clenched his right hand violently, and the surrounding space seemed to have fallen into a swamp and solidified directly. The special forces soldier was forced out, and what greeted him was a bolt of lightning. Boom. This special warrior with special powers is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He cannot be deader. The few remaining psychics with broken hands and feet are no longer likely to be Dong Feng's opponents. Dong Feng had a bad taste. He formed seals with his hands and created countless Dong Fengs. Each Dong Feng mastered a special power. Just like an army of special power users, he killed all the special power warriors in the most invincible and powerful manner. And the supernatural powers of these special combatants were also absorbed by Dong Feng. Lu Haodong and Li Hanyu were shocked. Lu Haodong, in particular, knelt down on the spot and begged Dong Feng not to kill him. Lu Haodong, stand up, you are a Special Forces operative. A Special Forces operative should have the backbone of a Special Forces operative. Even if you die, you must die standing. Li Hanyu roared. At this moment, Li Hanyu demonstrated the character of a special warfare soldier. How could Lu Haodong stand up? He was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels and blasphemed frantically. Dong Feng stepped forward and kicked Lu Haodong away with a cold look on his face, grabbing Lu Haodong's head with one hand. The soul-searching ability is activated. In an instant, Lu Haodong's entire body was shaking wildly, as if he was being continuously struck by a high voltage of 100,000 volts. His lower body was stinking, and only the whites of his eyes were left. Anyone can see how much pain Lu Haodong is in. A few seconds later, Dong Feng kicked Lu Haodong, who died from enduring untold pain, with a strange look in his eyes. As expected of Lu Chen, the villa has undergone such changes. Li Hanyu was quite frightened, but he still stood straight. It's not unfair that I lost. You are as scary as an alien. I hate it. I hate that the times are changing too fast. Li Hanyu said dejectedly. Yes, times have changed. In this era, I am the king. You would never imagine that there are only a few people with superpowers left in this school. Dong Feng took off the bronze mask. Li Hanyu's pupils shrank suddenly. He thought that there was a ferocious face hidden under the bronze mask, but he never expected that Dong Feng was so young and quite handsome. It's just that his expression is a little gloomy. You still have some backbone. Give yourself a quick death. I promised the squad leader of squad for that I would avenge him. I'm in a good mood. So after I kill you, I will personally go to the South China War Zone and kill all of you without leaving a single piece of armor. Everything should be on track now. I already have enough power. I will be the king in the end times. I should dominate the world and create an era of extreme cold. Dong Feng said to himself. Li Hanyu was originally standing straight, but when he heard that Dong Feng killed them because of the request of the squad leader of Class 4, his spine instantly bent. How so? Li Hanyu laughed bitterly, picked up the gun on the ground, and put it against his temple. With a bang, the world became quiet. Dong Feng absorbed the supernatural powers of these corpses again, then looked in the direction of Lu Chun, with a green, evil light flashing in his eyes. For a moment, he really wanted to kill him regardless of the consequences. Although he possesses great power, he is still very lacking in material terms. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He was not 100% sure that he could kill Lu Chun. The pressure from Lu Chun was deep-rooted, and all his classmates knew that. A new era begins in the South China Theater. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chun has been waiting for the South China War Zone to come and take revenge. All kinds of high-tech weapons are ready, but there has never been a chance to use them. The seeds of life that the system sent out 5 days ago have now taken root, sprouted, and borne fruit. It's the end of the world, so we naturally can't view things by the conventional rules of plants. The seeds are golden and the fruits are also golden. Can I eat this fruit? Lu Chen asked the system. Of course you can. I don't know the specific situation, but it's non-toxic and harmless, said the system. Lu Chen no longer hesitated and ate it in one bite. In an instant, a golden light shone from Lu Chen's head, and a feeling of pleasure surged out from inside out, and every cell in his body was cheering. Fruit of advancement. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief and ecstasy. The host is so lucky. He didn't grow any special fruit, but ate advanced fruit instead. The system sighed. Has my ability changed in any way? Lu Chen used it a few times in confusion, only to find that there was no change in its strength. Become stronger. Lu Chen roared loudly, urging his divine power. In an instant, the entire large table in the living room was sucked into the space and disappeared. This scared the three women, and Lu Chen was also shocked. So powerful. My superpower has become stronger. Lu Chen exclaimed, then used his divine power again, trying to devour another table. But this time, the divine power became the same as before and could only devour objects the size of a human. What's going on? I don't feel my superpowers have gotten stronger. Lu Chen said with a frown. System, are you listening? I'm listening. What's going on? I think if the host explores it himself, there might be more surprises. No, I don't want it. I'm lazy. You should tell me. Well, I'll give you a little hint. What is your own special ability? Ingong ah. Kong means that you can use space abilities, such as divine power and space jump. What about In? Has the host ever thought about it? Chapter 107 Cause and Effect. Lu Chen fell into deep thought. His special ability was called In Kong. When Lu Chen first learned that his name was this, he was a little confused. Why his ability is not called space, but In Kong? I didn't think much about it later. Now, let's talk about this issue again. Yes, just as the system said, the word empty represents spatial power. So what about the reason? Tell me, I really have no idea. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. What did you say before your power became stronger? The system guided step by step. I think I said the 3 words, become stronger. Lu Chen said. Yes, you said you wanted to become stronger, so your spatial ability has become stronger, said the system. Lu Chen's eyes widened, as if he had touched something. The word cause means only cause and effect. If there is a cause, there must be an effect. It links one thing to another. You said you became stronger. This is the cause. It is because you said the cause that your ability became stronger. This is the result. Host, am I making it clear enough? Said the system. Lu Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. Does the In and In Kong represent cause and effect? This is so outrageous. Lu Chen began to laugh wildly. After the system guided him step by step, he finally understood. It turned out that he had a causal supernatural power, and he wanted to use this supernatural power to defy the will of heaven. Every cause has its effect. So as long as you can create a cause, the result will appear naturally. Just like just now. You say you're becoming stronger. This is the cause of creation. Afterwards, the spatial ability indeed became stronger. This is the result of the cause. In other words, what goes around comes around. It's God. No wonder Lu Chen was so excited. She looked at Tang Yajing with interest. Master, what's wrong? Tang Yajing asked puzzledly. You become very hot because you are not afraid of the cold. In order to verify whether his guess was accurate, Lu Chen stared at Tang Yajing and said, "Ah, this? If you're not afraid of the cold, then you'll feel very hot." Tang Yajing looked confused. Jinin and Bai Qing also looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Lu Chen didn't explain, just waited quietly. In the evening, after dinner, Tang Yajing went to take a bath. When the results came out, Tang Yajing felt completely unwell. With a fiery look in her eyes and wearing thin pajamas, she came to the door of Lu Chen's room. "Master, come on, I have already adjusted the love mode." This one sentence made Lu Chen laugh wildly. Jinin and Bai Qing looked at each other and could see disbelief in each other's eyes. As women, how could they not understand? Tang Yajing is so hot right now. And Lu Chen just said in the morning that Tang Yajing would be very hot. Could it be that Lu Chen could predict the future? Or was it just a blind cat catching a dead cat? Bai Qing, stand aside, because the chandelier above your head that was said to never fall down during the renovation will fall down, Lu Chen said. Bai Qing took a step aside doubtfully. The light in the hall suddenly became dim, and the chandelier on the ceiling fell on the spot where Bai Qing had been standing. Bai Qing and Jinin were both shocked. "Teacher Jin, please go to the refrigerator quickly. There is a hakimi in it," Lu Chen said. Jinin quickly went over and opened the refrigerator. Meow. A fat little white cat that was not afraid of the cold rushed over. Jinin sat down on the ground with a look of horror, as if he had seen something incredible. She had just finished cleaning the kitchen. The kitchen was also used for dinner, and there might be anything in it, but it would never have a living cat. But that's what happened. The chubby kitten jumped onto Lu Chen's shoulder and licked its paws quietly. Is she crazy, or is she hallucinating? Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen laughed wildly, and as he laughed, he immediately fell on the sofa. That's the good thing about being young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down, Tang Yajing said dissatisfiedly. Ah, brother fainted, Bai Qing screamed. There was a flurry of activity. I was dizzy for half a month. When Lu Chen woke up, he found that his spirit seemed to have become much stronger. He can now be sure that he has truly mastered the cause and effect and has become a god who can make his words come true. Or perhaps, this causal ability is his innate ability, and the spatial ability is bestowed upon him by the space cube. After all, the space cube has been integrated into his body. Master, are you awake? Eat first. Tang Yajing brought the meal over and said. Lu Chen was indeed very hungry, and he wolfed down the food. Lu Chen, brother, why did you suddenly faint and stayed unconscious for 10 days? We were scared to death. Bai Qing and Jinin said in unison. It's okay. My ability is too energy-consuming, Lu Chen said casually. After using cause and effect 3 times, he ran out of mental strength and passed out. I was dizzy for 10 days. But now, Lu Chen could clearly feel that his mental strength had become stronger. Haha. Lu Chen laughed wildly again. It's over. Brother has gone crazy. Do you want to show this video to him? Bai Qing asked Jinin in a low voice. What? Lu Chen heard it and asked in confusion. Okay, take it and have a look. Jinin handed his cell phone to Lu Chen. As Lu Chen looked at it, Jinin spoke. 10 days ago, not long after you fainted, the authorities suddenly issued a long unseen message that Sherry had opened the ocean and discharged nuclear wastewater into it. The world is extremely cold, the surface of the ocean is frozen, but the deeper areas are still the same as before. Perhaps it's because it's the end of the world and no one cares, so the devil's attributes exploded in my daily life. An even stranger thing happened. A few hours after the nuclear wastewater was discharged, the ice on the ocean broke apart and a severe tsunami occurred. Seawater backflowed, the whole world froze over, and the contamination of nuclear wastewater exploded. Until today, Shaorizi has been trapped in its own cocoon. It has been basically completely irradiated. In addition, the abnormal change in the sun may have caused some chemical elements to react. The people in Shaorizi have survived, but they have all turned into monsters. Jinin was afraid that Lu Chen might not understand, so he explained it vividly. Little Day deserves to die. He shouldn't have appeared on Blue Mercury. The ocean is the world's wealth. Aren't they afraid of getting caught in their own trap? Lu Chen shouted in a low voice. I also think they deserve to die. The ocean is the source of life. How can we tolerate its destruction like this? Jinin clenched his fists. Teacher Jin, the ocean also has its own self-rescue program. Sherry dumped nuclear wastewater into the ocean, which activated its self-rescue program. So the seawater backflowed into the ocean. Sherry deserves it. As Lu Chen spoke, he laughed again. Chapter 108 Great Cold Dynasty. The complete destruction of our daily lives is something that everyone will welcome and deserve celebration. However, Tang Yajing's next words made Lu Chen feel cold all over. The news said that they have mutated. It's not just the nuclear radiation. The sun has also mutated. The 2 mutations have intertwined and turned everyone in the small life into a terrifying monster. No need for food, no need to breathe, only to kill. The 4 character utterances were like a bolt of thunder exploding inside the fortress of destruction. There was only the sound of everyone's heavy breathing. Wait, Tang Yajing, do you mean that our life turned out to be a blessing in disguise? Bai Qing said unwillingly. That's not the case. They're already monsters and definitely not human. Or, their daily lives have become extinct, and those who remain are all reborn monsters. Lu Chen said. Huanan City is on the coast, and the straight-line distance between it and Xiaorizi is the shortest. Will we come into contact with it? Tang Yajing said worriedly. Let it be fate. Lu Chen climbed up from the bed and said through gritted teeth. Don't worry about these for now. The mutation of his own superpowers gave him a power similar to the ability to make his words come true, but it consumed a lot of energy. Somehow, he also had a hint of enlightenment. At the beginning, Lu Chen made his spatial ability stronger, and Tang Yajing became hotter, all based on what they already had. So Lu Chen did not faint and his energy consumption was not very great. Until Lu Chen turned into a living cat and then fainted. It seems that the cause and effect ability cannot be used at will. At least there is a lot of room for promotion. Have those stupid special forces come looking for us again? Lu Chen asked. No, he disappeared without a trace. Jinin shook his head. Then let's ignore him. Teacher Jin, use your special ability to help me find out where a person named Wang Hao is in the school. Lu Chen said. Okay. Jinin nodded and began to use his supernatural powers. Not long after, Jinin opened his eyes and said, in the southeast, walk. The optoelectronics branch has always been the most powerful branch of South China University, without a doubt. There are many majors and even more classes. At this moment, 400 or 500 people were standing densely in the huge square of the radio and television branch. 400 or 500 people just stood there at the edge of the square. In front of them, there were 40 supernatural beings standing in 4 rows, one on each side. A young man wearing a crown and a yellow robe slowly walked forward from the center of the 4 rows. There was a chair there. Although it was rather simple, it was still clear that it was a dragon throne. The young man looked solemn as he sat on the dragon throne, facing 40 psychics and more than 500 ordinary students. The young man coughed, and immediately, 4 beautiful girls in nice clothes came up and supported the young man. Young people are ridiculously strong, but they still need support because that shows a sense of ritual. The young man stood up and lifted something. Looking closely, it turned out to be a piece of Hitian jade. There were 8 big characters engraved on it. Mandated by heaven, may you live long and prosper. The young man roared with all his might, and his high-pitched voice resounded throughout the sky. At once, everyone knelt down before the young man and shouted loudly, Long live our king. The uniform sound was as powerful as a battlefield with thousands of troops. They all said this in unison, and the young man blushed and became very excited. He spoke loudly. It was all just a small fight before, but starting today, the Great Cold Dynasty is officially established. Our country has a history of 5,000 years. Han is the second country recorded in history, after Daxia. It is considered a pioneer in our country's history. The global extreme cold has ended the order of civilization. Today, I, Wang Hao, will restart the name of our country with the character Han as a metaphor to usher in a new era of the New World. I, Wang Hao, change my name to Han Hao and am named Cambrian Emperor, the first emperor of the new era. Wang Hao looked solemn and spoke in a loud voice. The others knelt on the ground, shaking with excitement. They knew Wang Hao's strength too well, and Wang Hao's strength was more than enough to support his ambition. Expanding territory is no problem at all. These 40 people with special abilities were extremely excited. The Cambrian Emperor expanded the territory, so they were his loyal followers, and their names would be recorded in the history of the new era and passed down through the ages. Since ancient times, the most important affairs of a country have been sacrifices and wars. Bring the prisoner up, Wang Hao said majestically while sitting on the dragon throne. Suddenly, 2 people with special abilities pushed the 2 boys up. The 2 boys were shaking all over, and they fell to their knees on the ground after being released. Your Majesty, it's unfair, the 2 men shouted in fear. Just yesterday, I saw these 2 beasts trying to do something inappropriate to a girl. The Han Dynasty has been established, and everything must follow the laws I said. The world was created under women's skirts, and I will never allow any action to insult women. Therefore, today they are both sentenced to death. Wang Hao slammed the imperial seal hard and said sternly. The 2 men were so frightened that they foamed at the mouth and were fascinated. Where is Tai Chong? Wang Hao asked majestically. I'm here. A female psychic walked forward and said with her head down. The most important affairs of a country are sacrifices and wars. Today, the Han Dynasty is established, and the blood of these 2 people will be used for sacrifices. Wang Hao said lightly. In fact, as long as Wang Hao moved his fingers, these 2 people would be dead. But it's meaningless. Only by becoming an emperor, being high above everyone else, like a god, and depriving the lives of the wicked, can one feel truly refreshed. Yes. Taichung stepped forward and used his supernatural powers to behead the two sinners. The blood spurted a foot high and fell like a waterfall. Wang Hao started laughing wildly. The establishment of a dynasty satisfied his supreme ambition to a great extent. From now on, I am the master of the great Han dynasty. If you have something to say, just say it, and we will review it in court. Wang Hao began the process of going to court. In the distance, Lu Chen and others hid in the dark, watching this scene quietly. Bai Qing was speechless, Tang Yajing was speechless, Lu Chen was speechless, Jin was speechless. They witnessed the birth of a dynasty with their own eyes, but it was nothing but ridiculous. Can more than 500 people be called a dynasty? But when he saw that 40 psychics were bowing to Wang Hao, Lu Chen also looked a little serious. There is no doubt that although what Wang Hao did was nonsensical and outrageous, his strength must be real and very strong. What do you think? Lu Chen asked. Very stupid. Bai Qing said. Bai Qing, what special abilities does Wang Hao have? It seemed like you were quite familiar with Wang Hao before. Lu Chen asked. I don't know what specific superpower it is, but I heard that it is a rule-based superpower. Bai Qing looked serious. Chapter 109. Fight between Dragon and Tiger. Rule-based abilities? Lu Chen's eyebrows suddenly raised. Among all superpowers, rule-based superpowers should be the most powerful. For example, Lu Chen's cause and effect is also one of the rule-based superpowers. This is a bit difficult. Lu Chen rubbed his temple and said. Tang Yajing and Jin also frowned, feeling that the situation was very difficult. How could such a pervert emerge from South China University? Who can defeat rule-based superpowers? Maybe Lu Chen can, but will Lu Chen take the risk? Jin, can you tell me if there will be any risks if we sneak in? Lu Chen said. Good. Jin closed his eyes. About 10 minutes later, Jin opened his eyes and said with a strange expression. I foresaw that there was another person who coveted Wang Hao very much. Lu Chen thought of Dongfeng instantly. In the whole school, or perhaps in the whole South China, only the perverted murderer Dongfeng has the ability to covet Wang Hao. Okay, let's sit back and watch the fight between the dragon and the tiger. In the official teaching building of the radio, film, and television branch, it has been converted into a palace by Wang Hao's followers. Although the conditions are a bit simple, because of the special nature of the psychics, they have everything they need. Even the air conditioner is running at maximum power because there are people with electrical abilities here. At this moment, in the bedroom, Wang Hao was lying elegantly on the bed. He took a deep breath and took care of the beauties in the harem. So cool. Since ancient times, emperors have had 3,000 beauties in their harems. Is my harem a little too few? Wang Hao muttered to himself. Your Majesty, haven't you formed an army of people with superpowers? Once they sweep through the entire South China University, won't your harem be expanded? A concubine said with a smile. That's true, but too many people died in South China College, and there may not be many beautiful ones. Wait until I rule the entire South China College, and then radiate out to rule the world. Wang Hao grinned. There was a strange light in the concubine's eyes. Suddenly, a force came down and tore off the cloth covering her body, causing the concubine to scream. Wang Hao immediately started to touch him all over and laughed out loud. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the bedroom. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Someone has attacked the palace. 2 psychics have died, and the battle is still going on. What? Wang Hao stood up suddenly, all his clothes flew over to him, and he put them on. Wang Hao walked out and asked sternly. Who dares to attack us? I don't know. The man was wearing a bronze mask and his face couldn't be seen clearly. The minister said as he knelt on the ground. Where is my army of superpowers? Wang Hao frowned. An army of 30 psychics have already gone out to clean up the mess, and there are still 10 psychics who are no match for him at all. That man is a great master, said the minister. Wang Hao looked gloomy and said, Come on, take me there. At this moment, outside the palace, the war was still breaking out, and the number of psychic corpses on the ground increased from 2 to 3. Dongfeng is alone, and just by controlling the wind and snow, he can remain invincible, which makes him very powerful. If you really have to count it, wind and snow can also be considered a natural disaster type ability, and it is ridiculously powerful when used to the extreme. The 7 people with special abilities couldn't even get close to Dongfeng. It's really shocking. The emperor has arrived. A roar came from the side. Wang Hao walked over quickly, saw the corpse on the ground, and then saw Dongfeng. He couldn't help but look very angry. Who are you? Wang Hao asked. Dongfeng, why are you attacking us? Are you tired of living? Wang Hao shouted. No reason. I just want to see how powerful your great Han dynasty is. Dongfeng said sinisterly. He mentioned the great Han dynasty, but anyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. Die. Wang Hao didn't waste any time and activated his supernatural power. Countless large rocks around him flew up and smashed towards Dongfeng. Dongfeng's eyes lit up under the mask, and he said, Your ability is control? A large amount of rocks fell down, and Dongfeng turned into wind and snow, appearing in another direction. However, a strange scene appeared. The stones disappeared out of thin air, and when they reappeared, they all hit Dongfeng. Dongfeng suddenly flew out like a kite with a broken string, fell on the snow, and coughed up blood madly. This scene gave the people of the Great Han Dynasty an orgasm in their brains. They knelt down and shouted the name of Cambrian the Great, extremely excited. It has to be their emperor. He has such powerful strength at one move. The emperor can easily defeat the powerful psychics who are difficult for them to shake. What kind of supernatural power do you have? Dongfeng, half lying down and looking up, his bronze mask was broken, revealing his frightened eyes. Do you know what the must-win rule is? Before the end of the world, some people had wild ideas and said that three-pointers would definitely hit the target. My ability is a similar rule-based ability. The name is control and hit the target. I can control objects and hit the target with a single thought. I can control my clothes, and they put themselves on. Killing you is just a matter of thought. Wang Hao said proudly. It was precisely because of this abnormal ability that Wang Hao was able to establish his own Han dynasty. Dongfeng's eyes widened, and his expression gradually turned from shock at first to fanaticism. He couldn't imagine that there was such a rule-based supernatural power in this world, and it was so powerful. Dongfeng was moved. His heart was pounding like never before. He really needs this kind of power. Wang Hao, just wait for me. I will kill you and cut off your head with my own hands. Dongfeng laughed. Wang Hao frowned. You are quite strong and powerful. Why do you want to die? Join my great Han dynasty. I will make you the prime minister, and let you be second to none and above 10,000 people. You're a fucking idiot, aren't you? You forgot so early in the morning. Could you please stop being such an idiot? At this moment, even Dongfeng couldn't help but be amazed by Wang Hao's stupidity. Wang Hao's stupidity is really outrageous. Shut up. What is the crime of insulting the emperor? A minister with supernatural powers shouted harshly. Wang Hao waved his hand and said, Since ancient times, those with power have always been arrogant. I understand that. As an emperor, how could I not be tolerant? If you don't want to die, then promise me and join the great Han dynasty. Wang Hao said. With Dongfeng's combat power and supernatural powers, he alone can be as powerful as 10 ministers with supernatural powers. It's not impossible for me to join you. But I have only one request, said Dongfeng. Whatever you request, I'm the emperor and I will satisfy you. Wang Hao said proudly. I want your special powers. Dongfeng pointed at Wang Hao and said loudly. Chapter 1:10 Wang Hao's Power. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. Then he said with a defiant smile, If you have the ability, come and take it. The next moment, Wang Hao's supernatural ministers threw out some sharp weapons. Wang Hao grabbed with his right hand, and those sharp weapons were controlled by Wang Hao. The rules were activated, and they killed Dongfeng. Dongfeng was pierced through the heart by thousands of swords, and his body fell straight to the ground, with blood all over the place. Your Majesty is mighty. A group of superpowered officials were very excited and shouted loudly. Isn't it because Wang Hao has such powerful strength that they submit to him? 100 sure to win, no matter what you control. If you are strong enough, you can even control mountains and rivers. With such supernatural powers, there would be no problem in becoming a king or an emperor. Wang Hao looked at Dongfeng with a hint of pity, feeling it was quite a pity. Dongfeng's wind and snow ability is also very powerful. It's just a pity that I can't use it for my own benefit, so I can only die here. Boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a green figure rose from the shadows and pounced on one of Wang Hao's psychic ministers. The minister reacted quickly and stepped back immediately, with his hands flashing with ochre light, intending to fight back. But when he saw the specific appearance of the green figure, he was frightened. It turned out to be a giant lizard, covered with iron-like scales. It was extremely scary, like a monster. Just after shivering for a moment, the big lizard's tongue suddenly shot out and directly pierced the psychic's neck. Go to hell. Wang Hao was extremely angry. He controlled the sharp weapon again and killed the green lizard. However, the green lizard's defense is as strong as steel, indestructible, and cannot be killed. The rest of the psychics roared and joined the battle, blasting all kinds of superpowers at the green lizard, killing it. How could such a monster appear here? Wang Hao frowned. With so many psychics killed by Dongfeng, plus the one killed by the green lizard, Wang Hao only had about 30 psychic ministers left. This is a huge loss. Something feels wrong. Let all civilians hide in the building and call back all the psychics that were sent out. Wang Hao frowned and quickly issued orders. Yes. Because the green lizard was in the way, they did not dare to be careless even in front of the palace and surrounded Wang Hao. In the distance, Lu Chun and the three women were watching this scene with magnifying glasses. Master, I remember that the squad leader of Class 1 also used this ability of the green lizard. The ability of wind and snow seems to be the special ability of the squad leader of Class 2. Tang Yajing said with a frown. Lu Chun nodded, his expression serious, and said, the thing I was most worried about has happened. Dong Feng is ridiculously strong. It seems that he can absorb other people's abilities for his own use. Is it so perverted? Is that green lizard also Dong Feng? Jeanine felt incredible and asked. That should be it. Isn't there a black superpower in class for whose superpower is replication? Dong Feng absorbed his superpower and can now replicate himself, allowing each of his cells to use a superpower he absorbed. In other words, Dong Feng alone is an army of superpowers. Lu Chen nodded. The three women fell into silence, unable to speak for a moment. Dong Feng's strength was beyond their understanding. However, Wang Hao is no joke. His rule-based abilities are indeed terrifying. Dong Feng may not be able to kill Wang Hao. Lu Chen said. That's true. Teacher Jin is very powerful. He can even predict the fight between dragon and tiger. Tang Yajing said in amazement. Stop talking. Look, Dong Feng appears again. Bai Qing exclaimed, holding up the telescope. Outside the palace, 10 identical Dong Fengs suddenly appeared. You are not dead yet. Wang Hao was shocked. He remembered that he had killed Dong Feng, but why did Dong Feng appear again? And as soon as they appeared, 10 of them appeared. That lizard is you too? Wang Hao was quick-witted and guessed it instantly. Very smart. How can I be willing to accept that I didn't devour your supernatural power? And how can I die? Dong Feng said with a sneer. I am called Cambrian Emperor. How could I be killed by you? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and said murderously. It's amazing that he gives himself a title. Then I'll give myself a title too. Let's call myself Emperor Swallowing Heaven. Dong Feng grinned. Shut up. Who gave you the guts to insult the Emperor? Don't think you have the upper hand just because you have 10 of them. It's useless. Several ministers with supernatural powers came up and wanted to tear Dong Feng to pieces. Step back. Wang Hao frowned and said, Your Majesty, several ministers with special abilities were somewhat puzzled. If my guess is correct, your superpower is the ability to devour others? Wang Hao asked. That's right. I didn't think about hiding, because you will all become dead souls. Dong Feng said. So, these 10 of you have 10 different superpowers. Wang Hao continued to ask. Isn't it too late to wake up now? I'm not afraid that you have rule-based abilities. In front of my army of people with abilities, you are still not good enough. Dong Feng roared. Haha, you underestimate me. If I don't have enough strength, how can I create a new era? Wang Hao's expression gradually darkened, and he shouted loudly. Notify the civilians. The Great Cold Dynasty is on level 1 alert. Take out all your weapons. Kill. Dong Feng roared and rushed over to kill him. Wang Hao grabbed the air fiercely, activated his supernatural power, controlled the carbon dioxide in the air, and then enveloped the 10 Dong Fengs. At this moment, 10 Dong Fengs have come to kill me, and 10 kinds of remotely controlled supernatural lights are coming towards me. Wang Hao, like thunder. Defense. Wang Hao roared hoarsely. There was a minister with defensive superpowers beside him who blocked Dong Feng's attack. An extremely bizarre scene appeared. 10 Dong Fengs covered their necks tightly together, their faces gradually turning blue, as if they couldn't breathe. It's as if they can no longer feel the oxygen around them. Wang Hao looked at this scene, his face turned slightly pale, and his chest shook slightly. Obviously the consumption is not light. Whether it is controlling something huge or something tiny, it requires strong physical strength and high-level supernatural powers. Controlling carbon dioxide to attack is a fatal blow, but it also consumes a lot of energy. After a while, all 10 Dong Fengs suffocated to death. Alas, it's really sad that I can't use such a person. Wang Hao sighed repeatedly. Dong Feng alone is an army of supernatural beings, which is really amazing. In the distance, Dong Feng himself almost suffocated. That rule-based ability was indeed terrifyingly powerful, and the fire in Dong Feng's eyes had not yet disappeared. After witnessing Wang Hao's power, it was like opening Pandora's box. Chapter 111, Heaven and Earth Net. Dong Feng found it hard to imagine how powerful he would be if he obtained the guaranteed hit, rule-based supernatural power. Even when facing other rule-based superpowers, he can crush them. After a long time, Dong Feng came to his senses and took a deep breath of oxygen. At this moment, the sky was gradually getting dark. Dong Feng sat on the ground and thought. What should he use to block Wang Hao's attack? Use the army of superpowers to consume them? If it is consumption, it will indeed be useful, but it will also be consumed, and it is impossible to replicate endlessly. The Imperial Palace, the civilian building. Wang Hao, Your great Han dynasty is indeed well made. Perhaps there really is something like good fortune. Then I will kill all your civilians first, and then wear you down bit by bit. Dong Feng said with a sneer. Suddenly, a very small sound cut through the sky. Because it was very quiet around, Dong Feng heard it instantly. His ears stood up, the hair on his body stood on end, and a life-and-death crisis came upon him. Earth escape. Dong Feng was sweating profusely and making seals with his hands at a very fast and crazy speed. An indestructible earth wall suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment the earth wall appeared, a bullet instantly shot into it, and the entire wall was shattered, but Dong Feng was not hurt at all. He stared at the scene in silence, his heartbeat deafening. If his sixth sense had come a little later, he would have been dead by now. Who is it? Wang Hao didn't have a gun at all. Yes, gun. A name appeared in Dong Feng's mind, and he immediately turned around and ran. In the direction where he turned his head, a flame shot up into the sky. Tang Yajing burst out from the flame, soared into the air, with flames burning on her feet, and kicked Dong Feng hard. This kick even produced a sonic boom. Since Tang Yajing started following Lu Chun, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Dong Feng's right arm suddenly grew larger, like a monster, and stood forward. Boom! When the two collided, Dong Feng was blown away like a missile. His right arm was almost broken. I'm going to kill you. Dong Feng roared, and the surrounding wind and snow formed a huge tornado, like an ancient beast opening its bloody mouth, trying to devour Tang Yajing. Call out! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a bright light shot up into the sky not far away, drew a graceful arc in the air, and hit Dong Feng. Dong Feng had very good eyesight. His pupils shrank like needle tips. It turned out to be a mortar. Earth King Wall. Dong Feng roared and activated the strongest defensive ability he had swallowed. The earth trembled, and the deep soil broke through the blockade of the snow layer and rushed up, like a mother's embrace, supporting Dong Feng. Bang! The huge sound of the explosion shook the earth. Bai Qing walked closer with a mortar. The dust and smoke cleared, the earth wall was broken, and Dong Feng did not suffer much damage, but he was in a rather miserable state. He glared at Bai Qing fiercely, then turned and ran away. But when he turned around, he saw Jean Yin in the shadows. Teacher Jean. Dong Feng screamed. Shut up, I don't have a student like you. Jean Yin scolded. Ha. Are you worthy of being called a teacher? Where were you when your students were suffering? Dong Feng laughed. As he took a step to the right, the sound of golden chanting arose simultaneously. You'll take a step to the right. As the voice fell, Dong Feng instinctively retracted his legs and planned to escape to the left. But just as he stretched out his feet, and before they landed in the air, Jean Yin's voice rang out again. You'll take a step to the left. These two simple sentences caused huge waves to rise in Dong Feng's heart. Precognition. Your ability is precognition? Tang Yajing attacked again. In addition to the terrifying force, her attack also carried the ultimate fire of faith, which was very powerful. Get out of here. Dong Feng roared. His right palm released thunder, his left palm released electricity. The two combined and exploded. Even Tang Yajing suffered some injuries. Bai Qing silently stepped forward and gently stroked the wound on Tang Yajing caused by the electric shock. Tang Yajing recovered instantly and attacked Dong Feng again. 1,000 tree spirits, 1,000-armed god, and Buddha. Dong Feng roared, all his energy and spirit bursting out wildly. A huge wooden Buddha grew out of the ground, as tall as a floor. 10,000 giant hands looked shocking, and with supreme attack power, they rushed towards Tang Yajing. He realized that Tang Yajing was the only warrior among the three. As long as he killed Tang Yajing, he could kill the three women. By then, you will have the ability to predict the future, heal, and so on. God said that wrath is the original sin. The power gained through wrath is not recognized and is not approved by the law. An indifferent voice, neither loud nor soft, sounded beside Dong Feng's ears. Dong Feng subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this moment, the giant Buddha with 10,000 hands had already hit Tang Yajing. Dong Feng smiled cruelly. If Tang Yajing was hit by this blow, she would surely die even if she was the king of heaven. Dong Feng couldn't laugh anymore and was even about to cry. The attack of the giant Buddha with 10,000 hands did not shake Tang Yajing at all. She looked at herself with a cold expression as if nothing had happened. Impossible. Dong Feng's face turned pale. The scene before him was completely beyond his understanding. Nothing is impossible. Your devouring ability is very strong. Given time, when you become strong enough and lead a huge army, you will have the strength to become a local tyrant. But you still can't control the world. The world was born under rules, and is also under the control of rule-based superpowers. Lu Chen walked over slowly and spoke softly. His temperament has changed, becoming ethereal, godlike, and immortal. So, you also have rule-based abilities? Dongfeng stopped yelling. He calmed down and asked. Yes, I create the cause, and the result will naturally come into being. My words are my intentions, and my intentions are the truth. Lu Chen said calmly. Fuck you, what are you pretending for? How do you know I'm here? Dongfeng cursed. Don't you know that Teacher Jean has the ability to predict the future? Lu Chen said. It's impossible to predict the future by thinking about a person's position out of thin air, right? Dongfeng asked. Didn't you go to attack Wang Hao? We saw the whole process, so it's not just a figment of your imagination, right? Lu Chen sneered. Instinctively, I feel that Dongfeng is more terrifying than Wang Hao. So Lu Chen planned to kill Dongfeng first. He actually caught Dongfeng. Dongfeng started running. It's useless. You have no way to go up to heaven and no way to go down to hell. Lu Chen said coldly. To Dongfeng, his voice sounded as terrifying as a demon from hell. There were countless invisible shackles binding him, making him unable to move. Chapter 112, A Dream Across Time and Space. This is the power of rules. This is the power of speaking and following through. At this moment, Dongfeng had an epiphany. In the end times, numbers are never enough to rule everything. No matter how strong his devouring power is, it is within the rules and will definitely submit to the rules. Unless, in an instant, Dongfeng's eyes turned bloodshot. Unless he can also devour rule-based superpowers. The world is so big, as long as you don't die, you will always have this opportunity. If he wants to be the king of men and the emperor of the last days, he can never avoid the rules. He wants to live. God said that those who kill, are angry and greedy will be punished by heaven and fall into the eternal hell. Lu Chen uttered his final whisper. Above the sky, large gray clouds dispersed, and a holy light suddenly appeared, like a divine punishment from the gods, shining on Dongfeng. Dongfeng's whole body was covered with dark smoke, as if he had been purified. Faintly, there were countless ghosts of the dead that he had killed around him, bearing their fangs and claws at him. The first person in line is the League Secretary of Class 2. It was this woman who opened the door to hell in her heart. I'm dead. Are you going to mock me? Dongfeng muttered to himself, and finally burst into silent laughter. Can't die. I can't die. I have the supernatural power of devouring, and I want to control all the supernatural powers in the world. What kind of life-saving ability can't be found? The next moment, Dongfeng died. In a place where no one could see, a tiny insect as black as ink emerged from Dongfeng's nostrils. Under Dongfeng's darkness, the insect avoided the holy light, drilled into the snow, and disappeared. When the three women saw this scene, they prayed devoutly. Because this is a miracle, and Lu Chen is God. He who speaks and follows the law is God. Suddenly, the holy light disappeared. Lu Chen groaned, fell to the ground and started shaking. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices, his face was black, and his energy was madly draining away. Lu Chen. Owner. Elder brother. The 3 women were horrified and rushed towards Lu Chen frantically. Bai Qing, hurry up and save Lu Chen. Jining screamed. Bai Qing had already covered Lu Chen's face with his hands. There is light shining in the hands. In the end, Bai Qing's 7 orifices began to bleed as her medical abilities were consumed too much. The effect was very good. Lu Chen stopped shaking, stopped bleeding, and the black energy on his face disappeared. Bai Qing lay heavily on the ground, snuggling up to Lu Chen. Tang Yajing and Jining knelt beside them. The picture freezes, falling into eternity. Late at night. In the palace, on the golden dragon throne, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. His expression was horrified and his heartbeat accelerated so much that it almost jumped out of his body. In order to protect the imperial palace, to protect the Dehan dynasty, and to protect his hundreds of ministers, he sat on the dragon throne. This is the dragon throne created by one of his ministers who was good at mechanics. Whether it was the imperial palace or the civilian dormitory, he would wake up as soon as there was any unusual change. Now, without this strange change, he also woke up. Because he had a dream. The dream was so real, as if he had experienced it himself. It was as if it was my previous life. It was as if that was myself in another time and space. In that time and space, I did not obtain such powerful rule-based abilities. In that time and space, there weren't even any superpowers. A simple end of the world. I am a good friend of a man named Lu Chen. Lu Chen has a girlfriend who is very beautiful. No matter where in time and space Wang Hao is, he is never a content person. After a few flirts, he started dating his best friend's girlfriend. But he had been doing it in secret and had not been discovered by his good brother Lu Chen. Until one day, Wang Hao discovered that his good brother Lu Chen had a space cube. From that moment on, Wang Hao secretly planned, and together with Lin Murong, killed Lu Chen and seized the space cube. But he did not become the human king of the end times. After killing Lu Chen, the space cube could not be opened at all. I still live that miserable life. Until one day, the sun mutated suddenly and broke into pieces. Large pieces of debris disappeared into the infinite universe, and some powder fell to the earth. To the sun it is powder, to the earth it is unparalleled killing. People who were struggling in the end times died again in large numbers. It also brought terrifying cosmic beasts. At that time, the space cube mutated and merged with Wang Hao. When Wang Hao dreamed of this, he woke up in shock. After the shock, he thought deeply about it and wanted to reconnect with the dream, but he couldn't do it no matter what. This dream was all too real. Is it one's past life or one's future life? Or is it something that is happening in another time and space? After a long time, Wang Hao calmed down and shouted someone's name. A minister with supernatural powers walked in and knelt on the ground respectfully. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Help me check that major and see if there is anyone named Lu Chen or Lin Murong in Class 1. Wang Hao ordered. Yes. The minister with superpowers went out, and about half an hour later, he came back. Your Majesty, the names of the two people you mentioned are both there. Li Yunjie went to Class 1 to reshape time and saw a corner of the past in Lin Murong's dormitory. Let's talk about Lu Chen first. According to investigation, Lu Chen is a very strange person. He had been a dog to Lin Murong for a month before the end of the world. If Lin Murong told him to go east, Lu Chen would never dare to go west. But a month before the end of the world, Lu Chen's personality seemed to have changed. He no longer paid attention to Lin Murong, but instead kept her hanging. He claimed that his father had left him assets. In short, 1 month before the end of the world, Lu Chen had a huge amount of money in his hands. He bought an honor villa and land, and bought a large amount of supplies from Walmart. His huge amount of supplies could not be stored in several warehouses, so they were all stuffed in the honor villa. At that time, Lu Chen's honor villa had not yet been renovated. Li Yuhai went to the principal's office, went back in time, and saw the design drawings of the honor villa. Before the renovation, the honor villa had no basement. It's a fantasy to be able to store so many supplies. Also, in one of Lin Murong's dormitories, we went back in time and saw Lu Chen treating Lin Murong like a dog, and then slashed Lin Murong into pieces one by one, until Lin Murong took his last breath. The minister with superpowers spoke slowly, not noticing Wang Hao, who had been petrified on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, if you don't investigate, you won't know. Once you investigate, you will find that there is a person named Lu Chen in our school. Having countless supplies and a world-destroying fortress is like being a prophet who has been preparing for the end of the world. His killing is terrifying and very cold. Chapter 113, The Great Reckoning Node. The minister with superpowers crawled on the ground and spoke word by word. At this moment, Wang Hao's eyes seemed to show the collapse of the sea of stars and the occurrence of reincarnation. It seemed like countless epochs had passed, yet it was only within the framework of a moment. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hao suddenly burst into laughter for no apparent reason. His voice was like a night owl, hoarse and unpleasant. The minister with superpowers was so frightened that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Go down. Wang Hao waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister with superpowers nodded and left. I have to say, he checked very carefully. If Wang Hao had not had this dream, then there would be no problem with what Lu Chen did. But tonight, I don't know if it was fate that made Wang Hao have such a dream. He was almost certain that Lu Chen had also had such a dream. And it happened just 1 month before the end of the world. So he would stockpile supplies in advance, build a villa in advance, and hate Lin Murong so deeply that he wanted to torture Lin Murong with the most painful punishment in the world. Obviously, he was also on Lu Chen's revenge list. It's just that Lu Chen hasn't come to the door yet. If I hadn't had this dream, I wouldn't have known that such a thing could happen. Wang Hao felt no guilt towards Lu Chen, because he had not been disrespectful to Lu Chen in real life. Wang Hao is still very greedy for everything Lu Chen had. That is what a founder of an empire should have. In the darkness, Wang Hao's pupils sparkled. No sleep all night. The next day, Lu Chen woke up in the world-destroying fortress. Bai Qin was lying beside him, sleeping soundly. Master, you are awake. Tang Yajing brought a towel and said. Lu Chen nodded. Even though he was awake, he still felt very weak, especially his head, which had a splitting headache. Yesterday, I used the power of cause and effect to kill Dongfeng, and the energy consumption was too great. Lu Chen himself did not expect that the consumption would be so great. In the final analysis, it is still a little too weak. Now that Dongfeng was dead, Lu Chen could be considered relieved. That bastard is really powerful. By the way, how is Wang Hao doing? Lu Chen asked. Teacher Jean has been monitoring us. He sent me a message not long ago saying that Wang Haozhen was holding a morning court session. Tang Yuan said. That bastard is so arrogant, he really thinks of himself as the founding emperor? Lu Chen sneered. Master, I would like to ask a question. Tang Yajing said cautiously. Explain. Is there any hatred between Wang Hao and the master? Is it worth it for the master to go to such great lengths to kill him? Tang Yajing asked puzzledly. I wanted to ask this question yesterday, but I never asked it. Because I want to rule the school and expand the territory, he must die. Is this reason enough? Lu Chen asked. Enough, enough. Tang Yajing lowered her head and said respectfully. What if I say that I am a reborn person? In my last life, Wang Hao betrayed me and tortured me to death. So, in this life, I want to avenge my last life and cut Wang Hao into pieces. Lu Chen said coldly. Master is really good at joking. Tang Yajing giggled. Ha ha ha. I think I'm quite humorous too. Lu Chen grinned. What I said was too shocking. No one will believe it, because if they believe it, it will not be science fiction but fantasy. Rebirth. These two words are a strange story from the Arabian Nights. No one would believe it, but Lu Chen didn't care. He didn't need anyone to believe it. All we need to do is kill Wang Hao. Master, do you still remember what I told you about our daily life? Tang Yajing suddenly asked. Of course my memory is not that bad. Lu Chen responded with a smile. In fact, the country has not collapsed officially, and the most important news is still being reported. According to the news, Shaori has completely radiated and turned into a strange life form. It doesn't need to breathe and is not afraid of the cold. Many Shaori monsters have begun to cross the sea. I'm afraid they'll come to Shenzhou. Tang Yajing said. What are you afraid of? If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. If those little monsters come, they will come. It will only take a few clicks to kill them. Lu Chen sneered. From a young age, as long as you are a Chinese, you don't need to be mobilized. Anyone would make their life miserable. Okay. Tang Yajing's frown relaxed. Let Jining continue to watch over there, and tell him to be careful so as not to be discovered and killed by Wang Hao. Lu Chen said. He didn't expect that Wang Hao would be so strong now, and even possess rule-based supernatural powers. It is actually very simple to kill him. Just use the high-tech attack system of the world-destroying fortress. A month has passed long ago. The large area coverage artillery had already been charged. As long as he thought about it, with the world-destroying fortress, firepower coverage, and targeted strikes, Wang Hao would be killed without a burial place. But this did not meet Lu Chen's psychological expectations. Because he also wanted Wang Hao to be cut into pieces by his own hands, just like Lin Muro. Only in this way can I get rid of my hatred. So, we still need to think of a solution. There was a hint of viciousness in Lu Chen's eyes. If there was really no other way, he would just push forward with absolute firepower. System, if I kill Wang Hao this time, won't you give me some rewards? Lu Chen asked in his heart. Every reward given by the system benefits Lu Chen a lot. What Lu Chen desires most is the upgrade of the black technology attack system. Do you really need it? The system asked. Why don't I need it? Does a god who speaks the truth need any other miscellaneous powers? The system continued to ask. Lu Chen was speechless for a moment, but then he found the words. First of all, I'm not God. Secondly, my power will be exhausted after a few times of speaking. Finally, I enjoy drinking red wine. As long as I have faith, the enemy will be annihilated into ashes. Lu Chen said. Okay, I know that you, host, are a psychopath. The system replied. Lu Chen, be serious and don't become a bad person like me. Lu Chen said dissatisfiedly. Okay, then I tell you, I will not release the task before that time node arrives, said the system. What time node? Lu Chen frowned. Of course it's the time of the Great Reckoning. Now is the end of the world. What is the concept of the end of the world? How can a world that is about to perish, with people in it, be called the end of the world? The system said somewhat nervously. Lu Chen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, not because of the so-called Great Purge, but because of the system. When did the system become so human? Not only the tone, but also the highs and lows of emotions. Lu Chen remembered that at the beginning, the system was still the same as a robot. Chapter 114 Finale. Sorry, this book was hastily finished because of poor performance. The changes in the system surprised Lu Chen greatly, but he didn't take it too seriously. On the other hand, Wang Hao investigated Lu Chen because of his dream last night and was sure that Lu Chen also knew it. Therefore, Lu Chen should hate himself very much. If given the chance, Lu Chen would definitely kill himself. So Wang Hao led his people and his ministers with special powers to attack Lu Chen in a mighty force. However, because Lu Chen consumed too much of his supernatural power when killing Dongfeng, it had not recovered, and Wang Hao also possessed rule-based supernatural powers, which made him extremely powerful. So Lu Chen is used for artillery. The world-destroying fortress flew into the air, and terrifying cannons appeared one after another all around. Thousands of cannons fired at the same time, covering the entire land with firepower, sinking the entire land. Wang Hao's army of civilians and psychics were all blown to ashes. Wang Hao had special means, and he still had his life after a round of artillery fire, So he begged Lu Chen for mercy and told Lu Chen about his dream. Lu Chen was very surprised, but also curious about the end of the world after his death in his previous life. After asking in detail, he tortured Wang Hao to death in a cruel way. Just when Tang Yajing was planning to destroy the bodies, piles of humanoid monsters suddenly appeared on the edge of the school. They could withstand bullets, had very strong bodies, and were cruel and murderous. Lu Chen rushed over immediately and recognized at a glance that it was Xiao Rizi who had turned into a monster and came across the ocean, so he continued to use artillery to eliminate the monster. After it was over, Lu Chen found that Wang Hao's body was missing. He didn't think much about it and thought it was eaten by a monster. From then on, there was no one in the entire school who could threaten Lu Chen, except for the astronomy department. But the people in the astronomy department had basically left long ago. Someone Lu Chen had helped before left a message for Lu Chen, saying that the sun's anomalies were still continuing and there were signs of unidentified biological activity. Lu Chen looked confused, then he took the 3 girls, drove the world-destroying fortress out of the school and wandered around the city. 98% of the people in the entire city died. There were 2 survivor bases. One of the survivor bases had ill intentions towards Lu Chen and was destroyed by Lu Chen using various thermal weapons. Some people with special abilities managed to escape but were killed by Tang Yajing again. Another survivor base has Lu Chen as its king. A month later, the node mentioned by the system arrived. The sun was just like in Wang Hao's dream, shattered into pieces. Some fragments fell to the earth and created big holes one after another. A space vortex appeared in each big pit, and strange beasts emerged from it one after another, attacking the entire world. The few survivors were massacred again. After fighting again and again, the superpowers and survivors from all over the world gathered together, with the strongest Shinjo as the leader, to form a world defense line to fight against the monsters. Lu Chen also received a task from the system. He led the army to kill 100 alien beasts, completed the task, and received a reward from the system. The world-destroying fortress was upgraded again and had the ability to cross space. The attack system was also upgraded, and the artillery became a black death ray that did not require time to charge. Lu Chen used this fortress to kill a lot of people, and one day, he suddenly received a signal. It turned out to be a signal from his father. After tracing back, he learned that Lu Chen's father had always been the most powerful scientist in Shenzhou. He knew about the apocalyptic changes a long time ago and led Shenzhou to form an army. The Space Cube is his father's high-tech product, which he left to Lu Chen so that Lu Chen can live well in the Doomsday. So even now, Shenzhou still has the strength to fight. With Lu Chen's joining, every time he went to a battlefield, he would frantically harvest the lives of strange beasts. The Black Silk Ray was upgraded to become a 10,000 light particle bomb. It was invincible and became the nightmare of the strange beasts. It killed a lot of people and destroyed several space portals. But a stronger beast appeared, with a body as big as the Himalayas. After a long period of fighting, Lu Chen's supernatural powers have become even stronger. His words can make magic happen, and he can kill strange beasts with just one word. No matter how powerful the beast is, it cannot stop Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen became the human king, the real human king, the strongest in the world, standing at the top of the world. He destroyed all the space nodes of the strange beasts, and the strange beasts could no longer come. Just when Lu Chen thought it was over, the dead Dongfeng appeared. He also became extremely powerful, absorbing the supernatural powers of countless people with supernatural powers, and even the power of strange beasts. All his strength exploded and he became a huge monster. Various superpowers bloomed like rain, and he could fill up the Pacific Ocean with one kick. After a battle, Lu Chen killed Dongfeng at the cost of being seriously injured, destroying his soul. Everything has calmed down, and the survivors are thriving. After a long period of accelerated evolution, they are no longer afraid of the cold. At this time, the system told Lu Chen the truth. It turns out that the system is the heart of the universe, the will of the universe. Pests, that is, alien beasts, appeared in the universe and destroyed all the life planets. The heart of the universe descended on Lu Chen and cultivated Lu Chen, asking Lu Chen to kill the pests and restore order. Lu Chen, who had received a lot of favors from the system, naturally wanted to help. He had become as powerful as a god. Under the power of the heart of the universe, stars that shine and emit heat like the sun appeared from other places and replaced the sun. At this point, the Earth's cold wave apocalypse has ended, but it will take countless years to fully recover. Lu Chen explained everything, and he and Nian Nian left the Earth in the world-destroying fortress and embarked on the road to war. After who knows how many years and epochs, Lu Chen became a true god, killed all pests, and lived as long as the universe. During a retreat, he learned that there are countless overlapping parallel universes in the universe. In another parallel universe, Lu Chen saw the end of the world coming, and he was betrayed by Wang Hao and Lin Murong and died with regrets. He used the power of his words to send the heart of the universe over, reverse time, and let another parallel universe return to the time before the end of the world. In that parallel universe, Chen woke up on the big bed in the Villa of Honor with the system.